Everyone believed that the apocalypse had come to a close, yet little did they realize that they had merely entered the era of Apocalypse 2.0. Ding! System notification. Warning. Warning. Zombies are approaching. Chapter 1. The Delayed Apocalypse System. Ding! System notification. The Apocalypse system has been successfully bound. Please check host. Jiang Feng stood by the window, quietly observing the serene world outside, questioning whether he had just experienced an auditory hallucination. Apocalypse? Such a foreign term. 3 years prior, the apocalypse had officially been declared over the onset of the apocalypse. The world was overrun with zombies, instilling terror in the hearts of all, pushing humanity to the brink of annihilation. However, as the environment for survival transformed, individuals with extraordinary abilities began to emerge among the populace. With the rise of these empowered beings, the scales began to tip in favor of humanity. Those who had long been at a disadvantage, under the leadership of these powerful individuals, launched a counteroffensive. Ultimately, the zombies were eradicated and humanity entered a new epic era of the Ability Alliance. Now, Jiang Feng resided in a communal building within Alliance District 11. Thus, the emergence of the apocalypse system left Jiang Feng utterly astonished. The apocalypse has ended. What purpose does this apocalypse system serve? A bitter smile adorned Jiang Feng's face. The years spent surviving in the apocalypse had been fraught with hardship. Social order was entirely upended, and moral and ethical standards ceased to exist. Chaos reigned in a world devoid of structure. In that era, where zombies feasted upon humans, and humans preyed upon one another, Jiang Feng had merely clung to life, fortunate to see another day. After all, even now, he had yet to awaken any extraordinary abilities. As an ordinary person, surviving in the apocalypse was a stroke of immense luck. Had he obtained the apocalypse system in the early days of the catastrophe, perhaps his life would have taken a different trajectory. However, now, with zombies no longer a threat, what need was there for an apocalypse system? Ding! System notification. Zombies detected. Zombie extermination task successfully activated. Upon eliminating zombies, hosts may receive corresponding system rewards. Rewards include, but are not limited to, abilities, money, and beautiful companions. Zombies. Upon hearing the system notification echo in his mind, Jiang Feng found himself questioning the absurdity of it all. The apocalypse had long since concluded, and zombies had been eradicated. Where could there still be zombies? Driven by curiosity, Jiang Feng began to meticulously observe his surroundings. He vowed that his interest in the rewards mentioned abilities and wealth was purely secondary. He was simply intrigued by how zombies could possibly exist in the era of the Ability Alliance. After a thorough observation, Jiang Feng ultimately focused on a target. A strikingly beautiful woman gracefully ascending the stairs at 2 a.m. within the vast communal building. Her silhouette was the sole presence, her high heels echoing with every step. Madam Yu? Jiang Feng furrowed his brow tightly. The enchanting figure was none other than the renowned beauty of the communal building, Madam Yu. Having lost her husband and child during the apocalypse, many had coveted Madam Yu's beauty. However, Sister Yu generally maintains a low profile, rarely interacting with her neighbors. Jiang Feng's understanding of Sister Yu is limited to this simple background. Sister Yu is a zombie? Surely this apocalyptic system must be malfunctioning. Jiang Feng shook his head in disbelief. Having experienced the apocalypse himself and fought against zombies, he could certainly discern whether Sister Yu was one of them. Should I take another look? Perhaps I misjudged? Although he had already dismissed the system's assessment, denying that Sister Yu was a zombie, Jiang Feng found himself intently observing her. There had never been a good reason to secretly admire Sister Yu's fine figure, but now that a justification had arisen, why not seize the opportunity to gaze a little longer? After all, if he were to brazenly stare at Sister Yu without cause, both others and he himself would surely look down upon him. No wonder the system is delayed. It must be broken. Jiang Feng preferred to believe the apocalyptic system was faulty rather than accept that Sister Yu was a zombie. After all, with such a physique and such a face, it would be a tragedy if she were indeed one. Of course, that was not the crux of the matter. The key point was that Sister Yu appeared no different from an ordinary person, entirely devoid of any zombie characteristics. No grotesque features, no decaying body. Is that Teacher Zhang? Jiang Feng blinked, recognizing the figure all too well, as he had yet to awaken any special abilities. Jiang Feng was required to attend classes at the Ability Training Center, where he attempted to awaken his powers under the guidance of teachers assigned by the Alliance. The figure belonged to Teacher Zhang, who taught him at the training center. It's already 2 a.m. What could Teacher Zhang be doing at Sister Yu's house? Could it be? Just as Jiang Feng pondered this, he saw Sister Yu, illuminated by the dim corridor light, open her door and pull Teacher Zhang into her room. Upon witnessing this scene, Jiang Feng understood immediately how fortunate Teacher Zhang is. After all, Teacher Zhang was an ability user, a formal employee of Alliance District 11, far superior to Jiang Feng, who was struggling at the bottom. Ding, ding, ding. Half awake, Jiang Feng was roused by his alarm clock. Reluctantly, he got out of bed, stretched, and prepared to embark on a new day to become a formal employee of Alliance District 11. One must awaken their abilities, only then could they receive ample supplies each month. Thus, Jiang Feng was diligently working at the Ability Training Center, hoping to awaken his powers soon and enjoy a better life. Unfortunately, after all this time, he remained utterly at a loss regarding his ability awakening. After a quick grooming, Jiang Feng filled his stomach with an energy bar and set off for the Ability Training Center. However, as he descended the stairs, he deliberately cast a glance at Sister Yu's tightly shut door. Though everything appeared calm on the surface, Jiang Feng was certain that there had been an arduous battle at Sister Yu's house the previous night. I envy neither the lovebirds nor the immortals. I only envy Teacher Zhang's every day. Jiang Feng murmured to himself, then arrived at the Ability Training Center, where he was met with astonishing news. Teacher Zhang hasn't come? Jiang Feng blinked, questioning whether he had misheard. Throughout his time at the Ability Training Center, Teacher Zhang had been a diligent individual, never arriving late or leaving early. Absence? That had never occurred. It seems Sister Yu possesses superior skills after all. Jiang Feng silently mused. Not only has he not arrived, but Teacher Zhang hasn't even requested a leave of absence. This is unprecedented. The administration is beginning to suspect that something dire has happened to him. Yin Xiaopeng, a chubby lad and Jiang Feng's classmate, nicknamed Little Informant for his knack for gathering various tidbits of information, added, "Surely it's not that serious. He's merely absent for one night cough. A day at most. It's not that exaggerated." Jiang Feng almost let slip the events of the previous night. What's not exaggerated? Teacher Zhang is one of the top 10 outstanding employees at the center, never late or absent. His absence must indicate something significant has transpired. Yin Xiaopeng vehemently disagreed with Jiang Feng's assessment. Jiang Feng merely shrugged, opting not to elaborate, as the events he witnessed the previous night were not suitable for discussion. At that moment, Teacher Li from the training center approached with a grave expression, delivering news that left Jiang Feng utterly astounded. "Dear students, I regret to inform you that Teacher Zhang accidentally fell into the river at 2 a.m. last night and tragically met his demise at the jaws of a mutant fish. Consequently, we will need to arrange for a new instructor for your ability training classes." Chapter 2. Physical Training. As soon as Teacher Li's words fell, the students of the Ability Training Center gasped in astonishment. Abilities users are indeed a rare breed. The loss of any one of them is a significant blow to the Alliance. The mutated fish, a category of aberrant creatures, emerged alongside the advent of abilities in humanity. With the transformation of various species, these aberrant beings possess formidable combat prowess, akin to the mythical beasts depicted in cinematic tales. Thus, the era of the Alliance is characterized by abilities users taking the lead in hunting down these mutated creatures. However, some of these aberrant beings are exceedingly elusive. Take the mutated fish, for instance, lurking beneath the water, making total eradication impossible. Nowadays, humans have largely ceased fishing by the riverside, opting instead for caution. Yet, accidents such as falling into the water still occur frequently. Teacher Zhang is dead? At 2 a.m.? Mutated fish? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. While the others expressed their shock and sorrow, Jiang Feng began to harbor doubts within himself. He distinctly recalled witnessing Teacher Zhang stepping through Sister Yu's door at 2 a.m. the previous night. How could he have possibly fallen into the river at that time? This situation suggested either a flaw in the official report from the Alliance or something amiss with Sister Yu. Could it be that Sister Yu is truly a zombie? Jiang Feng's lips quivered. Although he was reluctant to believe that the graceful Sister Yu could be a zombie, Teacher Zhang and Appo's death seemed inextricably linked to her. Additionally, a terrifying thought crossed his mind. If Sister Yu was indeed a zombie, did that imply that zombies had also undergone a transformation alongside humanity? If that were the case, the apocalypse had not concluded. Rather, it had transitioned into a new phase, Apocalypse 2.0. Teacher Li, a colleague of Teacher Zhang, felt the weight of this tragic news as well. However, life must go on. Those who have endured the apocalypse are accustomed to the cycles of life and death, not lingering too long in sorrow. To ensure that the students and Oppos training continues without delay and to assist them in awakening their abilities, the higher-ups have sent a new instructor. Teacher Jia, please come in. As Teacher Li spoke, he turned his gaze toward the door. Tap, tap, tap. With the sound of footsteps, a striking figure appeared before them. This was the new instructor dispatched by the higher-ups, Jia Di, a level 3 abilities user. Let us welcome him with applause. Teacher Li enthusiastically introduced the handsome young Jia Di, noting that it was quite a rarity for their small community training center to host a level 3 abilities user. Hello everyone, my name is Jia Di. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Jia Di was not only handsome, but also possessed an engaging voice. Despite being a level 3 abilities user, he displayed no airs of superiority. His approachable demeanor elicited enthusiastic applause from the students, especially among the female students, whose faces flushed with excitement. Having a charming and powerful instructor was a dream come true for them. If she could forge a connection with Jardi during the training, even if they did not awaken any extraordinary abilities, they would still be able to lead the comfortable lives they desired. However, amidst the crowd, Jiang Feng's expression was notably rigid, and his gaze towards Jardi was peculiarly unsettling. Is he also a zombie? Just moments ago, the system's notification echoed in Jiang Feng's mind once again, informing him that this new training instructor, Jardi, was indeed a zombie. Unless he had undergone a true transformation into a zombie, Jiang Feng could hardly believe that this seemingly human figure could also be one of the undead. Can I also view his attributes? Perhaps due to his proximity to Jardi, Jiang Feng's system panel displayed Jardi's attribute information. Without hesitation, he clicked to reveal it. Jardi, zombie. Level 3. Ability: Steel body, body hardened to steel, impervious to damage. Physical strength, 333. Sin value, 963. Gazing at Jardi's attributes, Jiang Feng furrowed his brow tightly. While he comprehended the earlier information, the final sin value left him perplexed. After examining Jardi's attributes, he then proceeded to check his own. Previously, he had suspected that the apocalypse system was malfunctioning, which had prevented him from reviewing even the most basic information. Jiang Feng, human, level 0, ability, none, physical strength, 33. Kill count, 12. Is the disparity truly this vast? Jiang Feng and Oppos' lips quivered. He had anticipated that his unawakened state would render him weak, but he had never imagined he would be reduced to such a pitiful condition. His physical strength was merely a fraction of Jardi and Oppos'. Yet, the kill count of 12 caused a shiver to run down his spine. In the apocalyptic era, despite not awakening any abilities, Jiang Feng had indeed slain 12 zombies. By extension, if Jardi possessed a sin value of 963, did that not imply he had brutally murdered 963 humans? Gulp. With this realization, Jiang Feng nervously swallowed. To others, Jardi appeared as a handsome and formidable wielder of powers, but in Jiang Feng's eyes, he was nothing short of a heinous murderer. Of course, all of this remained speculation on Jiang Feng's part. The truth would require further investigation. Brother Feng, why do I feel like Teacher Jardi is somewhat targeting you? Just as Jiang Feng was lost in thought, Yin Xiaoping suddenly leaned in close to his ear and whispered, Huh? Although he suspected Jardi might be a zombie, throughout it all, Jardi had not cast a single glance in Jiang Feng's direction. What basis was there for such targeting? Yin Xiaoping seemed to sense Jiang Feng's confusion and began to explain quietly. Brother Feng, just look. Originally, if Teacher Jardi hadn't come, you would have been the most handsome in our training center, and those female trainees would have been fawning over you. Now that Teacher Jardi has arrived, he has become the center of attention, and no one is even looking at you. Isn't that targeting? Certainly, my brother. I vow that in my heart, Feng Ge, you shall forever remain the most dashing. I shall steadfastly stand by your side, resolutely refusing to curry favor with Teacher Jia like others do. Yin Xiaoping earnestly declared, his gaze imbued with unwavering conviction. Jiang Feng, however, wore a look of amusement, having never truly considered the matters Yin Xiaoping spoke of. After all, those female students were merely captivated by Jiang Feng's handsome facade. No one would genuinely choose to be with him. Given the meager rations Jiang Feng received monthly, merely sustaining himself was a struggle, let alone supporting another. Everyone is perceptive, and Jiang Feng is acutely aware of his own standing. Nevertheless, Yin Xiaopeng's brotherly affection did touch him. That chubby classmate over there. Yes, you, come here. Just as Jiang Feng felt a flicker of warmth in his heart, Jia Di called out to Yin Xiaopeng, who had just fervently proclaimed his unwavering support for Jiang Feng. Upon realizing Jia Di was summoning him, Yin Xiaopeng dashed over eagerly. Teacher Jia, do you have any instructions for me? He exclaimed, his eyes gleaming, his demeanor that of a sycophant. Jiang Feng, witnessing this scene, could only manage a wry smile, not dwelling further on it. Brotherly bonds, after all, had ceased to hold meaning for him since the onset of the apocalypse. Back then, while fleeing with his closest companion from the world before, they found themselves besieged by zombies. In a moment of dire peril, that so-called friend callously shoved Jiang Feng aside to escape on his own. In the face of despair, Jiang Feng managed to retaliate against the zombie that lunged at him, breaking free from the encirclement and narrowly surviving. That zombie marked his first kill in the apocalypse. From that moment on, Jiang Feng and Apos' disposition transformed drastically. He became distrustful of everyone, and it was this very skepticism that allowed him to endure until now. Thus, for Yin Xiaopeng, such transient brotherhood was merely a fleeting sentiment. To take it seriously would be to court defeat. Everyone, I understand that the news of Teacher Zhang's passing has brought sorrow upon us all. However, life must persist. And I believe Teacher Zhang would wish for us to look forward with determination. After extending special care to a few students, Jia Di commenced his address. I have recently learned that Teacher Zhang's training methodology focused predominantly on meditation. Yet, unlike Teacher Zhang, my approach will center on physical training. Meditation is indeed the most effortless means of awakening one and Apos' abilities, yet it possesses numerous drawbacks. When physical strength is lacking, it becomes challenging to sense one and Apos' latent powers. Conversely, when one's physical condition is robust, the abilities may awaken spontaneously. Therefore, starting today, I shall lead you into a regime of physical training. As it is the most arduous aspect to enhance, the days ahead will undoubtedly be grueling. I hope everyone is mentally prepared. With that, Jia Di initiated the new training regimen amidst the students' lamentations, embarking on a course of rigorous physical training. Everyone was acutely aware that such training not only demanded substantial effort, but also bore slow results. The arduous days were just beginning. Amidst the throng, Jiang Feng exhibited no trace of complaint, perhaps having begun to place a modicum of faith in the apocalyptic system. His yearning for personal strength intensified. For if the crowd were indeed mingled with the mutated undead, then peril lurked at every turn. Who's to say when a seemingly innocuous passerby might emerge and inflict a fatal bite? Only by growing stronger can one hope to survive. Thus, he commenced his physical training, starting with push-ups. As the count of his push-ups increased, the real-time stamina values displayed on Jiang Feng's system attribute panel steadily diminished. Stamina 33, 32, stamina 33, 31, stamina 33, 0. Once Jiang Feng's stamina reached 0, he began to feel the strain of fatigue. Yet, he persevered. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Feng pushed forward. Perhaps fueled by an anxiety for the future, which rendered him even more resolute than usual. Panting heavily, sweat glistening on his brow, he endured the agony coursing through his body. Ding! System notification, stamina limit reached, stamina 1. Even with his stamina at 0, Jiang Feng managed to complete another push-up. And in that moment, a resounding system notification echoed in his mind. Simultaneously, an inexhaustible surge of energy began to envelop him entirely. Chapter 3. A mechanism like a bug. What is this? Beep. System prompt. Congratulations. Host stamina is at 1. Current stamina is 34. Upon hearing the system notification resonating in his mind, Jiang Feng felt a mix of astonishment and joy. He realized that not only had his maximum stamina reached 1, but his current stamina had also been fully restored. This was akin to a near-bug-like phenomenon. As long as Jiang Feng could endure the dark moment when his stamina plummeted to 0, he could leverage this almost glitch-like mechanism to enhance his maximum stamina and restore his real-time stamina value. Consequently, the method for Jiang Feng to elevate his stamina became exceedingly effortless. Even in the midst of battle, he could achieve miraculous survival. While others might train for months without significant improvement, Jiang Feng could effortlessly elevate his stamina data. In combat, he could grow increasingly formidable. His stamina was limitless, which exemplified the advantages of the apocalyptic system. However, a shadow of unease lingered over Jiang Feng. For the confirmation of the system's capabilities starkly indicated that the apocalyptic system was indeed functional. If the system was operational, then Jia and Sister Yu were undoubtedly transformed into zombies. This meant that the phenomenon of zombie mutation had undeniably transpired. Gulp. Jiang Feng swallowed hard, his heart racing with anxiety. He had once believed the apocalypse was a thing of the past, yet now he realized that it had never truly departed. Nevertheless, he dared not voice this revelation. On one hand, no one would believe him, and on the other, it would incite the wrath of mutated zombies, potentially leading to his demise. Thus, Jiang Feng had no choice but to tread carefully, aspiring not to become a legendary hero, but merely to survive. I must grow stronger, I absolutely must. Jiang Feng silently resolved to become powerful enough. Otherwise, he could easily become a meal for the mutated zombies. That classmate, do not be lazy with your stamina training. As Jiang Feng pondered, Jia Di gazed at him with an earnest expression, akin to that of a mentor imparting wisdom. Hearing this, Jiang Feng's lips quivered. Had he been unaware of Jia Di's true nature, he would have been deeply touched. Yet, the thought that Jia Di was a mutated zombie with a body count of 963 sent chills down his spine. Yes, Jiang Feng replied, immediately resuming his push-ups, keen to avoid offending this creature with a human facade and a monstrous heart. Huff, huff, huff. With the aid of the system, Jiang Feng, having regained his energy, found his push-ups becoming increasingly effortless. However, this time, his objective for stamina training had become strikingly straightforward, to continuously expend stamina and persist through the moment when his stamina reached 0. Achieving the maximum limit and attaining Stamina 1. Stamina 34, 33. Stamina 34, 32. Stamina 34, 0. After performing over 200 push-ups, Jiang Feng once again reached his stamina threshold. However, this time, Jiang Feng and Apos' determination became even more resolute, for he understood that by transcending his physical limits, he could elevate his maximum stamina significantly, particularly with the system's support. In addition, his consumed energy would be instantly replenished. This mechanism was akin to a bug. As long as he could grit his teeth and persevere, his stamina would rise without bounds. Ding. System notification. Stamina limit reached. Stamina 1. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, host. Stamina 1. Current stamina. 35. The familiar chime of the system echoed once more in Jiang Feng and Apos' mind, marking the successful completion of his stamina upgrade. His energy was restored in an instant. Continue. Jiang Feng's heart surged with excitement. Such a straightforward method for enhancing stamina was simply irresistible. Thus, he resumed his push-ups with vigor. Ding. System notification. Stamina limit reached. Stamina 1. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, host. Stamina 1. Current stamina. 36. Ding. System notification. Stamina limit reached. Stamina 1. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, host. Stamina 1. Current stamina. 42. Ding. System notification. Stamina limit reached. Stamina 1. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, host. Stamina 1. Current stamina. 56. As time passed, the rhythmic notifications resonated continuously in Jiang Feng and Apos' mind. Unbeknownst to him, his stamina had soared to 56. He resembled an indefatigable zealot, his push-ups accelerating in both speed and duration. This spectacle left the female trainees at the Ability Training Center blushing furiously. So powerful, so swift, so enduring, Jiang Feng's prowess stirred feelings within them that were hard to articulate. Jia Di might have been commendable, but Jiang Feng was undeniably exhilarating. He was so formidable. I am utterly captivated. Wow. So fast. So strong. So fierce. The female trainees murmured softly, their gazes towards Jiang Feng glimmering with an indescribable light. Hiss. Yin Xiaoping watched Jiang Feng's vigorous display and couldn't help but gasp, muttering to himself, what kind of miraculous elixir has Feng Gu consumed? He is so powerful and imposing. He began to regret professing his loyalty to Jia Di so prematurely, had he held on a little longer. He surely could have extracted the secret formula for becoming formidable from Jiang Feng. Yet even now, he was unwilling to concede defeat, once the day's training concluded. He would muster the audacity to inquire about the matter. As for Jia Di, the current training instructor, he maintained a rather composed demeanor, though the glances he cast at Jiang Feng were laden with intrigue. After an entire day of training, Jiang Feng exhaled deeply, feeling surprisingly unwearied. Now, gazing at his attribute panel, the smile on his lips became increasingly difficult to contain. Jiang Feng. Humanity. Level. 0. Superpower. None. Physical ability. 66. Kill count, 12. After a day of intensive physical training, Jiang Feng's physical ability has successfully reached 66 points, effectively doubling his previous capacity. However, as Jiang Feng's physical prowess continues to ascend, the rate of improvement has gradually slowed. Otherwise, his physical statistics would not have plateaued at 66 points. Nevertheless, the benefits he reaps from each incremental point of physical ability are exponentially increasing. Although Jiang Feng has yet to awaken his superpower, he can palpably sense that his strength has undergone a remarkable transformation. If he persists at this pace, even without awakening a superpower, it is only a matter of time before he becomes invincible in the world. Suddenly, as Jiang Feng gathered his thoughts, he noticed the peculiar gazes of the surrounding students directed at him. Particularly, the female students' eyes sparkled with intensity, as if they were about to devour him whole. Gulp. Jiang Feng swallowed nervously, feeling a wave of anxiety wash over him. Although the female students had often covertly observed him before, such overt and fervent gazes were indeed a first. Looking over at the male students, he found them gazing at him with admiration, almost as if they were beholding a deity. Awe, reverence, and a sense of inadequacy intertwined in their expressions, leaving Jiang Feng momentarily taken aback. The only gaze that felt somewhat normal to him was that of Jia Di. While Jia Di and Appos' eyes also held profound meaning, they lacked the fervor and intensity exhibited by the other students. Bro Feng, what kind of miraculous medicine did you take today? You're so formidable. Do share with your brother. At this moment, Yan Xiaoping sidled up to Jiang Feng, a grin spreading across his face. Initially perplexed, Jiang Feng suddenly realized the reason behind everyone's odd stares after hearing Yan Xiaoping's words. He finally understood that his recent obsession with enhancing his physical ability had led him to neglect his composure. Who wouldn't he be dazzled by the relentless, high-intensity push-ups he had performed? However, to suggest that Jiang Feng had taken any medicine would be a gross misunderstanding of his situation. Jiang Feng chuckled and shook his head, responding, "What miraculous medicine? This is merely my routine. It hardly qualifies as formidable." Yan Xiaoping gaped in astonishment as he watched Jiang Feng tidy up his belongings and stroll out of the training hall. A few words flashed through his mind, truly unbelievable, until Jiang Feng encountered Sister Yu just as she was descending the stairs. Chapter 4. Prey and Hunter in the Staircase. Sister Yu, adorned in a flowing red gown, exuded an aura of captivating beauty. Her cascading long hair added a touch of mature elegance. A gentle breeze fluttered the hem of her dress, revealing a pair of long, fair legs accentuated by delicate black lace. "Ah," Sister Yu gasped, hastily bending down to secure her skirt, a charming blush illuminating her exquisite face. This enchanting scene, with such a captivating figure, would surely leave any man utterly mesmerized. Yet, standing below and gazing up at the alluring sight, Jiang Feng displayed an air of profound disappointment and remarkable composure. What a pity, she's a zombie. Otherwise, oh, is there more to her attributes? Jiang Feng's heart raced as he realized that he was now close enough to view Sister Yu's attribute panel. Sister Yu, Zombie, Level 1. Ability, Paralysis, injects toxins through saliva, rendering the enemy immobile. Stamina, 101. Sin value, 262. After perusing Sister Yu's attributes, Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow, silently relieved. It was fortunate that her level was low and her powers weak. Otherwise, he would certainly not dare to be alone with her. Nevertheless, he remained exceedingly wary of Sister Yu. Just as Sister Yu was embodying an alluring shyness, she suddenly furrowed her brow, casting a curious glance at Jiang Feng. Ordinarily, her coquettish demeanor would have ensnared any man, yet Jiang Feng remained strikingly calm, leaving her perplexed. However, as Sister Yu was at a critical juncture where she needed substantial flesh to evolve, she could hardly afford to ponder this further. Thus, she continued her act of demure charm, gracefully descending the stairs. Oh no! As Sister Yu approached Jiang Feng, her foot unexpectedly slipped, and she lost her balance. With a startled cry, she lunged uncontrollably toward him. "Little rascal, let me show you how to handle this." Thud. Sister Yu had intended to create an accident to ensnare Jiang Feng, but to her surprise, he sidestepped, completely ignoring her impending fall, and instead ascended the stairs. Consequently, Sister Yu landed heavily on the ground, her expression contorted in pain. What just happened? Am I not alluring enough? Or does he simply not fancy women? Sister Yu was on the verge of despair, as this was the first time she had encountered such a setback with a man. Yet simultaneously, she took meticulous note of Jiang Feng. "Sister Yu, are you all right?" Just as she silently registered Jiang Feng, A somewhat lewd young man happened to ascend the stairs and stumbled upon Sister Yu sitting on the steps. He eagerly approached to assist her, but his hands inappropriately grazed her bosom. All right, no problem. He hastily helped Sister Yu to her feet, carefully guiding her toward her residence. On this journey, the young man occasionally brushed against Sister Yu's sensitive areas, while she feigned shyness, showing no intention to stop him. At that moment, Jiang Feng stood silently by his window, observing everything unfolding outside. Desire clouding one's judgment, utterly oblivious. Jiang Feng muttered coldly. Teacher Zhang, an extraordinary being, had met a mysterious demise upon entering Sister Yu's home. The young man, whose powers had yet to awaken, was destined for a similar fate. Jiang Feng could easily predict the young man and Apos' subsequent encounters. First, he'd be paralyzed by Sister Yu's saliva, and then he would be like meat on the chopping block, at her mercy. So soon? Just as Jiang Feng anticipated a prolonged struggle at Sister Yu's residence, the door swung open merely minutes later. Sister Yu emerged, delicately wiping the corners of her mouth with a tissue, a smile gracing her features as she closed the door behind her. To Jiang Feng's surprise, she proceeded directly towards his home. Observing this, Jiang Feng's lips quivered slightly, sensing impending doom. Is she coming for me? He swallowed nervously, grasping the heavy hammer in his hand, cautioning himself as he approached his doorstep. Given Sister Yu's trajectory, it was clear she had set her sights on him. Yet, was she not also a target for Jiang Feng? When they had crossed paths in the stairwell earlier, Jiang Feng had lacked a suitable weapon. But that was no longer the case. He now wielded a hammer. Jiang Feng had not forgotten the system's task. Defeating zombies would earn him rewards. Sister Yu was merely a level 1 zombie, with the ability to paralyze through her saliva. If he could not handle such a feeble foe, then his experiences during the apocalypse would have been in vain. Knock, knock, knock. Shortly after, Sister Yu arrived at Jiang Feng and Apos' door, bashfully tapping on it. Just one more. If I can consume another, I'll level up. She thought excitedly. Having concealed herself for so long, she could hardly contain her anticipation for an upgrade. While killing a neighbor was perilous and fraught with the risk of exposure, Sister Yu had cast aside such concerns. If need be, she would simply move afterward. Creak. The door opened, revealing Jiang Feng, who stood on guard, hammer in hand. Sister Yu, zombie, level 1, ability, paralysis, inflicting paralysis through toxic saliva, physical strength, 101. Sin value, 263. Indeed, Jiang Feng noted, observing Sister Yu's attribute panel. Her sin value had risen from 262 to 263, indicating that the young man had become her meal. This realization heightened Jiang Feng's vigilance. Seeing Jiang Feng brandishing the hammer momentarily stunned Sister Yu, but she quickly regained her composure. Her eyes sparkling with flirtation as she said, "Little brother, I just fell and hurt myself. Why didn't you help me? Am I not beautiful enough?" As Yudaji spoke, she lunged directly into Jiang Feng and Apos' embrace, attempting to press her vibrant red lips against his. Unfortunately for her, Jiang Feng was not easily swayed. He deftly sidestepped, causing Yudaji to crash to the ground. After tumbling down, her expression darkened, a storm of frustration brewing within her as she endured yet another setback. However, the thought of her impending transformation quelled her anger, and she turned to Jiang Feng with a pitiful gaze, her voice soft and feeble. "Little brother, why are you so heartless? You possess no understanding of cherishing beauty?" With a sharp motion, Jiang Feng slammed the door of his home shut. Gripping a heavy hammer in his hand, he approached Yudaji with a sardonic smile, declaring, "Were you not a zombie, I would not only cherish beauty but indulge in a fleeting moment of passion. Alas, I have no interest in the undead. My tastes are not so depraved. Cease your pretense of weakness. Since I allowed you entry, I never intended for you to leave alive." As he spoke coldly, Yudaji's expression shifted dramatically. Ultimately, a sinister smile crept across her face as she dropped her fade. "I never anticipated you would discern my true nature as a zombie. In that case, your demise is inevitable." With that, her skin began to decay, transforming in an instant into the grotesque visage of a mindless corpse, horrifying and fearsome. Yet, her eyes now glinted with a sharp malice, devoid of the aimlessness that characterized the early days of the apocalypse. This, perhaps, exemplified the transformation of a zombie. With a resounding thud, as soon as Yudaji completed her metamorphosis, Jiang Feng raised his hammer and struck her head with tremendous force, sending her flying. Indeed, the sight of a zombie still made him feel queasy. A cold smile graced his lips as he silently stowed away his hammer. A single blow to the head would surely spell her end, based on the experiences of the past. However, to his astonishment, Eudogia, despite being hurled away, trembled and slowly rose to her feet, her deformed skull gradually regaining its shape. Chapter 5. Abilities, Execution. What is happening? Jiang Feng gazed at Sister Yu, who was slowly rising to her feet, his expression instantly freezing. Surviving a skull fracture was one thing, but these mutated zombies were a formidable challenge. Sister Yu, Zombie. Level 1. Ability, Paralysis, injects toxins through saliva, rendering enemies immobile. Stamina, 101, 71. Sin value, 263. So, she recovers her physical form by exhausting her stamina. Jiang Feng realized. Observing the real-time loss of 30 stamina points on Sister Yu's attribute panel. As long as a flaw presented itself, there would be a means to vanquish her. Young man, your strikes are quite forceful, but how many such assaults can you sustain? With her head fully recovered, Sister Yu fixed a chilling gaze upon Jiang Feng. Her words laced with mockery. How many? Undoubtedly, countless. Jiang Feng chuckled coldly, brandishing the iron hammer in his hand. Before Sister Yu could react, he swung it down with a resounding thud onto her skull once more. Bang! Sister Yu stumbled and fell to the ground, her head caving in slightly. Jiang Feng observed her injuries, which were not overly severe, feeling a tinge of helplessness within. His first strike had consumed 40 stamina points, causing her head to explode. Yet this second blow exhausted his remaining 26 points with minimal damage inflicted. As her injuries were not too grave, Sister Yu quickly regained her footing. She stood up shakily, directing a scornful sneer at Jiang Feng. Young man, it seems you are faltering. Your strength has diminished significantly. As long as he could endure this dark moment of depleted stamina, Jiang Feng would resurrect in full vigor. Unbeknownst to Sister Yu, who was now striding confidently towards him, her triumph was palpable. Young man, do not struggle. Trust me, I will ensure your demise is devoid of suffering. Sister Yu approached Jiang Feng, her foul breath wafting in the air, as she opened her rancid mouth, aiming to kiss him and paralyze him completely with her saliva. Jiang Feng, confronted with her grotesque visage and the stench of blood, was drenched in sweat as he raised his hammer high. Ding. System notification. Stamina limit reached. Stamina 1. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, host and Oppos. Stamina 1. Current stamina 67. At last, just as Jiang Feng was on the brink of succumbing, he achieved his stamina limit. Get away from me. Jiang Feng swung the hammer down forcefully onto Sister Yu and Oppos' head. Stamina 67. Utilizing his signature technique, he unleashed another blow, channeling 40 stamina points, sending Sister Yu flying and shattering her skull once more. This time, Sister Yu struggled for a considerable while before finally rising from the ground, her head gradually mending. She stared incredulously at Jiang Feng, her expression reflecting sheer disbelief. Weren't you completely out of stamina? How is this possible? Eudogia was perplexed. Just moments ago, Jiang Feng had appeared utterly depleted, lacking even the strength to lift a hammer. Yet now, in the blink of an eye, he radiated a newfound vigor. As Jiang Feng glanced at Eudaiseo's dwindling stamina, a smile broke across his face, one he could no longer suppress. He was on the verge of slaying his first mutated zombie, aided by the apocalyptic system. Although Eudaisa, in her current form, was somewhat feeble, a dead body, no. A deceased zombie, was unworthy of understanding the truth. With a thud, Eudaisa stumbled and fell, her head caving insignificantly. She endeavored to utilize her remaining 11 points of stamina to restore her corporeal form, but alas, it was a futile effort. Why? Why did my beauty hold no sway over you? Why do you possess boundless stamina? Why must I? With her last vestiges of stamina entirely exhausted, Eudaiseo's eyes widened, her mouth agape, filled with confusion as life slipped away. Jiang Feng observed as Eudaiseo's head began to mend, his expression one of cold indifference. Gritting his teeth, he raised the hammer high, reaching yet another threshold of stamina. Ding. System notification. Stamina limit reached. Stamina level 1. Ding. System notification. Congratulations. Host has achieved stamina level 1. Current stamina 68. Combat, it seemed, was a far more effective means to enhance stamina limits than mere training. Jiang Feng pondered deeply. It had become increasingly arduous to elevate his stamina through dedicated training alone. However, engaging in battle enabled swift enhancement, revealing a fresh perspective on augmenting his stamina limits. Ding. System notification. Congratulations. Host has successfully slain a zombie and received the system reward. Execution ability. Execution. When the enemy and Oppo's stamina falls below 20 points, the execution effect is triggered, ignoring defenses and recoveries, ensuring the enemy's demise. Upgradable. The sudden chime of the system notification ignited a spark of excitement in Jiang Feng. With the aid of the apocalyptic system, he had awakened a remarkable ability, execution. Though currently limited to a threshold of 20 stamina points, this limit would undoubtedly rise with continuous upgrades. When the execution threshold reached a sufficient height, Jiang Feng would transform into a lethal force to be reckoned with. Jiang Feng. Human. Level 1. Ability. Execution. Directly slay when enemy stamina is below 20 points. Stamina. 68. Kill count. 13. As Jiang Feng gazed upon his attributes, a faint smile crept across his lips. His journey into the realm of abilities was poised to commence. Once Jiang Feng had calmed his exhilaration, he began to clear the disarray within the room. Having endured the trials of the apocalyptic era, he was well versed in the grim task of disposing of zombie corpses. Much like Udaisaw, he chose to cast the bodies into the river under the cover of night, erasing all traces. Yet this time, it was Udaisaw herself who was discarded. In the current state of the Alliance community, aside from the occasional mutated birds that might fly in, only the mutated fish remained in the river, as all other aberrant creatures had long been eradicated. Failing to dispose of the body properly would undoubtedly raise suspicions. At present, Jiang Feng's strength remains quite feeble. He must not expose himself too recklessly, nor allow anyone to uncover that he was responsible for the demise of Sister Yu, the aberrant zombie. Thus, maintaining a low profile and concealing his capabilities is Jiang Feng and Oppo's sole recourse. Once he had addressed all matters at hand, he finally reclined to rest. That night, Jiang Feng slumbered soundly, not once recalling the alluring figure of Sister Yu, her voluptuous bosom, her rosy lips, or her enchanting visage. Ding ding ding. The alarm clock jolted the slumbering Jiang Feng awake. Stretching languidly, he rose as usual, attended to his morning rituals, filled his stomach with an energy bar, and hurried off to the ability training center, as if nothing had transpired the day before. It was not until Jiang Feng arrived at the training center that he learned of the news regarding the disappearance of his fellow trainees. Rue and Yuan had vanished? As he listened to the tidings brought by Yin Xiaoping, his brow furrowed deeply, and he cast a scrutinizing glance toward the distant figure of Jiadye. While it was not uncommon for individuals within the Alliance community to go missing, the simultaneous disappearance of two trainees from the same training center was indeed unusual. Furthermore, the attribute information regarding Jiadye was particularly intriguing. Jiadye, zombie, level 3, ability, steel body, body hardened to steel, impervious to destruction, stamina, 333. Sin value, 965. Jiadye's sin value had shifted from an initial 963 to a precise 965, leading one to ponder the two unfortunate humans who had suffered at his hands, inevitably evoking thoughts of the missing trainees, Rue and Yuan. Chapter 6. The New Student's Phone. Do you think Rue and Yuan have gone to another Alliance community? Or have they met with an unfortunate incident? Yin Xiaoping leaned closer to Jiang Feng, earnestly discussing the mysterious disappearance of Rue and Yuan, as if the previous day's incident, where he had abandoned Jiang Feng to curry favor with Jiadye, had never transpired. Who knows? Though he harbored his own suspicions, he dared not voice them, for once he attracted Jiadye and Oppo's attention, he would surely become the next target of danger. Dear students, although two of our classmates are absent today, our physical training regimen must continue. I hope everyone will persevere. Jiadye maintained his customary smile, initiating a new day of rigorous training amidst the groans of the students. Though the trainees were reluctant, their desire to awaken their extraordinary abilities and lead a comfortable life compelled them to endure. As for the missing Rue and Yuan, no one seemed to care. Having lived through an era marked by chaos and moral decay, human emotions had grown profoundly indifferent. Moreover, the Alliance communities now operated independently. It was not uncommon for individuals to migrate from one community to another. However, beyond the confines of the Alliance, aberrant creatures lurked, and it was not unusual for someone to vanish without a trace while journeying. Today, Jiang Feng's physical training escalated from basic push-ups to the daunting challenge of bench pressing, with weights that were truly formidable. Yet, as his physical capabilities improved, the rate of his energy consumption slowed, and the increase in his energy capacity became increasingly gradual. Energy 68, 67. Energy 68, 66. Energy 68, 65. After a grueling day of training, Jiang Feng's energy had only risen from 68 to 72. This pace was a source of great frustration for him. Indeed, it seems that only the initial stages of energy growth occur so swiftly. Relying on physical training to enhance energy limits thereafter is a formidable challenge. Jiang Feng reflected inwardly. Yet he did not lose hope. After all, during his recent battle with Sister Yu, he had discovered a new approach to enhancing his energy limits through combat. The intensity of Jiang Feng's relentless training drew the admiration of the female trainees, who watched in awe, while the male trainees looked on with envy. What potent medicine is this? It is merely my standard practice. Yan Xiaopeng was momentarily rendered speechless, yet he could not deny that Jiang Feng's aura had subtly elevated itself. However, today Jiang Feng was not eager for rest. Instead, he retrieved the massive iron hammer he had used to defeat Sister Yu. The hammer, entirely obsidian in hue, was of an unknown material, a weapon Jiang Feng had fortuitously found during the apocalypse. Its practicality had led him to keep it. The hammerhead was the size of 2 adult fists, one side flat and the other pointed, with a handle measuring 1 meter in length, which Jiang Feng affectionately referred to as his little big hammer. In those apocalyptic years, Jiang Feng had honed his martial skills with a small hammer, which allowed him to deal effortlessly with the demise of Sister Yu. Today, he meticulously polished the small hammer and quietly stored it away for starting tomorrow. He intended to carry it with him at all times. The vigilant Jiang Feng firmly believed that the disappearances of the trainees, Rui and Yuan, were undoubtedly linked to Jia Di. Should he become Jia Di's target, he could not afford to be without a reliable weapon by his side. Once he had tidied everything up, Jiang Feng fell into a deep slumber. That night, he was again haunted by thoughts of Sister Yu's enchanting figure, her ample bosom, and her fiery red lips. The shrill sound of an alarm clock jolted the sleeping Jiang Feng awake, and as he reluctantly rose from his bed, he felt a myriad of emotions wash over him. What a pity it was merely a dream, yet thankfully, it was only a dream. Although Sister Yu possessed an unparalleled grace, she was, after all, a zombie, and Jiang Feng's taste had not yet reached such extremes. After a simple grooming, Jiang Feng took up his small hammer, filled his stomach with an energy bar, and hurried off to the training facility. What? Lu Ji and Lin Xiang had also gone missing? Upon arriving at the training center, Jiang Feng received a chilling revelation from Yan Xiaopeng. 2 more trainees had vanished. If the previous day's disappearances of Rui and Yuan were deemed coincidental, then the disappearance of Lu Ji and Lin Xiang felt far too suspicious. Even those trainees who had previously displayed indifference were now noticeably anxious, as the fear of becoming the next inexplicably missing individual gripped everyone. Brother Feng, I heard that a monstrous beast has infiltrated our community. Could it be? Yan Xiaopeng looked at Jiang Feng with a worried expression. For those of them yet to awaken their abilities, they stood little chance against such creatures. If a monstrous beast truly had infiltrated, then the missing individuals would likely face a grim fate. Among the aberrant creatures, those classified as high risk were collectively referred to as monstrous beasts, which not only hunted their own kind, but also preyed upon humans. Thus, in the Alliance community, discussions of these beasts incited profound dread. Perhaps, Jia Di, Zombie, Level 3. Ability, Steel Body, Body hardened to steel, indestructible. Physical Strength, 333. Sin Value, 967. Jia Di and Appo's sin value had increased by 2, coinciding precisely with the disappearances of Lu Ji and Lin Xiang. If this were still a coincidence, no one would believe it. Yet Jiang Feng remained silently alert, refraining from voicing his concerns. Students, I have 2 announcements to make today. Jia Di's tone remained as monotonous as ever, though today his face bore no trace of a smile. 1. I trust you are all aware that 2 more trainees have gone missing from our training center. The Alliance has reported that a monstrous beast has infiltrated our District 11. Therefore, we will arrange for everyone to travel in pairs after training, so that in the event of any unforeseen incidents, you can look out for one another. However, there is no need for excessive worry. How could it be that monstrous beasts would coincidentally target our trainees? Jia Di diligently reassured the trainees, appearing genuinely concerned for their well-being. He then continued, additionally, we have a new student joining our training center, Qin Yuner, who has just transferred from another institution. I encourage everyone to extend their mutual support. As Jia Di spoke, he glanced towards the door, and soon after, a graceful figure entered the classroom. It was a stunning young woman with long hair, tall stature, and striking features. Her countenance bore an air of authority, exuding a subtle pressure, and though her expression was serious and aloof, she still captivated the attention of the trainees. "Such beauty!" exclaimed Yin Xiaopeng beside Jiang Feng, unable to suppress his admiration. However, Jiang Feng furrowed his brow, for he perceived something unusual about Qin Yuner. Qin Yuner. Human. Level 2. Ability. Vines. Hair extends into vines, possessing slight toxicity. Physical strength. 77. Kill count. 26. A level 2 ability user? Jiang Feng pondered as he examined Qin Yuner's attributes. It struck him as peculiar that a level 2 ability user would seek training at a facility. Moreover, despite being female, she already boasted a kill count of 26, double that of Jiang Feng. The only consolation for him was her relatively low physical strength of 77. Standing at the front of the classroom, Qin Yuner did not initiate an introduction. Instead, she calmly surveyed all the trainees, and ultimately, her gaze settled upon Jiang Feng's, her lips curving into a faint smile. Chapter 7 Companionship Maple. She is smiling at me, smiling at me. Yin Xiaopeng, standing beside Jiang Feng, chattered excitedly. The admiration of a beautiful woman made him feel as if he were floating. However, unlike Yin Xiaopeng's fervent enthusiasm, a tremor coursed through Jiang Feng, and his expression turned unusually guarded. He couldn't shake the feeling that Qin Yuner was smiling directly at him. A person known for their seriousness suddenly displaying a smile must surely harbor ulterior motives. Tap, tap, tap. Qin Yuner lightly stepped forward, coming to stand before Jiang Feng. Raising her hand, she smiled sweetly and said, "I'm Qin Yuner. After today's training, I hope we can walk together." Just moments before, Yin Xiaopeng had been brimming with excitement, but he was now utterly stunned. The beauty stood so close, yet her affections were clearly not directed at him. The greatest distance in the world is not measured by mountains or seas, but rather the gap between standing before someone and their heart belonging to another. Jiang Feng's lips quivered. He hadn't anticipated Qin Yuner's forthrightness. Jia Di looked bewildered, unable to comprehend Qin Yuner's boldness. He could only awkwardly interject. "Ahem. Since everyone has met classmate Qin Yuner, let us each find our partners for today. Xiaopeng, come here for a moment. Today, I hope you can escort classmate Qi Qi. Can you do that?" As Jia Di spoke, he summoned Yin Xiaopeng to the front, arranging for him to accompany classmate Qi Qi. Yin Xiaopeng blinked, glancing at the plainly featured Qi Qi beside him, and feigning eagerness, he replied, "Whatever Teacher Jia says is what goes. I shall heed Teacher Jia." Seeing this, the other students began to search for their own partners, typically choosing those they trusted or who were sufficiently strong. Initially, the female students had deemed Jiang Feng their first choice, but unfortunately, he was preempted by the sudden emergence of Qin Yuner and Appos. As for the male students, they either sought warmth in groups or chose their favored female classmates. Amidst the flurry of activity, a glimmer of understanding flickered in Jiang Feng's eyes. It seemed he was beginning to unravel the situation. If memory serves, on Jia Di and Appos' first day, he had given special attention to a few classmates. They must be Rui, Yuan, Lu Ji, Lin Xiang, as well as Qi Qi and Xiaopeng. Then it follows that everything was premeditated by Jia Di? Does this mean his next targets are Qi Qi and Xiaopeng? A heaviness settled in Jiang Feng's heart, as if he had glimpsed the full picture of events. Yet, he refrained from voicing his suspicions. After all, as long as Jia Di's intentions did not involve him, it mattered little. As for Yin Xiaopeng, it was merely a facade of brotherhood, unworthy of sacrificing himself for classmates. Since everyone has chosen their companions, let us commence today's physical training. With Jia Di's command, the students embarked on a new day of rigorous training. However, due to the recent mysterious disappearances of classmates from the training facility, a sense of unease pervaded the atmosphere, each student fearing they might be the next to vanish. Despite Jiang Feng's vigorous physical training today, effortlessly lifting a 200-kilogram barbell with remarkable flair, no female student gazed at him with admiration, nor did any male student display envy. Instead, a heavy atmosphere of concern enveloped the group. Only the newly joined Qin Yuner stared at Jiang Feng in astonishment, as if she had stumbled upon a new continent. "Have you always been this impressive?" she inquired curiously, approaching his side. Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow, contemplated for a moment, and replied, "Yes, I have always been formidable." Qin Yuner's brows arched, and without further comment, she turned to leave, though as she distanced herself, faint murmurs of shameless could be heard. The day's training concluded in this oppressive ambience. As they departed the training facility, everyone clustered together in small groups, wary of being alone. "Xiaopeng, could you come a little closer?" Qi Qi beseeched, gazing at Yin Xiaopeng, who maintained a certain distance. Oh? Yin Xiaopeng's eyes brightened at her words, secretly thinking. So Chi-Chi has feelings for me. What a pity, though, she ISN and amp. Oppos, T particularly beautiful. Yet, it shows that I still possess some charm. He straightened his demeanor. A smile barely contained at the corners of his mouth and stepped closer to Chi-Chi, walking side by side. Seeing that Yin Xiaopeng did not reject her request, Chi-Chi continued, Xiaopeng, if we ever encounter a beast, would you stand in front of me? Yin Xiaopeng's smile faltered, as his previous delight vanished in an instant. So, you intend to lure me into sacrificing myself for your sake? But, you're not even that beautiful. He cast a disdainful glance at Chi-Chi, yet his body remained pressed against hers, appearing like a couple. Xiaopeng, it's not that I am selfish. You know my frail disposition. If a beast were to hunt me, it would only take a few bites before being satisfied and then turn to you. Chi-Chi stated earnestly. However, if it were to hunt you first, you're sufficiently plump, providing it with ample sustenance, thus granting me a chance to escape. Even better, it might feast on you alone and forego pursuing me. Losing one is certainly more advantageous than losing two, don't you think, Xiaopeng? Her pragmatic reasoning left Yin Xiaopeng feeling a chill, prompting him to mentally review Chi-Chi's family lineage. With a deep exhale, Yin Xiaopeng turned to Chi-Chi with a serious expression, suggesting, how about we take the longer route through the main road? It may be farther, but it's safer because of the crowd. The main road is a thoroughfare established within the Alliance community, primarily for the use of ability teams. While others may traverse it, they are restricted to the narrow sidewalks along the edges, leaving the central area exclusively for the ability teams. Sounds good. The main road has plenty of people. If we encounter a beast, it may not choose to prey upon the two of us. Chi-Chi responded enthusiastically. Upon hearing Yin Xiaopeng's words, Chi-Chi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Whether they took a detour or not was of little consequence. The passage of time was insignificant as long as it ensured that the strange beast would not consume her first. Yin Xiaopeng merely curled his lips in exasperation and accompanied Chi-Chi along the official road, which had deviated entirely from their usual path with its twists and turns. Yet, as time ticked away, all they encountered was the chilling wind, while the figure in the black robe brought nothing but silence. Chapter 8. A night together, will you wash first, or shall I? Qin Yuner inquired. Her voice laced with an alluring charm as she shed her outerwear while gazing at Jiang Feng. Gulp. Jiang Feng swallowed nervously, fully aware of his wariness towards Qin Yuner. Yet, he could not deny her beauty and captivating allure. Had it not been for his resolute will, he might have succumbed to her charms long ago. Ladies first. Jiang Feng feigned gallantry. Then I shan't be polite. Qin Yuner tossed her coat nonchalantly at Jiang Feng's feet and swayed her hips as she entered the bathroom. Moments later, she suddenly flung open the bathroom door, peeking out with a playful smile, her shoulder exposed. How about we wash together? Gulp. Jiang Feng swallowed again. His fists clenched tightly, his heart racing in a tumultuous rhythm. A vigorous young man like him could hardly withstand such temptation. Yet reason cautioned him against impulsive actions. Qin Yuner, a peculiar girl who had appeared out of nowhere, was not only a level 2 ability user, but also harbored a peculiar fondness for Jiang Feng. However, in his recollection, they had never met nor shared any encounters, while Qin Yun and Oppos seemed to know him intimately. Given Jiang Feng's naturally suspicious disposition, he could not easily lower his guard. Thus, with a polite smile, he responded to her invitation, perhaps another time? What a pity. Qin Yuner sighed dramatically. Her expression laced with regret as she slowly closed the bathroom door. Yet, within the faintest echoes, one could discern the sound of a blade returning to its sheath emanating from within. Phew. With the door finally shut, Jiang Feng exhaled a sigh of relief. Being around such an eccentric girl as Qin Yuner was utterly draining. He began to survey her room. It was simple and immaculate. A standard unit typical of the Alliance community. A subtle, refreshing fragrance lingered in the air, and there were no signs of anyone else residing there. As if Qin Yuner lived alone. Moreover, Jiang Feng noted that her provisions, like his own, consisted solely of energy bars. These energy bars, a staple for the impoverished in the Alliance era, were meant merely to stave off hunger, lacking any flavor. Unless one awakened their abilities and became a certified member of the Alliance, the monthly rations consisted of a limited number of these energy bars. This suggested that although Qin Yun and Oppos was a level 2 ability user, she had not obtained Alliance certification, nor had she become an official member. The reasons for this remained unclear to Jiang Feng, and he refrained from making unfounded assumptions. The enigma surrounding Qin Yuner only deepened. Creak. Just as Jiang Feng continued his observations, Qin Yuner emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel. Her damp hair, glistening shoulder, and unadorned yet exquisite visage rendered her even more alluring. There is a set of clean toiletries in the bathroom, prepared for you. After Qin Yuner finished speaking, she gestured for Jiang Feng to take a shower. Thank you. Jiang Feng's heart skipped a beat. She had even prepared toiletries for him, indicating that Qin Yuner had planned this in advance. This made Jiang Feng feel even more anxious. Gripping his small hammer tightly, he cautiously made his way toward the bathroom. Jiang Feng, why are you bringing a hammer just to take a shower? Qin Yuner looked at him, bewildered. I'm afraid of the dark. Jiang Feng clutched the small hammer tightly, though his excuse was rather flimsy. Any justification was worthwhile to ensure he had a weapon at hand in case of an unexpected attack during his shower. Qin Yuner rolled her eyes in exasperation and turned to fetch her change of clothes, her murmurs barely audible. Coward. Upon entering the bathroom, Jiang Feng indeed found a set of men's toiletries that had been prepared long before. In the corner, there lay a large machete, the sound of its blade returning to its sheath still echoing in his mind. Jiang Feng silently rejoiced, but simultaneously became even more cautious. Nevertheless, no unforeseen incident occurred until he stepped out of the bathroom. At that moment, Qin Yuner, dressed in her pajamas, was reclining on the sofa, her long, fair legs tantalizing to behold. Noticing Jiang Feng's return, she pointed to the tidy bed and declared, "You have a bad back, so you sleep in the bed, and I'll take the sofa." Huh. A jolt of surprise coursed through Jiang Feng. How did Qin Yuner know about his back? During the apocalyptic years, he had injured his back while evading zombies and had never fully recovered, but this was a secret known only to him. Looking back at Qin Yuner, an inexplicable sense of dread began to creep into his heart. Thank you, Jiang Feng replied, not one to be impolite. As he settled onto the bed with his small hammer, however, he found himself tossing and turning, unable to sleep. He glanced over at Qin Yuner and suddenly suggested, "Why don't you come up and sleep with me?" Qin Yuner stared at him, momentarily taken aback. Yet before she could respond, Jiang Feng continued, "Dream on. I'm not that kind of person." With that, he hugged his small hammer and turned away to sleep. You. Qin Yuner was at a loss for words, finally managing to utter, "As expected of you," never willing to concede. That night, Jiang Feng's sleep was far from peaceful. He not only dreamed of Sister Yu's alluring figure, her voluptuous bosom, and her fiery red lips, but also of Qin Yuner. Upon waking, Jiang Feng felt sore all over, as if the weariness from his dreams had seeped into reality. At that moment, Qin Yuner had already completed her morning routine and was frowning while munching on an energy bar, seemingly struggling with its taste. Jiang Feng said nothing, focusing on his own washing and eating an energy bar, then followed closely behind Qin Yuner as they made their way to the training hall. Little fatty? Chi-Chi. Upon arriving at the training hall, astonishment filled Jiang Feng's eyes. To his surprise, Yin Xiao Fatty and Chi-Chi were both lively and present in the training hall, completely contradicting Jiang Feng's earlier assumptions. Upon casting another glance at Jardy, he found himself yawning incessantly, his dark circles particularly pronounced, leaving one to wonder what clandestine activities he had engaged in the previous night. Yet, Jardy's attribute panel revealed no alterations whatsoever. Jardy, Zombie, Level 3. Superpower, Steel Body. The body hardens into steel, impervious to destruction. Physical fitness, 333. Sin value, 967. The sin value remained unchanged, neither increasing nor decreasing, indicating that Jardy had not hunted any humans last night, which perhaps explained the safety of Yin Xiaoping and Chi-Chi. Have I misjudged the situation? Or did something unforeseen transpire last night? And Oppose? Jiang Feng furrowed his brow, as the current circumstances deviated starkly from his expectations, instilling a sense of doubt in his own conjectures. Chapter 9. The Man in the Black Robe. Everyone. We shall continue our physical training today. Jardy yawned, briefly addressing the trainees before reclining in his chair to rest his eyes. Today, due to the absence of any trainees disappearing overnight, the atmosphere had noticeably lightened. As Jiang Feng initiated an intense session of physical training, he attracted the attention of many female trainees. With his continuous improvement in physical capabilities, Jiang Feng and Oppo's physique became increasingly robust, and the contours of his muscles exhibited a growing aesthetic appeal. Even some male trainees occasionally found it difficult to divert their gaze. While Jardy was ostensibly resting, he secretly opened his eyes during moments of drowsiness to glance at Jiang Feng. His eyes were peculiar and profound, revealing an unknown contemplation. Today, my physical value has reached 76. As the day of rigorous training came to an end, Jiang Feng reflected on his thoughts with a sense of melancholy. With his increasing physical prowess, the effectiveness of pure physical training for him seemed to diminish. He glanced at Qin Yuner, walking beside him, still frowning and reluctantly nibbling on an energy bar, stirring a mixture of emotions within him. His physical limit had yet to surpass hers. She stood at 77, while he remained at 76. As they walked, upon passing a dimly lit alley, Qin Yuner suddenly halted, raising her hand to stop the straightforward Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow, puzzled by her intentions. Clap, clap, clap. Just as confusion washed over Jiang Feng, applause resonated from a shadowy corner of the alley. Shortly after, a slightly raspy voice rang out. Not bad, quite alert. You've spotted me. Following the voice, a figure clad in a black robe emerged from the shadows. Jardi? Jiang Feng murmured in astonishment as he beheld the robed figure, although Jardi concealed his face and altered his voice in an effort to disguise himself. Jiang Feng could easily disregard the facade and directly access Jardi's attribute panel. Jardi, Zombie, Level 3, Ability, Steel Body, Body Hardened to Steel, Indestructible. Physical Value, 333. Sin Value, 967. The attributes were identical, the name unmistakable. Who else could it be but Jardi? You recognized me despite my impeccable disguise? Jardi exclaimed incredulously, pulling down his hood, staring at Jiang Feng in disbelief. He had believed his disguise to be flawless, yet Jiang Feng had seen through it, leading him to question his own abilities. Qin Yuner beside him also displayed a hint of surprise, clearly taken aback that the figure in black was indeed Jardi, and even more so that Jiang Feng could discern Jardi's disguise at a glance. Ruerue and the others were your prey, weren't they? Jiang Feng's expression grew serious as he fixed his gaze on Jardi. The very presence of Jardi here confirmed that his hunting targets for the night were himself and Qin Yuner. Given this revelation, certain matters no longer required concealment. Indeed, it is I. His secret would fade away once more with the tragic demise of Qin Yuner and Jiang Feng. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng felt a jolt in his heart. Indeed, it aligned with his suspicions, yet diverged in unexpected ways. Shouldn't you be hunting down Xiaopeng and Qi instead? Why have you suddenly set your sights on me? Jiang Feng gazed at Jiadia in confusion. A faint tremor crossed Jiadia's lips as he recalled his solitary plight in the biting cold of the previous night, enduring a sleepless vigil only to glean nothing. A sense of melancholy washed over him. Gradually, he opened his mouth and spoke. They are not urgent, but you. The more I observe, the more intriguing you become, compelling me to break my own rules and seek you out specifically. Jiang Feng's eyelids twitched. Jiadia's words tightened the tension behind him, instilling a sense that Jiadia harbored ulterior motives. As he regarded the somewhat domineering Qin Yuner, a tremor coursed through his heart. Initially, he had presumed that her sudden approach was ill-intentioned, but it now appeared he had misjudged her character. Qin Yuner truly was a good person. Interfere with me? Are you certain? Jiadia regarded the abruptly intervening Qin Yun and oppose. A chilling smile creeping across his visage. Then, his skin began to decay, transforming into a grotesque semblance of a zombie. Yet, his gaze remained sharp, brimming with lethal intent, unlike the mindless void typically associated with the undead in apocalyptic tales. Qin Yuner turned her head towards Jiadia, unfazed as she replied, "What is there to prevent?" As she spoke, her hair began to extend towards Jiadia, morphing into tendrils that ensnared him, adorned with blossoms exuding an intoxicating pink fragrance. An ability user? Jiadia felt a shock ripple through him. He had never anticipated that this newcomer, Qin Yuner, was endowed with such powers. Equally astonishing was her calm demeanor upon witnessing his true, horrifying form. However, these chaotic thoughts flickered in Jiadia's mind and soon dissipated as he regained his steely resolve and murderous intent. What of an ability user? You too shall meet your end. As he spoke, his skin began to harden into steel, radiating a cold, metallic sheen, rendering the vines incapable of penetrating his flesh or inflicting any substantial harm. Simultaneously, with a mere exertion, he snapped the vines apart and swiftly advanced towards Qin Yuner and Jiang Feng. Bind. Qin Yuner, witnessing Jiadia's effortless escape from her entangling vines, abruptly changed her expression, summoning more vines to obstruct Jiadia. Jiang Feng's brows arched slightly as he discerned Qin Yuner's genuine concern for him, her apprehension palpable. Yet, she mistakenly believed him to be a liability, which was a grave error. Jiang Feng, too, was now an ability user and far from weak. With a determined exhale, Jiang Feng raised his formidable hammer, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he declared, "You restrain him, and the rest. Allow me to showcase my prowess." With that, he too surged toward Jia with fervor. On Jiang Feng's system panel, he could clearly see that Jardy's stamina values were gradually declining. Stamina 333, 332, stamina 333, 331. Stamina 333, 330. Jardy's real-time stamina was diminishing at a rate of -1 per minute. As long as Qin Yuner could endure, she would eventually exhaust Jardy. However, the use of the Vine Entanglement also consumed stamina, and with Qin Yuner's stamina only at 77, it was likely that she would tire before she could completely eliminate Jardy, given the damage from the vines and the minor poison effects. Therefore, it was imperative that Jiang Feng intervene in this battle. With determination, Jiang Feng swiftly approached Jardy, raising the iron hammer in his hand and striking forcefully upon Jardy's head. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed, yet Jardy's resilient metallic cranium suffered no damage at all. Instead, Jiang Feng was sent flying. Through the system panel, Jiang Feng noted that Jardy's real-time stamina had only decreased by 5. -5. Jiang Feng felt a surge of frustration. At this rate, swiftly defeating Jardy seemed a mere fantasy. Thus, he silently adjusted the hammer's head, positioning the pointed side as the striking surface. Chapter 10. To spare the force was commendable, but alas, it was merely that. Jia held Jiang Feng in utter contempt. A mere 5 points of stamina depletion were insignificant to him. Moreover, Jiang Feng's desperate assaults were not sustainable for long. After all, the immense consumption of energy, whether from zombies or humans, could not be endured indefinitely. Quickly, we are no match for him, Qin Yuner urged Jiang Feng, her expression fraught with anxiety. The brief skirmish had already led her to a conclusion. Given their current strengths, defeating Jia was akin to chasing shadows. Yet, before their stamina was fully exhausted, Qin Yuner was confident that she could hold Jia at bay. This was their path to survival. Not yet. Let us try again. Amidst Jia and Appo's disdain and Qin Yuner and Appo's worries, Jiang Feng charged at Jia once more, summoning all his strength to swing the iron hammer in his grasp. The remaining 36 points of stamina surged forth in an instant. Bang! This time, it was not Jiang Feng who was sent flying, but rather the sharp hammerhead that plunged directly into Jia's reinforced skull. It worked. A spark of joy ignited within Jiang Feng, and he swiftly retreated, his gaze fixed intently on Jia. Scrutinizing his attributes, stamina -30? Useful. Jiang Feng noted that Jia required 30 points of stamina to recover from the damage inflicted on his head, rekindling his fighting spirit. Although 5 points of damage felt somewhat lacking, 30 points were definitely worth pursuing. You shall perish. Jia's concave skull gradually began to revert to its original form, and the fury in his gaze directed at Jiang Feng was almost palpable. Ha, come again. Seeing the effect of his blow, Jiang Feng was elated, disregarding Jia and Appo's wrath. He persevered through the darkest moment of exhaustion and then, beep. System notification, stamina limit reached, stamina 1. Beep. System notification, congratulations, post, stamina 1. Current stamina 77. With his stamina restored, Jiang Feng charged at Jia once more without hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. Like a tireless machine, Jiang Feng relentlessly hammered Jia's head, depleting his stamina time and again, only to recover and renew his efforts, repeatedly starting afresh. How long will you go on? Jia was driven to madness, bewildered by Jiang Feng's ability to disregard exhaustion and continue his relentless assault. Qin Yuner gasped in astonishment, staring at Jiang Feng. Back in the day, you were mimicking me? What do you mean? Jiang Feng looked at Qin Yuner in confusion, unable to comprehend her words. Back in the day? We've only known each other for 2 days. Where does that come from? Qin Yuner seemed to have recalled something, then shook her head with a wry smile, saying, It's nothing. Let us continue. We must eliminate this menace. All right. Jiang Feng, undeterred, after regaining his stamina, charged at Jia once more. Upon witnessing the scene, Jardy was engulfed by fear, no longer daring to withstand the onslaught with his tempered body. Regrettably, Qin Yuner desperately urged the vines, binding Jardy tightly, leaving him utterly defenseless. How much longer will you persist, you wretched woman? Jardy roared, his fury boiling over as he found no outlet for his pin-up rage. Now ensnared by Qin Yuner's relentless vines, he was driven to the brink of madness. Bang! Before Jardy could exact revenge on Jiang Feng, the latter's hammer once again pierced through his skull. You bastards! You shameless scoundrels! Jardy bellowed, tearing at the vines released by Qin Yuner with unyielding ferocity. Unfazed, Qin Yuner threw herself into the fray, disregarding her rapidly depleting stamina as she fought to keep Jardy ensnared. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng seized the opportunity amidst their struggle, repeatedly striking Jardy's head with his hammer. Huff, huff, huff. Jiang Feng gasped for breath, losing count of how many times he had exhausted his energy. Yet he dared not relent, acutely aware that Qin Yuner's stamina was also nearly spent. Qin Yuner has 7 points of stamina left, while Jardy retains 51 points. Time is running short, and oppos. Jiang Feng silently calculated, his gaze fixed on the system panel displaying Qin Yuner's and Jardy's attributes, constantly assessing the feasibility of this battle. Once more, Jiang Feng leaped, charging at Jardy with the same reckless abandon, depleting the last of his stamina. Bang! Jardy's skull was breached yet again, consuming 30 points of stamina to fully recover, leaving him with merely 21 points remaining. Damn it! How infuriating! Jardy roared in rage, never anticipating he would be brought to such disarray by Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner. Gritting his teeth, he slapped his waist, and a crimson halo enveloped him. Upon witnessing this, Qin Yuner's pupils constricted in alarm, urgently calling out to Jiang Feng, "We can't win. We must retreat." Yet Jiang Feng was unwilling to concede. With Jardy at just 21 points of real-time stamina left, if he could deplete just one more point, it would activate his unique ability. To abandon this opportunity would be a grave mistake. After all, defeating a level 3 mutated zombie would undoubtedly yield substantial rewards from the system. Determined to strive for victory, Jiang Feng gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his brow, and with sheer willpower, he lifted the mighty hammer once more. Ding! System notification, stamina limit reached, current stamina 1. Ding! System notification, congratulations, host stamina is now 1, current stamina 85. Trust me, let me try once more. Jiang Feng charged at Jardy. This battle's outcome hinging on whether his strike could sap Jardy of that crucial stamina point. Binding. As Qin Yuner saw Jiang Feng sprinting forth, she expended her remaining stamina to ensnare Jardy with the vines. Bang! The iron hammer wielded by Jiang Feng struck Jardy's head, yet it merely pierced the crimson aura, leaving only a tiny dent upon impact. Humph! It does not hurt. Jardy chuckled scornfully, casting a glance at Jiang Feng, unwilling even to retaliate, for his confidence was unshakable. At that moment, Qin Yuner's stamina was utterly depleted. The vines withered completely, no longer capable of ensnaring Jardy. A tremor coursed through Jiang Feng's heart. With such minimal damage inflicted, as long as Jardy refrained from exhausting his energy to recuperate, Jiang Feng stood no chance whatsoever. Absent the aid of Qin Yuner's vines, it was inconceivable for Jiang Feng to inflict a significant blow upon Jardy, and time was not on his side for recovery. Even if he merely needed to endure the bleakest moment of exhaustion for an instant, the opportunity was non-existent. Jardy was no fool and would certainly strike. Is it truly to end this way? And oppos, are we destined to flee? And oppos, could it be? And oppos, Jiang Feng and oppos. S expression darkened, a flicker of despair glimmering in his eyes. At that precise moment, Jardy raised his hand to touch the small dent on his head, chuckling lightly as he expended a modicum of stamina to restore this trivial, superficial imperfection. Chapter 11. The chaotic techniques of combat in a moment of despair, having resolved to flee. Jiang Feng's spirits were suddenly lifted upon seeing the system panel displaying Jardy's real-time stamina at -1. He could scarcely believe that Jardy would choose, at such a critical juncture, to expend 1 point of stamina to mend a trivial dent on his head. One must admit, Jardy was indeed a remarkable individual. Jiang Feng found himself developing a certain fondness for Jardy. What are you laughing at? The self-satisfied Jardy, upon noticing Jiang Feng's amused expression, immediately darkened his countenance. You are oblivious to your impending doom. It seems you are truly foolish. It is you who will perish. Unperturbed, Jiang Feng grasped the iron hammer in his hand. With Jardy's stamina now at a mere 20 points, he was on the brink of triggering his extraordinary ability to execute. Moreover, Jiang Feng still possessed 45 points of stamina, ample enough to launch another assault. By all accounts, Jiang Feng held the upper hand. However, Jardy was far from convinced. He believed that Jiang Feng's repetitive attacks could only inflict a minor dent upon him, a trivial injury that could hardly be deemed lethal. With a defiant gaze, Jardy stood with his hands in his pockets, dismissing the notion that Jiang Feng could pose any threat. Ding! System notification. Enemy stamina below 20. Extraordinary execution triggered. The notification echoed in Jiang Feng's mind, and in that moment, the iron hammer in his grasp disregarded the crimson aura surrounding Jardi, striking directly at his head. With a resounding crash, Jardi's skull was obliterated by Jiang Feng's blow, brain matter splattering forth. Remarkably, until his final breath, Jardi maintained his posture, hands still tucked in his pockets, unable to fathom that Jiang Feng could truly harm him. With a sigh of relief, Jiang Feng felt his body tremble violently. Exhausted from 10 consecutive depletions of stamina, he had persevered through the darkest of moments, and now he was utterly fatigued. Arise! Jiang Feng gritted his teeth, attempting to lift the hammer once more, hoping to seize this rare opportunity to increase his stamina limit by 1 more point. Alas, he was too weary. He could no longer raise the weapon. In fact, due to overexertion, his body swayed precariously, on the verge of collapse. It is unnecessary. He is already dead. At that moment, Qin Yuner swiftly approached Jiang Feng's side, embracing him tightly and gently pressing down on his hand that was attempting to lift the hammer. Am I formidable? Jiang Feng gazed at Qin Yun and Appos, a weary smile breaking through the sweat on his face. Qin Yun and Appos, visibly moved, responded with a tremble in her voice. Indeed. You are. Jiang Feng wished to say more, but the relentless drain on his stamina had finally taken its toll, and his strained nerves could endure no longer. He fainted instantly. On the riverbank, Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner quietly observed Jardi's corpse, now being devoured by mutated fish, their expressions serene amidst the chaos. Jiang Feng, have you come to our training center merely to protect me? This evening's encounter made Jiang Feng realize that Qin Yuner harbored no ill intentions towards him. Rather, she seemed to possess a profound kindness for him. Qin Yuner, indeed. Jiang Feng, why? Qin Yuner, I owe you. Jiang Feng. In Jiang Feng and Appos' recollection, he and Qin Yuner were unfamiliar with each other, so how could there be a notion of indebtedness? Yet, Qin Yuner's expression was resolute, devoid of jest. This left Jiang Feng questioning whether there was a flaw in his memory. Jiang Feng, when did we meet? Qin Yuner, 14 years hence. Jiang Feng. A tremor coursed through Jiang Feng and Appos' heart. After all this time, Qin Yuner was, astonishingly, a reincarnate. Jiang Feng had believed that possessing an apocalyptic system was the hallmark of a protagonist, but he had not anticipated that Qin Yuner and Appos' narrative was far more formidable. Being a reincarnation cheat, Qin Yuner cast a furtive glance at Jiang Feng, noticing that he displayed little shock. On the contrary, he seemed to accept her reincarnation with remarkable swiftness. Jiang Feng's mature composure elicited admiration from Qin Yuner. Jiang Feng, could you enlighten me on what transpired between us in the past? Jiang Feng was not a reincarnate. Thus, he was oblivious to events 14 years later. However, observing Qin Yuner's demeanor, it was evident they had shared some extraordinary experiences. Otherwise, she would not have placed such significance on him post-rebirth. Qin Yuner, I cannot. Jiang Feng, why not? Qin Yuner, you are too weak. Jiang Feng, it appears I am facing a formidable adversary. Jiang Feng was neither foolish nor naive. Since Qin Yuner chose not to divulge, he would refrain from further inquiries. Seeing Jiang Feng's restraint, Qin Yuner was even more impressed by his emotional steadiness. It was no wonder that 14 years later, only Jiang Feng could stand resolute. Jiang Feng, one final question. When did you experience your rebirth? Qin Yuner, in the early hours 5 days ago. As I suspected, Jiang Feng mused. Indeed, the early hours of 5 days prior coincided with the activation of his apocalyptic system. Let us depart. His corpse has been thoroughly devoured, effectively erasing all traces. Even if the Alliance seeks to trace us, it shall not be an easy endeavor. Observing this, Jiang Feng hastened to follow her, inquiring whether she had retrieved a red crystal from his belt before casting him into the river. That item must be a treasure, no? Qin Yuner shot him a glance and replied, You have already posed your final question. Jiang Feng pouted, feeling dejected and choosing to remain silent. Qin Yuner scoffed lightly, retrieving the red crystal from her pocket and tossing it to Jiang Feng, saying, Stingy, here you go. This was indeed a protective treasure. Possessing such an item indicated that Jardi and Appos' background was far from ordinary. You must safeguard this well. If discovered, it could spell danger for you. In this encounter with Jardi, you contributed the most, so the spoils ought to rightfully belong to you. Qin Yuner was forthright, not hoarding the treasure for herself, but bestowing it upon Jiang Feng as a reward for his valiant efforts. Benefits. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow slightly. In truth, even without the crimson crystal, he would not suffer any loss, for he still possessed the system's reward package, which he could claim at any time. It was merely that Jiang Feng had just fainted, which prevented him from claiming it promptly. As he reviewed the system information, he decisively clicked to receive the system reward. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, host, for successfully claiming the zombie-killing mission package. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the martial skill Chaos Hammer. Chaos Hammer, a hammer technique meticulously tailored for the host. Devoid of fixed moves, with a mere flick of the wrist, it can attack, defend, and parry, among other capabilities. Upgradable. Each strike consumes 20 stamina. Jiang Feng blinked in surprise. A martial skill specifically designed for him by the system? Indeed, this reward was remarkable. Moreover, each strike consuming 20 stamina would be unmanageable for others. However, Jiang Feng was different. After exhausting his stamina, as long as he endured the darkest hour, he could instantly recover his stamina, thus enabling him to wield the Chaos Hammer. In the future, as Jiang Feng's stamina increased, he would naturally be able to upgrade the Chaos Hammer, leading to a significant enhancement in his strength. Jiang Feng, have you awakened an extraordinary ability? Qin Yuner, who walked ahead, suddenly inquired. Indeed, Jiang Feng did not conceal this from Qin Yuner, as his earlier performance was far beyond what an ordinary person could achieve. Chapter 12. The investigation team. In response to Qin Yuner's inquiry, Jiang Feng pondered for a moment before nodding and stating, "My ability is physical recovery." He refrained from revealing that his true power was execution. On one hand, his recent display made his ability seem more like physical restoration, while execution remained his secret weapon, one he could not afford to disclose lightly. On the other hand, having endured the trials of a post-apocalyptic era, Jiang Feng had become inherently suspicious. Although he trusted that Qin Yuner bore him no ill will, he was not prepared to fully disclose his trump card. Qin Yuner's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Could it be that your ability awakened in the early hours 5 days ago as well?" "Indeed, that aligns perfectly," she murmured, a glimmer of brilliance igniting in her gaze. In her previous life, Jiang Feng had not awakened any abilities yet managed to stand alone after 14 years. Now that he had awakened his powers, he would undoubtedly turn the tide in the years to come. However, recalling her moment of doubt during the battle with Jardi, when she questioned whether Jiang Feng had been feigning his abilities, a pang of guilt struck her. She chastised herself for her selfishness and unfounded suspicions toward him. "I'm sorry, I misunderstood you when I accused you of acting," she apologized earnestly. This display of remorse made Jiang Feng somewhat uncomfortable, as he too had not been entirely forthright. "Ahem, let us not dwell on the past," he suggested, attempting to shift the focus. Noticing the faint blush on Jiang Feng's cheeks, Qin Yuner found herself at a loss for words. She steeled her expression and reminded him, "Let us refrain from mentioning Jardi tonight." "Jardi? What Jardi? Did we meet anyone by that name tonight?" Jiang Feng feigned ignorance, prompting a roll of her eyes from Qin Yuner, who recognized his adeptness at acting. As she walked ahead, she could faintly hear him muttering to himself, "A man's words are deceitful." That night, both Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner slept restlessly, each preoccupied with their own thoughts. Qin Yuner contemplated Jardi's true identity and whether his demise would attract the attention of the upper echelons of Sector 11. Furthermore, with Jiang Feng having awakened his abilities, could he initiate his plans ahead of schedule? Meanwhile, Jiang Feng tossed and turned, unable to find rest, as he vividly recalled the sensation of being cradled by Qin Yuner. Her alluring figure, fragrant essence, and enticing breaths. After a night of restless contemplation, Jiang Feng finally succumbed to slumber just before dawn, only to be abruptly awakened by an alarm. Upon waking, he found that Qin Yuner had risen early, her brow furrowed as she consumed a tasteless energy bar. Since learning of her rebirth, Jiang Feng had come to understand her peculiar behavior. After all, those endowed with extraordinary abilities can procure genuine sustenance from the Alliance, rather than relying on the monotonous energy bars that merely stave off hunger. Nevertheless, Jiang Feng had long since acclimated to this reality. After a brief grooming, he bit into an energy bar and, alongside Qin Yuner, made his way to the training hall, one after the other. "Brother Feng, something terrible has happened." Upon arriving at the ability training hall, Jiang Feng was swiftly pulled aside by Yin Xiaoping, who spoke in a flustered tone. "Brother Feng, Instructor Jardi, has died." "Oh." Jiang Feng and Appo's eyelids flickered. True to form, Yin Xiaoping was a well-informed individual. He had learned of Jardy and Apos' demise with remarkable swiftness. Jiang Feng feigned ignorance, responding, "Is that so?" Yin Xiaoping nodded emphatically, asserting, "Indeed. I heard that the upper echelons of District 11 are furious and have dispatched an investigative team to specifically look into Instructor Jardy's cause of death." A chill ran through Jiang Feng as he realized that Jardy and Apos' identity was indeed more complex than it seemed, drawing the attention of the higher authorities so rapidly. Simultaneously, he found himself curious about how a mere ordinary person like Yin Xiaoping had come to possess such information. Could it be that someone who had yet to awaken their abilities could be privy to the decisions made by the upper echelons of District 11? Jiang Feng couldn't help but regard Yin Xiaoping with newfound respect. Just then, a hurried teacher Li entered the classroom, his expression fraught with concern as he addressed the students. "Dear students, I must convey some unfortunate news. It has just been confirmed that our training instructor, Teacher Jardy, was murdered last night." "What? This cannot be." The students gasped in disbelief. Wasn't Teacher Jardy a level 3 ability wielder? Could he have encountered a beast that infiltrated the community? The news of Jardy's death swiftly incited panic among the trainees. They had believed themselves safe after the previous day's uneventful happenings. Yet, who could have anticipated that a level 3 ability wielder like Jardy would meet with such a fate? These students, mere ordinary individuals yet to awaken their abilities, were not merely mourning the loss of a mentor. They felt a looming threat hang over them. If even Jardy could fall, then surely their own safety was in jeopardy. "Everyone, please remain calm," Teacher Li hastily reassured them. "The higher-ups are extremely outraged by Teacher Jardy and Apos' death and have specifically sent an investigative team. They will not rest until they uncover the truth behind his demise. You can be assured that with the investigative team on the case, they will apprehend the beast that infiltrated our community. Even if they are unable to capture it, the beast will surely be deterred from causing harm." Before proceeding, Teacher Li urged everyone to cooperate fully with the investigative team, emphasizing the importance of transparency regarding any knowledge they might possess about Teacher Jardy's situation. As he calmed the students, he welcomed the investigative team into the classroom. Upon hearing that an investigative team was present, the students collectively exhaled in relief. They finally felt a sense of security. "Wonderful. With the investigative team involved, we can finally feel at ease. For the sake of Teacher Jardy, the team has mobilized. It seems his identity was indeed extraordinary." Silence. "The members of the investigation team are watching us closely," the students whispered among themselves, but soon, the formidable presence of the investigation team enveloped them, leaving them breathless and speechless. They could only furtively observe the members of the team with great caution. Most of these individuals were veterans who had once served in the ability teams of the Alliance community, previously hailed as heroes in their battles against the aberrant beasts. Not only did they possess extraordinary powers, but they also emanated a palpable aura of lethality, far surpassing that of ordinary individuals who had yet to awaken their abilities. Particularly striking was the team leader of the investigation squad, whose face bore a deep scar, his piercing gaze reminiscent of a wild beast. Among the crowd, Jiang Feng discreetly scrutinized the investigation team, ultimately fixating on the scarred leader. "Is he also a zombie?" Jiang Feng's heart sank as he perused the attribute information of the scarred leader displayed on his system panel. The revelation that the leader of the investigation team from the upper echelon of Alliance District 11 was a zombie indicated that the upper levels of District 11 had already been thoroughly infiltrated by the undead. Chapter 13. Investigation Results. Esteemed trainees, I am Lin Hu, the captain of this investigative team, entrusted with the solemn task of uncovering the cause of Instructor Jardy's demise. The scarred-faced captain introduced himself to the trainees at the training hall, asserting, "I hope for your full cooperation in our endeavors. Speak freely and truthfully. Should anyone dare to deliberately conceal information or report falsehoods, consider this a forewarning of my unrelenting approach." As Lin Hu spoke, the intensity in his gaze grew increasingly menacing, transforming his reminder into a palpable warning. The trainees felt a shiver of trepidation at his words. After all, Lin Hu and Apos' imposing presence was undeniably intimidating. Amidst the crowd, Jiang Feng cautiously accessed the system panel to scrutinize Lin Hu's attributes. Lin Hu, zombie, level 6, ability, fangs, sharp fangs emerge from the mouth, indestructible. Capable of tearing apart enemies, physical strength, 618. Sin value, 1399. Impressive. Jiang Feng's eyelids flickered. Lin Hu's attributes were nothing short of terrifying. As a level 6 mutated zombie with a physical strength of 618, even if Jiang Feng were to strike relentlessly, It would take an inordinate amount of time to bring Lin Hu down, given his regenerative capabilities. Faced with such a formidable adversary, Jiang Feng resolved to remain discreet. Yin Xiaoping, Qi, come here. Lin Hu's first inquiries were directed towards none other than Yin Xiaoping and Qi, who, despite being the intended targets of Jardi, had miraculously survived. This scene caused Jiang Feng and Appo's heart to sink. It was evident that Lin Hu had come prepared. Captain Lin. Yin Xiaoping and Qi approached Lin Hu with palpable anxiety. Having never encountered someone of his caliber up close, their nerves palpable. Lin Hu disregarded their trepidation and stated bluntly, "Where were you last night? And what were you doing? Did you encounter Instructor Jardi? Last night, we..." Yin Xiaoping and Qi dared not conceal anything and recounted their experiences from the previous night. Lin Hu furrowed his brow as he listened, then silently produced 2 maps. Instructing, mark your movements from last night. There must be no discrepancies. Understood. Yin Xiaoping and Qi hurriedly complied, lacking the audacity to play tricks in front of the investigative team. Thus, Lin Hu continued his inquiries, summoning groups of trainees based on their companionship in hopes of uncovering any clues. Regrettably, he met with a string of fruitless outcomes. Before long, it was Jiang Feng and Qin Yun'er's turn for questioning. You two, where were you last night, and what did you do? Lin Hu glared coldly at them, his authoritative tone imposing. Qin Yun'er, appearing somewhat flustered, instinctively shifted behind Jiang Feng and timidly replied, "Last night, we were at home." "Whose home?" Lin Hu pressed. "My home," Qin Yun'er answered. "Lin Hu, what are you doing?" "Captain Lin, of course, I'm engaged in the things I enjoy most." Last night, Jiang Feng and Qin Yun'er had already communicated in advance, and all information had been unified, so there was no chance of exposure. Lin Hu folded the map and continued toward the next group of subjects for investigation. Jiang Feng and Qin Yun'er exchanged furtive glances, their eyes clearly conveying, "Your acting is commendable." Likewise, on that day, the training hall was devoid of trainees, as everyone was cooperating with Lin Hu's investigation. Moreover, the death of Jiadie had rendered them disinclined to train. With consecutive incidents involving both students and teachers, no one wished to wander through the streets at the witching hour. Lin Hu stood respectfully, facing a striking woman in a red qipao with flowing long hair. Although she appeared to be in her 20s, an air of sophistication that belied her age emanated from her. At that moment, the qipao-clad beauty stood by the window, delicately swirling a goblet of crimson wine with her slender fingers. "Have you identified the culprit? Is there a suspect?" The qipao beauty turned, her gaze calm as it met Lin Hu and Appo's. "Speak," she commanded. Lin Hu replied, "There's a Yin Xiaoping and a Qi. These two have been designated as targets by the young master, yet they remain unscathed." "And the other two?" the qipao beauty inquired. "The other two are Jiang Feng and Qin Yun'er. They appear entirely normal, with no discernible flaws, yet their excessive normalcy raises suspicion." Lin Hu articulated his deductions. While Yin Xiaoping and Qi were the most suspect, their routes last night had primarily followed official paths, with witnesses easily traceable. However, it could not be ruled out that someone was covertly protecting them, possibly orchestrating Jiadie's demise. As for Jiang Feng and Qin Yun'er, their unchanging demeanor amidst the turmoil of recent disappearances only intensified the suspicion. Nevertheless, whether it was Yin Xiaoping and Qi or Jiang Feng and Qin Yun'er, Lin Hu possessed only conjectures, devoid of concrete evidence. "Chief, what shall we do next?" Lin Hu raised his gaze to the qipao beauty, awaiting her instructions. She swirled her glass of red wine and said coldly, "In 3 days, the Alliance will be recruiting new members. During that time, ensure these 4 individuals are covertly selected for the advanced team." Lin Hu and Appo's brow twitched, and he instantly grasped the qipao beauty and Appo's intent. Neither Yin Xiaoping nor Qi, nor Jiang Feng or Qin Yun'er seemed capable of executing Jiadie's assassination. Thus, to draw out their hidden puppeteer, the advanced team, perpetually teetering on the brink of peril, was the most fitting choice. Should any among the 4 find themselves in danger, with an adept assisting them, it would undoubtedly link them to Jiadie's untimely demise. As for casting all 4 individuals into the advanced team, whether it would inadvertently lead to the demise of the other 3 was of no concern to the woman in the Cheongsam, and Lin Hu was equally indifferent. The subordinate understood and promptly set about his task. Lin Hu acknowledged this with a brief response before swiftly departing. The woman in the Cheongsam stood coldly by the window, murmuring to herself, "Regardless of who the perpetrator is, they must pay for the death of my son, Jiadie." As she spoke, she tilted her head back and consumed the wine in her glass. Yet, After the wine slid down, a vivid crimson stain clung to the glass's surface. This was not mere wine, but unmistakably blood. Chapter 14. Registration. 3 days later, the Alliance's biannual recruitment officially commenced. Yet Jiang Feng found himself disheartened as he gazed at his attributes panel. Jiang Feng. Human. Level 1. Ability. Execution. Instantly kill enemies with stamina below 20 points. Stamina. 88. Kill count. 14. For 3 whole days, despite his rigorous stamina training, Jiang Feng had only managed to increase his stamina limit by a mere 3 points. As his physical prowess grew stronger, ordinary training sessions became insufficient to swiftly deplete his stamina. Consequently, it often took an entire day just to gain a single point in stamina. This realization led Jiang Feng, who once naively believed he could become invincible solely through physical training, to reflect on how childish and absurd his earlier thoughts had been. And Oppos, from now on, I must seek new and suitable methods to enhance my stamina. And Oppos, Jiang Feng muttered to himself, recognizing that such an extraordinary system mechanism, if squandered, would be a tremendous waste. At that moment, Qin Yuner, who accompanied Jiang Feng to the Alliance Recruitment Center, suddenly turned to him and asked, "Have you remembered what I instructed you earlier?" Jiang Feng, exasperated, rolled his eyes and replied, "Of course, I remember. You've mentioned choosing the 3rd advanced team at least 10 times. How could I possibly forget?" "You better not." Qin Yuner shot him a glare, as joining the 3rd advanced team was a crucial element of her plan, leaving no room for error. "Brother Feng, good news. Good news." Just as Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner arrived at the Alliance Recruitment Center, Yin Xiaoping rushed over from a distance, his face beaming with excitement. "Oh?" Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow, allowing Yin Xiaoping to pull him aside. He was quite intrigued by Yin Xiaoping, known for his knack for acquiring insider information. Jiang Feng pretended as if nothing had happened, engaging in amiable banter with Yin Xiaoping. They were both adults, and despite any underlying grievances, it was important to maintain a semblance of cordiality. Tales of swift vengeance belonged to fiction. Real life was governed by the complexities of human relationships. Once they were a safe distance away, Yin Xiaoping cautiously surveyed their surroundings before whispering to Jiang Feng, "Brother Feng, from what I understand, the high-ranking officials in our District 11 have decided to increase the quota for logistics personnel in this recruitment. Within the Alliance community, roles were distinctly defined, encompassing advanced teams, reconnaissance teams, patrol teams, and numerous logistics divisions. Typically, the Alliance recruitment sought to admit a portion of ordinary individuals who had yet to awaken their abilities. And with the increase in logistics positions, individuals like Yin Xiaoping, who had not yet manifested any powers, now had a greater chance to secure formal employment within the Alliance. Achieving such a status would significantly enhance their benefits, representing a coveted lifestyle. However, Jiang Feng appeared somewhat indifferent upon hearing this news, prompting Yin Xiaoping to blink in confusion, raising an eyebrow as he failed to comprehend Jiang Feng and Oppos' calm demeanor. "Ladies and gentlemen, the Alliance recruitment registration has officially begun. Please form an orderly line." The voice of the staff echoed, announcing that those with awakened abilities should register in the 1st group, while those yet to awaken should join the 2nd. A throng of individuals surged towards the registration area. "Brother Feng, you're in the wrong line. This group is for those whose abilities have yet to awaken. Yours is for those who have." Yin Xiaoping shouted anxiously from the 2nd group queue, directing his concern towards Jiang Feng. However, Jiang Feng remained unperturbed. "Name?" the staff inquired. "Jiang Feng," he replied. "Ability? Physical recovery. Please place your hand here for an ability level check." Jiang Feng calmly extended his hand onto the testing machine. Beep. The machine emitted a sound, and the screen displayed Jiang Feng's ability level 1. What? Yin Xiaoping, standing in the 2nd group, was momentarily stunned. He never anticipated that Jiang Feng had already awakened his abilities. "Name?" "Qin Yuner," she stated. "Ability? Vine. Please place your hand here for an ability level check." Qin Yuner, too, with composure, placed her hand on the testing machine. Beep. The machine sounded again, revealing Qin Yuner and Oppos' ability level 2. What? Yin Xiaoping gasped once more, unable to fathom that Qin Yuner, who had just joined their training facility, had also awakened her abilities, and at level 2 no less. "Am I the only novice here?" Yin Xiaoping murmured to himself in disbelief, then slowly moved forward in the queue, signing his name at the registration for those yet to awaken their abilities. For this recruitment by the Alliance, the number of registered awakened ability users reached 50, while those yet to awaken totaled 258. The awakened users were directed to the trial pavilion for the second round of selection, while those without awakened abilities remained in place, waiting for the examiners and Oppo's second round of interviews. After the registration concluded, the staff announced the pertinent information and led the 50 awakened individuals to the trial pavilion. Both Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner were among them. Meanwhile, Yin Xiaopeng was left behind, watching Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner depart with a complex expression in his eyes. Now, you are all ability users. As per usual practice, you will form teams of 5, creating 10 small squads, and then engage in combat against the beast. During the battle, the captains of various alliance teams will select individuals based on their performance. Should anyone ultimately remain unchosen, they will be assigned to subsequent departments. Please, give it your all. After escorting Jiang Feng, Qin Yuner, and the other 48 awakened ability users to the trial pavilion, the staff outlined the forthcoming procedures. The alliance community comprises various combat teams, including reconnaissance squads, patrol teams, and investigative units, alongside numerous groups within the later departments. However, the standing of the later departments pales in comparison to that of the teams engaged in combat with the otherworldly beasts, and the disparity in benefits and treatment is equally pronounced. Consequently, every awakened individual yearns to join a combat team. The criteria for selection into these teams hinge upon each member's performance during encounters with these formidable creatures. Given that the standard team configuration consists of 5 members, the selection of personnel within each squad demands meticulous consideration. Individuals like Qin Yuner, possessing control-type abilities, are typically the preferred allies. Yet, despite the numerous invitations from second- and third-tier empowered individuals, Qin Yuner remains utterly indifferent. I may join, but he must accompany me. Qin Yuner unequivocally asserted her position to those who sought her participation. If they wished for her inclusion, it was imperative that Jiang Feng be part of her team. Otherwise, the discussion was moot. If you insist on bringing him along, then forget it. Have you considered the ramifications? Carrying a burden could adversely affect the team's performance. Why risk it? Be cautious, as his presence might even jeopardize your own selection. The empowered individuals who had approached Qin Yuner were dissuaded upon realizing her unwavering demand for Jiang Feng's inclusion. This scene left Jiang Feng utterly speechless, pondering. Do I truly appear so inept? Chapter 15. The battle commences. Jiang Feng found himself in a state of utter dismay. He pondered earnestly, recognizing that his combat prowess was commendable. Yet, in the eyes of other abilities users, he appeared to be merely a burdensome liability. Qin Yuner, with a playful grin, directed her teasing gaze at Jiang Feng, intentionally provoking him. Well, it seems, you are lacking, man. Jiang Feng was rendered speechless. How could a man be deemed inadequate? Yet, given the current circumstances, he indeed seemed to be so, for his presence deterred even the highly sought-after control-type abilities user, Qin Yuner, from forming a team. After all, she was not the sole control-type abilities user present. There was no necessity to forcibly accommodate a seemingly useless Jiang Feng in her squad. In typical team configurations, a control type is indispensable, while the remaining members are predominantly offensive types, with at least some auxiliary capabilities. However, Jiang Feng's ability for self-recovery was exclusively for his own benefit. He was neither a formidable attacker nor a strong auxiliary, rendering him rather unpalatable and potentially burdensome. Everyone aspired to swiftly vanquish the beast in battle, hoping to be selected by various combat teams, thus they approached personnel choices with utmost caution. Consequently, those of considerable strength would invariably overlook Jiang Feng. Greetings, I am Yu Shanchuan, a level 2 abilities user, specializing in spear thrusting. I hope to extend an invitation for you to join my team. As robust teams gradually assembled, someone finally approached Qin Yuner with an invitation. I can join, but he must come along. Qin Yuner reiterated her unwavering requirement. Others might judge solely by appearances, but she was different, having fought alongside Jiang Feng. She was acutely aware of his capabilities, which were anything but a hindrance. In fact, Qin Yuner believed that among those gathered, none could rival Jiang Feng. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was that he was the only one she trusted implicitly. Yu Shanchuan cast a glance at Jiang Feng, his eyes betraying a flicker of disdain. Yet he ultimately nodded and replied, "Very well, then I shall join." Qin Yuner promptly agreed to become part of Yu Shanchuan's team. Upon hearing this, Yu Shanchuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he eagerly introduced her to his other 2 teammates. Yuner, these 2 are my friends. This is Lin Ping, a level 1 abilities user specializing in charge attacks. And this is Hong Qian, a level 1 abilities user with a talent for poison enhancement. Although Yushanchuan's other two teammates were also level 1 abilities users, one being offensive and the other auxiliary, they appeared far more competent than Zhang Feng. Nevertheless, Qin Yuner maintained a cold demeanor, offering nothing more than a slight nod in acknowledgement, displaying no desire for further conversation. Yushanchuan, sensing the awkwardness, felt somewhat at a loss, managing only a sheepish smile, attempting to dismiss the discomfort. As for Jiang Feng, he exhibited no inclination to introduce himself to his new teammates, nor did he wish to familiarize them with his own presence. In Yushanchuan's strategy, Jiang Feng was merely an accessory to his recruitment of Qin Yuner, utterly inconsequential. Their team, with the highest level being a level 2 abilities user, would thus be tasked with confronting level 2 beasts. In the eyes of Yushanchuan, with Qin Yuner's control and the assistance of his two friends, he believed he could single-handedly turn the tide. Jiang Feng? Let him do as he pleases. Merely watching from the sidelines sufficed. The 5th team successfully hunted a beast, completing the task in 2 hours and 58 minutes. The 6th team, prepare yourselves. Soon, after all teams had formed, the battle with the otherworldly beasts commenced. The team led by Yushanchuan, alongside Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner, ranked among the lower echelons of the 10 teams in terms of combat strength, thus taking the 6th position to engage. Upon ascending the arena, Yushanchuan, along with his friends Lin Ping and Hong Qian, exhibited a slight unease. After all, this marked their inaugural confrontation with a foreign beast. Everyone, remain calm. I shall take charge, Yushanchuan proclaimed, feigning composure, yet his subtly trembling form betrayed his inner turmoil. Conversely, Jiang Feng and Qin Yun and Appos stood resolute, exhibiting no signs of anxiety or fear. Their prior experience in triumphing over a level 3 mutated zombie, Jia, had equipped them with combat acumen and a mindset far surpassing that of Yushanchuan and his companions. Particularly, Qin Yuner, as a reincarnate, possessed an abundance of battle experience. A mere level 2 beast held no trepidation for her. With a howling cry, a level 2 mutated gray wolf was summoned to the arena. This was the adversary Jiang Feng and his team were set to confront. Gray wolf, otherworldly beast, level 2. Ability, bronze skin and iron bone, fur as tough as iron. Physical strength, 233, kill count, 67, and Appos. Observing the wolf and Appos' attributes, Jiang Feng felt a pang of wistfulness. The level 2 gray wolf was formidable, yet merely that. It paled in comparison to Jia's attributes. What struck Jiang Feng as particularly unfortunate was that this beast could not activate the system's killing tasks, resulting in no rewards for vanquishing it. It seems the Apocalypse system only targets mutated zombies. Jiang Feng mused internally, preparing himself for the forthcoming battle. Despite the gray wolf being inferior to Jia, it warranted earnest attention, for Qin Yuner had expressly instructed Jiang Feng to exert himself fully in today's battle, striving to secure selection by the 3rd advanced team. Having promised Qin Yuner, Jiang Feng was determined to deliver. Everyone, let Yuner first subdue the gray wolf. Then follow my commands, timing our charge to strike with utmost speed. The shorter our battle duration, the better our performance. Enhancing our chances of being chosen by the combat team, Yushanchuan articulated, his voice slightly trembling, though he endeavored to maintain his composure. Confronting a foreign beast for the first time rendered him somewhat anxious. Understood. Hong Qian skillfully applied poison to the weapons of Yushanchuan and Lin Ping, while Jiang Feng chose to disregard the matter entirely. He was more focused on scrutinizing the gray wolf, as it was his first encounter with such a creature. It was said that otherworldly beasts possessed intelligence beyond mere abilities, particularly the higher-level beasts, whose cognitive capabilities could rival those of humans. At this very moment, the enigmatic beast, the gray wolf, fixed its cunning gaze upon Jiang Feng and his companions, fully aware that this confrontation would culminate in either their demise or its own. Suddenly, with an unexpected ferocity, the gray wolf lunged towards them, targeting none other than Jiang Feng, whom others deemed least threatening. Instinctively, the wolf recognized that this man posed the greatest peril. Just as the wolf initiated its assault, Qin Yuner swiftly unleashed her flowing hair, transforming it into tendrils that ensnared the beast and formed a cage around it. Remarkable! The timing was impeccable. She expended no energy unnecessarily and afforded the creature no opportunity to escape. This adept control-type girl was indeed impressive. As Qin Yuner contained the gray wolf within her vine prison, the captains of the combat squads below the arena showered her with praise. Attack! As soon as they witnessed Qin Yuner's successful entrapment of the wolf, Yushan commanded his companions, Lin Ping and Hong Qian, to charge at the beast. However, Jiang Feng remained rooted in place, unmoved. Chapter 16. A stunning display of useless. The already charged Yu Shanshuan, upon witnessing Jiang Feng standing motionless, his demeanor unyielding, was instantly infused with a glint of disdain. In his eyes, Jiang Feng epitomized cowardice, lacking even the courage to confront the ferocious beast, the Grey Wolf. What could he possibly achieve? Even Yu Shanshuan's subordinates, Lin Ping and Hong Qian, perceived Jiang Feng as paralyzed by fear, rendered immobile by the menacing presence of the Grey Wolf. With a resounding shout, Yu Shanshuan thrust his spear forward, its tip slicing through the air like a rainbow piercing the sun, aimed directly at the Grey Wolf ensnared within its vine prison. Foolish. At that moment, from the stands, Li Hongtu, the captain of the 3rd Reconnaissance Team, could no longer restrain his ire. Old 3, while Yu Shanshuan may have chosen an inopportune moment, his abilities are commendable. And considering it is his first encounter with a beast, you need not be excessively harsh. Wang Zhuang, the captain of the 2nd Reconnaissance Team, sported a seemingly innocent yet cunning smile as he perused Yu Shanshuan's dossier, offering him a defense. When Jiang Feng and the other newcomers entered the trial grounds, their profiles had already been distributed among the various team leaders. These leaders would ultimately select their preferred members based on each individual's records and performance. Li Hongtu cast a scornful glance at the good-natured Wang Zhuang, mocking, "Since you hold him in such high regard, why not include him in your own team?" Perhaps not. Wang Zhuang replied with an awkward chuckle, discreetly discarding the profiles of Yu Shanshuan and his 2 subordinates, Lin Ping and Hong Qian, into the trash. It was acceptable to speak a kind word on their behalf, but admitting a fool into his team was an absurd proposition. After all, their reconnaissance teams were tasked with exploring uncharted territories, fraught with peril. Each member must be an elite among elites. A single mistake could spell disaster for the entire unit. In truth, it was not just Wang Zhuang and Li Hongtu who discarded the profiles of Yu Shanshuan and his companions. Many team leaders followed suit. The moment Yu Shanshuan made his ill-timed choice, these leaders had tacitly eliminated him from consideration. Prepare to meet your end. Having leapt before the Grey Wolf, Yu Shanshuan smirked triumphantly as he thrust his spear towards the beast's forehead. At that instant, the Grey Wolf let out a fierce howl, tearing through the vines with its razor-sharp claws, nimbly evading what appeared to be a lethal strike from Yu Shanshuan. Simultaneously, the wolf effortlessly swatted Lin Ping and Hong Qian aside with its whip-like tail and, seizing the opportunity amidst Yu Shanshuan's attack, lunged toward his face. This is bad. Yu Shanshuan, stunned by the sudden turn of events as the Grey Wolf pounced upon him, found himself at a loss. Just then, Jiang Feng, who had remained still until now, sprang into action. He swung the hammer in his hand with fervor, aiming a heavy blow at the Grey Wolf. 40. This time, Jiang Feng held nothing back, refraining from indiscriminate strikes with his martial skills, and instead unleashed a full-powered blow, aiming to deliver a heavy blow to the beastly Grey Wolf. Splendid. From the stands, the captain of the 3rd Advanced Team, Li Hongtu, shouted with excitement, recognizing this as the prime moment for attack. The beasts, formidable creatures endowed with extraordinary abilities, possess not only formidable combat instincts but also a certain level of intelligence. Even relying solely on instinct, they surpass equally ranked ability users. Thus, the initial reckless charge of the Yu Mountain group provided the Grey Wolf with an opportunity, ultimately placing them in a perilous situation. Engaging in combat with such beasts necessitates a profound sense of calm, sharp perception, and significant combat talent. Jiang Feng's timing for his strike was impeccable, coinciding perfectly with the moment the Grey Wolf lunged at the Yu Mountain group, exposing itself defenselessly to his attack. The captain of the 2nd Advanced Team, Wang Zhuang, was equally impressed, glancing repeatedly at Jiang Feng's profile in his hands, murmuring, "A genius, a true combat genius." To be able to keenly seize the opportunity during the first encounter with a beast, his talent is on par with that of the level 2 ability user, Qin Yuner. The fleeting opportunity was not only grasped but fully capitalized upon. This lad greatly appeals to me. Wang Zhuang's admiration for Jiang Feng was evident. In truth, it was not just Wang Zhuang and Li Hongtu. The other team leaders were also gazing at Jiang Feng with expressions of admiration. Such an exceptional combat talent was someone each of them yearned to recruit into their squad. Bang! Jiang Feng's hammer struck swiftly, landing heavily on the Grey Wolf, sending it flying. Jiang Feng, regrettably, he paid him no heed, continuing his pursuit of the flung beast. Binding. At the same moment the Grey Wolf was knocked away, Qin Yuner skillfully ensnared it with vines. This time, caught off guard, The gray wolf was thoroughly bound by Qin Yuner, leaving it no room or opportunity to struggle. 48. Jiang Feng charged in once more, raising his hammer high and bringing it down with force, releasing all remaining 48 points of his energy in a single strike, aiming to severely injure the gray wolf. Crack! The beast was struck twice in quick succession by Jiang Feng, rolling helplessly across the arena, appearing utterly disheveled. As for Jiang Feng, he had exhausted his energy and was now gritting his teeth, struggling to lift the heavy hammer, battling through the darkest moment of fatigue. Perfect. From the stands, the captain of the third advanced team, Li Hongtu, was filled with excitement, his eyes gleaming. The synergy between Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner was nothing short of astonishing to him. Such exquisite coordination, achievable only by seasoned veterans who have worked together for years, was effortlessly displayed by this pair of newcomers. If he could recruit both Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner into his team, the squad's combat strength would undoubtedly ascend to a new pinnacle. Old 3, may I request something from you? Captain Wang Zhuang of the second advanced team gazed intently at Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He could hardly conceal the fervor within, yearning to recruit Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner into his team. Li Hongtu cast a sidelong glance at Wang Zhuang and remarked, "Do not seek my favor. I shall not acquiesce." Faced with such remarkable newcomers, Li Hongtu was naturally unwilling to part with them so easily. For such an opportunity could not be bartered with mere favors. Wang Zhuang seemed to anticipate this response, displaying no anger, only a disdainful smile as he replied, "Then let us rely on our own abilities and see who can win them over." It was not merely Li Hongtu and Wang Zhuang. The leaders of other combat teams were likewise fixated on Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner. They quietly extracted the profiles of Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner, both having become indispensable candidates for their recruitment endeavors. Chapter 17. The Evolution of the Grey Wolf. Jiang Feng, are you performing as me? Yu Shanshuan gazed at Jiang Feng, who was exhausting his physical limits in the darkest moment of struggle, his eyes filled with fury. In his view, Jiang Feng possessed such astonishing combat prowess, yet failed to disclose it from the outset and refused to heed his commands. Had Jiang Feng chosen to follow his lead and unitedly charge at the monstrous gray wolf, the current predicament would surely have been averted. Now, Lin Ping and Hong Qian had suffered severe blows and were essentially eliminated, while Yu Shanshuan himself had narrowly escaped the jaws of the gray wolf, undoubtedly incurring penalties as well. Yu Shanshuan believed that the root cause of this calamity lay in Jiang Feng's selfishness and insubordination. Blaming others for one's own folly? Jiang Feng shook his head in disbelief, too weary to elaborate on the matter with Yu Shanshuan. I understand. You are concerned that my superior level and abilities might eclipse your own, leading to my selection by the various combat teams. Yu Shanshuan fixed his gaze on Jiang Feng, a sneer curling his lips as he declared, "But let me tell you, Jiang Feng, my prominence cannot be so easily usurped in the presence of true strength. Your trivial schemes are nothing but laughable, childish antics, utterly futile." With an air of arrogance, Yu Shanshuan picked up his spear and boasted, "Next, I shall demonstrate my self-created martial technique, the spear's rapid stab." As he spoke, he swung his spear with fervor, charging towards the monstrous gray wolf that lurked behind a network of vines. The spear's rapid stab, the weapon transformed into a streak of icy brilliance, first shattering the tree net woven by Qin Yuner before reaching the gray wolf. Is he a fool? In the midst of battle, competing for glory with his own teammates? Such an imbecile is nothing but a source of peril. Yu Shanshuan's seemingly valiant advance appeared, to the leaders of the various combat teams, to be an act of extreme foolishness. The tree net painstakingly crafted by Qin Yuner, instead of being torn apart by the gray wolf, was obliterated by Yu Shanshuan's reckless attack, placing both Qin Yuner and Jiang Feng in grave danger. Even though Yu Shanshuan's technique seemed commendable, it could not compensate for the fatal blunder he had committed in battle. Consequently, the leaders who had initially kept Yu Shanshuan and Appo's file for further observation quietly discarded it into the trash. Unbeknownst to Yu Shanshuan, the leaders of the combat teams regarded him in such a light. He believed his gallant demeanor would garner admiration from many team leaders. The spear's rapid stab. Die. Damn beast. However, the gray wolf had already prepared itself when Yu Shanshuan tore through the tree net to charge at it. Now, the gray wolf concentrated all its strength into its fur, bracing against Yu Shanshuan's assault. While it appeared that every thrust from Yu Shanshuan was a critical strike, in reality, they merely grazed the creature's fur. Buzz! A sudden and unexpected glimmer of pale white light enveloped the extraordinary gray wolf. and its fur began to transform into a pristine white, becoming remarkably more resilient, akin to steel. Had it evolved? The extraordinary gray wolf had abruptly morphed into an extraordinary white wolf, astonishing all present, including the relentless assailant, Yushan Kun. In the midst of battle, witnessing such an evolution of a beast was exceedingly rare. It seemed that Yushan Kun had indeed met his match. Regrettably, the sixth squad was likely to face failure in their hunt. But what a failure! I have already set my sights on Jiang Feng and Qin Yun'er. The sudden evolution of the extraordinary gray wolf prompted the leaders of various combat squads in the stands to make their final predictions. Misfortune befell Yushan Kun. The sixth squad was destined for defeat, and Jiang Feng and Qin Yun'er would be claimed. Clang, clang, clang. The long spear, which had previously inflicted some damage, now merely generated sparks upon striking the level 3 extraordinary white wolf, and then there was nothing more. It was over. The impending failure loomed large before Yushan Kun. Despair etched in his eyes. He had initially hoped to showcase his prowess, but who could have anticipated that under his assault, the level 2 extraordinary gray wolf would not only survive but evolve into a level 3 extraordinary white wolf? He was fated to fail. How? The newly evolved extraordinary white wolf fixed its cold gaze upon Yushan Kun, as if questioning, "Are you done yet?" With a swift motion, it lunged at Yushan Kun, delivering a powerful blow that sent him flying. Crash! Yushan Kun stumbled and fell at the edge of the arena. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his spear shattered, and deep claw marks etched across his chest. Cursed be it, Jiang Feng, this is all your fault. Had you listened to my counsel from the beginning, none of this would have transpired. Following his defeat, Yushan Kun did not reflect upon his actions. Instead, he glared at Jiang Feng with resentment, attributing all his misfortune to him. As the subject of his ire, Jiang Feng noticed Yushan Kun's venomous gaze but found it beneath him to respond. Observing the transformation of the level 2 extraordinary gray wolf into a level 3 extraordinary white wolf, and the evolution of his ability from copper skin and iron bones to steel framework, Jiang Feng quietly adjusted the head of the small hammer in his grasp, flipping it to utilize the pointed end for striking. The moment had arrived for Jiang Feng and Qin Yun'er to take center stage. How? After sending Yushan Kun flying, the extraordinary white wolf finally turned its attention to the one it feared most, Jiang Feng. With a swift leap, the extraordinary white wolf charged directly at Jiang Feng. Yet, Jiang Feng stood his ground, wielding the small hammer with unwavering resolve. Martial technique, chaotic hammering. Bang, bang, bang. Though Jiang Feng and Apos' small hammer appeared to flail wildly, each strike was executed with precision, skillfully blocking and attacking. Moreover, with the hammer's head inverted, each thrust of the sharp end against the extraordinary white wolf resulted in a gushing spray of blood. Thus, Jiang Feng grew increasingly formidable in battle, while the otherworldly beast, the white wolf, found itself increasingly beleaguered. At the moment when Jiang Feng's stamina was nearly exhausted, Qin Yun'er would deftly ensnare the white wolf with vines, granting Jiang Feng precious time to recuperate. Their collaboration was exquisite, their attacks incisive, and their control unwavering. The level 3 beast, the white wolf, found itself at a complete disadvantage against their coordinated efforts. Yushan Kun, who lay on the ground unable to rise, was utterly dumbfounded. He could never have anticipated that the synergy between Jiang Feng and Qin Yun'er could unleash such terrifying combat prowess. Unbelievable. Damn it. Lin Ping and Hong Qian, who had been eliminated early, were equally beside themselves with frustration. Had they known of Jiang Feng and Qin Yun'er's formidable capabilities, they would never have foolishly followed Yushan Kun's commands. After all, if they had simply remained in Jiang Feng and Qin Yun'er's wake, they could have easily survived to successfully hunt the beasts. Alas, there are no if-onlys. Jiang Feng, leave the final strike to me. Just as Jiang Feng noticed the white wolf's stamina dwindling to 20 points and prepared to unleash his decisive ability, he was halted by Qin Yun'er. A sudden realization struck Jiang Feng, and he immediately feigned exhaustion, relinquishing the final opportunity for a kill to Qin Yun'er. Chapter 18. The Fate of the Yuanshan Group, Strangulation. Qin Yun'er exclaimed softly, then urged the vines to penetrate the gaping wound carved by Jiang Feng into the body of the ferocious white wolf. Subsequently, the vines churned, utterly shattering the creature's internal organs. Thus, the evolved white wolf, still unstable in its newfound foundation, met its demise at the hands of Jiang Feng and Qin Yun'er. Feigning exhaustion, Jiang Feng and Apos' gaze wandered, and indeed, he spotted Lin Hu in the stands. On the night Jiang Feng and Qin Yun and Apos' or had allied to eliminate Jiajie. They had resolved to conceal their utmost strength from the public eye, lest Jiajie's associates detect any anomalies. After all, as long as the Alliance officials had yet to declare Jiajie's death, their safety remained tenuous. Therefore, this time, Qin Yun and Oppos, merely employed the control of the vines without releasing any toxins. Although Jiang Feng unleashed his martial technique, the most potent ability, execution, was withheld. Their displayed prowess was formidable, yet still fell short of the threshold required to vanquish Jiajie. Clap, clap, clap. Remarkable, truly remarkable. The talent of each generation surpasses the last, cheered Wang Zhuang, the captain of the second reconnaissance team, his eyes riveted on Jiang Feng and Qin Yun'er, a level 2 ability user and a level 1 ability user managing to join forces to slay a level 3 ferocious white wolf. Their combat strength and synergy were undoubtedly the finest exhibited during this alliance recruitment. Though the level 3 white wolf had just completed its evolution and had not yet solidified its foundation, Jiang Feng and Qin Yun'er's performance was already a source of immense pride. Wang Zhuang's resolve to recruit Jiang Feng and Qin Yun'er was unequivocal. Just now? If that were true, then Jiang Feng must have mastered his martial techniques to an effortless degree. With this thought, Li Hongtu's eyes gleamed with fervor, determined to secure Jiang Feng and Qin Yun'er for his team. Indeed, I am fond of these two. So am I, echoed the other captains of combat squads, all eagerly eyeing Jiang Feng and Qin Yun and Oppos, with anticipation. In the realm of combat squads, losses were inevitable, apart from those who sacrificed themselves. Anyone severely injured would typically withdraw from active duty. Thus, recruitment remained a constant necessity. However, combat squads were unique. Those lacking strength or talent were often turned away. Individuals of Jiang Feng and Qin Yun'er's caliber were the most coveted recruits. I will never forgive you. Yuan Shan Group seethed, glaring at Jiang Feng, convinced that his elimination was solely due to Jiang Feng and Oppos' actions. Therefore, he harbored deep resentment, vowing to avenge himself in due time. Alas, Lin Ping and Hong Qian sighed. Reflecting on their misfortune, they realized they had no right to blame Jiang Feng, as their folly lay in their blind trust in Yuan Shan Group. Had they been wiser, they would not have faced such an early exit. Regrettably, other members of the trial teams also felt a sense of loss, lamenting their failure to choose Jiang Feng and Qin Yun'er. What they initially perceived as a burden, Jiang Feng ultimately emerged as the most dazzling figure in this trial arena. However, the opportunity for a second chance had vanished. The sixth team successfully hunted beasts in a time span of 1 hour and 23 minutes. The seventh team prepared for their turn. After Jiang Feng and Qin Yun'er vanquished the level 3 beast, the White Wolf, the trials continued. Yet, due to the exceptional performance of Jiang Feng and Qin Yun'er, it became exceedingly difficult to pique the interest of others in the subsequent battles. By the time all teams concluded their combat, no one else shone as brightly as they did. With all teams having completed their hunts, the captains of the various combat teams prepared to distribute invitations. Those fortunate enough to receive an invitation could remain, while those who did not would have to leave and register with the newcomers, joining the logistics department. Once the trials came to a complete end, the mutual selection process between the newcomers and the combat teams commenced. Typically, it would be considered quite fortunate for newcomers to receive 1 or 2 invitations, but this time, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Jiang Feng and Qin Yun'er received nearly all the invitations from the combat teams, except for those captains who deemed their teams unattractive and lacking in competitiveness. The rest fervently approached Jiang Feng and Qin Yun'er. Welcome to the 7th Patrol Team. Welcome to the 5th Vanguard Team. One after another, team captains expressed their goodwill towards Jiang Feng and Qin Yun'er, eliciting envy from the other candidates present. They understood the vast disparity between themselves and the duo, rendering their envy futile. Those who received no invitations at all resignedly chose to depart. Among them was Yushan Kun, who had confidently believed he would be selected. As he left, he glared at Jiang Feng, vowing to exact revenge. Yushan Kun believed his abilities and level surpassed Jiang Feng's, asserting that his defeat stemmed from Jiang Feng's disobedience to his commands. Otherwise, the outcome would not have been as it was. 30 years on the east bank of the river, 30 years on the west bank. Do not underestimate the young and impoverished. Jiang Feng, we shall see. Yushan Kun muttered through gritted teeth, leaving the trial grounds with a heavy heart. What? You want me to go to the registration office? At the registration area, Yushan Kun and other unsuccessful candidates awaited their job assignments. However, when it was Yushan Kun's turn, he was directed to the registration office, which offered the least favorable treatment within the alliance. Within the alliance, combat teams received the best treatment, resources, and advancement opportunities, albeit at the highest risk. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, fortune favors the bold, and many were still willing to take the plunge. In contrast, the logistics department offered significantly lesser benefits, though still superior to that of ordinary individuals. However, the logistics division is also stratified, and typically, the registration office is managed by ordinary individuals, leading to a rather predictable level of compensation. It cannot be deemed poor, but it is certainly only marginally superior to that of the average person. This disparity left Yushan Kun, a level 2 supernatural being with an offensive spear thrust ability, feeling quite disgruntled. He perceived this situation as unjust and felt personally targeted, especially considering that even his subordinates, Lin Ping and Hong Qian, had been assigned to superior positions. I refuse to accept this. Yushan Kun argued vehemently with the staff at the registration desk. Refuse? Then simply do not go. As for Yushan Kun's evaluation in the trial arena, it was nothing short of dismal. Nearly all the leaders of the combat teams had rated him poorly. Such a person, even placed in the logistics department, would be met with disdain. To be offered a position at the registration office was already an act of considerable leniency. If Yushan Kun was unwilling to accept it, they would be more than pleased. Not go? Who says I want tea? He retorted defiantly, clutching the invitation letter tightly. Even if the treatment was only slightly better than that of an ordinary person, it was certainly preferable to having nothing at all. After all, the next recruitment for the alliance would not occur for another 6 months, and during this interval, Yushan Kun naturally wished to enjoy a modicum of comfort. This way, he was confident in his ability to join a combat team in the subsequent recruitment. Having secured his invitation letter, Yushan Kun sought out Lin Ping and Hong Qian, declaring earnestly, Lin Ping, Hong Qian, let us each strive in our own way and come together again in 6 months. In response to Yushan Kun's enthusiastic invitation, Lin Ping and Hong Qian exchanged glances and then silently turned away, leaving only a dismissive remark. No need. Chapter 19. Exposure Greetings, Esteemed Individuals. I am Wang Zhuang, the captain of the 2nd Advanced Team, and I extend a sincere invitation for you to join our ranks. Wang Zhuang, with unwavering determination, approached Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner, presenting them with an invitation letter. After handing over the letter, he did not choose to depart, but continued, You may not be fully aware, but my father is one of the 8 leaders of our alliance's District 11. Therefore, should you choose to join our 2nd Advanced Team, I can assure you that the resources and opportunities you will receive are unparalleled compared to those of other teams. Moreover, I can select missions based on your combat capabilities, ensuring a swift elevation of your ranks. The conditions proposed by Wang Zhuang were indeed enticing. Had it not been for Qin Yuner's early suggestion for Jiang Feng to opt for the 3rd Advanced Team, Jiang Feng might have been swayed. However, he currently displayed a demeanor of indifference. As for Qin Yuner, being a reborn individual, even the most generous offer from Wang Zhuang failed to sway her heart. Noticing Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner's lack of interest, Wang Zhuang furrowed his brow, finding the reality starkly different from his expectations. Oh, some individuals require benefits to be lured, while others need sincerity. At that moment, Li Hongtu, captain of the 3rd Advanced Team, approached with a light chuckle. Casting a glance at Wang Zhuang, what true geniuses seek is not merely resources and opportunities, but respect. With that, Li Hongtu walked directly to Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner, smiling as he said, Should you be willing to join my 3rd Advanced Team, I can promise you both the position of vice captain. Wang Zhuang's expression froze at Li Hongtu's proposition. Though the title of vice captain may seem trivial, the benefits and privileges associated with it starkly contrasted with those of ordinary team members. While Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner possessed extraordinary talents, the notion of a level 1 and level 2 ability users serving as vice captains seemed somewhat ludicrous. It must be said, Li Hongtu was truly putting forth considerable effort to recruit Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner. Wang Zhuang snorted coldly, conceding defeat in his own way. Oh, the 3rd team leader placed his hand well. Li Hongtu, unfazed, smiled and looked directly at Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner, asking, So, do you both agree? Exchanging a glance of mutual understanding, Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner nodded in unison, greeting him with, Hello, Captain. Ha, my vice captain's splendid, Li Hongtu gleefully remarked, casting a triumphant glance at Wang Zhuang. With a frustrated huff, Wang Zhuang turned and stormed away. Simultaneously, other captains who had come to recruit Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner reluctantly chose to depart as well. Wang Zhuang navigated through the bustling crowd and arrived at the lounge, where someone had been waiting for quite some time. Brother Hu, I apologize for not being able to successfully recruit them into my second advance team. Wang Zhuang expressed with a tone of sincere regret. The individual waiting in the lounge turned around, revealing himself to be Lin Hu, the captain of the investigation team. With a wave of his hand and a smile, Lin Hu remarked, "It's no trouble at all. As long as they are part of the Vanguard team, it doesn't matter." As he spoke, Lin Hu produced 2 information sheets and handed them to Wang Zhuang. Choose one to arrange for your team's logistics. Wang Zhuang casually glanced at the sheets and selected one, saying, "This one will do." After Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner successfully joined the 3rd Vanguard team, they departed from the trial grounds. They had a day to rest and would report to the 3rd Vanguard team the following morning. "Brother Feng, I made it," Yin Xiaobang exclaimed, excitedly presenting the invitation letter to Jiang Feng. "Not only have I become an official employee of the Alliance, but I am also part of the logistics team for the 2nd Vanguard. While both ordinary logistics personnel and those serving combat teams are indeed logistics staff, the disparity in treatment and status between the two is immense. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Yin Xiaopang's ascent could be deemed a leap to greatness." Jiang Feng's expression shifted slightly, a flicker of subtle worry crossing his face. "Xiaopang, did anyone else from our training facility succeed in joining?" And Qiqi, Yin Xiaopang, oblivious to Jiang Feng's subtle change in demeanor, continued enthusiastically. Qiqi was also fortunate. She became part of the logistics team for the 5th Vanguard. "Now that we have all joined the Vanguard teams, our futures are undeniably bright." Yin Xiaopang was overwhelmed with emotion, as transitioning from an ordinary individual to a member of the Vanguard team marked a significant elevation in status. Finally, he excitedly told Jiang Feng, "Brother Feng, I must take my leave. Remember to attend the farewell party at the training facility tomorrow." With that, he joyfully bounced away, knowing that from this day forth, his life would be irrevocably transformed. Jiang Feng watched Yin Xiaopang's departing figure, his frown deepening. He turned to Qin Yuner and said, "We may have been exposed." Qin Yuner, too, was furrowing her brow, for in the matter of Jia Di's death, the suspicions surrounding Yin Xiaopang and Qiqi were surely the greatest. Now, with Yin Xiaopang and Qiqi being inducted into the Vanguard team, it was evident that those behind Jia Di were beginning to take action and were testing Yin Xiaopang and Qiqi. Moreover, the captain of the 2nd Vanguard team, Wang Zhuang, showed immense goodwill towards Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner, offering them significant benefits, indicating that his intention of recruiting them was not merely a standard enlistment. However, one thing puzzled Qin Yuner. "We behaved quite normally. What could have gone wrong?" After a moment of silence, Jiang Feng murmured, "Perhaps being too normal has made us stand out." Qin Yuner's eyes lit up as she instantly grasped Jiang Feng's meaning. If others exhibited some degree of abnormality, and they appeared entirely ordinary, they would inevitably raise suspicion. "My apologies. I failed to consider this." With a face full of remorse, Qin Yun and Appos gazed at Jiang Feng. The previous events had primarily been orchestrated by Qin Yuner, with Jiang Feng merely executing the plans. Jiang Feng offered a faint smile, unconcerned as he remarked, "At most, they are merely suspicious. If there were substantial evidence, they would have acted long ago. Thus, we remain quite safe. However, can you truly not recall who is behind Jia Di?" Jiang Feng looked at Qin Yun and Appos, with confusion. In Tales of Reincarnation, the protagonist possesses omniscience. Yet Qin Yuner seemed to fall short of this. Qin Yuner sighed in resignation and replied, "Who cares about the master behind an ant?" Jiang Feng too felt a sense of helplessness. One could only blame Qin Yuner's fierce demeanor in her past life, while Jia Di was too insignificant to merit attention. "What about Lin Hu? Do you have any impression of him?" "Lin Hu?" Qin Yuner raised an eyebrow, murmuring, "I do have some recollection of Lin Hu. But by the time I was deemed worthy to meet him in my previous life, he had already perished, so my understanding of him is quite limited." Jiang Feng inquired, "What about Wang Zhuang's father? Could he possibly be the figure behind Jia Di?" Qin Yuner responded, "Impossible. Wang Zhuang's father is nothing like him. He is exceedingly upright and harbors a deep-seated aversion to evil." Jiang Feng concluded, "So we are left without any leads?" Qin Yun and Appos, who affirmed, "As it appears at present, yes." Thus, Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner found themselves thoroughly ensnared in a passive position, with their adversaries lurking in the shadows while they stood exposed in the light. Chapter 20 Farewell Party Leader. Lin Hu once again entered the dimly lit room, where the enchanting woman clad in a red cheongsam awaited him. still holding a goblet filled with vivid crimson liquid. How is the investigation proceeding? The woman in the cheongsam inquired calmly. What about the other two? Lin Hu composed himself and replied, Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner have indeed awakened their extraordinary abilities, and their talents are remarkable. However, their strength poses no threat to the young master, especially considering the young master possesses items that ensure his safety. The woman in the cheongsam slowly turned, her icy gaze sweeping over Lin Hu, causing him to tense up, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. So, it appears there are still no results? Indeed, leader. Leaning against the window, the woman spoke softly. In that case, let the plan proceed. Assign them some challenging tasks and find a way to force out the individuals behind them. Understood. Lin Hu replied, hastily exiting the room. Once Lin Hu departed, the woman in the cheongsam gazed sorrowfully at the moon outside, murmuring, could DRS death truly have been an accident? After a moment of reflection, her expression turned icy once more, and she declared with a cold indifference, even if it was an accident, I shall ensure that those four accompany Deer in death. The following day, the training hall buzzed with excitement, with the head instructor, Mr. Li, displaying a flushed face brimming with enthusiasm. Dear students, let us extend our heartfelt congratulations to Jiang Feng, Qin Yuner, Yan Xiaoping, and Qi Qi for successfully joining the advanced team. Mr. Li exclaimed, his voice filled with emotion. This is the largest number of recruits for the advanced team in the history of our training hall. You are the best cohort I have ever guided. As the head of the training hall, Mr. Li felt a profound sense of pride, knowing that 4 of his students had been selected for the advanced team. This remarkable achievement positioned him favorably for the upcoming evaluations and promotions. His joy was not solely for Jiang Feng and the others, but also for himself. With such an impressive record, a little maneuvering on his part could elevate him to other departments. Congratulations, congratulations. The trainees expressed their well wishes to Jiang Feng, Qin Yuner, Yan Xiaoping, and Qi Qi. Although envy and jealousy stirred within them, it was not the time for such feelings. They needed to seize this final opportunity to strengthen their bonds. After all, the status and benefits of being an advanced team member were exceedingly high. Cultivating close relationships could elevate their own standings in life. Naturally, if romantic connections were established, it would be even better, future indulgences would be assured. Qi Qi, there are some words I wish to share with you. Qi Qi, could you grant me a chance? Once overlooked for her appearance, Qi Qi had now become the object of admiration among the male trainees. Alas, her worth had soared, and her perspective had shifted dramatically from the past. In the past, Qi Qi may not have been particularly discerning, nor did she possess lofty standards for her romantic pursuits. However, circumstances have changed. She has now integrated into the 5th advanced team. Although her role is logistical, her status has elevated. Presently, Qi Qi envisions her ideal partner as a genuine combat team member endowed with extraordinary abilities. Finding no interest in the mundane ordinary individuals around her. Apologies, but we are not acquainted, she coldly and haughtily declared before turning on her heel and departing. What she seeks now is not sycophants, but true heroes. Not only Qi Qi, but also Yan Xiaoping finds himself surrounded by female students. Those who once disparaged him now extol his virtues as if he were a blooming flower. Xiaoping, you are so handsome. Xiaoping, do you have time tonight? Xiaoping, I. Their flirtatious glances send Yan Xiaoping's heart soaring. Unlike Qi Qi, he welcomes all attention with open arms. Thank you for the compliments. Tonight, I am free. He eagerly encourages their advances, reveling in the attention he has seldom experienced before. In contrast, the most illustrious figures of the training facility, Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner, find themselves somewhat neglected. The students tacitly acknowledge the profound connection between Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner, with both male and female students reluctant to incur their wrath. Nevertheless, not everyone lacks the courage to attempt an approach. Xiaomei, where are you going? A few female students observed Xiaomei swaying her hips, seemingly intent on approaching Jiang Feng, wearing expressions of confusion. Xiaomei, with an elegant flick of her fingers, delicately arranged her hair and coyly proclaimed, I am simply here to befriend Jiang Feng. The other female students looked bewildered and replied, Xiaomei, do you not see Qin Yuner beside him? What makes you think he would want to befriend you? They could not fathom Xiaomei's audacity. After all, Qin Yuner not only surpassed Xiaomei in beauty and figure, but was also a member of the advanced team. A bona fide extraordinary individual. With an air of indifference, Xiaomei smirked and remarked, because I am alluring. With that, she strutted up to Jiang Feng amidst the astonished gazes of the other female students, only to return a few minutes later, cursing under her breath in disappointment. What taste? They simply do not appreciate my charm. Xiaomei seethed, while the other female students erupted in laughter, declaring her overconfident. Oh my, it seems some girls are interested in you tonight. Qin Yuner teased mischievously, her gaze fixed on Jiang Feng. He rolled his eyes in exasperation and retorted, let us not stray off topic. I am asking you, how does one level up their abilities? Yet Qin Yuner remained unfazed, continuing to provoke Jiang Feng. Are you truly not tempted? Jiang Feng shrugged, preparing to leave without further inquiry. His original plan to enhance his physical limits through training had fallen through, and he was now considering a different path to elevate his extraordinary powers. However, several days passed with no apparent results, prompting a desire to consult the reincarnated Qin Yuner. Yet, her attitude was less than encouraging. Oh, don't be upset. I was merely jesting. Qin Yuner, noticing Jiang Feng's irritation, hastily grasped his arm and said earnestly, in truth, the elevation of one's abilities primarily hinges on mental resonance. When sufficient accumulation occurs, progress will ensue naturally. If not, any effort to force it is futile. Jiang Feng furrowed his brow at her words, incredulously replying, is it truly that mystical? Qin Yuner shrugged, nodding affirmatively, indeed. It is that mystical. With a resigned sigh, Jiang Feng realized that his aspirations for a swift enhancement of his abilities were destined to remain unfulfilled. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the training hall. As the students gathered in camaraderie, a young man clad in combat attire burst through the door, panting heavily as he scanned the crowd, seemingly searching for something. Upon seeing the newcomer, Qin Yuner's expression shifted slightly. She whispered to Jiang Feng, something is amiss. It appears a mission is imminent. Jiang Feng's eyes brightened at her words, his excitement palpable. Previously, in the heat of battle, he had managed to elevate his physical prowess to an impressive 95 points, but since then, he had seen little advancement. For Jiang Feng, engaging in combat was undoubtedly the most effective means to enhance his abilities, without question. Chapter 21. The First Mission. Deputy Captain Jiang and Deputy Captain Chen. I am Shi Qian from the 3rd Advance Team. Due to a sudden mission, I have been ordered by the captain to bring you both to the team ahead of schedule. After scanning the crowd for a moment, Shi Qian finally locked his gaze on Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner. He approached them briskly and directly stated the purpose of his visit. All right, Shi Qian observed Qin Yuner, who was strolling out of the training hall, blinking in confusion as he scratched his head. Typically, new recruits would exhibit some nervousness upon receiving a mission notification. Yet Qin Yuner remained remarkably composed, exuding an indescribable aura of authority. What are you standing there for? Let us go. Jiang Feng gently patted Shi Qian's shoulder and smiled as he exited the training hall. Shi Qian gulped. He realized that Jiang Feng was even more extraordinary, displaying not a trace of the typical anxiety associated with new recruits, but rather an eagerness to engage. Who exactly are these two? Why do they deviate so dramatically from the norm? He pondered inwardly. No wonder the captain holds them in such high regard. Were I in his position, I would too. He murmured to himself before trailing behind Jiang Feng as they left the training hall. Meanwhile, the other trainees within the hall looked on with envy. At the moment Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner stepped outside, their status had irrevocably changed. Even Teacher Li would have to treat them with utmost respect in the future. Only Yan Xiaopeng and Qi appeared somewhat indifferent, as they too would soon join the advanced team, albeit as logistical support, which was still a source of pride. As they sat in the vehicle en route to the core area of Alliance District 11, Jiang Feng was filled with sentiment. During the years of the apocalypse, nearly all industrial products had been consumed. Firearms and explosives had been nearly depleted. The few industrial goods that remained, such as automobiles, were scarce. The immense casualties suffered by humanity during the apocalypse had led to a severe technological gap, compounded by the awakening of superhuman abilities. Thus, humanity had effectively abandoned technology in favor of an era dominated by these newfound powers. Had it not been for the high status of the advanced team, Jiang Feng would not have had the privilege of riding in such a rare vehicle. The privileges of the advanced team extended far beyond this. Not only did they enjoy elevated status, but their living conditions were also superior. All members of the advanced team resided in the core area of the Alliance community, with abundant supplies of food and water, as well as rare recreational facilities. As the vehicle traversed the official roads, it inevitably drew the envious gazes of passers-by. In this current era, the disparity between individuals was more pronounced than one could imagine. Upon their arrival at the base of the 3rd Advanced Team, Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner encountered Li Hongtu once more. Ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely apologize. We had intended for you to rest for a day, but the mission arrived unexpectedly. and we must have you return to the team earlier than planned. Li Hongtu spoke with a face full of regret. It seemed somewhat unfeeling to thrust them into a mission immediately after their induction into the advanced team. However, Li Hongtu had no alternatives and could only hope for Jiang Feng and Qin Yunar's understanding. Jiang Feng and Qin Yunar exhibited little emotional fluctuation. On the contrary, they appeared remarkably composed and full of fervor. "Captain, we are ready to act at any moment." Li Hongtu nodded in satisfaction at their response. This was precisely the kind of team members he desired. "Allow me to formally introduce our third reconnaissance squad." Li Hongtu adjusted his expression and began, "I am Li Hongtu, a level 6 ability user with the power of fortification. This is Shi Qian, a level 5 ability user with the power of swift movement. And here we have Niao Niao, also a level 5 ability user, possessing the power of mist." Li Hongtu introduced the current members of the third reconnaissance squad. Shi Qian, a spirited youth, was already acquainted with Jiang Feng and Qin Yunar. Niao Niao, on the other hand, appeared somewhat melancholic. Though strikingly beautiful, she exuded an air of sadness. After introducing the existing members, Li Hongtu proceeded to present Jiang Feng and Qin Yunar. "Shi Qian, Niao Niao, this is Qin Yunar, a level 2 ability user with the power of vines. And this is Jiang Feng, a level 1 ability user with the power of physical restoration. Henceforth, they will serve as the deputy leaders of our squad." Following Li Hongtu's introduction of Jiang Feng and Qin Yunar, Shi Qian greeted them with a cheerful demeanor, while Niao Niao cast a fleeting, somber glance at the newcomers, and then there was silence. Despite being newly appointed deputy leaders, both Shi Qian and Niao Niao remained indifferent to their lower ranks. This clearly illustrated the esteem Li Hongtu held within the team, as his decisions commanded complete trust from Shi Qian and Niao Niao. Qin Yunar observed Shi Qian, Niao Niao, and Li Hongtu, typically aloof. She found her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Hello, everyone," she exclaimed warmly, stepping forward to embrace Shi Qian, Niao Niao, and Li Hongtu, much like long-lost comrades reuniting. Her excitement palpable. In contrast, Jiang Feng remained more composed. Unlike Qin Yunar, whose rebirth had imbued her with fervor, he felt little emotional attachment to Li Hongtu, Shi Qian, and Niao Niao. At that moment, Jiang Feng was examining the attribute information of Li Hongtu, Shi Qian, and Niao Niao through the system panel. The captain is a level 6 ability user, yet his physical strength is only just above 300. Shi Qian, a level 5 ability user, has a physique just over 200, while Niao Niao is at the lowest, having just surpassed 200. Jiang Feng scrutinized the attribute panels of the three, murmuring to himself, "It seems that in the face of mutated zombies and beasts, humanity's attributes are still exceedingly weak. The disparity in physical prowess is vast. Their strengths undoubtedly do not align. Even upon joining the third reconnaissance squad, I cannot afford to lower my guard against Lin Hu." Jiang Feng rationally analyzed the current situation. Qin Yunar's exuberance left Li Hongtu, Shi Qian, and Niao Niao somewhat bewildered. Fortunately, Jiang Feng's demeanor remained relatively normal. Otherwise, Li Hongtu might have questioned the sanity of the two newcomers he had recruited. Subsequently, Li Hongtu briefed Jiang Feng and Qin Yunar on the mission details. The conveyed information pertains to a patrol squad that encountered an attack by a monstrous creature on the outskirts of the community, resulting in the abduction of one of its members. However, the creature's level is presumed to be relatively low. Our mission is to locate the beast and endeavor to rescue the kidnapped member of the patrol team. Naturally, should the patrol member have already perished, our objective will shift to the eradication of the creature. Li Hongtu cast a serious glance over the individuals present and solemnly inquired, "Do any of you have questions regarding the mission?" Jiang Feng and the others slightly shook their heads, as the situation was quite clear and they understood their roles. Subsequently, with Shi Qian at the wheel, the entire third advance team set forth, heading directly for the outskirts of the community. Upon reaching the perimeter, they halted the vehicle and proceeded on foot into the forest of monstrous creatures. Vehicles were now a rarity, and it was unwise to risk bringing one into the perilous terrain of the beast-infested woods. As Jiang Feng and his companions ventured deeper into the forest, a shadowy figure emerged from the nearby thicket. Cloaked in black, the figure trailed the third advance team at a distance, stealthily entering the forest alongside them. Chapter 22. Intricate coordination. Is someone behind us? As Jiang Feng traversed the depths of the beast forest, a sudden furrow formed on his brow, and his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of movement behind him. Moments ago, a notification had flashed across his system panel, alerting him to the presence of a stalker trailing their third advance team. What's wrong? Qin Yuner noted Jiang Feng's change in expression and quietly approached his side. Inquiring in hushed tones, Jiang Feng lowered his voice, whispering, "We are being followed." Qin Yuner raised an eyebrow, pressing for more information. Who? Her pupils constricted slightly as realization dawned upon her. With a sigh and a faint smile, she remarked, "It seems they are still testing us. Then, shall we proceed with the old plan?" Jiang Feng's lips curved into a subtle smile. Unbeknownst to their pursuer, they might inadvertently reveal their strengths. But now that they were aware of Lin Hu's presence, Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner were determined not to expose themselves easily. Indeed, the old plan, Qin Yun and Apos, are nodded in agreement, adhering to their prior strategy of conserving their strength and remaining discreet. Yet, a hint of astonishment lingered in her eyes. Despite being of higher rank and possessing more experience, neither she nor her companions had sensed Lin Hu and Apos. As pursuit, it was Jiang Feng who first detected the trail. A testament to his remarkable perceptiveness, Jiang Feng kept the information about Lin Hu to himself, as Li Hongtu, Shi Qian, and Niao Niao remained oblivious, diligently tracking the movements of the beasts. Eventually, as they delved deeper into the heart of the beast forest, Shi Qian made a discovery. "Captain, the beast, the flower python, should be just ahead." Shi Qian, known for his remarkable agility and keen ability to uncover clues, reported. Li Hongtu raised his hand slightly, signaling for the team to halt. Assessing the surrounding terrain, he addressed Jiang Feng and the others. "This location provides a solid vantage point. We can utilize it as a stronghold against the beasts. Shi Qian, you will lure the enemy while ensuring your safety. Jiang Feng, Qin Yuner, this is your first mission. The beasts here are far more ferocious than those in the trial grounds, so exercise caution. Strike only when the moment is ripe. If the timing is not favorable, observe from the sidelines." Li Hongtu efficiently assigned the tasks, paying particular attention to the novice duo, Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner. Understood. They responded in unison. Consequently, under Li Hongtu's directive, Shi Qian swiftly activated his abilities and sped deeper into the beast forest. Howl. Soon, a ferocious roar echoed from directly ahead of Jiang Feng's team. The trees began to sway, indicating the approach of a colossal creature. Crash. A figure burst forth from the underbrush. It was Shi Qian. "Captain, the flower python is here." Li Hongtu nodded slightly and positioned himself at the forefront of the team, simultaneously instructing Niao Niao. "Niao Niao, prepare yourself." Niao Niao, with a focused gaze, fixed her eyes on the horizon. Suddenly, a tree crashed to the ground, and a massive flower python emerged before Jiang Feng and his team. A level 5 beast? Jiang Feng was momentarily taken aback as he studied the attributes displayed on the system panel. For their third advanced team, a level 5 beast posed a considerable challenge, especially since the highest level among them was Li Hongtu, a level 6 ability user. Flower python, beast, level 5. Ability, stiffness. The body becomes rigid and movements slow when gazed upon by the flower python. Stamina, 525. Kill count, 213. As Jiang Feng contemplated strategies to confront the beast without alerting the pursuing Lin Hu, a roar erupted from the flower python as it charged toward them. In a moment of urgency, Niao Niao, shrouded in an air of solemnity, unleashed her ability, conjuring a veil of mist that obscured the flower python and Apos' vision. The execution of her abilities was seamless and masterful, effectively nullifying the python's stiffness ability. It was as if she was destined to counter this creature. Yet, Jiang Feng was equally astonished by the melodic quality of her voice. Seizing the moment, Li Hongtu positioned himself in front of the flower python, bellowing as he summoned a sturdy stone wall. The blinded flower python collided with the barrier like a headless fly, disoriented and confused. Meanwhile, Qin Yun and Apos, with impeccable timing, utilized her ability to conjure vines that securely ensnared the flower python in its chaotic state. Her adept maneuvering impressed Li Hongtu, Shi Qian, and Niao Niao, as her skill was on par with their own. Jiang Feng, however, was accustomed to this. After all, Qin Yuner was a reincarnated being, and such feats were trivial for her. What struck him more profoundly was the ease of collaboration with Li Hongtu and the others. Their synergy was exquisite, allowing him to engage without the burden of exhaustive effort, as his teammates provided ample support. No wonder Yuner insisted I join the third advanced team. Collaborating with them is truly exhilarating, he mused, a smile gracing his lips as he seized the opportunity to leap into action, unleashing a barrage of attacks with his hammer. With a flurry of strikes, Jiang Feng and Apos' hammer danced through the air, expending his stamina in a tempest of blows that rained down upon the flower python. Impressive. His onslaught caught the attention of Li Hongtu, Shi Qian, and Niao Niao, for close combat demanded an even more discerning sense of timing. Jiang Feng seized the opportunity with impeccable timing, launching his attack as Qin Yuner restrained the monstrous flower python. He optimized the restoration of his own abilities to the utmost, expending his energy in an instant while awaiting the next round of assault. The efficacy of his strikes was maximized. Jiang Feng exhibited a level of expertise that belied his novice status. Were they truly embarking on their first mission as a team? Perched upon a grand tree behind the 3rd Advanced Squad, Lin Hu, draped in a dark cloak, was filled with incredulity. The synergy displayed by Jiang Feng and his companions was exquisite, prompting even Lin Hu to stifle a round of applause. However, as he recalled the nature of his current mission, a deep furrow creased his brow. It appeared that a level 5 beast would not be sufficient to corner them into a dire situation. To ascertain whether Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner had formidable allies lurking behind them, a more powerful beast was required. I had underestimated them. The adversaries faced by their squad next time would need to be at least level 6 or even level 7 beasts. Chapter 23, Cunning and Devious Bang. Roar. The monstrous flower python bellowed in rage, desperately attempting to break free. However, Qin Yuner offered no opportunity for escape, while Li Hongtu effectively blocked the creature's retreat. With finesse, Jiang Feng, supported by his teammates, wielded his hammer skill with newfound comfort. He repeatedly executed the chaotic hammer technique, exhausting his stamina, only to exploit the system's peculiar mechanics to restore his energy and re-engage in battle with the monstrous flower python. Although defeating the beast yielded no system rewards, it was still a valuable means of enhancing his stamina limit. In this brief period, Jiang Feng had increased his stamina by 5 points, elevating his maximum capacity to a remarkable 100 points, a feat previously unimaginable. Moreover, through relentless assault, Jiang Feng grew increasingly adept at the chaotic hammer technique. What is this sensation? Suddenly, Jiang Feng experienced a moment of clarity, as if he were brushing against the edges of something profound. Then, a notification chimed. Ding. System alert. Congratulations, host. You have successfully comprehended level 2 of the chaotic hammer technique. Each use consumes 40 stamina, and its power is now doubled. Hey, I and Amp, Oppos, V leveled up. Jiang Feng's heart surged with joy. He had not anticipated such an unexpected enhancement from his relentless practice of the chaotic hammer technique. Truly mysterious. He had to concede that the advancement of both martial skills and supernatural abilities was a perplexing phenomenon, devoid of any discernible rules. With the chaotic hammer technique upgraded, Jiang Feng could not resist unleashing its power. Bang! The small hammer in his grasp fell like a tempest upon the monstrous flower python, compelling it to cry out in agony. With the technique's power now doubled, the creature struggled to withstand the onslaught. An upgrade? So sudden? His talent must be extraordinary. Li Hongtu and the others immediately recognized the shift in Jiang Feng's combat prowess. He had ascended to an entirely different level. Even Qin Yuner, a reborn individual, had to acknowledge the exceptional nature of Jiang Feng's abilities. In his previous life, Jiang Feng had been formidable even without awakening supernatural powers. Now that he was destined for even greater exploits. If you've leveled up, then I shall also make a modest upgrade. With a flourish, Qin Yuner activated her vine binding technique once more, but this time the vines were sturdier and more powerful. Had she also leveled up? The captain had summoned 2 monsters. How exhilarating this was. Upon witnessing the thickening of Qin Yuner's vines, Li Hongtu, Shi Qian, and Niao Niao instantly realized that she had advanced in her supernatural abilities. The first mission for the squad, and 2 new members had achieved breakthroughs in rapid succession. What an exhilarating spectacle. Not only Li Hongtu and his team, but even Lin Hu, who had been perched in a nearby tree, was left astonished, his mouth agape in shock. 2 of them, Lin Hu had encountered many prodigies in his time. Yet the ferocity exhibited by Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner was truly unprecedented. However, after his initial shock, Lin Hu could only manage a wry smile, sighing softly as he murmured, "What a pity." Given the leader's temperament, once they are linked to the young master's demise, even the slightest possibility will ensure their demise. Such remarkable talents, destined to fall so prematurely. As he muttered to himself, Lin Hu silently leaped down from the towering tree, making his way towards Alliance District 11. The 3rd Advanced Team had already shown remarkable prowess against the level 5 beast, the flower python, and now, with both Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner having leveled up, their task would undoubtedly be even easier. Unable to ascertain whether there were formidable beings backing Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner, Lin Hu felt no further reason to linger. Jiang Feng regarded Qin Yuner, who had just completed her ability upgrade, with a sense of incredulity, observing her seemingly effortless ascension. He couldn't help but suspect that she had merely been playing a role during their encounter with Jardi. Jiang Feng had always felt that if she wished, upgrading her abilities would be as effortless as sipping water. Bang! At last, under Jiang Feng's relentless assault, the beastly flower python crumpled to the ground, devoid of breath. Utterly defeated, this battle elevated Jiang Feng's physical capacity to 106, while his combat skills advanced to level 2, yielding bountiful rewards. Most importantly, the fight had been remarkably effortless. Devoid of pressure, as their teamwork proved exquisite, saving time, energy, and worry. Captain, so this is what it feels like to glide through battles. Shi Qian strolled over leisurely from a distance. Previously, during encounters without strong attacks, Shi Qian had always collaborated with Li Hongtu in dispatching beasts. With Jiang Feng now in their ranks, Shi Qian found himself exerting much less effort. Indeed, in this battle, he had not lifted a finger from start to finish. Enough chatter, get it open and see if that patrol team member is still alive. Li Hongtu chastised Shi Qian, urging him to hasten in opening the belly of the flower python. Realizing his jest was ill-timed, Shi Qian quickly complied, moving forward to slice open the creature's abdomen. Finally, within the entrails of the flower python, Shi Qian discovered the patrol team member, though regrettably, he had long since ceased to breathe. Along with him, they also recovered the corpse of the beast. Jiang Feng felt a twinge of confusion regarding this. It was his first hunt, and he was uncertain why they needed to transport the beast and Apos as carcass. Noticing Jiang Feng and Apos as perplexity, Li Hongtu smiled and explained, "This beast is a treasure trove. Being a level 5 creature, if we turn it into the Alliance, we can earn a substantial amount of points. These points can be exchanged for food, equipment, and more. Naturally, you may also indulge in the entertainment venues at the community's core with these points. The choice is yours." Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng's eyes sparkled with realization. As an ordinary person, he had never had the opportunity to earn points or access the community's core, thus remaining oblivious to such matters. Now, with points at his disposal, he could finally enjoy a more liberated existence. However, our team's scoring system differs from that of others. Our third advanced team has always divided points equally, rather than distributing them according to rank. Thus, I apologize for any grievances this may have caused you. Li Hongtu smiled apologetically, yet there was a distinct glimmer of cunning triumph in his eyes. Jiang Feng felt a tremor at the corner of his mouth, realizing he had been duped. What of the vice-captaincy? It was merely a nominal position. No wonder Shi Qian and Niao Niao had no objections to the two newcomers assuming the role of vice-captain. There was simply no necessity for such a post. Yet, given the circumstances, what could Jiang Feng do? He feigned indifference with a smile, but once he turned away, he muttered under his breath, "Old and cunning. How can you speak of the captain in such a manner? He treated you the best in his past life," Qin Yuner remarked, walking alongside Jiang Feng. Naturally catching his mutterings, Jiang Feng shrugged, insisting, "I'm not referring to him. I'm addressing you." "Me?" Qin Yuner paused, suddenly realizing Jiang Feng was blaming her for not informing him earlier. Anger flashed in her eyes as she glared at him, exclaiming, "I am only 3 years older than you. How can you say I am old?" Jiang Feng nonchalantly retorted, "It's not 3 years, but 17. Ah. Qin Yuner momentarily lost her train of thought, only to grasp that Jiang Feng's mention of 17 included her 14 years of reincarnation, regardless of our age difference. "You must tell me, if I were to pursue you, would you agree?" Chapter 24 Acquaintances. Qin Yuner glared at Jiang Feng. Her teeth clenched in frustration as she awaited his response. "You pursue me?" Jiang Feng appraised Qin Yuner from head to toe. And he couldn't and Apos help but admit that she was indeed beautiful and possessed an alluring figure. However, he resolutely shook his head and declared, "I refuse." "You." Qin Yuner was so incensed that she nearly lashed out at Jiang Feng. Yet, he remained unfazed, his gaze lingering on the delicate silhouette of Niao Niao ahead. And with a sweet smile, he remarked, "I still find Niao Niao more enchanting. Gentle, melancholic, invoking a protective instinct. Unlike certain individuals who hide a knife in the bathroom. Fierce and intimidating." Jiang Feng recalled vividly how, during his first visit to Qin Yuner's home, she had concealed a knife behind the door to test whether he would intrude upon the bathroom. "Humph. Men." Qin Yun and Apos, lips trembled slightly, feigning composure as she quickly walked away to catch up with Niao Niao. intertwining her arm with hers, appearing as intimate as sisters. Niao Niao, surprised by the sudden embrace, felt a bit uneasy but did not resist, allowing Qin Yuner to clasp her arm as they continued onward. Qin Yuner discreetly scrutinized Niao Niao, a sense of melancholy stirring within her. In her previous life, Jiang Feng had first favored Niao Niao, and it remained unchanged in this life. Even though Qin Yuner had been reborn and sought out Jiang Feng first, she could not alter his preferences. However, she was acutely aware of the subsequent events. Trailing not too far behind, Jiang Feng remained oblivious to Qin Yuner's glances in his direction, his attention steadfastly fixed on Niao Niao. There was no denying it. A beautiful, melancholic girl was truly captivating. Such a woman could evoke an irresistible protective instinct in any man. Xiaofeng, who do you fancy? Li Hongtu. At the back of the group, carrying the corpse of a level 5 exotic beast, the flower python, caught up. Noticing Jiang Feng's gaze flitting between Niao Niao and Qin Yuner, he couldn't help but chuckle and tease. Not at all. Niao Niao? Having experienced similar situations, Li Hongtu deduced that if Jiang Feng denied it, it must indeed be Niao Niao he favored. He muttered in surprise, initially believing that Jiang Feng would understand the peculiar glances from Qin Yun and Amp, Oppos. Alas, boys often mature late. Li Hongtu glanced at Niao Niao, murmuring, Niao Niao is indeed wonderful. Everyone holds her in high regard, yet her heart is a fortress that few can penetrate. Jiang Feng's heart jolted, and he eagerly inquired, why is that? Li Hongtu shot Jiang Feng an exasperated look, retorting, I told you, few can enter her heart. I haven't gained entry myself, so how would I know? Jiang Feng. So soon? The third reconnaissance team was formidable with only 3 members, and now, with 2 additional members, they seem even more powerful. But aren't those 2 recent recruits? What of it? Are you not aware that those 2 are the hottest contenders among all team leaders this year? It has come to my attention that the 2 of them joined forces to vanquish a level 3 beast, the White Wolf, upon the return of the 3rd advanced team. The perimeter patrol squad of Alliance District 11 was abuzz with chatter, particularly upon witnessing Shi Qian at the forefront of the group, bearing a body bag, and Li Hongtu at the rear, carrying the corpse of a level 5 beast, the flower python. Their astonishment was palpable. I apologize. By the time we opened the beast's abdomen, it was already deceased, expressed the squad leader of the fallen team, offering his gratitude to all members of the 3rd advanced team. He was merely a level 4 ability user, and when the flower python appeared, he had not even comprehended the situation before one of his team members was seized. It was he who should truly be apologizing. Li Hongtu approached, gently patting the squad leader's shoulder. Those in leadership positions must confront the heart-wrenching separations of life and death among their team members, and even learn to face their own mortality with composure. Despite the current prowess of the 3rd advanced team, which retained Li Hongtu, Shi Qian, and Niao Niao, their strength was forged through countless battles and the sacrifice of many, leading to their eventual cohesion. Li Hongtu had not initially been a captain. Shi Qian and Niao Niao joined later. Now, with the addition of Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner, Li Hongtu sensed that the 3rd advanced team was gradually taking shape. Personnel changes within combat teams are quite common, yet for those aspiring to a life beyond mere survival, every awakened ability user is willing to take risks. Thus, joining a combat team inherently implies a readiness to confront death, leaving little room for sorrow. Those who remain must learn to look ahead. Let us proceed to the registration office to hand over our mission. Jiang Feng, Qin Yuner, Niao Niao, and Shi Qian quickly followed suit. Before long, the 5 members of the 3rd advanced team arrived at the registration office in Alliance District 11, where Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner encountered a familiar face. Jiang Feng, you've been on a mission? A level 5 beast, the flower python? You actually survived? The familiar figure was none other than Yu Shanchuan, who had once teamed up with Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner. Jiang Feng furrowed his brow, rolling his eyes in exasperation at Yu Shanchuan. Are you really that eager to see me dead? Yu Shanchuan was tempted to nod, but upon sensing the murderous glares from Li Hongtu, Shi Qian, Niao Niao, and Qin Yuner, he swallowed hard, forced a smile, and insincerely replied, not at all. I'm genuinely happy for you. A slight smile graced Jiang Feng's lips as he chose not to dwell on it. He merely pointed to the registration ledger and inquired, if that's the case, why not share in my joy and help me calculate how many points I'll earn from this mission? Clinch. Yu Shanchuan seethed, his teeth grinding audibly. As a logistics personnel at the registration office, he earned meager points throughout the year, while Jiang Feng amassed hundreds or even thousands from a single mission. How could he not feel aggrieved? What Jiang Feng relished most was Yu Shanchuan's frustrated yet helpless demeanor. Jiang Feng, do not gaze upon me, hasten to calculate. For perhaps in a moment of good humor, I might bestow upon you a few points. Yu Shan-kun, I have no need for that. Jiang Feng, how audacious of you to think so. I merely spoke in jest. Did you truly take it to heart? How is it that you possess such a thick skin? Do you not feel any shame? Yu Shan-kun. Chapter 25. Injustice, the fifth-tier beast. The flower python possesses a particularly valuable snake gall, making it worth 5,000 points. Captain Lee remarked that the points earned by your third advance team would be distributed evenly. Thus, you shall receive 1,000 points this time. Yu Shanchuan begrudgingly calculated the final points for Jiang Feng from this operation, his frustration mounting with each figure he tallied. To this day, Yu Shanchuan believed that his failure in the trial ground stemmed from Jiang Feng's disregard for his commands. He was filled with resentment, bitterness, and a sense of injustice. Yet, he found himself powerless to change the situation. 1,000 points? Is that all? Jiang Feng muttered, casually accepting the points card that Yu Shanchuan offered with both hands. Every formal employee of the Alliance receives a points card, symbolizing their identity. The points within can be exchanged for various supplies and services. Since Jiang Feng and Qin Yuno had reported early, they had not yet processed their points cards. Now, while recording the points, they would conveniently handle the card issuance as well. Is it little? The corners of Yu Shanchuan's mouth twitched. Were it not for the piercing gazes filled with murderous intent from Li Hongtu, Shi Qian, Niao Niao, and Qin Yuner, he would have pointed an accusing finger at Jiang Feng. As a staff member at the registration center, Yu Shanchuan accumulated a mere 30 points over the course of a year, less than a fraction of the points Jiang Feng earned in a single mission. Yet Jiang Feng remained unsatisfied. However, Yu Shanchuan could do nothing but put on a false smile and insist, no, it's truly not little. Jiang Feng lazily tucked the points card away and, amid Yu Shanchuan's envious and resentful gaze, departed with an air of nonchalance. Upon leaving the registration center, Li Hongtu claimed he had matters to attend to and took his leave first. As for Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner's living arrangements, that responsibility fell to Shi Qian and Niao Niao. However, being a reincarnated individual, Qin Yuner was more than capable of navigating daily life. Her voice grew softer, and even Jiang Feng, standing nearby, could not discern the specifics of her conversation. Niao Niao, listening intently to Qin Yuner, felt her cheeks redden, ultimately biting her lip in shyness. Yet, when faced with Qin Yuner's suggestion, Niao Niao nodded in agreement. Thus, Qin Yuner took Niao Niao's delicate hand and headed toward the heart of the community, neglecting Jiang Feng and Shi Qian entirely. What were they planning to do? Jiang Feng furrowed his brow, stroking his chin, perplexed by the intentions concealed within Qin Yuner's mind. What else could they do? Perhaps indulge in frivolity. Shi Qian remarked nonchalantly, before suddenly leaning closer to Jiang Feng's ear, saying, Xiao Feng, how about we also indulge in a bit of revelry? At this, Jiang Feng's eyebrows lifted slightly. Though he said nothing, his eyes sparkled with anticipation. Since the apocalypse began, Jiang Feng's life had been far from pleasant. The notion of indulgence seemed distant, as mere survival had often posed a challenge. Even in the era of the Alliance, he had yet to explore places beyond the ordinary residential areas. Stop hesitating. Let us go. Today, it's on me. With a smile, Shi Qian threw his arm around Jiang Feng's shoulder and headed towards the heart of Alliance District 11. Today marked Jiang Feng's inaugural venture into the core of the community. Earlier in the day, while seated in a vehicle, he had not observed the surroundings with sufficient scrutiny. However, as he walked, he began to grasp the terrifying disparities among individuals in the era of the Ability Alliance. Combat team members like Jiang Feng and Shi Qian could walk proudly down the main thoroughfare, while logistical personnel were relegated to the narrow pedestrian pathways on the side. Occasionally, vehicles would speed by on the main road, and apart from a few duty-bound combat teams, as Shi Qian remarked, the majority belonged to the offspring of the 8 leaders of Alliance District 11 and members of prominent families within the district. Benefiting from ancestral privilege and a substantial accumulation of points, they indulged in extravagance. Even the battle-hardened members of the combat teams, who faced death daily, could not begin to compare with them. Some were born into privilege, while others were born to servitude. For combat personnel like Jiang Feng and Shi Qian, their relentless struggle was, in essence, a safeguard for the lavish lifestyles and opulent comforts enjoyed by these decadent scions. Beep, beep, beep. A rare sports car sped through the center of the road, the driver incessantly honking the horn as if to flaunt to the pedestrians around. Prior to the apocalypse, sports cars were already a rarity, and in the current era of the Alliance, they had become even more scarce. Why? Jiang Feng squinted. Quietly watching a youth of similar age was by in the sports car, muttering in indignation. At the moment the car zoomed past him, the system panel astutely captured the attributes of the individual. An ordinary person, yet to awaken any abilities. Was living a life of luxury that even the combat personnel of his own advanced team would envy. How could Jiang Feng not harbor resentment? After all, before awakening his powers, he had subsisted solely on energy bars to stave off hunger. Frustrating, indeed. Yet, there was little he could do. Shi Qian, with a wry smile, sought to console Jiang Feng, saying, "The individual you just saw is the sole heir of the #1 leader in Alliance District 11. It is said that his point card holds an astronomical sum allocated by his father. Not even he, nor his son or grandson, may awaken any abilities. But as long as Alliance District 11 endures, they can continue to live carefreely for generations." Jiang Feng, with a grim expression, murmured, "Is there no one to voice dissent? Do others merely turn a blind eye?" Shi Qian shook his head, speaking with resignation. Dissent? The #1 leader is rumored to be a level 9 ability wielder, and his power is of a particularly fearsome combat type. Our resistance would be akin to that of jesters before him. With a mere flick of his finger, he could easily crush us like the insignificant insects we are. Shi Qian was no novice who had just joined the combat team. He too had once been young and impassioned, but as his understanding of the Alliance deepened, the fervor in his heart had long since cooled. Jiang Feng inquired with confusion. No matter how powerful the #1 leader may be, he too will face his demise one day. Once he is gone, clarity will surely emerge. Shi Qian, with a resigned smile, responded, "My brother, you are overthinking it. The regulations of the Alliance were not established by the #1 leader, but rather by those lofty individuals in power. Even if the #1 leader were to fall, the other influential figures would never permit anyone to overturn the rules they have set. After all, they wish for their amassed points to be preserved indefinitely. Who does not desire their descendants to enjoy perpetual prosperity? Furthermore, who can guarantee that their progeny will consistently produce exceptional talents? Thus, in order to safeguard their own interests, they will also strive to protect the privileges of these privileged offspring. They have long since become a community of vested interests. As for individuals like you and me, we muddle through each day, living as we can, for we shall never catch up to the extravagant pace of those elite scions, no matter how hard we try throughout our lives." Shi Qian sighed, urging Jiang Feng to refrain from excessive contemplation. Every young man has experienced fervor, especially the captain of the 3rd Advanced Team, Li Hongtu, who was once a renowned embodiment of youthful passion. Yet, what was the outcome? He ultimately succumbed to the might of authority. However, Shi Qian noted that the light in Jiang Feng's eyes had not dimmed. Rather, it intensified with each passing moment. Could it be that the captain had already recognized this young man's potential as a true ally before inviting him to join? Shi Qian felt a subtle surprise within, gradually beginning to formally acknowledge Jiang Feng. Chapter 26. Unconventional Pastimes. Qianer, you have returned. This time, are you seeking Miss Xiaocui again? A rather flamboyant young man greeted Shi Qian with enthusiasm. Indeed, I shall have Xiaocui once more. As for my companion here, kindly summon a skilled matron for him, so he may indulge himself. Shi Qian appeared quite familiar with the exuberant youth, exchanging a few brief words before leading Jiang Feng upstairs. Very well. Please wait here, gentlemen. As Jiang Feng ascended the stairs alongside Shi Qian, he furrowed his brow, glancing at the inconspicuous sign in the corner, Pink Massage Parlor. This was Jiang Feng's first realization of the existence of such an establishment in the heart of the community. He had presumed that after enduring the apocalypse, places like this would have vanished, as people struggled solely for survival. Yet, in reality, it was merely the impoverished who grappled with hardship, while the upper echelons of society experienced little change from the pre-apocalyptic era. "Qianer, is this place legitimate?" Jiang Feng inquired, surveying the somewhat alluring decor surrounding him. Shi Qian raised an eyebrow and replied, "Legitimate? Who comes to a genuine establishment?" Jiang Feng's lips twitched slightly, and he promptly said, "Then please call a matron for me." Shi Qian smirked and replied, "The older matron possesses excellent skills. You will understand after experiencing her services." Before long, Shi Qian and Jiang Feng entered a small room reminiscent of the foot massage parlors from the time before the apocalypse. After lying down to rest for a brief moment, the flamboyant young man returned, accompanied by 2 individuals. A fair young lady gracefully approached Shi Qian, carrying a basin of water. She squatted down before him, expertly removing his shoes and preparing to wash his feet. Meanwhile, she cheerfully exclaimed, "Qianer, thank you for always choosing me." Shi Qian smiled faintly, responding, "Xiaozie, you are my favorite." Accompanying the flamboyant youth was an older matron. He gestured towards Jiang Feng, saying to the matron, "This gentleman is a new customer. Be sure to attend to him well." "Rest assured, Manager Yi, you are well aware of my skills," the matron replied with a smile. Before squatting in front of Jiang Feng to begin a thorough service of foot washing and massage, Jiang Feng had never experienced such indulgence before the apocalypse, and now he felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. However, it must be said that the matron's technique was remarkable. Just a few strokes alleviated his fatigue, leaving him feeling utterly relaxed. Noticing Jiang Feng's expression of enjoyment, Shi Qian chuckled and handed the points card to Manager Yi, saying, "Deduct the points from my account as before. Allocate 10 points for Xiaozue to exchange for daily necessities." "Understood, Qianer. I will comply with your wishes." Manager Yi replied with a beaming smile, taking the points card and departing with a cheerful demeanor after scanning it with his device. Once Manager Yi had left, Shi Qian glanced at Xiaozue, who was tending to him, and asked, "Has he ever deducted the points I provided for you?" Xiaozue shook her head and smiled, saying, "How could he dare? Although I sneaked in from the outskirts of the community and am not a formal employee of the Alliance, with Brother Qianer here, he wouldn't oppose. He dare to withhold the points you gave me. Besides, I am well aware of how much material can be exchanged for 10 points. If he gives me less, I certainly won't let it slide. Brother Qianer, rest assured, with you around, no one would dare to bully me." Xiaozue spoke with a radiant smile, clearly expressing her heartfelt gratitude towards Shi Qian. Shi Qian breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "That and Oppos. S good." Meanwhile, Jiang Feng, who had been listening to the conversation between Shi Qian and the young lady, felt a tumultuous storm brewing within him. It turned out that Xiaozue had stealthily infiltrated from the outskirts of the community and was not a formal employee. Thus, this place was evidently not a legitimate venue, having not been registered with the Alliance. Jiang Feng had previously heard rumors about ordinary people from the community outskirts exchanging materials from the core community, but he never expected it to be true. Although this matter was against the rules, Jiang Feng chose to turn a blind eye, pretending he neither heard nor saw anything. Only after Xiaozue and the old woman departed did Jiang Feng turn to Shi Qian and inquire, "Brother Qianer, what about that young lady Xiaozue?" Shi Qian sighed and murmured, "She was once the wife of a brother from our 3rd reconnaissance team." A shiver ran through Jiang Feng's heart. Once? Brother? Did that imply the person had already sacrificed? Normally, when a combat team suffered losses, the Alliance would provide compensation. So how did Xiaozue end up reduced to working illegally in the Alliance's core area? Shi Qian seemed to sense Jiang Feng's confusion and continued. Xiaozue was dissatisfied with the compensation offered by the Alliance, which ultimately angered them and led to her losing the original compensation. When our brothers and sisters from the 3rd reconnaissance team fell, the captain would typically exchange the points he earned for materials to distribute among everyone, which is what he had just done before leaving. However, Xiaozue, being stubborn, refused to accept the captain's assistance and insisted on being self-reliant. Thus, I found her this job. She would occasionally come by, and out of pride, she was willing to accept the 10 points I offered. Yet, the life essentials that can be exchanged for 10 points are ultimately limited. And since Xiaozue is not a formal employee of the Alliance, her life remains quite difficult. As Jiang Feng listened to Shi Qian's account of Xiaozue, he gradually developed a new understanding of Li Hongtu and the 3rd reconnaissance team. He began to comprehend why Qin Yuner was so insistent on having him join the 3rd reconnaissance team. This place possessed a warmth that other combat teams lacked. Ding. System notification. Warning. Warning. Zombies detected. Zombie elimination task activated. Ding. System notification. Warning. Warning. Zombies detected. Zombie elimination task activated. Ding. System notification. Just as Jiang Feng was lost in contemplation, the long-forgotten system notification sound suddenly echoed in his mind. Zombies? And 3 of them? Jiang Feng shot up, a glint of severity flashing across his brow. His apocalyptic system requires him to eliminate zombies in order to receive system rewards, while slaying exotic beasts yields no such rewards. However, since Jardy's incident, Jiang Feng has had no opportunity to confront zombies. Now that zombies have suddenly reappeared, Jiang Feng naturally must take this matter seriously. "What is the matter?" Shi Qian asked, noticing Jiang Feng suddenly sit up with a look of concern. Jiang Feng gazed towards the door and murmured softly, "It's nothing. I just sensed someone approaching." Upon hearing this, Shi Qian chuckled dismissively and said, "That's quite normal. There are many official staff members in the Alliance whose points are insufficient. Naturally, they seek a place to unwind and relax. Despite listening to Shi Qian and Apos' explanation, Jiang Feng remained vigilant, for his wariness was not directed towards humans, but rather towards zombies. Brother Chong, please refrain from such behavior. Our establishment is a legitimate massage parlor. The kind of activities you imply are beyond the capabilities of our employees. Came the voice of Manager Yi from outside the room, dripping with insincerity. To Jiang Feng's surprise, despite Manager Yi's seemingly unrefined demeanor, he was quite protective of his staff. Beyond their capabilities? The man referred to as Brother Chong retorted haughtily, "Am I unaware of the legitimacy of your establishment? Am I ignorant of her status? If she doesn't attend to my needs satisfactorily today, do you think I want to have her expelled from Alliance District 11? Chapter 27. The dog thing seated in his room, Jiang Feng rose abruptly upon hearing the commotion outside. He was not one to meddle in others' affairs. Yet the individual known as Chonggu was no ordinary foe. He was an aberrant zombie, an impostor masquerading as human, wielding his power with impunity. Jiang Feng found this intolerable, especially considering that his adversary was merely a lowly level 1 zombie. Lin Chong, zombie, level 1, physical strength 114, evil value 194. Had Lin Chong been a higher level zombie, Jiang Feng might have tempered his anger and restrained himself, but as a mere level 1, there was no need for restraint. Sha Feng. Sometimes it's wiser to avoid unnecessary conflict, cautioned Shi Qian, who rose to block Jiang Feng's path. He subtly shook his head, signaling Jiang Feng not to act impulsively. While youthful fervor is admirable, it can easily lead to trouble. As a newcomer to the Alliance, Jiang Feng could ill afford to make enemies. Let go of me. Even if I die, I won't grant you your wish. You think you can have me? Ha! Dream on. Just as Shi Qian was earnestly trying to dissuade Jiang Feng, his expression shifted suddenly, and he dashed toward the door. With a forceful kick, he flung the door open and bellowed into the corridor. Which blind fool dares to trouble Miss Xiao Chui? Are you seeking death, or do you wish to meet your end right now? Shi Qian, radiating a menacing aura, glared fiercely at Lin Chong, who was gripping Xiao Chui's arm from a short distance away. Lin Chong froze momentarily, nervously swallowing hard before releasing Xiao Chui's arm and trembling as he gazed at Shi Qian. Shi Qian was a level 5 Esper from the 3rd Vanguard team. Who did not know him? Lin Chong was no fool. He was acutely aware of Shi Qian's standing. At that moment, Jiang Feng emerged leisurely from the room, casting a bemused glance at Shi Qian. Brother Qian, weren't you advising me to avoid meddling? Why are you so flustered now? Shi Qian could only stare in silence. Jiang Feng lifted his gaze to Lin Chong, observing him closely. The zombie appeared just as the system panel had depicted, an utterly ordinary level 1 zombie. Such a creature posed no challenge. He could handle it on his own. Moreover, Jiang Feng noted that behind Lin Chong stood 2 other aberrant zombies, both at level 2. However, with Shi Qian present, those accompanying Lin Chong cowered. Their heads bowed in fear, unwilling to speak. With a sudden thud, Lin Chong dropped to his knees before Shi Qian, doing so with remarkable swiftness. Brother Qian, I was wrong. I didn't end Apos. T know she was under your protection. Had I known, even with 10 lives, I wouldn't have dared. Lin Chong cried, tears and snot flowing freely. In this world, be it aberrant zombies, mutated beasts, or humans, it was the strong who commanded respect. Strength is the ultimate truth. It is the foundation and capital of all that matters. Without sufficient power, one has no choice but to submit and defeat. Get lost. Shi Qian glared fiercely at Lin Chong, commanding him to leave. This is, after all, the core area of the Alliance, and Xiao Chui is not a formal employee. Escalating the situation would not bode well for her. Despite the raging fury within, Shi Qian had no choice but to endure for the time being. Thank you, Brother Qian. Lin Chong hastily expressed his gratitude, retreating with his tail between his legs, followed closely by his 2 companions. After resolving the issue with Lin Chong, Xiao Chui approached Shi Qian with a grateful expression, saying, "Thank you, Brother Qian, for helping me once again." Shi Qian waved his hand dismissively, replying, "It's just a small matter." Jiang Feng smiled and added, "I'm fine. You go ahead with your tasks." Xiao Chui insisted, "You don't need to see me off." Brother Qian, I'm all right. After all, we are in the community, and they wouldn't dare to be too reckless. However, Shi Qian firmly shook his head, stating, "Listen to me. I know them better than you do." As Jiang Feng watched Shi Qian and Xiao Chui walk away, he had complete faith in Shi Qian's judgment. What Alliance community? This place is hardly safe. It is frequently invaded by aberrant beasts, and there are also mutated zombies lurking about. Most of those who go missing do so without a trace. Having been thwarted, Lin Chong and his companions did not dare retaliate against Shi Qian. But targeting Xiao Chui was entirely within their grasp. Yet, compared to Shi Qian and Appos, as passive defense, Jiang Feng preferred a more aggressive approach. Lin Chong? Tonight, I shall use you as my sacrificial hammer. Jiang Feng lightly patted the heavy hammer at his waist, eager for another reward from the system. Brother Chong, that girl has Shi Qian backing her up. What if he finds out we went after her? Despite the two other mutated zombies being of higher rank than Lin Chong, they still looked to him for guidance. Lin Chong smirked dismissively and said, we can discreetly eliminate that girl and dispose of the remains in the river. Who could possibly trace it back to us? Even if Shi Qian suspects anything, would he dare take action against us? Let us not forget. I am a subordinate of Brother Gua. He must weigh whether he can withstand Brother Gua's wrath before considering me. Lin Chong spoke with pride, clearly demonstrating the truth that dogs often rely on the strength of their masters. The two other mutated zombies eagerly praised him, affirming, what Brother Chong says is true. With Brother Gua as our support, we have nothing to fear from Shi Qian. Brother Chong, shall we enjoy ourselves with that girl first before we eliminate her? Lin Chong glanced at his two subordinates and replied, of course, we should indulge ourselves first. That girl is quite alluring. It would be such a waste to simply dispose of her. As Lin Chong and his two accomplices brazenly deliberated on how to deal with Xiao Cui, a chilling voice echoed behind them. Who? Lin Chong and Appos. His heart quivered, and he hastily turned to look back. The secret of their identities as zombies was of utmost confidentiality. Should it be exposed that they were man-eaters, their predicament would become dire. After all, he had long sought the zombie serum from Brother Gua. If he and his companions were to be revealed, Brother Gua would not hesitate to eliminate them to prevent the exposure of mutated zombies within the community. Your grandfather Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng emerged from around the corner, his expression grim and his gaze laced with frigid malice. Lin Chong frowned, scrutinizing Jiang Feng for a moment before realization dawned upon him. I remember you. You're one of Shi Qian's underlings. You were heralded as the strongest newcomer, alongside a beautiful girl, during this alliance's recruitment. Jiang Feng did not shy away from the truth, responding bluntly, indeed, that is I. Huh. If it weren't for that beautiful girl, could you have slain the level 3 beast, the White Wolf? Lin Chong remarked, signaling his two subordinates behind him. The two understood the cue and began to encircle Jiang Feng. This matter was originally none of your concern, but since you have chosen to seek your demise, I can only send you, the strongest newcomer, to the afterlife. Chapter 28, The Last Move. Lin Chong and his two loyal subordinates, having honed their skills together over the years, swiftly encircled Jiang Feng in the blink of an eye. At this juncture, any hope of an easy escape for Jiang Feng was rendered utterly unrealistic. Observing Jiang Feng firmly trapped, Lin Chong and Appos' arrogance swelled, and he taunted, what did you just hear? You insolent brat? Before making his move, Lin Chong pondered whether Jiang Feng was worth sparing. Indifferently regarding the advancing trio, Jiang Feng casually remarked, I heard 3 little zombies proclaiming their desire to feast on humans. A chill coursed through Lin Chong as he realized the gravity of the situation. Jiang Feng could not be allowed to live. Regrettably, the strongest newcomer must perish. Without further ado, Lin Chong signaled his subordinates, and in an instant, they lunged at Jiang Feng with remarkable speed. Jiang Feng wasted no time. He flipped his hefty hammer, preparing the sharp end for combat. Lacking the support of Qin Yuner or anyone else, he knew he must exert every ounce of strength to conclude this swiftly. Black Scythe, Beast Charge. Lin Chong and his two subordinates unleashed their unique abilities. One of the taller, leaner subordinates swung his arms, transforming them into 2 black scythes aimed directly at Jiang Feng's throat. Meanwhile, the shorter, stockier member sprouted 2 formidable horns and charged headlong at Jiang Feng. Among the trio, Lin Chong wielded control abilities, while the other 2 specialized in offense, displaying commendable synergy and formidable combat prowess. Chaotic Hammer. In the face of the trio's onslaught, Jiang Feng remained as composed as ever. He brandished his hammer, engaging in fierce combat, despite his abilities being at level 1. Jiang Feng's hammer techniques had already reached level 2. Coupled with his robust physicality and the devastating power of his chaotic strikes, he momentarily gained the upper hand. Boom, boom, boom. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Feng unleashed a surge of energy, driving the pointed hammerhead forcefully against the foreheads of Lin Chong and his subordinates. I will stand my ground. Although Lin Chong and his companions reacted swiftly to counter Jiang Feng's strike, The ferocity of his blow was overwhelming. They could not withstand it. In an instant, their heads were shattered. With a sigh of relief, Jiang Feng surveyed the fallen bodies of Lin Chong and his men, exhausted. He recognized the urgency of utilizing the system's bug mechanism to swiftly recuperate his energy. Thus, he quietly observed as the bodies of Lin Chong and his subordinates began their transformation into zombies, gradually rising from the ground as their heads healed. Simultaneously, Jiang Feng successfully lifted his hammer once more, completing the dark moment of physical exhaustion. Ding. System notification. Energy limit reached. Energy level 1. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, host. Energy level 1. Current energy 112. In the present day, Jiang Feng's physical abilities have ascended to 112, enabling him to unleash 3 lethal strikes under the second-level martial technique, Chaotic Hammer. He is now entirely capable of standing his ground, albeit not yet in a comprehensive manner. Young one, witnessing our current state, do the memories of your demise resurface? Are you once again gripped by the terror of the apocalypse? Seeing us rise from the dead, does it not fill you with even greater despair? Lin Chong, unhurriedly mending his severely injured body, cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Feng, seeking to discern fear and hopelessness on his face. Unfortunately for him, Jiang Feng proved to be a disappointment. With a calm demeanor, Jiang Feng regarded Lin Chong and his companions, betraying no trace of panic, even taking the opportunity to assess the difficulty posed by the trio. As this was far from his first encounter with mutated zombies. 40. Each blow necessitates a recovery of 40 physical points. It appears Lin Chong is the most vulnerable, while the remaining 2 are manageable. As long as I seize the moment appropriately, this battle will not linger for long. Jiang Feng's tranquility caused Lin Chong's heart to tighten. He instinctively sensed that Jiang Feng might be privy to certain secrets regarding the mutated zombies. Consequently, Lin Chong's expression shifted, and he cast a glance at his 2 subordinates, instructing, "Make an effort to spare his life. I believe Brother Gu will find him intriguing." Understood. The 2 subordinates comprehended Lin Chong's intentions, and emboldened by their zombie resilience, they dismissed Jiang Feng as a mere obstacle. Go. At Lin Chong's command, he and his 2 subordinates charged once more towards Jiang Feng. Initially, they had been somewhat careless. This time, their coordination was far more exquisite and cautious. Alas, Jiang Feng and Appo's second-level martial technique, Chaotic Hammer, remained beyond their capability to withstand. Moreover, their intent to capture him alive rendered them overly cautious, inadvertently granting Jiang Feng the opportunity to strike them hard. Bang, bang, bang. Once again, 3 powerful blows descended, and Lin Chong along with his 2 subordinates collapsed to the ground, their skulls indented by the impact. As they fell, Lin Chong suddenly recalled that Jiang Feng had reported his ability to the Alliance as the power of physical recovery. Oh no, I forgot his ability is physical restoration. Prolonging the struggle would be detrimental to us. Brothers, do not hold back. If it must be done, then let it be done. I trust Brother Guo will understand our actions. Realizing the tenacity of Jiang Feng, Lin Chong immediately directed his 2 subordinates to unleash a fatal assault upon him. Previously, their intent to capture him alive had inadvertently granted Jiang Feng an advantage. This time, they would show no mercy, rising swiftly from the ground. Lin Chong and his companions rapidly consumed their recovery energy, denying Jiang Feng any opportunity to catch his breath or restore his vitality. They charged directly towards him. Young one, prepare to meet your end. Ha. Lacking our zombies and Appo's immortal bodies, with this scythe, you shall perish. I shall dismember you. As Lin Chong and his companions, brimming with confidence, prepared to strike, their laughter echoed with unrestrained arrogance. In this moment, their collective prowess undeniably surpassed that of Jiang Feng. Is this truly the limit of my capabilities? Jiang Feng mused, observing the trio advancing towards him while glancing at the heavy hammer he could not lift and the complete depletion of his stamina. A bitter smile etched across his face. He had once believed that his strength alone could vanquish Lin Chong and his cohorts. It seemed he had overestimated himself. Yet, he had a contingency plan. With a subtle smile playing on his lips, Jiang Feng gazed at the trio, unfazed. As he strained to raise the hammer in his grip and declared, "You cannot kill me." As he spoke, he patted his waist. In an instant, a crimson aura enveloped him, reminiscent of the protective charm that Jiedia had once employed to safeguard his life. Chapter 29. Unexpected upgrade to level 3 blood armor. As a mist of blood enveloped Jiang Feng, Lin Chong's jaw dropped in disbelief. Impossible. How could you possess such a thing? Before Lin Chong could finish his sentence, The trio's attack struck Jiang Feng with tremendous force. Staggering backward, Lin Chong and his companions trembled, their arms shaking from the recoil. Although they were not injured, they struggled to maintain their balance. It seems he knows something. It is imperative to interrogate him. Perhaps he can unveil the identity of the person behind Jiadie. Observing the astonishment etched on Lin Chong's face, Jiang Feng quickly realized that Lin Chong might be privy to some insider information. After all, Lin Chong not only named the level 3 blood armor, but also seemed well-versed in its origins. In contrast, Lin Chong and Appo's S2 zombie subordinates appeared dazed, clearly unaware of the situation. With this in mind, Jiang Feng decided to address Lin Chong last. Ding. System notification. Physical capacity limit reached. Vitality level 1. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, host. Vitality level 1 achieved. Current vitality 114. At last, Jiang Feng had endured the darkest moment of exhaustion, and his physical stamina was fully restored. Like a ferocious tiger, he charged forth, targeting Lin Chong's 2 minions. With the activation of the level 3 blood armor, Jiang Feng felt liberated from any concerns and attacked with unrestrained ferocity. Bang! Bang! With each powerful strike, he shattered the skulls of Lin Chong's 2 subordinates. Ding! System notification. Enemy vitality below 20. Ability execution triggered. Ding! System notification. Enemy vitality below 20. Ability execution triggered. The system's notifications rang in Jiang Feng's mind as he awaited the critical moment when Lin Chong's minions' vitality dipped below 20. With a mighty swing, Jiang Feng wielded his hammer left and right, delivering 2 crushing blows that obliterated Lin Chong's subordinates. As the execution effect activated, Lin Chong's minions had no chance to resist and met their demise on the spot. Lin Chong swallowed hard, his eyes filled with terror. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, host. Successful kill of zombies. Reward package obtained. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, host. Successful kill of zombies. Reward package obtained. After dispatching Lin Chong's minions, the system notifications echoed once more, granting Jiang Feng 2 reward packages. However, he did not rush to claim them. Instead, he fixed his gaze on the visibly anxious Lin Chong nearby. Gulps. Lin Chong nervously swallowed, his expression stripped of malice and murderous intent, now replaced solely by fear and trepidation. As Jiang Feng activated his level 3 blood armor, he chose to disregard Lin Chong's attacks entirely. Now, with Lin Chong's 2 minions brutally defeated, only he remained, leaving Jiang Feng in complete control of the situation. With a hammer in hand, Jiang Feng approached Lin Chong with an air of nonchalance, while Lin Chong, filled with trepidation, cautiously retreated. Suddenly, with a slip of his foot, Lin Chong fell to the ground, lacking even the courage to rise, his face a mask of terror as he pleaded for mercy. Brother Feng, I was wrong. Please spare me. I promise to grant you anything you desire if you let me go. Despite his ghastly appearance, Lin Chong resembled a pitiful little lamb, utterly helpless and woefully vulnerable. A smirk played at the corners of Jiang Feng's mouth as he regarded Lin Chong with an icy gaze. What is the origin of this level 3 blood armor? He inquired. Caught off guard, Lin Chong's eyes widened in disbelief. You didn't know? The realization struck him. Jiang Feng's blood armor was tainted with ill-gotten gains. Terror gripped him as he stammered. You were the one who killed Jiadie? He dared not speak further, for the implications were dire. Knowing Jiang Feng was the murderer of Jiadie meant his own fate was sealed. Resolute, Lin Chong decided to embrace his fate. Whether I speak or not, death awaits. This time, I choose silence. He gazed at Jiang Feng with an air of defiance, exuding a spirit that seemed ready to face death. Jiang Feng scoffed, unimpressed. A display of heroism? We'll see if you can endure it. With that, Jiang Feng raised his hefty hammer and began to strike Lin Chong's shoulders repeatedly, each blow creating gaping wounds that bled profusely. Lin Chong's stamina dwindled with each strike. I can end Appo's to withstand this torment. Just kill me already, he cried out in anguish. Unperturbed, Jiang Feng queried. Will you speak? Will you? Suddenly, an inexplicable sensation washed over Jiang Feng, as if his unique abilities were on the brink of a breakthrough. He glanced at Lin Chong and Appo's remaining stamina, now a mere 29 points, and his expression shifted in alarm. This was dire. Ding. System alert. Congratulations, host, for successfully comprehending level 2 ability execution. Execution cap increased to 40. This is bad. I've leveled up. Jiang Feng lamented, and with a swift motion, he lightly struck Lin Chong's body again with his hammer, triggering the ability execution. Ding. System alert. Enemy stamina below 40. Execution activated. Ding. System alert. Congratulations, host, for successfully slaying the zombie. Rewarding system gift package. As Jiang Feng gazed at the lifeless Lin Chong, he turned his attention to the rewards displayed on his system panel, yet he felt no joy. He had not anticipated that Lin Chong would meet such a humiliating end. Nor could Lin Chong have imagined that a mere light strike could bring about his demise in an instant. Jiang Feng sighed in silence, realizing that the answers he sought remained elusive. Yet, his endeavor was not entirely in vain. Not only had he successfully thwarted Lin Chong and his accomplices from harboring ill intentions towards Miss Xiaozue, but he also received a reward from the system following the demise of the three. More importantly, he had unearthed a clue regarding the individual behind Jadier. The blood armor would serve as a pivotal opportunity for him to unveil the truth. Regrettably, the reincarnated Qin Yuner appeared utterly ignorant of the connections the blood armor held. A reincarnated individual, and yet so uninformed. Jiang Feng could not help but express his disdain for Qin Yuner and Appos as shortcomings. After disposing of Lin Chong and his companions' bodies into the river, he proceeded to leisurely access the system panel, eager to discover the nature of his rewards. Chapter 30. Words from the Grandmother. Ding. System notification. Congratulations to the host for successfully receiving the zombie killing task package. Ding. System notification. Congratulations to the host for achieving psychic execution level 1. Ding. System notification. Congratulations to the host for successfully receiving the zombie killing task package. Ding. System notification. Congratulations to the host for attaining martial skill level 1. Ding. System notification. Congratulations to the host for successfully receiving the zombie killing task package. Ding. System notification. Congratulations to the host for reaching physical capacity level 1. Jiang Feng swiftly opened the 3 system packages, acquiring psychic level 1, martial skill level 1, and physical level 1 attributes. This Lin Chong, what a waste. Jiang Feng glanced at Lin Chong, who was being devoured by mutated fish on the river's surface. Unable to suppress a sarcastic remark, he had hoped to glean information about the individuals behind Jiadie from Lin Chong, but that endeavor had proven fruitless. The rewards for killing Lin Chong were rather meager. Lin Chong's 2 subordinates could at least grant him an upgrade in psychic and martial skills, whereas Lin Chong himself had merely a single point in physical capacity. Jiang Feng sighed and slowly accessed his attribute panel. Although the rewards for slaying Lin Chong were rather trifling, Jiang Feng had experienced a significant enhancement in both his level and abilities. Jiang Feng, human, level 3. Psychic ability, execution, directly slay enemies with physical capacity below 60, physical capacity 115, kill count 17. Though Jiang Feng had only recently become a psychic, he was already a level 3 psychic. Such a rapid rate of advancement was indeed remarkable. Yet, he understood that at his current level, he remained vulnerable. The foes he would confront were undoubtedly formidable and of terrifying rank. Continuous improvement and relentless progress were the only paths to survival. However, throughout this journey, Shi Qian remained perpetually vigilant, yet detected no signs of trouble. Brother Qian, see? I told you it was your overthinking, yet you didn't believe me. Look, did they dare to seek revenge on me? Xiaochui smiled faintly, still feeling that Shi Qian was overly nervous. But Shi Qian furrowed his brows, sensing that something was amiss. Based on his understanding of Lin Chong, it was inconceivable that he would not retaliate. Xiaochui was neither Shi Qian nor a psychic. If Lin Chong were to suppress his grievances, it would indeed be a rare occurrence. Yet, the absence of Lin Chong's presence left Shi Qian questioning his own deductions. Still, he dared not lower his guard. He could not gamble with Xiaochui's safety. Caution was paramount. Shi Qian gazed at Xiaochui earnestly. Xiaochui, warmed by the resolute look in Shi Qian's eyes, nodded. All right, I will heed Brother Qian's advice. Uncle Shi Qian. As the door swung open, a child's joyful voice echoed from within. It was Xiaochui's son, Ugandan. The lively child eagerly leaped into Shi Qian's embrace, completely disregarding his mother, Xiaochui. Shi Qian lifted Ugandan, playfully engaging with the child. Little Dandan, did you not expect Uncle Shi Qian? Longing, an intense yearning. The bond between Ugandan and Shi Qian is as warm and affectionate as that of family. Since the sacrifice of Ugandan's father, Xiaochui has been reluctant to accept Li Hongtu's assistance, leaving Shi Qian to care for her household. From time to time, Shi Qian visits Xiaochui's home, bringing with him a plethora of daily necessities. Over time, familiarity breeds warmth and deepening affection. Qian and Amp, Appos, you and Amp, Appos, V. Come. An elderly woman, leaning on her cane, slowly emerged from the inner room. This is Xiao Chui and Amp, Apos, grandmother, you grandma. She greeted Shi Qian with exceptional warmth, urging him to sit and chat. Grandma, I and Amp, Apos, am here. At this moment, Xiao Chui stood at the doorway, observing her grandmother and son engrossed in conversation with Shi Qian, feeling entirely overlooked. Instead of resentment, she wore a smile. She set down the provisions and expertly headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner. With Shi Qian's arrival, Xiao Chui's home was filled with liveliness and laughter during the meal. After dinner, the little one, Yu Gandang, grew tired and fell asleep. It was only then that Shi Qian stood to leave, but Yu Grandma insisted he stay. Qianer, stay the night and leave in the morning. The community isn't far, and you can set off at dawn. Yu Grandma gently grasped Shi Qian's hand. Shi Qian glanced at Xiao Chui, a smile gracing his face. Grandma, my staying would tarnish Xiao Chui's reputation. I should take my leave. With that, he turned and departed. Seeing Shi Qian's resolute decision, Yu Grandma ceased her insistence. However, after he left, she approached the window, watching the familiar silhouette seated at the staircase corner. Letting out a resigned sigh, Xiao Chui felt embarrassed and nodded silently. Grandma, it's not that I wish to cause trouble. It's that Lin Chong is far too overbearing. She recounted the day's events to Yu Grandma, who was incensed and began to scold. Xiao Chui, while you often find yourself in heated disputes, this time, I believe you acted rightly. Lin Chong is a scoundrel. Even cursing him is too mild. Yu Grandma held an immense affection for Xiao Chui, treating her as her own daughter. Since the demise of Yu Grandma's son, Xiao Chui has been diligent and steadfast, and for this reason, Yu Grandma has never regarded her as an outsider. Grandma, please Don and Apos, be angry, Qin and Apos, or has already dealt with Lin Chong. Xiao Chui sought to console her grandmother, knowing that her age made her susceptible to stress. Mentioning Shi Qian, a flicker of emotion crossed Yu Grandma and Apos' face. She then took Xiao Chui and Apos' hand and asked, Xiao Chui, tell me the truth. What do you think of Qianer? Grandma, what are you implying? There is nothing between Qianer and me. Xiao Chui, misunderstanding her grandmother's inquiry as disapproval of her closeness with Shi Qian, hurriedly clarified. Yu Grandma chuckled and waved her hand. Silly girl, do you think me an old stickler? I know what kind of person Qianer is. He braves the storms and treats us as family. Over this past year, thanks to him, our home would have crumbled without his support. Dear grandmother, what I mean is, if you find Qianer to be a suitable match, perhaps you should consider fostering a relationship. I have always felt that. Qianer harbors feelings for you. With heartfelt earnestness, Granny Yu implored Xiao Cui. One must always look forward. It is unthinkable for Xiao Cui to remain in a state of perpetual solitude. Shi Qian is indeed a commendable individual, possessing both strength and the capability to protect Xiao Cui. And Granny Yu holds him in high regard. Grandmother, what are you saying? I am not involved with Qianer. Upon hearing Granny Yu's words, Xiao Cui hastened to decline, only to be halted by her grandmother. Xiao Cui sat there, lost in thought for a considerable time before finally rising and moving to the window, quietly gazing at the figure standing steadfast at the corner of the staircase, unmoved by the chilling wind, her mind a whirlpool of unarticulated thoughts. Chapter 31. Secrets. Having concluded his business, Li Hongtu cast a suspicious glance at Jiang Feng. Embarrassed, Jiang Feng scratched his head, offering a sheepish smile as he replied, I got a bit lost on the way. Li Hongtu raised an eyebrow slightly, scrutinizing Jiang Feng with a look of astonishment. All the bases of the combat teams were situated along the official roads. It was virtually impossible to lose one's way or become disoriented. This was not an ordinary residential area requiring one to navigate through winding alleys, thus Jiang Feng's statement raised questions. However, Li Hongtu chose not to delve deeper into the matter. He approached Jiang Feng, lightly patting him on the shoulder and whispering in his ear, in the future, be mindful of your safety on the road, exercise caution in all things. A chill ran through Jiang Feng, for he understood that Li Hongtu was already aware of the secret he harbored from tonight. Yet, neither of them opted to voice the truth. They tacitly agreed to act as if nothing had transpired. I will. Jiang Feng nodded earnestly, signaling his comprehension of Li Hongtu's implicit warning. Li Hongtu's expression darkened slightly as he inquired, your disorientation, is it connected to Lin Chong? Jiang Feng's eyelids fluttered. He had not anticipated Li Hongtu's keen awareness. Nonetheless, he did not intentionally conceal the truth, candidly responding, yes, it is related to Lin Chong. Li Hongtu sighed, muttering, some matters you need only to be aware of. Refrain from speaking too much, especially to outsiders. The upper echelons of the alliance are more chaotic than you can imagine, as everyone seeks a delicate balance to maintain stability. You are still too weak and have yet to earn the right to be a pivotal factor in disrupting this equilibrium. Treat what you should not know as if it were a secret. Should you expose it, you will become a target, crushed by the powerful. Li Hongtu gazed at Jiang Feng with profound significance, his eyes brimming with cautionary advice. At that moment, Jiang Feng felt a profound shock as he realized that Li Hongtu might have long been aware of the existence of the aberrant zombies within the alliance. However, before those powerful figures, even a level 6 ability user like Li Hongtu dared not act recklessly, opting instead to play the obedient role, feigning ignorance. Thank you for the reminder, Captain. Jiang Feng expressed his gratitude, increasingly understanding why Qin Yuner insisted on his joining the 3rd Advanced Team. Each member of this team seemed to possess remarkable qualities. Li Hongtu chuckled heartily, saying, "There's no need for such formality. We are brothers." He gently patted Jiang Feng's shoulder, gradually acknowledging and accepting him. At this moment, Niao Niao blushed, feeling particularly shy, unaware of the entertainment activities Qin Yuner had taken her to. However, Niao Niao no longer resisted Qin Yuner's affectionate embrace, appearing much more at ease. As for Qin Yuner, she remained her enigmatic self, full of mischief and unpredictability. Jiang Feng, seeing Qin Yuner and Niao Niao, greeted the two of them warmly. Li Hongtu observed the scene before him, offering merely a smile without further commentary, recognizing that certain matters were beyond his purview as the captain. Yuner, our 3rd Advanced Team lacks logistical personnel, resulting in an abundance of vacant rooms for your selection, he informed Qin Yuner, allowing her to choose her quarters first. With a bright smile, Qin Yun and Appos responded, "Captain, I understand. I shall reside upstairs, right next to Niao Niao." "No, tonight I wish to stay with Niao Niao." As she spoke, she seized Niao Niao's hand, declaring, "Niao Niao, let us bathe together. I feel quite uncomfortable with this sticky sensation." Niao Niao, taken aback, was not a person of exuberance and had never been close enough to anyone to engage in such intimacy. Yet, Qin Yuner offered her no chance for dissent as she pulled Niao Niao upstairs. Jiang Feng, watching the two enter Niao Niao's room, could not suppress a feeling of envy. He too longed to partake in what Qin Yuner was currently enjoying. Alas, he found himself without such an opportunity. Li Hongtu frowned slightly as he observed Qin Yuner's familiarity with the base, which seemed to surpass his own. However, he chose not to dwell on it, and instead turned his attention to Jiang Feng, stating, "Xiao Feng, although our 3rd Advanced Team has no logistical staff and many vacant rooms, all male team members are to reside on the 1st floor, yourself included." He gestured towards the room directly beneath Niao Niao's, adding, "You shall stay in this room, should it prove uncomfortable. You may change later as there are plenty of vacancies on the ground floor." Jiang Feng, though puzzled as to why the 3rd Advanced Team lacked logistical personnel and why male members were relegated to the 1st floor, accepted Li Hongtu's arrangement, believing there must be a rationale behind it. Little did he anticipate that the soundproofing of the base was inadequate, residing below. He could not only hear the gentle trickling of water from Niao Niao's bathroom, but also the playful laughter of Qin Yuner and Niao Niao. This stirred a sense of restlessness in half-slumbering Jiang Feng, and even as the upstairs room fell silent, he remained uneasy in his dreams. In his slumber, he envisioned a thin veil of mist, beyond which flowed a gentle stream, accompanied by the faint silhouettes of two beautiful women, bathing and frolicking while casting smiles in his direction. Dingling, dingling. Amidst the haze, Jiang Feng was roused by the sound of an alarm, reluctantly rising from his bed. Upon awakening, he discovered that Shi Qian had not returned all night and, as of this moment, had yet to rejoin the team. Could Qianer be in some sort of trouble? He pondered. That shouldn't be the case. I have already dealt with Lin Chong and his companions. He mused further. Moreover, given Qianer's capabilities, this should not be the predicament. Confused, Jiang Feng could not fathom why Shi Qian had not yet returned. Li Hongtu approached him with a smile, murmuring, "Shi Qian is untroubled. He merely has someone he cannot let go." Jiang Feng blinked, looking at Li Hongtu, and inquired, "Captain, what will our training entail?" This is Jiang Feng's inaugural experience in joining a combat squad, and naturally, he is unfamiliar with the training regimen undertaken during times devoid of missions. Li Hongtu, remaining calm and unhurried, elucidates, it consists of basic physical conditioning and specialized combat training, aimed at honing the camaraderie among team members and deepening their understanding of one another's capabilities. In simpler terms, it is about mutual sparring. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng and Appos' eyes sparkled with excitement. It presented an excellent opportunity to enhance his physical limits. However, he must exercise utmost caution regarding his unique ability. Should it be activated during the sparring session, the practice would swiftly escalate into an actual combat situation. Captain, may I engage in a sparring session with you? Jiang Feng gazed at Li Hongtu with hopeful anticipation. Among the members of the 3rd Advanced Team, only Li Hongtu possesses sufficiently high physical prowess. Sparring with anyone else could easily trigger Jiang Feng's unique ability. After all, his ability activates with merely 60 points of physical capacity. Li Hongtu's eyes gleamed with intrigue as he appraised Jiang Feng and replied, "Certainly. I, too, am eager to discover the extent of your limits." Chapter 32. Clocking in the biting cold, Shi Qian stood vigil at the corner of the staircase throughout the night. Gazing at the gradually rising sun, his brow furrowed in perplexity. Have I misjudged the situation? Doubts began to creep into Shi Qian and Appo's mind. He had firmly believed that Lin Chong would seek revenge on Xiao Chui, yet as night faded into dawn, there was no sign of any disturbance. However, with daylight breaking, people had begun to venture outside, rendering it nearly impossible for Lin Chong to act during the day. At the very least, Xiao Chui was safe. And this thought brought Shi Qian a measure of comfort. Tap, tap, tap. Just then, Xiao Chui appeared at the corner of the staircase, carrying breakfast, and handed it to Shi Qian. "Brother Qian, you worked hard last night. Please have some breakfast to warm yourself." Her gaze, once fleeting, now held a notable softness toward Shi Qian. Thank you," Shi Qian replied, taken aback as he accepted the breakfast. This was not his first night of keeping watch for Xiao Chui, but it was the first time she had brought him breakfast. In the past, both had exercised great restraint, striving to protect Xiao Chui's reputation and distance themselves from any implication of a relationship. As he accepted the meal, warmth spread through Shi Qian. He gently cautioned her, "Xiao Chui, please refrain from visiting the massage parlor today. I worry about Lin Chong." "Brother Qian, I won't be going to the massage parlor anymore. Not ever." Xiao Chui interjected, her resolve evident. "Oh, why not?" Shi Qian was taken aback. Xiao Chui was a headstrong girl who preferred self-sufficiency over accepting favors from others. Even the occasional 10-point credits Shi Qian offered had been reluctantly accepted under the pretext of helping Ugandan's child. If Xiao Chui ceased her visits, how would she survive? Would she expect Apo and Ugandan to subsist on energy bars? At his question, Xiao Chui's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied softly, "Before, I didn't and Appo's care about any man, but now I do. I can't allow others to speak ill of him behind his back, can I?" Though Xiao Chui's work at the massage parlor was entirely legitimate, it was not without its share of gossip. Thus, the best way to avoid such scrutiny was simply to cease going altogether. She has someone special in her heart? A pang of disappointment struck Shi Qian, plunging him into a gloomy state. He was oblivious to the identity of the man who occupied Xiao Chui's thoughts, yet he surmised that his own chances were dwindling. With a heavy heart, he murmured, "I must take my leave. I still need to clock in later." With that, he turned and hurried down the stairs. As he rushed downward, he heard Xiao Chui's voice echoing from above. "Clang, clang, humph. Men, Brother Qian, what happened? You seem so cheerful," someone remarked, as if suggesting that Shi Qian had encountered good fortune. Yet, his face bore fresh scars, marking him as a man who had recently sustained injuries. He claimed to have simply fallen, but Jiang Feng was skeptical. How could a level 5 ability user, especially one with the power of swift movement, possibly have fallen? It was clearly a pretext. Shi Qian found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to convince Jiang Feng that he had indeed fallen. Ultimately, he decided against any explanation. "It's nothing, just in high spirits." With a hearty laugh, Shi Qian embraced Jiang Feng tightly and whispered into his ear, "I and Appo's heard about Lin Chong. Thank you, brother." Jiang Feng looked at Shi Qian with a puzzled expression and inquired, "Qian and Appo's, what happened to Lin Chong?" "I'm not aware of anything." Shi Qian smiled knowingly and replied, "Oh, it and Appo's. Nothing serious. He merely lost his footing and fell into the river with 2 of his lackeys last night. It was rather tragic." Jiang Feng nodded in sudden understanding and remarked with a hint of melancholy, "Those who do wrong inevitably face retribution. He had it coming." The two shared a knowing smile, an unspoken bond passing between them. Qin Yuner observed Jiang Feng and Shi Qian with curiosity, although she was unaware of their exchange. It was evident that their relationship had deepened significantly. It seemed her plans were progressing smoothly. Niao Niao, on the other hand, remained indifferent to the affairs of others. Her melancholic beauty was serene and elicited a sense of affection from those around her. Li Hongtu was well aware of the events that had transpired, but chose to feign ignorance. Clearing his throat, he addressed the group. Now that we are all gathered and with no duties to attend to today, we shall proceed with our usual training and check-in. Xiaofeng will be in my group. Yuner will be trained by Qian and Amp, Appos, or in Niao Niao. Li Hongtu promptly organized the arrangements, and the others were taken aback when they learned that Jiang Feng would be paired with Li Hongtu. Typically, the third advanced team trained by surrounding Li Hongtu, a level 6 ability user. This was the first instance of a single team member challenging him. Moreover, in everyone's eyes, Jiang Feng was merely a level 1 ability user, with only a commendable level 2 martial skill to his name. Xiaofeng, you have courage. Shi Qian gave Jiang Feng a thumbs up, applauding his audacity to challenge Li Hongtu. How presumptuous. A level 1 challenging a level 6. Does he think himself a superhero? Qin Yuna rolled her eyes in exasperation, harboring resentment towards Jiang Feng since his hurtful words the day before. Meanwhile, Jiao Niao, who had remained silent, suddenly brightened. Her gaze towards Jiang Feng infused with anticipation. She had always found Jiang Feng enigmatic, and this duel with Li Hongtu would provide her a chance to gauge his true strength. Jiang Feng remained unfazed by the varied reactions of his peers. He had no intention of defeating Li Hongtu or challenging his authority. Instead, he viewed Li Hongtu merely as a means to unleash his full potential, an opportunity to elevate his physical prowess. To put it plainly, Li Hongtu was simply a tool in Jiang Feng's eyes, devoid of any ulterior motives. Li Hongtu observed the unfolding dynamics with a smile, choosing to remain silent as he urged everyone to hurry and check in. The members of these combat squads earn points primarily through task execution, while during their regular days, they accumulate points by clocking in. As the deadline for clocking in approaches, let us proceed with it, Li Hongtu declared, leading the way by placing his hand on the clock-in machine. Beep. Level 6 ability user Li Hongtu, clock-in successful. Next was Shi Qian. Beep. Level 5 ability user Shi Qian, clock-in successful. Following him was Niao Niao. Beep. Level 5 ability user Niao Niao, clock-in successful. Then came Qin Yuner. Beep. Level 3 ability user Qin Yuner, clock-in successful. Lastly, it was Jiang Feng. Beep. Level 3 ability user Jiang Feng, clock-in successful. What a surprise. Just yesterday, during their battle with the exotic beast, the flower python, Jiang Feng was still a level 1 ability user. How is it that overnight he has ascended to a level 3 ability user? Thud, thud, thud. Qin Yuner strode directly to Jiang Feng without uttering a word. She grasped his hand and pressed it once more onto the clock-in machine. Beep. Level 3 ability user Jiang Feng, clock-in completed. Chapter 33. Jealousy. Is he truly a level 3? The machine. Is it functioning properly? Qin Yuner stared blankly at the attendance machine. When she and Jiang Feng officially became employees of the Alliance, the machine began to record their information, beyond merely registering attendance. It also had the capability to monitor the levels of Alliance employees in real time, making it a dual-purpose device. Now, with the machine declaring Jiang Feng as a level 3 ability user, there could be no mistake. Even the most sophisticated instruments would yield the same result. Qin Yuner regarded Jiang Feng with a puzzled expression, her eyes brimming with astonishment. He was a level 1 yesterday, and now he is a level 3? How did he level up so quickly? He is neither me nor a reincarnate. Could it be that this was his innate talent? Qin Yuner found it hard to believe. In her memories, under normal circumstances, Jiang Feng had not awakened any powers by the age of 14. Yet, upon her rebirth, he too awakened his abilities on the same day. Everything must surely be linked to that mysterious object. But she could not fathom how Jiang Feng's talent could be so extraordinary, enabling him to ascend from level 1 to level 3 in such a short span of time. Could it be he is truly a genius? Qin Yuner blinked, her gaze towards Jiang Feng shifting dramatically. Rolling her eyes in exasperation, she exclaimed, "What? Is it too much to test your level?" Jiang Feng furtively glanced at Niao Niao and replied, "No, I merely feared Niao Niao would misunderstand." Qin Yuner retorted, "You, get lost." She shoved Jiang Feng away, feeling a mix of anger and jealousy. After all, he was to be her future husband. What are you trying to pretend to be with your nose in the air? Who would ever like someone like you? Anyone who does must be out of their mind. Qin Yuner fumed, her teeth clenched in frustration. Meanwhile, Niao Niao gently nudged Qin Yuner's arm and softly said, "Yuner, please don't talk about Jiang Feng like that. He is actually quite good." It was rare for Niao Niao to speak up in Jiang Feng's defense. Qin Yuner looked utterly exasperated, her expression clearly indicating her desire for the world to end. At that moment, Li Hongtu approached with a hearty laugh, addressing Jiang Feng. No wonder you dared to challenge me this morning. It seems you were well prepared. Indeed. Your talent is impressive, and your rapid leveling has piqued my interest. I, a mere mortal, wish to see just how formidable this genius truly is. Truth be told, I have yet to engage with a talent of your caliber. Li Hongtu's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he increasingly entertained the thought of genuinely accepting Jiang Feng. Go for it, Xiao Feng. I have high hopes for you. From a distance, Shi Qian cheered Jiang Feng on, recognizing him not only as a true brother, but also as a person of solid character and undeniable talent. Such an individual was worthy of admiration, not just from Li Hongtu, but from Shi Qian as well. Niao Niao remained silent, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she gazed at Jiang Feng and Li Hongtu. In a remarkable display of prowess, the prodigious Jiang Feng, possessing a third-level ability, dares to challenge Captain Li Hongtu, a sixth-level adept. Such encounters are indeed rare. Xiao Feng, how do you wish to proceed? Li Hongtu inquired earnestly as they arrived at the training facility, fixing his gaze upon Jiang Feng. Silently, Jiang Feng retrieved his small hammer, initially intending to exhaust his physical stamina rapidly during the duel to elevate his limits. However, given the high expectations surrounding him, he realized he must dedicate himself fully. With so many anticipating his performance, he could not afford to disappoint. They were, after all, brothers bound by life and death. Aside from the need to avoid the triggering of lethal abilities, Jiang Feng resolved to hold nothing back. Then, let us determine the victor with restraint. As you wish. Li Hongtu, the sixth-level adept, displayed a hint of seriousness on his countenance. Observe the hammer. Jiang Feng commenced with unreserved fervor, unleashing his third-level martial technique. The chaotic hammering. This was the only way to swiftly deplete his stamina, a true reflection of his capabilities. Defensive wall. With no time to waste, Li Hongtu summoned his ability, raising a stone barrier before him to intercept Jiang Feng's assault. Jiang Feng, however, chose not to evade but swung his hammer down with immense force. Bang, bang, bang. The small hammer danced in Jiang Feng's grasp, and although he wielded the flat end, its might remained formidable. After all, he was now a third-level adept, and his martial technique had similarly achieved the same level, resulting in a power enhancement far exceeding mere thrice the strength compared to yesterday. What is this? Observing Jiang Feng's hammer crashing upon the stone wall like a tempest, it took mere moments for the barrier to exhibit signs of fracturing, causing the expressions of all present to shift dramatically, particularly for Li Hongtu. Despite not exerting his full strength or employing his most potent barrier, the rapid deterioration of his defense left him astounded. The disparity of 3 levels between him and Jiang Feng was stark. Puffing heavily, after exhausting his stamina, Jiang Feng and Appo's eyes mirrored his astonishment. Truly, a 6th-level adept. The wall. Constructed with 5 stamina points, with all my energy spent, I still couldn't and Appo's breach it. In an actual combat scenario, I would essentially be at risk of being eliminated in an instant. Jiang Feng mused internally. If others were to hear his thoughts, they would undoubtedly deem them insane. A third-level adept contemplating how to defeat a 6th-level counterpart was a notion perhaps only Jiang Feng could entertain. Once more, gritting his teeth, Jiang Feng elevated the small hammer. Surviving the darkest moment of his stamina, his limit returned to 1, and his current stamina replenished entirely. Concurrently, he silently switched the hammer's head to its pointed side. Given Li Hongtu's formidable prowess, there were no reservations left. Jiang Feng could unleash his full might and execute his attacks without restraint. Chaotic hammering. Jiang Feng lunged once more at Li Hongtu, his ferocity undiminished, as if he had not just exhausted his stamina. Bang. This time, with a single strike, Jiang Feng shattered the already precarious barrier, aiming directly for Li Hongtu's face. Li Hongtu was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Jiang Feng and Appo's switch of hammerheads would result in a dramatic increase in his offensive power. Barrier 2. 0. In response, Li Hongtu employed an even stronger iteration of the barrier, for the ordinary version had proven insufficient against Jiang Feng. Bang, bang, bang. Jiang Feng, despite depleting his stamina, was unable to breach Li Hongtu's upgraded barrier, which had cost Li Hongtu 30 points of stamina to forge. Indeed, it was formidable. Yet Jiang Feng remained undeterred, for his mighty hammer had left a striking mark upon the 2-0 barrier. He knew that perseverance would eventually lead to its downfall. Furthermore, as he battled against the barrier, his stamina ceiling was continuously rising, a most fortuitous circumstance that he relished. However, as Jiang Feng raised his hammer once again, the expressions on Li Hongtu, Shi Qian, and Niao Niao's faces shifted dramatically. They had never fathomed that stamina recovery could be such an extraordinary ability. But experiencing it firsthand had revealed its terrifying nature. Typically, when stamina is exhausted, both superhumans and extraordinary beasts find themselves at the mercy of their foes. Yet Zhang Feng, with his remarkable stamina recovery, could rise time and again, fighting relentlessly. This tireless combat machine was the most daunting of all. Even Qin Yuner, who had witnessed the terrifying prowess of Zhang Feng and Apos' stamina recovery while they teamed up to vanquish Jedya, now clenched her fists, her gaze fixed intently upon him. The current Zhang Feng bore a striking resemblance to the Zhang Feng she remembered from 14 years hence. Alas, this scoundrel now has a penchant for Niao Niao. Qin Yuner admitted, feeling a pang of jealousy. Chapter 34. Not yet at the limit. Bang. 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 Zhang Feng repeatedly raised the iron hammer in his hand, each time bringing it down with force, swinging it in wide arcs, and struggling to lift it above his head when fatigue weighed him down. He had long lost count of how many times he had depleted his stamina, nor could he recall how many times he had managed to recover it. All he knew was that he was on the brink of forcing Li Hongtu into a corner. Our captain has only 80 stamina left. This level 6 ability user is indeed a formidable opponent. Zhang Feng muttered to himself. If he could just hold on a little longer, he could shatter Li Hongtu's defenses. Yet, Zhang Feng had to concede that a vast chasm existed between a level 3 and a level 6 ability user. In a normal confrontation, he would have been utterly defeated by now. Xiao Feng, how terrifying. Zhang Feng is truly remarkable. This is him. The onlookers, Shi Qian, Niao Niao, and Qin Yuner, watched in disbelief, unable to fathom Zhang Feng's extraordinary prowess. They were acutely aware that had they been in Zhang Feng's position, they could not have pushed Li Hongtu to such extremes. Moreover, each time Zhang Feng exhausted his stamina, he seemed to recover in remarkably short spans of time, rendering him a seemingly tireless fighting machine. It was no exaggeration to claim that Zhang Feng's combat capability far exceeded his own level. Shi Qian, Niao Niao, and Qin Yuner all recognized that they had previously underestimated Zhang Feng's stamina recovery ability, which could be deemed almost a game-breaking phenomenon. Equally astonished was Li Hongtu, the direct opponent of Zhang Feng. He understood better than anyone the extent of Zhang Feng's combat strength. Throughout their skirmishes, Li Hongtu had been compelled to deploy his defensive technique, Wall 3. 0. Although Li Hongtu had consistently adapted to Zhang Feng and Apos' assaults, he could not shake off the unsettling feeling of vulnerability against Zhang Feng and Apos' devastating power. Where, exactly, was this kid and Apos' limit? Li Hongtu's palms began to sweat slightly. He was left with only 80 stamina himself and could not sustain this for much longer. It was even possible that this confrontation would culminate in Li Hongtu collapsing from exhaustion. Once more, after enduring the darkest moment of his depleted stamina, Zhang Feng raised his hammer yet again, striking towards the formidable wall before Li Hongtu. Frantic blows. Bang, bang, bang. With several strikes, the wall before Li Hongtu shattered, forcing him to activate Wall 3. 0 once more to defend against Zhang Feng's onslaught. Wall 3. 0. Li Hongtu murmured, and with a hum, an apparently indestructible stone barrier manifested before him. This formidable barrier had cost Li Hongtu 50 stamina points. Huff. No, I cannot go on. I'm spent. I can't fight anymore. Zhang Feng, with a bitter smile and wiping the sweat from his brow, formally conceded. Yet, deep within his heart, he silently breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. If that hammer had struck just now, triggering the extraordinary execution, what would have become of the captain? Although Li Hongtu's formidable barrier was impressive, Zhang Feng's extraordinary execution disregarded any form of defense. Thus, even Li Hongtu's barrier 3.0 would be powerless against Zhang Feng's extraordinary powers. Had Zhang Feng not held back, Li Hongtu's fate would have been sealed. He would have met his end with a bullet to the head. At last, was it over? Zhang Feng was undeniably fierce. Shi Qian, Niao Niao, and Qin Yuner gazed at the conceding Zhang Feng, overwhelmed with emotion. Zhang Feng's ability to endure until now had truly opened their eyes. If he had not chosen to yield, they would have been pushed to the brink of despair, for each of them surpassed Zhang Feng in rank and experience. Yet, before Zhang Feng, they felt as though they were mere novices, easily vanquished. They could not replicate Zhang Feng's terrifying aura, nor could they match his remarkable resilience. Among them, Qin Yuner's expression was the most intricate. On one hand, she felt resentment towards Zhang Feng for his affection for Niao Niao. On the other hand, Having witnessed Jiang Feng's true limits, she understood that he had not yet reached his breaking point. Gulp. Li Hongtu, the central figure in this tension, swallowed hard, devoid of any elation. The moment Jiang Feng raised the iron hammer, he instinctively sensed the looming specter of death. Deep down, he felt that if Jiang Feng were to bring down that hammer, his demise would be inevitable. Although Li Hongtu found this notion absurd, how could Jiang Feng possibly shatter his barrier in one blow? He held unwavering faith in his intuition, convinced that Jiang Feng was concealing something formidable. Moreover, Jiang Feng did not appear to be entirely exhausted. Yet, neither of them spoke of their unvoiced thoughts. Ha ha ha, Xiao Feng. You have truly shown me how powerless we mere mortals are in the presence of genius. Li Hongtu chuckled heartily as he stepped forward, retrieving the hammer for Jiang Feng and assisting him to his feet. The stronger Jiang Feng grew, the more delight Li Hongtu felt within. Captain, you flatter me. Jiang Feng sheepishly scratched his head, feeling somewhat undeserving of Li Hongtu's praise. After all, his prowess stemmed from the apocalyptic system. Without it, he could never possess such formidable combat abilities. Li Hongtu was quite pleased with Jiang Feng's humility. Despite his strength, Jiang Feng remained unpretentious and composed, which endeared him to Li Hongtu even more. Gently patting Jiang Feng on the shoulder, Li Hongtu advised, Xiao Feng, take a good rest and recuperate your strength. Jiang Feng's brow arched playfully as he smiled at Li Hongtu and replied, Captain, once you regain your strength, shall we engage in battle once more? Li Hongtu was taken aback for a moment, his lips quivering in astonishment as he gazed at Jiang Feng. After such a grueling contest, Jiang Feng was still unwilling to relent? It seemed that what they had just witnessed was not Jiang Feng's limit, and Li Hongtu's suspicions only deepened. Despite being somewhat beleaguered by Jiang Feng's relentless training, Li Hongtu resolutely nodded and affirmed, certainly. Following a period of rest to recuperate their physical stamina, both Jiang Feng and Li Hongtu embarked upon a renewed series of rigorous sparring sessions. This intense competition proved immensely beneficial for both of them, particularly for Jiang Feng, who experienced a remarkable enhancement in his physical limits through his confrontations with Li Hongtu, far surpassing the efficacy of conventional physical training by several magnitudes. Meanwhile, Shi Qian, Niao Niao, and Qin Yuner also engaged in their own bouts. Shi Qian, confident in his ability to take on two opponents, was caught off guard by the exquisite synergy between Qin Yuner and Niao Niao, which rendered him repeatedly thwarted. Had it not been for Shi Qian's superior level over Qin Yuner, allowing him to easily extricate himself from the entangling vines, he would undoubtedly have emerged as the most defeated participant in this encounter. During the internal training of the third advanced team, both the second and fifth advanced teams received their respective assignments and proceeded to embark on duty. However, unlike their usual routines, this time both teams were accompanied by their logistical personnel, including the recently joined Yin Xiaoping and Qi Qi. Chapter 35. The bitter scheme. Are you suggesting that Yin Xiaoping and Qi Qi can exonerate themselves? In that dimly lit room, the woman in the crimson cheongsam, holding her goblet, regarded Lin Hu with a frigid gaze. During this operation, both Yin Xiaoping and Qi Qi sustained grave injuries, particularly Qi Qi, who lost an arm. Yet, there were no signs of a hidden masteress intervention. Thus, the two of them should be unrelated to the young masteress demise. Lin Hu was tasked with investigating whether Yin Xiaoping, Qi Qi, Jiang Feng, and Qin Yuner had any connection to Jiadia's death. Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner, possessing formidable combat abilities and demonstrating remarkable coordination with the other members of the third advanced team, presented no immediate clues. However, a simple probe into Yin Xiaoping and Qi Qi revealed their utter lack of distinction. They had nearly perished during the mission, making it highly improbable that they were the culprits behind Jiadia's murder. The expression on the cheongsam-clad beauty's face grew increasingly grim. Her sole desire was to avenge her son Jiedia, yet the more she investigated, the more it appeared that his death might indeed be an unfortunate accident. This realization was intolerable for her. She yearned to provide her son with an explanation. Since these two had cleared their names, she resolved to expel them from the advanced team and turn her attention to the other two. Fixing Lin Hu with a steely stare, she intoned, I hope that next time, you bring me good news. With a start, Lin Hu was drenched in cold sweat, his throat tight with anxiety as he nodded and cautiously exited the room. Yes, Chief. He understood that in that fleeting moment, the Cheongsam beauty had harbored murderous intent. Had it not been for her need for his services, he might well have met his end. As for Yin Xiaoping and Qi Qi, should they be cast out from the advanced team, their lives would be rendered as good as over, unless they awakened extraordinary abilities. Otherwise, Their existence would be more arduous than that of an ordinary person, especially for the disabled Chi-Chi. After Lin Hu departed, the Chongsam beauty turned her gaze to the moon outside, murmuring softly, "Dear, could it be that your death was truly an accident?" As she spoke, she drained the blood from her cup. Then, with a crash, the Chongsam beauty smashed her goblet to the floor, coldly muttering, "Rest assured, dear. Even if your death was indeed an accident, I shall ensure they pay for it." The Chongsam beauty adhered to her own principles. Better to wrongfully kill than to let a perpetrator escape. "What did you say? You intend to expel me from the advance team? How can you do this? I have bled for the Alliance. I have toiled for the Alliance. I am a hero of the Alliance." Upon hearing the news of her impending expulsion from the 5th Advance Team, Chi-Chi was driven to a frenzy. During yesterday's mission, she had tragically lost her left arm, rendering her disabled, and should she be removed from the Advance Team, her life would become unbearable, indeed, far worse than before she joined. "You are a hero? You are merely ignorant." The captain of the 5th Vanguard Team cast a disdainful glance at Chi-Chi and coldly remarked, "If it weren't for your foolishness yesterday, you wouldn't have lost an arm, and our 5th Vanguard Team wouldn't have suffered any casualties. Merely expelling you from the 5th Vanguard Team is already a significant act of mercy. Do not mistake kindness for weakness. Furthermore, this is the decision of the Alliance. It is beyond both your and my power to alter." With a contemptuous snort, the captain unceremoniously discarded Chi-Chi into the outer fringes of the Alliance. Before driving away with his team, "You, scoundrel!" Chi-Chi seethed as she watched the vehicle recede into the distance, her anger boiling over into a torrent of curses. However, with the situation being what it was, she had no choice but to silently accept her fate. After all, without awakening her extraordinary abilities, Chi-Chi, having lost an arm, found herself limited in her capabilities. In the Alliance community, those deemed useless are gradually marginalized, left to fend for themselves in isolation. Teacherly. In the Ability Training Center, Chi-Chi attempted several times to engage with the responsible Teacherly, hoping for guidance and support. Yet, each time, Teacherly evaded her, showing no inclination to involve himself in her plight. "How despicable! Did you not claim that we were your best class? How could you be so heartless? Unwilling even to lend a helping hand?" Chi-Chi lamented, feeling that Teacherly was devoid of compassion. Nevertheless, for the sake of her survival, she was compelled to stoop low. "Alas, Xiaodian, didn't you profess your affection for me? I am now willing to accept you." "Chi-Chi, my feelings were impulsive after your rejection. I pondered deeply and realized that my feelings for you are not love." Xiaodian hastily departed, resolutely rejecting Chi-Chi. Standing there, Chi-Chi clenched her teeth in frustration, resenting the injustice of fate and the fickleness of human relationships. "Captain, I apologize for being a burden to everyone. I am willing to accept the Alliance's punishment and depart from the 2nd Vanguard Team." Chi-Chi was not the only one expelled from the Vanguard. Yan Xiaoping faced a similar fate. However, Yan Xiaoping exhibited a far more diplomatic demeanor than Chi-Chi. Not only did he readily admit his mistakes, but he also expressed his willingness to leave. Wang Zhuang, witnessing Yan Xiaoping taking full responsibility, felt a twinge of sympathy. He understood well that the true cause of their mission's failure did not lie with Yan Xiaoping. Moreover, Yan Xiaoping had sustained an injury to his thigh during the mission. Had it been a couple of inches higher, he would have shared a similar fate with Chi-Chi. Thus, Wang Zhuang felt a pang of guilt towards Yan Xiaoping. "Little pang. You cannot shoulder all the blame. As you prepare to leave the 2nd Vanguard Team, do not hesitate to voice any requests. If there is anything I can do to assist you, I will do my utmost." Wang Zhuang gently patted Yan Xiaoping's shoulder. Yan Xiaoping's eyes brightened as he suddenly lifted his head. This was the moment he had been waiting for. "Captain, could you possibly transfer me to the logistics department? I just want to have something to eat." Wang Zhuang was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Yan Xiaoping's blatant impoliteness. However, as the son of one of the 8 leaders of the Alliance and Appos, District 11, facilitating an entry into the logistics department was not a daunting task for him. "Very well. I shall make arrangements for you." "Thank you, Captain. You are like my reborn parents, you are." Yan Xiaoping expressed his heartfelt gratitude with tears and snot, leaving Wang Zhuang feeling somewhat embarrassed. Ultimately, after receiving the transfer letter from the registration office, Yan Xiaoping left the 2nd Advance Team, overwhelmed with gratitude. "Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your dealings with Lin Hu. I am known as the Appos, Little Lingtong Appos, of Alliance District 11, a purveyor of information. The mountains may remain unchanged, and the waters may continue to flow, but rest assured, I, Yan Xiaoping, We'll settle this score with you in due time. After saying this, Yan Xiaoping lowered his head, filled with remorse, and remarked, "Old friend, I apologize. They sought my demise, and without resorting to a ploy of self-sacrifice. I feared I could not escape." He then lifted his gaze towards the base of the third advanced team, muttering, "Chi, and I should have passed the test." And now it is time for Feng Gu and Qin Yuner. Chapter 36. A new mission, Captain. Is there another mission? After several days of recuperation, the third advanced team received another field assignment. Indeed, there was a task, and it was specifically designated for our team. Li Hongtu glanced at the mission order, his brow furrowing slightly. According to the description, this mission involved tracking a creature that had previously appeared on the outskirts of the community. Such assignments were quite common and typically not assigned to a specific advanced team. Anyone could undertake them. After all, it is through these missions that one earns points. However, it is rather unusual for a task to be specifically allocated to a certain team. Why has our team been singled out for this mission? Shi Qian pondered, stepping forward with a look of confusion as he peered at the mission order in Li Hongtu's hands, muttering, "This task seems quite ordinary. Why designate our third advanced team?" Li Hongtu remained silent, casting a meaningful glance at Shi Qian. In an instant, Shi Qian understood, and a slight smile crept onto his face as he turned to Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner behind him, saying, "Xiao Feng, Yuner, when we enter the beast forest later, make sure to prioritize your safety. As for the mission, if we fail, we fail. We aren't in dire need of a few hundred points." "Yes, Brother Qian," Jiang Feng replied, realizing that there was likely something amiss with this assignment. However, Qin Yuner furrowed her brows deeply, as the current situation diverged significantly from her memories as a reincarnator. The greatest advantage of her past memories was proving to be of no use now. "Let us set off." Li Hongtu did not elaborate further, gathering everyone and heading straight for the beast forest. This time, Jiang Feng noticed that no other people's attributes appeared on his system panel, leaving him to wonder whether no one was following them or if those who were had grown wise, increasing the distance to evade detection by the apocalypse system. As Li Hongtu and the others delved deeper into the beast forest following the mission's clues, they finally discovered their target, a small creature, a young variant bull. Level 1 beast? When Jiang Feng beheld the young variant bull, astonishment filled his eyes as its attributes were rather formidable. Variant bull, beast, level 1. Abilities: Savage Charge, a powerful impact capable of breaking defenses and resisting attacks. Physical Strength, 369. Kill Count, 23. For a level 1 beast to possess 369 in physical strength was utterly astounding. After all, even after arduous training alongside Li Hongtu for several days, Jiang Feng had only achieved a mere 168 in physical strength, a stark contrast to the young variant bull. "This is bad. We've been deceived." Upon seeing the young variant bull, Li Hongtu's expression shifted dramatically as he immediately instructed Jiang Feng and the others to retreat. "Quickly, we must withdraw. This place is not safe." Jiang Feng frowned, struggling to comprehend why Li Hongtu was so alarmed. As the reincarnated Qin Yun and Apos softly explained to Jiang Feng, near the young beasts, there would invariably be an adult mother beast guarding them, and it was the mother beast protecting her offspring that posed the greatest threat. It was entirely possible that not only were there the mothers of the young beasts nearby, but also the presence of a whole clan. A high-level mother beast would be far beyond our means to confront, and should we encounter a clan, our demise would be assured. Qin Yuner, with a grave expression, conveyed her understanding of the daunting situation they faced. Thus, she remained steadfastly by Jiang Feng's side, determined to prevent his downfall at all costs, even if it meant sacrificing herself when necessary. For Jiang Feng harbored an even more significant mission. Seeing Qin Yuner intentionally shielding him, Jiang Feng felt a flicker of gratitude in his heart. He smiled slightly, lifting the small hammer in his hand, and softly declared, "Fear not. Should the moment of peril arrive, I shall stand before you all." At his words, Qin Yuner felt her eyes moisten. Yet, in the next moment, Jiang Feng turned to Niao Niao and said, "Niao Niao, hide behind me. It is safer back there." Niao Niao's melancholic face revealed no visible emotion as she gazed at Jiang Feng, questioning, "Shouldn't it be safer behind the captain?" Jiang Feng felt a lump in his throat, momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, Li Hongtu not only possessed a higher level but also wielded a formidable defensive ability, far more reliable than Jiang Feng. Initially somewhat annoyed, Qin Yuner cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Feng and remarked, "Humph. Men." Nevertheless, she did not abandon Jiang Feng, continuing to stand protectively in front of him, ever ready to sacrifice for his sake. Jiang Feng awkwardly scratched his head, gripping the small hammer in his hand as he remained vigilant of their surroundings. Suddenly, his expression shifted as he noticed something to his left front. Incoming. A level 6 beast, the Savage Bull. In an instant, Jiang Feng and Appo's demeanor changed as he focused on his left front. The apocalyptic system had successfully captured the attributes of the level 6 Savage Bull. Savage Bull, Beast, level 6, ability, Barbaric Charge, extremely strong impact. Capable of breaching defenses and withstanding attacks. Stamina, 1023, kill count, 223. This was Jiang Feng's first encounter with a mutated creature boasting over 1,000 in stamina. And his expression froze, acutely aware that this crisis would not be easily navigated. Fortunately, the system panel had only recorded the information of the level 6 Savage Bull, indicating they had not encountered a clan of Savage Bulls, but merely a mother bull guarding her young. Jiang Feng's words instantly captured the attention of Li Hongtu and the others. Yet, at that moment, everyone was too preoccupied to ponder why Jiang Feng had been the first to detect the presence of the beast. Instead, they all braced themselves, eyes fixed on the left front of the group. With a rustling sound, the underbrush parted, revealing a level 6 Savage Bull before them. At that moment, the mother Savage Bull glared at Jiang Feng and the others with bloodshot eyes, perceiving them utterly as foes. During the nurturing period of their offspring, any creature that intrudes upon the territory will be regarded as an enemy by the fierce mother bull, and it will be a fight to the death. Prepared for battle. Upon witnessing the mother bull's appearance, Li Hongtu wasted no time and immediately commanded Jiang Feng and the others to prepare for combat. There was no room for avoidance or escape. They had no choice but to confront the foe head-on. Within the third advanced squad, apart from Shi Qian, who had a chance to evade the relentless pursuit of the monstrous mother bull, the others stood no chance of outrunning her. A dense fog enveloped the area. Niao Niao activated her unique ability, the Mist, at the earliest opportunity, and this time, she unleashed her power at its most formidable level. In the blink of an eye, countless tendrils of mist spread outward from her, covering a vast expanse of the beastly forest. Stalwart Barrier 6. 0. Li Hongtu, not daring to be negligent, employed his strongest level of Stalwart Barrier. This level of defense consumed a significant 80 points of his stamina. Yet it had evolved from its original stone wall into an impregnable rock barrier. Binding Vines. Qin Yuner immediately activated her vine technique, weaving a series of traps with the vines at the forefront of their formation. Should the monstrous mother bull charge toward them, she would inevitably be ensnared by the vine traps. Xiaofeng, are you willing to take a gamble with me? Shi Qian smiled faintly, drawing forth his long sword. Although his unique ability was swift movement, he had long mastered the martial skill of attacking with speed. What is there to fear? Jiang Feng silently raised his hammer, using the sharp head as a striking surface, determined to hold nothing back this time. Jiang Feng. Qin Yuner suddenly tugged at Jiang Feng's hand, reluctant to see him take such risks. Yet, Jiang Feng chuckled softly, patting her hand reassuringly. Don't worry, I've got this. With that, he and Shi Qian charged into the mist towards the monstrous mother bull. Watching Jiang Feng rush forward without hesitation, Qin Yuner felt a sense of relief wash over her, murmuring to herself, still so fond of showing off. What a pity that this rascal now has a penchant for Niao Niao. Qin Yuner's teeth clenched in frustration, suddenly finding Jiang Feng less charming and, dare she say, a tad infuriating. Chapter 37. Crisis Whoosh. Whoosh. Jiang Feng and Shi Qian swiftly emerged from the robust defenses of Li Hongtu, both charging towards the fearsome beast, the mother of the ferocious cattle. Enveloped in a swirling mist, the mother beast was still unaware of the precise location of the third reconnaissance team. However, as time progressed, she would undoubtedly discover their presence, leading to an arduous battle. Xiaofeng, make sure to give your all in the first strike. Once the beast is startled, it may choose to flee. If it does not escape, we shall have to fight to the bitter end. As Shi Qian rushed towards the mother beast, he imparted crucial insights on the art of attack to Jiang Feng. Understood. Jiang Feng narrowed his eyes, leveraging the mist that obscured their vision to firmly lock onto the mother beast. Clang. Shi Qian charged swiftly at the mother beast, thrusting his sword with great force. Yet, accompanied by a jarring sound, the blade merely grazed her, leaving behind a faint scratch. What? Shi Qian's expression darkened, disbelief filling his eyes. Although his ability was speed, it still granted a measure of offensive power to his sword. The inability to breach the mother beast's defenses revealed the terrifying strength of her fortitude. With a mighty hammer weighing 80, Jiang Feng closed the distance to the mother beast. He swung his massive iron hammer, unleashing his full physical prowess. A single strike consuming 80 units of energy was already the limit of Jiang Feng's current capabilities. Boom! Jiang Feng's ferocious blow, combined with the pointed hammerhead, carved a deep gash into the mother beast's flank. Hiss! Shi Qian gasped at the sight. Though he was a level 5 ability user, and his powers were not offensive in nature, he was still astonished by the disparity in strength compared to Jiang Feng, a level 3 user. Moo! As Jiang Feng struck with his hammer, the injured mother beast let out a pained roar and began to lead her calves in a frantic escape. The instinct of the beast warned her of the imminent danger, urging her to flee. Splendid! Shi Qian exclaimed with delight upon witnessing the mother and her calves retreat, ensuring their safety. Xiao Feng, well done, Li Hongtu praised from a distance, acknowledging that without Jiang Feng's formidable strike, it would have been impossible to drive the mother beast away. Though Niao Niao remained silent, her eyes sparkled with admiration. Only Qin Yuner displayed a somewhat complex expression. She felt joy but also resentment, her thoughts tangled and indecipherable. Embarrassed, Jiang Feng scratched his head, surprised by the impact of his strike. Just as he was about to speak, a mournful sound echoed from the fleeing mother and her calves. Shortly thereafter, the mother beast charged once more towards the direction of the third reconnaissance team, but this time, the calves were nowhere to be seen. Quick, prepare for battle. Li Hongtu and Apos' expression shifted slightly as he promptly instructed Jiang Feng and the others to prepare for battle. Although he was unaware of what the mother bull and her calf had endured, it was the mother, bereft of her young, who posed the gravest threat. Indeed, bereft of her calf, the mother bull attacked almost instinctively, sensing the presence of the third scouting team and charging recklessly towards them. She was driven by primal instincts, largely unfazed by the surrounding mist, rendering my influence quite limited. Everyone, be cautious. Niao Niao, usually reticent, suddenly changed her demeanor and warned the group to stay alert. Though her mist still had some effect on the monstrous mother bull, its efficacy had dwindled to insignificance. Thus, her contribution in the ensuing battle would be negligible. No matter. I shall take the lead. At this moment, Qin Yuner stepped forward, summoning vines to ensnare the monstrous mother bull. Bind. The vines extending from her hair swiftly wove into a massive net, aiming to capture the beast. Unfortunately, with a resounding crash, the monstrous mother bull shattered the vine net with her formidable force. What? How? Qin Yuner's expression tightened. She had not anticipated that her level 3 vines would be entirely ineffective against the monstrous mother bull. It seems I must choose to upgrade. She understood well that with Niao Niao's assistance now rendered nearly futile, the burden of support fell upon her shoulders. If she did not elevate her own level, her usefulness would dwindle to nothing. Buzz! A flash of light coursed through Qin Yuner's long hair, as the vines emanating from it grew thicker and more resilient. Upgraded? Such timely progression. Li Hongtu, Shi Qian, and Niao Niao were all taken aback by Qin Yuner's sudden enhancement. It was indeed rather abrupt. However, Jiang Feng, aware that Qin Yuner was a reborn individual, found her seemingly sudden upgrade to be quite normal. Bind. Qin Yuner cast the vine net once more, and this time, she was able to slightly impede the monstrous mother bull's speed. Boom. The beast struggled briefly before breaking free from the net and charging towards the third scouting team once again. The strength is still insufficient, yet I cannot level up any further. Doing so would destabilize my foundation. Though anxious, Qin Yuner recognized that hastily elevating her level would severely compromise her base, affecting her future combat prowess. Therefore, despite her inner turmoil, she had to maintain her composure. Yuner, you have already done splendidly. Leave the rest to me. Li Hongtu seemed to perceive Qin Yuner and Apos' distress, gesturing to reassure her that there was no need for panic. He then braced himself, standing resolutely against the monstrous mother bull. Boom. At last, the monstrous beast, the mother bull, crashed heavily against Li Hongtu's steadfast barrier, causing it to tremble precariously while 2 deep dents were formed by the impact of its horns. Simultaneously, the mother bull staggered backward, the tremendous force proving to be quite a challenge for it as well. Now was the moment. Jiang Feng seized the opportunity as the mother bull faltered. He charged forward without hesitation, unleashing his full strength in a relentless assault. Break for me. Veins bulged on Jiang Feng's forehead. He understood that this was not the time to conserve his energy. If he failed to vanquish the mother bull, the entire third advance team would be plunged into peril. Bang! Another deep gash appeared on the mother bull and Apos' body, yet simultaneously, Jiang Feng and Apos' stamina was utterly depleted. He now had to endure his darkest hour. However, the mother bull, having sustained a heavy blow, glared at Jiang Feng with bloodshot eyes. Moo. The enraged beast charged at Jiang Feng, but he, completely exhausted, had no strength to evade. Standing there helplessly as the mother bull bore down upon him. Trinet. Qin Yuner, sensing Jiang Feng and Appo's peril from a distance, began to manipulate the vines, attempting to obstruct the advancing beast. Unfortunately, with a series of thunderous impacts, the tree net was shattered under the mother bull's ferocious assault. And in the blink of an eye, it was upon Jiang Feng, its horns nearly piercing his chest. Chapter 38. The Rampage of the Beast. Fear not, brother. I am here. Just as Jiang Feng found himself in a perilous predicament, a swift figure darted past him, reaching his side in the blink of an eye. The newcomer was none other than the remarkably agile Shi Qian. Grasping Jiang Feng's shoulder with urgency, Shi Qian effortlessly evaded the ferocious assault of the rampaging beast. The mother bull. Shi Qian, could you possibly be a tad quicker next time? If you had delayed even a moment longer, I would have been utterly disheartened. Jiang Feng, grappling with the exhaustion that threatened to engulf him, cast a bemused glance at Shi Qian, feeling that the latter's timing had been perilously close. Shi Qian offered a resigned smile, replying, have you ever witnessed a bullfight? One must evade at the very last moment to escape the bull and Appo's line of sight. Otherwise, it will pursue relentlessly. Alone, I would be untroubled, but with you in tow, I might not outrun this level 6 beast. Brother, bear with me. Rest assured. Now that I, Shi Qian, have acknowledged you as my brother, I shall ensure your safety. Shi Qian and Appo's earnest gaze fixed upon Jiang Feng conveyed his solemn commitment. Though his combat prowess might not be formidable, he was confident in his swiftness. However, the timing of their maneuvers required utmost precision. Then I shall rely on you. Shi Qian. Jiang Feng, having regained his stamina, lifted his hammer with renewed resolve, directing a determined look toward the mother bull. Moo. The disoriented mother bull let out a furious roar, pivoting to charge once more at the sturdy barrier erected by Li Hongtu. Though the beast was formidable, its intelligence was lacking, resulting in a straightforward approach to selecting its targets. Thus, with proper coordination, Jiang Feng and the members of the 3rd Vanguard team still had a chance to contend with the mother bull. And so, a cacophony of clashes ensued as the 3rd Vanguard team engaged in a protracted melee with the mother bull within the depths of the beastly forest. 2 hours later, the mother bull was covered in wounds, blood gushing from its body, its stamina finally dwindling to 0. With each drop of blood, its vitality continued to wane, bringing it to the brink of collapse. However, the situation for the 3rd Vanguard team was equally dire. Li Hongtu and Shi Qian were nearly exhausted. The barrier before Li Hongtu teetering on the brink of collapse, and he lacked the strength to conjure another. Shi Qian, gasping for breath, had repeatedly maneuvered Jiang Feng out of danger, but now he too was spent, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Niao Niao fared the best, retaining the most energy. Yet her ethereal abilities proved ineffective against the mother bull, leaving her in a state of frustration and helplessness. Qin Yun and Appo's was also on the verge of fatigue, grappling with the dilemma of whether to unleash the toxins within her powers without reservation. Despite the agreement between Qin Yuner and Jiang Feng to keep their trump cards hidden unless absolutely necessary, their circumstances had reached a point of desperation. Jiang Feng, however, remained relatively well, thanks to the almost miraculous stamina recovery mechanism of his system, allowing him to persist in the battle, albeit barely. This is precisely why, during the sparring session between Jiang Feng and Li Hongtu, everyone was so astonished. Jiang Feng's seemingly modest abilities exhibited an unexpected resilience, proving to be the most formidable. With a thunderous roar, the mother beast, the wild bull, charged once more towards Li Hongtu's sturdy barrier. The impact was tremendous. This time, the mother beast staggered backward. Yet simultaneously, the barrier before Li Hongtu shattered completely. Both parties were on the brink of exhaustion. Seizing the moment, Jiang Feng surged forward again. Despite the near exhaustion from repeated physical exertion, he understood that he could not falter. If he fell, the entire 3rd Advance team would be doomed. Thus, with unwavering determination, Jiang Feng persevered. With a swift motion, the sharp head of his mighty hammer carved a deep gash into the mother beast's flesh, causing a torrent of blood to flow and reducing her stamina to a mere 76 points. Almost there, just 16 more points of stamina. And I can activate the ability execution, Jiang Feng thought, gripping his hammer tightly, his teeth clenched as he lifted the iron weapon, now feeling heavier than a mountain. At the right moment, Qin Yuner summoned the vines, transforming their tips into sharp, piercing spikes that swiftly penetrated the wild bull's body. Blood dripped incessantly from the beast, but alas, its muscular form proved too resilient. The vine spikes could only penetrate shallowly, failing to inflict significant damage. With a bellow of despair, the mother beast seemed to sense its dire predicament, unleashing a furious roar as a thin veil of crimson mist enveloped its body. A state of rage? This was dire. As the mother beast underwent this transformation, both Qin Yuner and Li Hongtu's expressions shifted dramatically. One, an experienced warrior, and the other, a reborn soul, they both understood the grave implications of a beast in a frenzied state. Once in this state, the beast and Apos' defenses and offensive capabilities would surpass its original level, though it would enter a weakened phase once the frenzy subsided. The current third advanced team was ill-equipped to confront the lethal power of the beast during its rage. Blooming of the nether flower. Witnessing the beast's transformation, Qin and Apos could no longer afford to hold back. She devoted all her remaining stamina to the vines, allowing the nether flowers to blossom, releasing an invigorating yet toxic fragrance. However, it was uncertain if the third advanced team could endure until the toxin incapacitated the wild bull. With a crack, the mother beast, now in a frenzied state, seemed to possess limitless strength, easily breaking free from the vines, trampling them underfoot as it approached the members of the third advanced team, step by deliberate step. As the third advanced team approached, the mighty beast, the mother bull, came to a halt, one of its forehooves relentlessly clawing at the earth, a portent of its final charge. Mist, disperse. All of you, step aside and allow me to confront it. In this critical moment, Li Hongtu commanded the mist to retreat, boldly positioning himself directly in front of the formidable creature. Provocation. This was Li Hongtu's ultimate strategy, utilizing provocation to draw the mother bull's focus solely upon himself, thereby granting his comrades a fleeting chance to escape. Captain. Upon comprehending Li Hongtu and Apos' intentions, Shi Qian exclaimed with fervor. Yet, Li Hongtu waved him off, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, if I fail to exhaust its final reserves of strength and succumb first, then, Qianer, you must flee and ensure a spark remains for our third advanced team. Captain, I refuse. Shi Qian protested vehemently. Despite being on the brink of exhaustion, it was undeniable that he was the one most capable of fleeing at this moment. Li Hongtu's expression darkened as he admonished. Xiao Chui is still waiting for you at home. Do not act impulsively. Shi Qian opened his mouth, tears welling in his eyes, filled with self-loathing for his lack of strength and effort. In the face of the current predicament, he felt utterly powerless. Niao, Yuner, Xiaofeng, forgive me. It is I, your captain, who has failed to protect you all. Li Hongtu forced a bitter smile, acknowledging that his strength had waned and he could no longer erect a barrier. Nevertheless, he was prepared to expend his final reserves of energy, using his body as a shield for his comrades, if only for a brief moment. Niao said nothing. Her sorrowful gaze was imbued with unwavering resolve. Qin Yun and Apos remained silent as well, quietly clasping Niao and Apos' hand, though her own plans had not come to fruition. The mere opportunity to reunite with her companions sufficed for her. As for Jiang Feng, he staggered forward, hoisting his hammer once more, having regained some strength. Ding. System notification. Energy limit reached. Energy level 1. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, host. Energy level 1. Current energy 166. 166. Jiang Feng trudged toward Li Hongtu, dragging his hefty hammer with great effort, a faint smile illuminating his face as he declared, Captain, I still have the will to fight. Chapter 39. The second ability? Li Hongtu gazed at Jiang Feng before him, astonishment evident in his eyes. At this moment, Jiang Feng was drenched in sweat, his clothes thoroughly soaked, and beads of perspiration continuously dripped from his hair. It is no exaggeration to say that even if Jiang Feng's stamina had been restored, he had already reached the limits of his physical endurance. Continuing to fight could lead to his physical collapse. Jiang Feng flashed a grin, wiping the sweat from his brow, his gaze resolutely fixed on the fierce beast, the savage bull, before him. Captain, trust me this once. Let me protect everyone. His determination was unmistakable, and his expression bore no hint of jest. Furthermore, Jiang Feng was not acting impulsively nor feigning heroism. He was utilizing the Apocalypse system to continuously monitor the savage bull's stamina. The creature was riddled with wounds, its vitality depleting rapidly, and just moments ago, Qin Yuner had released the Nether Bloom, with its toxins further exacerbating the savage bull's exhaustion. Presently, the beast's real-time stamina had dwindled to a mere 67. If Jiang Feng could hold out just a little longer, he would be able to unleash his own ability to execute a decisive blow. We'll stand right behind you. Li Hongtu and Apos. S gaze remained steadfast as he looked at Jiang Feng, his message clear. Should Jiang Feng fall, he would not survive alone. You rascal! Shi Qian could not help but shed tears, yet his eyes sparkled with joy. In this battle, regardless of life or death, he had firmly recognized Jiang Feng as his brother. You haven't changed a bit, still so. Eager to show off, Qin Yuner murmured, touched as she regarded Jiang Feng. However, upon noticing the nearby Niao Niao, her eyes filled with emotion. She felt a pang of anger, akin to a woman witnessing her man flirting with another. Humph, not handsome at all, she muttered in frustration. I think Jiang Feng is quite handsome. Niao Niao interjected at the most inopportune moment. Qin Yuner let out a resigned sigh. Alas, women. Moo. The savage bull, now in a frenzied state, bellowed fiercely and charged recklessly toward Jiang Feng. Entering this state, the creature's intelligence diminished further, making Jiang Feng's provocation its primary target. Thud, thud, thud. The savage bull barreled forward, its trajectory aimed directly at Jiang Feng. 66. 65. 64. Jiang Feng silently counted down in his mind, calculating the beast's dwindling stamina. Just a bit more. Only a little. Gritting his teeth, he yearned to swing his hammer and deliver a crushing blow before triggering his ability. Regrettably, Jiang Feng's body had reached its limits. Even if his stamina were restored, he was left with only enough strength for a final strike. This is it. Jiang Feng gritted his teeth, leaping into the air, lunging toward the rampaging savage bull. Life and death are fated. Wealth and honor lie in the heavens. Jiang Feng could only surrender everything to fate at this moment. 62. 61. 60. Finally, just as the formidable beast, the raging bull, was about to collide with him, its vitality plummeted to 60 points, and Jiang Feng and Apos' unique ability, the execution, was activated. Ding. System notification. Enemy and Apos' vitality below 60, execution triggered. With a resounding thud, Jiang Feng's hammer descended heavily upon the beast's forehead, and it was as if it struck through tofu, effortlessly shattering the bull's skull. The cacophony of cracking echoed as the beast's head splintered, its body uncontrollably flying backwards, rolling across the ground before finally coming to a halt at a distance. Thus, the once raging bull, now in a frenzied state, met its demise. What? It's dead? How could this be? This was a level 6 beast in a berserk state. One strike and its head exploded. Something was amiss. After the beast collapsed lifelessly, Li Hongtu, Shi Qian, Niao Niao, and Qin Yuner stared in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. They had just prepared themselves to face death alongside Jiang Feng. Yet they never imagined he could obliterate the raging bull's head with a single hammer blow. To them, this was utterly inconceivable, even at his limit. Jiang Feng should not have been capable of such a feat, let alone in his prime. Thus, Li Hongtu and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Comprehending that the last strike was Jiang Feng and Apos' hidden trump card, his ultimate ability. Second ability? This transcends mere genius. Awakening a second ability was not unheard of, but it was exceedingly rare. In Li Hongtu's mind, Jiang Feng's final strike had unveiled this second power. This realization led him to recall the inexplicable sense of dread he had felt during their previous sparring session. It appears that Xiao Feng was not at his limit back then, and my instinct must have stemmed from that terrifying blow. As Li Hongtu gazed at the fallen raging bull, a chill ran down his spine, for during their sparring, Jiang Feng had also possessed the potential to deliver a fatal blow to him. The group, Li Hongtu, Shi Qian, Niao Niao, and Qin Yuner, after coming to terms with the situation, looked at Jiang Feng in speechless astonishment. Moments ago, they had been deeply moved, prepared to share life and death with him, only to discover that he had held back a powerful card. At last, it was over. With the final execution accomplished, Jiang Feng exhaled deeply, relieved to have safeguarded everyone and preserved the third vanguard team. Turning unsteadily, he smiled at the others and asked, "Am I handsome?" With that, Jiang Feng collapsed to the ground, having reached his limit, utterly exhausted. Xiao Feng. Upon witnessing this, Li Hongtu and the others found themselves too drained to quibble over Jiang Feng's deliberate withholding of his true strength. The crowd rushed swiftly to Jiang Feng's side, assessing his physical condition. Once they confirmed that he was merely exhausted, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, Captain. Shi Qian still had a bit of strength left. His speed was sufficient as he swiftly darted into the nearby thicket. The rustling sounds resumed after a brief moment, signaling Shi Qian's return. Although his expression had transformed into one of grave discomfort, He approached Li Hongtu with brisk steps, his gaze vigilant and scanning the surroundings. Qian and Appos, or what is it? Li Hongtu immediately sensed that something was amiss upon seeing Shi Qian and Appos' countenance. Shi Qian leaned in cautiously to whisper in Li Hongtu and Appos' ear, "The strange beast, the young bull, has perished, slain beneath the might of the giant axe." Li Hongtu replied, "So, it was deliberate?" "Indeed, it was intentional," Shi Qian confirmed. "Have you discerned any trace of the assailant?" Li Hongtu inquired further. "Not yet. The perpetrator is highly skilled. They left the scene remarkably clean." Li Hongtu stood there, quietly surveying the surroundings, his expression darkening considerably. Their third advanced squad was now devoid of combat capability, and should they encounter foes once more, it would likely lead to a dire fate. Chapter 40. Secrets unveiled. As time inexorably passed, Li Hongtu and his companions remained on high alert, acutely aware that they were in the light while their adversaries lurked in the shadows. Caution was their only ally. Yet, as moments slipped away, the physical stamina of Li Hongtu and his comrades gradually returned, yet the elusive puppeteer remained absent. Even when Jiang Feng awakened from his stupor, the shadowy figure evaded their sight. "Do you mean to say someone is deliberately scheming against us?" Upon hearing Qin Yun and Appos' account, Jiang Feng and Appos' expression shifted subtly. As realization dawned upon him, there were those who intentionally sought to harm them, forcing them into a precarious situation. Such actions were nothing less than a test of their resolve. Both Jiang Feng and Qin Yun understood the implications of this revelation. However, the trial they faced had ensnared the entire 3rd Vanguard team in a dire predicament. Observing the ever-watchful Li Hongtu, Shi Qian, and Niao Niao, a flicker of guilt crossed the faces of Jiang Feng and Qin Yun. They had not anticipated that their earlier act of slaying the zombie, Jia, would precipitate such a dire scenario. Exchanging a glance, they recognized a shared determination in each other's eyes. It was time to unveil the truth to Li Hongtu and the others, lest their hearts remain burdened with remorse. "Captain, there is something Yun and I wish to discuss with you." Jiang Feng approached Li Hongtu, his demeanor grave. Li Hongtu seemed somewhat disinterested in what Jiang Feng and Qin Yun were about to reveal. "Captain, this matter." Jiang Feng hesitated, eager to lay everything bare, yet was interrupted by Li Hongtu. Not only Li Hongtu but also Shi Qian and Niao Niao displayed an air of indifference. Previously, when the 3rd Vanguard team found themselves in a dire strait, Jiang Feng had boldly stepped forward, earning the respect of Li Hongtu, Shi Qian, and Niao Niao. Now, they regarded Jiang Feng and Qin Yun as part of their own, naturally unperturbed by the secrets they had kept. Nevertheless, Jiang Feng still felt a twinge of guilt, for it was their actions that had nearly led to the annihilation of the 3rd Vanguard team. Li Hongtu waved his hand, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he said, "Do not presume that you are the only ones with secrets. We too have our own veiled truths. Now that we have acknowledged one another, once we extricate ourselves from this peril, let us hold a session of candor," Li Hongtu declared with solemnity, having resolved to disclose the secrets he had long concealed. Jiang Feng paused momentarily, gazing at Li Hongtu's earnest expression, and felt a sudden lightness in his heart. "Very well. I shall heed your counsel, Captain." "Yes, Captain." They remained vigilant, united in purpose, sharing both trials and triumphs, life and death. In District 11 of the Alliance, within a dimly lit chamber, the curtains were drawn tight, allowing not a sliver of light to penetrate. Beneath the resplendent sunlight outside, the room remained illuminated solely by the flickering glow of candles. A woman clad in a crimson qipao reclined against the sofa, a goblet delicately poised in her hand, her gaze fixed upon Lin Hu, who had come to report the situation. "So, you mean to say, Jiang Feng and Qin Yun exhibited no peculiarities? They merely survived by relying on Li Hongtu and his associates, exhausting their utmost efforts?" The qipao-clad beauty spoke coldly, her words devoid of any discernible emotion. Her eyes narrowed slightly, an icy menace emanating from her enchanting gaze, causing the temperature in the room to plummet despite her stillness. With a frosty demeanor, she articulated, "Are you implying that Dear's death was merely an accident? The young master's demise appears to be largely accidental as well. Of course, it is also possible that my investigation was insufficiently thorough. Otherwise, shall I conduct a reinvestigation?" Lin Hu stammered, anxiety evident in the beads of sweat dotting his forehead. The beauty in the qipao gently shook her head, murmuring, "No need. I trust you." With that, she gestured for Lin Hu to leave. He felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted, promptly rising to exit the room. Even an extra moment spent within felt like a thorn in his back. "Humph. A traitor who eats from both sides. After Lin Hu departed, the Qipao beauty muttered darkly, then turned toward a shadowy corner of the room, her voice cold. Come forth. Thud, thud, thud. From the previously vacant corner emerged a figure clad in a black cloak, their visage obscured, rendering their features indistinguishable. The Qipao beauty casually picked up a report from the nearby table, scrutinizing it closely, murmuring, second talent? Instant annihilation? It seems DOS death is highly likely to be attributed to him. A raspy, androgynous voice emanated from the cloaked figure. Indeed. I believe he is the most probable suspect. The Qipao beauty delicately flicked her fingers, and in an instant, a burst of ethereal blue flames engulfed the report, reducing it to ash. A tinge of melancholy graced her eyes as she whispered, Dear, I have finally uncovered your murderer. Trust that I will avenge you soon. The cloaked figure shuddered slightly, a hint of confusion lacing their voice. Leader, shall we not act immediately to eradicate them? The Qipao beauty's eyes glinted with a frigid resolve as she gently shook her head, stating, Not yet. Before eliminating them, we must first deal with Lin Hu. This traitor. Attend to it, and make it exquisite. She fixed her gaze on the cloaked figure, her voice chilling. I want Lin Hu to endure excruciating pain and torment before his demise. He must not have an easy end. I detest traitors above all else. The depths of her eyes shimmered with lethal intent. Rest assured, leader, I shall ensure that Lin Hu finds himself in a state where he cannot live nor die, making him comprehend the consequences of betraying the leader. With that, the figure vanished without a trace. After the figure in the black robe departed, the Qipao-clad beauty quietly raised her head, gazing at the portraits of the 8 leaders of Alliance District 11 adorning the wall. She softly murmured, Who stands behind Lin Hu? Chapter 41. A Safe Return. Strange. Li Hongtu furrowed his brow, his eyes filled with confusion. After all, when they vanquished the monstrous beast, the savage bull, they were at their most vulnerable. Had the enemy chosen to strike at that moment, they might not have even had the chance to resist. Yet inexplicably, the adversary refrained from action. Clearly intent on their demise, they ultimately granted them a chance to survive, leaving them bewildered and perplexed. Shi Qian, however, remained unfazed. The joy of returning alive and reuniting with his beloved Cui at home filled him with happiness beyond measure. As long as the puppet master behind this ordeal remains at large, each day brings a new danger. In any case, this is not the time for us to relax. Once we complete the task registration, if there are no other matters at hand, our 3rd advanced team will commence special training, ensuring we enhance our levels and combat prowess as swiftly as possible for unforeseen circumstances. Li Hongtu was acutely aware that the current situation of their 3rd advanced team was far from optimistic. Indeed, everyone took Li Hongtu's orders seriously, including Shi Qian, who straightened his expression. They all understood that every additional ounce of strength equated to an increased capacity for survival, and they wished to avoid a recurrence of the perilous encounter they had faced in the beast-infested forest. Captain, Brother Qian, Niao Niao. I'm so sorry for dragging you into this, Jiang Feng said, his voice laden with remorse. He felt a deep sense of guilt towards Li Hongtu and the others. After all, it was Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner who had slain Jiedia, triggering a series of events that had placed the entire 3rd advanced team in jeopardy. Yet, Qin Yun and Amp, Oppos, equally culpable, patted Jiang Feng's shoulder, smiling cheerfully as she said, You underestimate our captain, Brother Qian, and Niao Niao. The members of our 3rd advanced team are the most loyal. They would never be upset over such matters. Yes, Yun and Oppos, is right. Since we are comrades, what is there to speak of dragging anyone down? Li Hongtu chuckled heartily. Shi Qian and Niao Niao also regarded Jiang Feng with solemn expressions, convinced that those they accepted as allies would fight alongside them with unwavering commitment, indifferent to any notions of burden or entanglement. Jiang Feng nodded, beginning to feel grateful to Qin Yuner for inviting him to join the 3rd advanced team, where he truly felt a sense of belonging. Li Hongtu laughed heartily, leading the members of the 3rd advanced team towards the registration office. Regardless of the circumstances, they had survived this ordeal without losing a single brother or sister. And that was more than enough. Registration Office of Alliance District 11. What? You've completed another field mission? And it was against a level 6 Savage Bull, post-rampage? At the registration office, Jiang Feng encountered the familiar face of Yu Shanxuan once more, who was visibly incensed. The last time, Jiang Feng had returned unscathed from a field mission, earning a remarkable 1,000 points. Moreover, he appeared to be entirely unharmed, which was unacceptable to Yu Shanxuan. What is the matter? Are you envious, resentful, and filled with hatred? Jiang Feng gazed with great interest at Yushan Kun, relishing the sight of his frustration and helplessness. Yushan Kun and Appo's lips trembled, yet he dared not retort, for behind Jiang Feng loomed the menacing figures of Li Hongtu and others, their eyes fixed intently upon him. Gulp. Nervously swallowing, Yushan Kun refrained from speaking further and silently checked the points earned by Jiang Feng and his third advanced team during this mission, subsequently allocating the points to Jiang Feng. Your team has amassed a total of 20,000 points. Your share amounts to 4,000 points, which I will now credit to your account. Observing how effortlessly Jiang Feng accrued 4,000 points, Yushan Kun could not help but feel a tumult of envy and resentment. However, despite his feelings, he remained powerless, as a mere logistics staff member, to change his fate. Ding. Level 3 ability user Jiang Feng, credited with 4,000 points. As Yushan Kun operated the machine to credit Jiang Feng and Appo's points, he suddenly noticed the displayed level and was left utterly stunned. You are level 3 now? He could hardly believe that Jiang Feng, who had recently been a level 1 ability user, had now ascended to level 3, matching his own status. The soul pride he had harbored crumbled in an instant. Is reaching level 3 truly so challenging? No. Is it not difficult at all? Yushan Kun murmured softly to himself. While it had taken him a considerable amount of time to achieve level 3, Jiang Feng had done so in less than a month. This stark disparity filled Yushan Kun with an overwhelming sense of loss. After Jiang Feng and the others departed, a portly figure emerged from behind the registration desk. He approached Yushan Kun, glancing down at his level with a changing expression. Yin Xiaobang, are you slacking off again at work? Where have you been? Why didn't you come to register? With a belly full of grievances, Yushan Kun seized the opportunity to vent his frustration at the arrival of the chubby figure, who was none other than Yin Xiaoping, recently returned from the second advance team. Faced with Yushan Kun's anger, Yin Xiaoping maintained an air of calm. Yushan Kun seethed with rage, yet felt powerless to retaliate, for Yin Xiaoping was now the favored one in the eyes of the registration office director, while Yushan Kun was universally disliked. Yushan Kun, why are you quarreling with Xiaoping? Have you completed your tasks? At that moment, Director Zhang of the registration office emerged, immediately reprimanding Yushan Kun, causing him to nod and bow in submission. Director, I wasn't arguing with Xiaoping. I was just... Be quiet. I do not wish to hear your explanations. Remember to clean up before you leave today. Director Zhang snapped. Yin Xiaoping's eyes brightened, and he hurried over to Director Zhang with a cheerful demeanor, exclaiming, Director, look at you. If there is anything you need, it would be my honor to assist you. Seeking my opinion would only be an embarrassment for me. Director Zhang laughed heartily and said, Xiaoping, I truly enjoy listening to your words. They are music to my ears. With a hearty laugh, Director Zhang, accompanied by Yin Xiaoping, exited the registration office. Chapter 42. The Visitor Xiaofeng. Are you saying that you killed someone named Jardy, which is why you are being constantly tested? In the base of the 3rd Vanguard Squad, Li Hongtu listened intently to Jiang Feng and Qin Yun'er's account, a hint of perplexity crossing his brow. The name Jardy was equally unfamiliar to Li Hongtu. He had no knowledge of Jardy's background. Indeed, Captain, Jardy was a zombie, and he bore a level 3 blood armor. Jiang Feng stated candidly. Presenting the level 3 blood armor for Li Hongtu to inspect, Li Hongtu stroked his chin, murmuring, level 3 blood armor is indeed rare. Such treasures, even a level 6 ability user, may struggle to shatter with a single blow. However, these artifacts are circulated only among the upper echelons of the Alliance. Even those prestigious families must expend a significant amount of credits to exchange for them. Given my current standing, I cannot fathom its origin. Nevertheless, the fact that Jiang Feng possesses a level 3 blood armor is quite promising. Xiaofeng, you should keep this level 3 blood armor safe. Your abilities, combined with this armor, can unleash combat power far beyond your current level, potentially turning the tide in desperate moments. Then, Li Hongtu raised his gaze to Qin Yun'er, a look of astonishment crossing his features as he inquired, Yun'er, do you mean to say, you have been reborn? Qin Yun'er nodded emphatically. She harbored doubts about others, but she held unwavering trust in the members of the 3rd Vanguard Squad. Yes, Captain. I returned from 14 years in the future on the night Jiang Feng awakened his abilities. If that is the case, then the 5 of us must have perished together 14 years hence, Li Hongtu said gravely, fixing his gaze on Qin Yun'er. One of the unspoken secrets shared between him, Shi Qian, and Niao Niao was that they too had felt something amiss that fateful night when Jiang Feng awakened the apocalyptic system, waking from a nightmare. In their dreams, they had encountered Jiang Feng and Qin Yun'er, two individuals they should not have known at the time. This was why Li Hongtu had been so certain during the newcomer trials that Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner would choose to join the 3rd Vanguard Squad. Everything happened for a reason. Qin Yuner did not contest Li Hongtu's question. She merely nodded silently. Observing this, Li Hongtu felt a sense of relief. The questions in his heart dwindled, and the mystery began to clarify. So, who were we killed by? The 9th leader, Qin Yuner murmured, her gaze laced with a hint of murderous intent. She would never forget how their 3rd Vanguard Squad had fought valiantly against the Beast Tide during the chaos in the Beast Forest, striving for the survival of the Alliance's District 11, only to ultimately be met with the claws of the 9th leader. The 9th leader? Does our Alliance and AMP, Oppo's, District 11 truly have a 9th leader? Li Hongtu and AMP, Oppo's, expression shifted abruptly. He had always considered the 9th leader to be mere hearsay, unworthy of belief. Yet, in that moment, he was convinced. Not only Li Hongtu, but also Sher Qian and Niao Niao exhibited a hint of astonishment and incredulity. After all, on the surface, the Alliance's District 11 had only ever been led by 8 leaders, making the emergence of a 9th leader rather unexpected. Do you know the true identity of the 9th leader? Li Hongtu quickly inquired. Qin Yuner shook her head, sighed helplessly, and replied, 14 years later. The 9th leader intervened just as District 11 was on the brink of collapse. After my rebirth, I specifically investigated this matter, but I found no information. Upon hearing this, Li Hongtu understood that their enemies were well concealed, yet with a definitive target in mind, he felt reassured. He then turned to Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner with a serious expression and said, since Yuner is a reborn individual, there are certain matters I need not elaborate on. However, for you, Xiao Feng, there are some things you must be aware of. Our 3rd advanced team may seem to lack background and support, but in truth, we are a trusted faction of a certain leader, and our objective is to overthrow the existing order of the Alliance. Although the Alliance has not been established for long, it is already deeply entrenched in decay. The corruption at the top, coupled with the impotence at the grassroots level, is driving the Alliance toward its inevitable demise. We may not be able to create a community of equals, but we do not wish to see the upper echelons and powerful families continue to exploit the common folk. This is a perilous and arduous path, Xiao Feng. Are you willing to walk it with us? If not, I can introduce you to other advanced teams, who would surely welcome you. Li Hongtu regarded Jiang Feng earnestly, while Sher Qian, Niao Niao, and Qin Yuner all looked at him with eager anticipation. The 4 of them were steadfast in their convictions. As a reborn individual, Qin Yuner needed no further persuasion, leaving only Jiang Feng's decision uncertain. Jiang Feng gazed at Li Hongtu and the others, a slight smile gracing his lips, before he firmly nodded and declared, I am willing. Having come from the lowest strata himself, Jiang Feng understood all too well the struggles faced by ordinary people, though he did not possess lofty ideals. There were moments when one ought to be impassioned. Life should not be lived without purpose. Moreover, Li Hongtu and the others had already embraced him as one of their own, and for their sake, Jiang Feng was resolute in his commitment to stand alongside them. Good brother. Li Hongtu clapped Jiang Feng and AMP, Oppo's, shoulder heartily, his eyes brimming with joy. Sher Qian stepped forward, embracing Jiang Feng tightly, laughing as he said, I knew you had guts, you wouldn't back down. A flicker of light shone in Niao Niao's melancholic eyes. Jiang Feng seemed to be the second person to bring color to her otherwise dull world. Qin Yun and Oppo's, her also wore a smile, murmuring to herself, as expected, he is my man. However, when she saw Jiang Feng grinning at Niao Niao, her expression instantly soured. Humph. Stupid man. Thud, thud, thud. As the 3rd reconnaissance team laid bare their hearts, devoid of any secrets, a sudden knock echoed at the entrance of the base. Instantly, the once lively atmosphere of the team fell into a hushed silence, a flicker of vigilance crossing each member's face. After a day of tumult, it was now the midnight hour. The arrival of an unexpected visitor at the 3rd reconnaissance team could only suggest ulterior motives. Moreover, Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner had unwittingly entangled themselves with an unidentified adversary. In such precarious circumstances, even the slightest disturbance would heighten the team and Oppo's alertness. I shall answer the door, Li Hongtu declared, adjusting his expression. He gestured for everyone to remain calm before striding towards the entrance alone. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng and the others quietly braced themselves, prepared for any eventuality. Although launching an attack on a combat team's base was exceedingly unwise, likely summoning assistance from other combat teams in a matter of moments, one could never discount the reckless tendencies of individuals driven by madness. Creak. Li Hongtu slowly opened the base's door, only to be momentarily taken aback by the identity of the visitor. Struggling to regain his composure, he remained silent for a considerable time before finally uttering, "Lin Hu? What brings you here?" Chapter 43. The cipher-bearer Li Hongtu's expression subtly shifted. His eyes filled with disbelief as he gazed intently at Lin Hu. According to Jiang Feng and Amp, Apos, as previous descriptions, Lin Hu was the clandestine figure dispatched by Jia Die to investigate Jiang Feng and Qin Yun and Apos. The sudden appearance of Lin Hu was indeed intriguing. Lin Hu and Apos, as demeanor was grave. His gaze briefly traversed past Li Hongtu to cast a glance at Jiang Feng and Qin Yun in the distance. With a sigh, he finally spoke to Li Hongtu. "The mountains may change, but the rivers flow eternally." What? Li Hongtu and Apos' countenance abruptly solidified, for the phrase Lin Hu had just uttered was an internal code of their organization. Anyone able to articulate this code must surely be an ally. Yet, how could Lin Hu, who was evidently an accomplice of the enemy, utter such words? Li Hongtu was perplexed, and the expressions of Shi Qian and Niao Niao behind him also shifted, as they speculated whether the organization's secrets had been compromised. Lin Hu seemed to perceive the concerns of Li Hongtu and the others, and thus unambiguously declared his identity, stating, "I am the cipher-bearer." Gasp. Upon hearing this, Li Hongtu inhaled sharply. The cipher-bearer was a spy embedded within their organization, positioned beneath other leaders, a vital force in their infiltration of rival factions. Typically, a cipher-bearer would never disclose their identity unless absolutely necessary, and only for matters of paramount importance. Now that Lin Hu had voluntarily revealed himself as a cipher-bearer, it was evident that something grave had transpired. This revelation startled Jiang Feng and Qin Yun from a distance as well. They had never anticipated that Lin Hu was indeed an insider of their organization. Had they known earlier, they could have avoided a series of ensuing troubles by simply revealing the code. However, the expressions of Jiang Feng and Qin Yun darkened slightly. For Qin Yun had previously mentioned that in her past life, when she rose to prominence, Lin Hu had already fallen. This implied that Lin Hu might be in peril. Observing the shifting expressions of those present, Lin Hu sighed helplessly and murmured, "Those two must have been exposed. I, too, am likely compromised. I have come merely to warn you before my demise. Exercise utmost caution. Your enemy is the ninth leader." Originally, Lin Hu had no intention of revealing his identity. But given the dire circumstances, he could no longer afford to act solely in his own interest. Although he served the ninth leader, represented by the enigmatic woman in a Chong Sam, he was acutely aware that he was not among the ninth leader's trusted confidants and might even be regarded with suspicion. Thus, during his prior investigations of Jiang Feng and Qin Yun, he had refrained from any semblance of concealment, reporting every detail meticulously. It was only when he discovered the extraordinary talents of Jiang Feng and Qin Yun and suspected that they might have already joined the organization that he chose to withhold information from the ninth leader. Of course, Lin Hu understood that his deception might ultimately be futile, merely a temporary stalling tactic. Yet, he was willing to sacrifice himself to protect the two prodigies, Jiang Feng and Qin Yun, especially Jiang Feng, who not only possesses a second talent but also wields it in a manner that seems almost otherworldly. If Lin Hu could sacrifice himself to protect Jiang Feng, he would consider his demise to be justified. The ninth leader? It is actually her? Lin Hu's words caused a sudden shift in the expressions of those present. None had anticipated that the enigmatic figure behind Jiang Feng and Qin Yun and Apos would be the legendary ninth leader. According to the accounts of Qin Yun and Apos, a reincarnated being. The ninth leader is the adversary destined to annihilate their third vanguard squad in the future. Their fates are indeed intertwined as sworn enemies. However, Jiang Feng found himself perplexed by one matter. "But, are you not a zombie?" Jiang Feng gazed at Lin Hu with a hint of confusion. Although Lin Hu had never revealed his identity as a zombie, Jiang Feng, equipped with an apocalyptic system, had discerned Lin Hu's true nature the moment he first appeared. Lin Hu's brow twitched slightly, looking at Jiang Feng in astonishment. He could not fathom how Jiang Feng had uncovered his identity as a zombie. Li Hongtu and the others shared a similar bewilderment, for they could not perceive Lin Hu's nature at first glance. A third ability? Including Lin Hu. All present were taken aback, as they began to realize that Jiang Feng might possess not just two, but potentially a third extraordinary power. Otherwise, there would be no explanation for how Jiang Feng had discerned Lin Hu's zombie identity. However, Jiang Feng was now one of their own, and the stronger he became, the more delighted they were. Lin Hu took no offense at Jiang Feng's unmasking of his secrets. With a subtle smile, Lin Hu calmly stated, To avoid being transformed into a new zombie, one must join the ninth leader's ranks. Thus, for the organization, I had no choice. Does that mean the ninth leader is also a zombie? Jiang Feng could empathize with Lin Hu's sacrifice, yet all who aligned with the ninth leader must be mutated zombies. Which begs the question, does this imply that the ninth leader's identity is also that of a zombie? Lin Hu paused for a moment in contemplation before slowly responding. I am uncertain, for the ninth leader appears to be far superior to a new zombie. As for her true nature, it is something you must gradually uncover. My mission is complete. I have delivered my warning. The days ahead will be for you to face on your own. Strive to enhance your strength. And until significant improvement is achieved, refrain from undertaking missions. Be cautious, or you may meet your demise. Lin Hu imparted his final counsel before waving his hand and departing with a nonchalant demeanor. He had fulfilled all that he could, and the rest was now in the hands of the 3rd Vanguard Squad. Although Lin Hu foresaw his own death, he willingly embraced sacrifice for the sake of protecting such a prodigy as Jiang Feng. Just as Jiang Feng was about to chase after him to express his gratitude, he was halted by Li Hongtu. Li Hongtu shook his head at Jiang Feng and remarked, "No need for words, as he is a clandestine speaker, he has long been prepared for sacrifice." Yet Jiang Feng wished to articulate something further, but he discerned a glimmer of faith's power within Li Hongtu's gaze. Jiang Feng had recently joined the organization and perhaps lacked a profound sense of conviction. However, his belief in Lin Hu had already rendered him fearless in the face of death. For the sake of the organization, Lin Hu had long been prepared to embrace his fate with equanimity. In that moment, Jiang Feng comprehended the terrifying magnitude of faith's power, and he gradually found himself enveloped in this atmosphere. I shall communicate with the leader and request assistance in organizing the alliance to assign us tasks. I will also decline all external assignments. During this process, we must diligently enhance our levels and combat prowess until our fighting capabilities exhibit significant improvement. The 3rd Advanced Team shall not venture a single step away from the base. To safeguard Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner, Lin Hu has chosen to sacrifice himself. And we must ensure that his sacrifice is not in vain. Only by becoming stronger can we honor Lin Hu's dedication. Indeed, if we remain insufficiently powerful, only a dead end awaits us. As Lin Hu departed from the 3rd Advanced Team, he strolled along the desolate riverbank. Abruptly, he halted, turning towards the enveloping darkness behind him, murmuring, "Come forth, I have arrived, and there is no need for you to conceal yourself any longer." Chapter 44. The Death of Lin Hu. At what moment did you discover my presence? A figure cloaked in black emerged from the dim shadows, their voice deep and gravelly, rendering it impossible to discern their gender. The hood obscured most of their face, leaving their features and gaze shrouded in mystery. Yet, Lin Hu could sense the figure scrutinizing him with a gaze full of curiosity. A faint smirk appeared on Lin Hu's lips as he disdainfully murmured, "The moment I stepped out of the dark room, I was aware of someone behind me. Why did you not expose me? Why did you still venture to the base of the 3rd Advanced Team?" The cloaked figure, perplexed, responded, unable to comprehend why Lin Hu would act recklessly. Fully aware of his exposure, Lin Hu cast a dismissive glance at the figure and replied, "If I were to unmask you, would I still be alive now? Would I have had the opportunity to relay news to Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner? You use me?" The black-clad figure suddenly understood Lin Hu's cunning strategy. It was not that Lin Hu was foolish, rather, he was remarkably astute. Aware that the individual sent by the 9th leader to eliminate him was undoubtedly formidable and beyond his capacity to confront, Lin Hu chose to feign ignorance instead of revealing the truth. This approach afforded him ample time to accomplish his final tasks. Having already communicated vital information, he was now prepared to face his demise, which explained his audacious presence by the riverbank. With his arrival, it was evident that Lin Hu had resigned himself to his fate. In response to the figure's astonishment, he merely smiled and declared, as the weak one must seek survival in the crevices, while the strong often falter through their own arrogance. Lin Hu's words dripped with derision towards the cloaked figure. Upon hearing this, the figure scoffed coldly and retorted, "Though you proclaim yourself to be astute, you shall still meet your end." Lin Hu erupted into laughter, proclaiming, "What of death? My demise is destined to weigh heavily upon the scales of existence." With those words, Lin Hu charged fearlessly at the cloaked figure, fully aware of the futility yet compelled to fight valiantly. Even if he could inflict but a slight wound upon the figure, it would lend value to his sacrifice. Serving to buy precious time for Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner, he was determined that his death would not be in vain. Just in time, the cloaked figure sneered, hardly regarding Lin Hu as a threat. The clash erupted with a cacophony of sound. As a level 6 mutated zombie, The figure possessed not only extraordinary powers but also remarkable regenerative abilities. Nonetheless, Lin Hu proved to be woefully inadequate in the face of such strength, swiftly succumbing to defeat. Had the figure not chosen to toy with him, intent on inflicting torment beyond death, Lin Hu might have already perished. Enough of this game. It's time for you to die. The figure cloaked in black spoke with an air of indifference, gradually raising the slender black sword, sharp as a needle, poised to pierce Lin Hu Pandapos' forehead. Wait, Lin Hu suddenly exclaimed in the face of imminent death. What's the matter? Afraid of dying? The cloaked figure's disdain for Lin Hu's last plea was palpable. Lin Hu, with a bitter smile, shook his head and replied, I am not afraid of death, rather. I wish to see your face before I perish. I want to know whose hand I am succumbing to. Lin Hu was unwilling to accept his fate. He had fought valiantly until the end, yet remained ignorant of the appearance of his assailant. The cloaked figure sighed and murmured, Very well, in light of your bravery. I shall reveal my true visage. As he spoke, he slowly removed his hood. You? How can it be you? Lin Hu gazed in astonishment at the familiar face before him, disbelief etched across his features. With a gentle kick, the cloaked figure sent Lin Hu tumbling into the river, quietly watching as Lin Hu's lifeless body was devoured by mutated fish. To answer one of your questions is already a sign of my leniency. Do you wish to know more secrets? Such foolish aspirations. With you dealt with, the remaining concerns are Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner. Do not think that your warnings have rendered me powerless against them. As long as I desire it, even if they hide within the base, they cannot escape their fate. The cloaked figure slowly donned his hood once more, then with a swift movement, vanished into the enveloping darkness, leaving no trace behind. Since Lin Hu had come to relay information, the 3rd Advance Team had not embarked on any missions. Furthermore, the members of the 3rd Advance Team had not even left the base, drawing the curiosity of many. Numerous combat teams were perplexed, for in the past, the 3rd Advance Team had been the most industrious, yet now they had become reclusive. What was amiss with the 3rd Advance Team? Why had they ceased all outings? I heard they are undergoing intensive training and will not be executing any tasks for the time being. It's more than just training. I tried to visit Li Hong too, but was met with a closed door. They are clearly isolating themselves. Others expressed their bewilderment at the 3rd Advance Team and Oppo's actions, while only the team members themselves understood that they were racing against time and against death. Now, Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner had come under the scrutiny of the 9th leader. Although the 9th leader would not act personally, the assassins dispatched would undoubtedly be as formidable as Lin Hu. Therefore, they needed to become sufficiently strong to ensure their own survival. Everyone. I have just received news. Lin Hu. A few days later, Li Hongtu looked gravely at Jiang Feng, Qin Yuner, Shi Qian, and Niao Niao as he conveyed the heartbreaking news. Lin Hu had sacrificed himself as a secret signal to warn Jiang Feng and the others. This act of kindness was etched in their hearts. Although they had mentally prepared themselves for Lin Hu and Oppo's demise, the news still brought expressions of sorrow to their faces. Clap, clap, clap. Li Hongtu observed the prevailing despondency among everyone and clapped his hands, exclaiming, Everyone, lift your spirits. Lin Hu and Oppo's choice to expose himself is not for you to wallow in sorrow, but rather to inspire you to strive for strength. I hope that all members of our 3rd Advance Team will not squander Lin Hu's sacrifices. Put away your sadness. All of you continue with the training. Li Hongtu understood that lamentation served no purpose. The only thing of value was the relentless pursuit of strength. Until their organization possessed sufficient power to shake the very foundations of the entire Alliance District 11, they would not easily unveil their elusive leader. Moreover, they remained uncertain of how many individuals belonged to the organization. Thus, the burdens of suffering must be borne alone. Indeed, unbeknownst to them, everyone had made remarkable strides in their capabilities. Chapter 45, The Relic Number 7. More than 2 months later, Li Hongtu solemnly summoned all members of the 3rd Expeditionary Team to announce the temporary cessation of their intensive training. According to Yuner's recollections, participation in the exploration of Relic Number 7 was imperative, for it harbored numerous treasures of great utility to them. Now that the mission concerning Relic No. 7 had been issued, I had successfully accepted it, alongside the 2nd and 6th Expeditionary Teams. Prepare yourselves. We shall set forth to rendezvous with the 2nd and 6th Expeditionary Teams. Li Hongtu elucidated the current situation before urging everyone to make ready for immediate departure. Understood. At that moment, every member of the 3rd Expeditionary Team brimmed with fervor. After over 2 months of rigorous training, their abilities had markedly improved. Team leader Li Hongtu had now ascended to the rank of a level 7 Esper, while Shi Qian, Niao Niao, and Qin Yuner had all achieved level 6. The team member with the lowest level was Jiang Feng, a level 5 Esper. Yet, the third expeditionary team had subtly coalesced around Jiang Feng as its core. Not merely due to his strength, but also because his combat prowess as a level 5 Esper exceeded their wildest expectations. Moreover, without Jiang Feng, their rapid advancement would not have been possible. As a level 5 Esper, Jiang Feng had proficiently elevated his martial skill, Chaos Hammer, to level 5. And his physical prowess had reached 443, surpassing Li Hongtu by a full 30 points. A full force strike with the level 5 Chaos Hammer could instantaneously deplete 200 points of stamina. One such blow was nothing short of extraordinary. Even Li Hongtu, with his defenses enhanced to 7-0, could withstand no more than 3 blows. The most fearsome aspect was Jiang Feng's nearly absurd stamina recovery mechanism. Given even a moment's respite, Li Hongtu, the level 7 Esper, could very well find himself vanquished beneath Jiang Feng's hammer. Initially, during the early stages of their training, Jiang Feng had collaborated with the others to battle Li Hongtu. However, as time progressed, it evolved into a scenario where Li Hongtu, Shi Qian, Niao Niao, and Qin Yuner joined forces against Jiang Feng. Remarkably, even in such overwhelming circumstances, Jiang Feng managed to maintain nearly a 50% win rate. The extent of Jiang Feng's prowess was thus vividly illustrated. At present, the strength of the entire 3rd Expeditionary Team had increased over tenfold compared to before. With a flourish, the 3rd Expeditionary Team streamed forth, heading directly to the periphery of Alliance District 11, where they would converge with the 2nd and 6th Expeditionary Teams. This time, as the 3rd Expeditionary Team traversed the path, they drew countless gazes, for they exuded a formidable aura of power. Is this the 3rd Expeditionary Team? How is it that they appear so much stronger? And what of Jiang Feng? Was he not a newcomer? Why did he now seem to be the very core of the 3rd Expeditionary Team? Everyone was baffled, especially the other combat teams, who were utterly confounded. Originally, the 3rd Vanguard Team was centered around Li Hongtu, yet now it seems to revolve around Jiang Feng. Despite appearing somewhat unreliable, there exists an inexplicable aura of tension and intimidation that envelopes them. Confronted by this palpable pressure, many harbor doubts yet remain silent. For this is an era where strength reigns supreme. A single misstep could spell disaster for those lacking power. Old 3, your 3rd Vanguard Team's progress is rather astonishing. Wang Zhuang, the captain of the 2nd Vanguard Team, spotted Li Hongtu from a distance at the assembly point and approached with enthusiasm, his gaze fervently scrutinizing the members of the 3rd Vanguard Team. When receiving their mission, the information about other team members would be synchronized. So Wang Zhuang was well aware of the current levels of the 3rd Vanguard Team. Upon seeing Qin Yuner, his expression reflected a deep sense of regret. In such a short span, Qin Yuner had already attained the status of a level 6 ability user, specializing in control abilities. If she could join their 2nd Vanguard Team, it would represent a significant enhancement. Even Jiang Feng had performed admirably, now boasting the prowess of a level 5 ability user, demonstrating commendable combat capabilities. Wang Zhuang felt a twinge of regret. He should have made greater efforts to recruit Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner. After all, these 2 prodigies were worth it. It's quite ordinary, he mused, considering the harrowing crisis they had faced in the Beast Forest. Failing to elevate their strength was simply untenable. Wang Zhuang blinked, fully disbelieving Li Hongtu's explanations. All Vanguard teams had traversed the perils of the Beast Forest. Yet which team had managed such a remarkable increase in levels within a mere 2 months as Li Hongtu's? Regardless, Wang Zhuang decided not to dwell on it. They were all engaged in the exploration mission of the number 7 relic, and stronger teammates were undeniably advantageous for them. Old 3, let us wait a bit longer. 6th Sister has yet to arrive. Once the 6th Vanguard Team joins us, we can set off. All right. Presently, the 3rd Vanguard Team found themselves the focus of the enigmatic 9th leader, and no one could guarantee that the smiling friend standing before them would not turn out to be an adversary. Hence, they remained vigilant and exceedingly cautious. Oh, you 2 have arrived quite early. At that moment, a formidable team approached from a distance, led by a strikingly alluring woman with a graceful figure. Behind her were 4 imposing men, each boasting level 6 combat prowess. 6th Sister, you're here. Upon seeing the enchanting woman approach, Wang Zhuang immediately greeted her with a beaming smile, his warmth unmistakable. The woman referred to as 6th Sister was none other than Mei Yingying, the captain of the 6th Vanguard Team. Despite her captivating appearance, Mei Yingying was no weakling. She was undeniably a level 6 ability user. her strength ranking among the top of the various Vanguard team leaders. As for the 4 teammates behind Mei Yingying, each one of them is exceptionally formidable. Although these 4 are initially drawn to Mei Yingying's beauty, their prowess is indisputable and widely acknowledged. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Mei Yingying and Apos' 6th Expeditionary Team ranks among the very best of all such teams. Li Gu, upon seeing my 6th sister, why do you not greet her? Mei Yingying disregarded the enthusiastic welcome from Wang Zhuang and instead sidled over to Li Hongtu. With a flirtatious glance and playful words, she murmured, "Greetings, 6th sister." Despite feeling slighted, Mei Yingying remained unfazed. Her gaze flitted around, a smile gracing her lips as she appraised Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner, who stood behind Li Hongtu. When the Alliance sought new recruits, I was unable to attend due to my team being at full capacity. And I never anticipated missing out on 2 such prodigies. They say these 2 are the most formidable newcomers in the Alliance's history, and seeing them today, it is indeed true. With a beaming smile, Mei Yingying approached Qin Yuner and Jiang Feng. As a reincarnated individual, Qin Yuner seemed to have some knowledge of Mei Yingying, resulting in a disdainful expression that conveyed her disinterest in engaging. On the other hand, Jiang Feng's demeanor shifted repeatedly. He glanced at the 4 members of Mei Yingying's team, then at Mei Yingying herself, his brow furrowed with visible wariness. "You seem quite frightened of me, little brother," Mei Yingying teased, leaning closer to Jiang Feng. Her gaze soft as she whispered, "I am actually quite tender-hearted." Chapter 46 Departure Thud. Jiang Feng swallowed nervously, his gaze filled with vigilance. Despite Mei Yingying's enchanting eyes and gentle demeanor, he remained utterly unmoved and dared not make a single move. Mei Yingying, human, level 6. Ability, Heart Enchantment, bewitches the enemy's mind, causing them to be dazed and even submit. Ability 2, Shadowless, merges into darkness, leaving no trace. Physical Strength, 325. Kill Count, 775. Mei Yingying was the first individual Jiang Feng had encountered with a second ability, both of which were undeniably terrifying. Facing an opponent like her left Jiang Feng feeling utterly powerless. Particularly alarming was her kill count, which sent chills down his spine. He had only achieved 17 kills thus far, while Mei Yingying's count stood at an astonishing 775, a staggering disparity. It was evident that Mei Yingying was far from the delicate figure she appeared to be. In fact, her prowess was several times more formidable than that of Li Hongtu. As for the 4 team members behind Mei Yingying, a cursory glance left Jiang Feng equally unnerved. To his horror, he discovered that all 4 were level 6 mutated zombies, each specializing in offense. With the formidable regenerative abilities of zombies combined with their offensive capabilities, Mei Yingying's team was undoubtedly a force to be reckoned with. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that the combined strength of the 2nd and 3rd advanced teams might not even match the might of Mei Yingying's 6th advanced team. Jiang Feng was uncertain whether the presence of 4 zombie team members was mere coincidence or intentional. All he knew was that he must maintain his distance from Mei Yingying, for there was something fearsome about her. With a slight tremor at the corner of his mouth, he glanced at Mei Yingying, whose alluring gaze was fixed upon him, and abruptly stepped back, widening the space between them. This sudden movement almost caused her to lose her balance and fall. Simultaneously, Jiang Feng declared with unwavering conviction, "Captain Mei, please maintain your decorum." "You." Mei Yingying's lips quivered slightly as she stared at Jiang Feng in disbelief, unable to comprehend how a man could resist her allure. Yet, she was not angered. Instead, she smiled softly and seductively remarked, "Little brother, you are quite remarkable." Cough, cough. Enough of this playful banter. Let us set off promptly while there is still time. Li Hongtu interjected, eager to diffuse the tension. He had not anticipated Mei Yingying's interest in Jiang Feng, nor did he expect the fiery youth to remain impervious to her charms. Indeed, let us hasten our departure. The journey to ruins number 7 is still quite long. Wang Zhuang chimed in, urging everyone to move. Having not experienced Mei Yingying's tenderness himself, he naturally wished for none of the other men to do so either. However, it appeared that Jiang Feng was deliberately keeping his distance from Mei Yingying, which elevated Wang Zhuang and Apos' opinion of him. Fewer competitors were certainly a boon. After being neglected by Jiang Feng, Mei Yingying displayed no visible emotional turmoil. When Li Hongtu and Wang Zhuang proposed to set off promptly, she readily agreed. Since both Brother Li and Brother Wang have suggested it, let us hasten our departure, Mei Yingying declared, waving her hand, prompting her 4 team members to follow suit. And together they ventured into the Beast Forest. However, As Mei Yingying passed by Jiang Feng, her expression suddenly darkened, and a flicker of elusive malice crossed her brow. Observing this, Wang Zhuangzhuang immediately instructed the team to keep up with him, nodding appreciatively at Jiang Feng as he walked by. Following them was Jiang Feng's third advanced team, led by Li Hongtu, who entered the forest last, streaming in as one. As the third advanced team commenced their mission, Qin Yuner deliberately approached Jiang Feng's side and whispered, "You possess some restraint. Mei Yingying is no virtuous person. Keep your distance from her." Jiang Feng was well aware that Mei Yingying was not a good person, but lamented the unfortunate truth of her captivating appearance. What a pity for such a lovely visage, he murmured, contemplating that had Mei Yingying not been malevolent, she would undoubtedly be a catastrophic beauty, capable of bringing ruin to nations. Upon hearing Jiang Feng's words, Qin Yuner raised an eyebrow, her gaze narrowing with indignation as she retorted, "What? Do you fancy her?" Jiang Feng vigorously shook his head, replying, "I wouldn't dare. I wish to live a few more years." "Humph. At least you know your place." Qin Yuner shot him an exasperated glare, knowing that had he dared to express any affection, she would not have let him off easily. The second, third, and sixth advanced teams, after a brief interlude, all delved deep into the Beast Forest. Their destination was the ruins number 7, a remnant of a human settlement from before the apocalypse, which once boasted a population of hundreds of thousands. The ruins number 7 endured for a considerable time after the onset of the apocalypse, even witnessing human activity during the emergence of supernatural beings. However, it ultimately succumbed to a tide of beasts, a massive and organized onslaught against human strongholds. In one such wave, the ruins number 7 were utterly engulfed. Yet, in a place once bustling with human life, various resources are sure to remain, making the exploration of human relics one of the advanced team's missions. Exploration tasks are categorized by the depth of the ruins within the Beast Forest. Currently, the exploration of ruins number 7 is rated as a sea-level task, considered relatively low yet still requiring the assembly of 3 advanced teams to qualify for exploration. Everyone, remain vigilant. We have now entered the depths of the Beast Forest, where high-level beasts may appear at any moment. Li Hongtu cautioned the members of the third advanced team, urging them to stay alert, as their position at the rear constituted a secondary level of danger, necessitating unwavering vigilance. Generally speaking, within the expedition traversing the depths of the Beast Forest, the foremost ranks undoubtedly face the greatest peril, while the rear ranks find themselves in a comparatively safer position. Consequently, when Wang Zhuangzhuang set forth, it may have appeared as though he was merely pursuing Mei Yingying's footsteps, yet in reality, he was strategically securing a safer position for his second vanguard squad. Wang Zhuangzhuang is far more cunning than he appears. Upon the completion of Li Hongtu and Appo's words, a chilling roar of the beasts erupted from the front of the formation. "Kill." In the next instant, Mei Yingying's enchanting voice resonated, imbued with a palpable aura of lethal intent. The cacophony of clanging and crashing followed, and by the time Wang Zhuangzhuang's second vanguard squad and Li Hongtu's third vanguard squad arrived, they were met only with the gruesome sight of a slain level 6 beast, the Red Wolf. As for the 6th Vanguard Squad, they had little interest in clearing the battlefield and had already continued their advance towards the ruins of Site number 7. Chapter 47. The Golden Courage Ruthless. Terrifying. Remarkably strong. Upon witnessing the scene of the battle, members of the 2nd and 3rd advance teams could not help but exclaim in awe. After all, the 6th-level beast, the Red Wolf, met its demise in a particularly gruesome manner, sending chills down their spines. If the task had been entrusted to their 2 teams, they would have had to concede that they could not match the prowess demonstrated by the 6th advance team. Sister Lu's squad remained as fierce as ever. Wang Zhuangzhuang gazed at the lifeless body of the 6th-level Red Wolf, overwhelmed with emotion, yet he showed no intention of pressing forward. Li Hongtu, observing this, instantly grasped the situation. With a slight smile and no further words, he beckoned Jiang Feng and the others to continue their journey ahead. After departing from the battlefield, Jiang Feng could not suppress his curiosity and inquired, "Captain, why aren't they moving?" Taking the valuable parts from the corpse of the 6th-level beast would be an unexpected gain from this expedition. As Jiang Feng deepened his understanding of Wang Zhuangzhuang, he would eventually come to appreciate his character. Li Hongtu patiently explained to Jiang Feng, recognizing the necessity of understanding one's teammates, especially since their mission required ongoing collaboration with Wang Zhuangzhuang. Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow, surprised to discover that despite Wang Zhuangzhuang being the son of one of the 8 leaders from Alliance District 11, he was not particularly magnanimous. How intriguing. Jiang Feng mused with a faint smile, having formed a preliminary impression of Wang Zhuang. As the team pressed on, they were once again met with the roars of beasts, this time emanating from the rear. Soon after, Jiang Feng heard hurried footsteps approaching from behind, and he soon spotted Wang Zhuang leading his team members, hastily rushing forward. Trailing behind the second advanced team was a 6th-level beast, a black python. "Old 3, lend a hand." Wang Zhuang called out to Li Hongtu from a distance. Li Hongtu's expression darkened as he muttered a curse under his breath, chastising Wang Zhuang for his shamelessness, yet he steeled himself and immediately conjured a barricade. The barricade. After erecting the barrier, Li Hongtu exchanged a glance with Jiang Feng and the others, having undergone over 2 months of intensive training. The third advanced team's coordination had vastly improved. There was no need for Li Hongtu to waste words. They quickly assumed their positions, ready to act at a moment's notice. However, Wang Zhuang, who had initially drawn the attention of the 6th-level black python, did not halt to assist Li Hongtu and his team. Instead, he fled without a second thought. What? Jiang Feng, experiencing this collaboration with Wang Zhuang for the first time, was utterly dumbfounded by such a brazen display of selfishness. Can one be so shameless? It was one thing to neglect to address the beast his own team had encountered, but to lead it toward another team and then audaciously escape was a new level of disgrace. Jiang Feng and Appo's assessment of Wang Zhuang escalated to a new tier: shamelessness defined. Missed, find, strike. Niao, Qin Yun and Appo's and Shi Qian possessed a certain level of understanding regarding Wang Zhuang. Thus they did not find themselves in a state of stupor like Jiang Feng. Instead, they decisively launched their attack. Niao enveloped the black python in a shroud of mist, obscuring its vision and rendering it aimless. Qin Yun ensnared the serpent with vines, immobilizing it, while Shi Qian swiftly maneuvered and pierced the creature's vulnerable eye with his longsword. The 6th-tier beast, the black python, let out a pained howl as its sight was extinguished. It began to thrash about desperately. However, devoid of dynamic vision, its struggles devolved into mere convulsions of a dying creature. Xiao Feng now, Li Hongtu, would his vast combat experience rouse the still contemplative Jiang Feng, urging him to confront the 6th-tier beast. Here it comes. Hammer strike. With precision and force, Jiang Feng's iron hammer struck the python squarely at its vital point. The impact sent the beast writhing momentarily before it lay still, lifeless upon the ground. A surge of 200 physical strength erupted with that single blow, proving even a 6th-tier beast could not withstand such might. Li Hongtu and the others, though already aware of Jiang Feng's prowess, were nonetheless astounded to witness him dispatch a 6th-tier beast with a single strike. They collectively inhaled sharply. For Jiang Feng was merely at the 5th level. To annihilate a foe of such caliber was indeed a testament to formidable power. Qianer, extract the snake gall. We shall forego the rest. While the other materials from the beast were certainly valuable in terms of points, their cumbersome nature necessitated abandonment. Understood. Shi Qian, well versed in such endeavors, swiftly utilized his dagger to slit open the black python's belly, retrieving the coveted gall. Ah, a golden gall. A remarkable find, Shi Qian exclaimed, taken aback as he unearthed the golden gall, a treasure worth far more than the entire carcass of the 6th-tier beast. With a beaming smile, he secured the gall, murmuring, "We owe our gratitude to Wang Zhuang. Such a golden gall is a rare fortune, entirely reliant on luck." Li Hongtu chuckled in disbelief, surprised that the cunning Wang Zhuang would face such a misstep. Jiang Feng blinked, internally musing, Wang Zhuang. He's not so bad after all. Thus, after the 3rd expeditionary team concluded their battlefield cleanup, they resumed their journey towards ruins number 7. Before long, they caught up with the preceding 2nd expeditionary team, encountering Wang Zhuang and his companions. Upon seeing Li Hongtu and the others approach so swiftly, a flicker of astonishment crossed Wang Zhuang's eyes. He had not anticipated the 3rd expeditionary team and Appo's combat prowess to be so formidable, enabling them to swiftly eliminate a 6th-tier beast. "Thank you," Jiang Feng said cheerfully as he passed by Wang Zhuang, offering a warm expression of gratitude. Wang Zhuang scratched his head in confusion, unable to comprehend why Jiang Feng would express gratitude towards him, especially considering it was he who had inadvertently led the 3rd advanced team into a predicament. At that moment, Shi Qian approached, proudly showcasing a golden gallbladder he had retrieved from his satchel, grinning as he declared, "Captain Wang, you truly are a good person." "What?" Upon seeing the golden gallbladder in Shi Qian's hand, Wang Zhuang felt a wave of despair wash over him. He had never anticipated that the 6th-level beast the black python, which he had forsaken, would yield such a valuable treasure. This item was worth a fortune, essentially a gift he had unwittingly bestowed upon another. In reality, had Wang Zhuangzhuang been willing, their team could have easily banded together to confront the 6th-level beast. It could only be said that Wang Zhuangzhuang and Apos' cunning had cost him a significant price. Damn it. Wang Zhuangzhuang stomped his feet in frustration, filled with regret that twisted his insides. At that moment, a roar from a distant beast echoed through the air, followed closely by Mei Yingying's urgent cry. Quick, come help. Upon hearing her call for assistance, both Wang Zhuangzhuang and Li Hongtu felt a heavy weight settle in their hearts. It was evident that whatever had compelled Mei Yingying's 6th advance team to seek aid must be a formidable foe. Chapter 48. Breaking away from the team quick, keep up. Li Hongtu and Apos' expression hardened as he immediately instructed everyone to follow his lead. The entire 3rd advance team surged toward the direction from which Mei Yingying had called out. Let us go and see. Wang Zhuangzhuang promptly followed, leading his team in pursuit. This exploration of the number 7 ruins involved the collaboration of 3 advance teams. Should any team encounter difficulties en route to the ruins, the mission would likely end in failure. After all, the perils within the number 7 ruins remained unknown. And without sufficient numbers or strength, no team dared to venture forth recklessly. Soon enough, the 3rd and 2nd advance teams arrived at the battlefield of the 6th advance team. They were met head-on by a colossal mutant beast, a rhinoceros. This beast was classified as a level 7 creature, possessing the ability known as the Diamond Body. Coupled with its immense size and brutal charging power, it was nearly unstoppable. This is dire. Li Hongtu's expression darkened. Even with his ability, the fortification 7-0, he knew he could not withstand the impact of the mutant rhinoceros. Wang Zhuangzhuang raised an eyebrow, acknowledging that the creature and Apos' force was formidable. Had it not been for the rhinoceros and Apos' lack of agility, all 3 advanced teams might have perished here. Now, they were left with but 2 choices: either unite the strength of all 3 teams to vanquish this level 7 beast, or work together to flee. If they decided to escape, they would surely find a way. What shall we do, 3rd? Fight or flee? Wang Zhuangzhuang stepped forward, standing before Li Hongtu, his voice low and serious. At this moment, Mei Yingying's 6th advance team was already engaged in a struggle with the level 7 rhinoceros. Though there had been no casualties, it was evident they were outmatched. Otherwise, Mei Yingying would not have cried for help. In the face of the rhinoceros's onslaught, the members of Mei Yingying's team could only evade its attacks, and the other 2 teams would likely fare no better. Captain, let us flee. Allow Jiang Feng and me to stay behind and hold off this beast while the others escape. Once everyone is safe, we will catch up. Qin Yuner suddenly spoke up. Li Hongtu furrowed his brow, gazing at Qin Yuner in disbelief. This was a level 7 mutant beast. Leaving any teammates behind could prove fatal. He could not abandon 2 crucial allies. However, as he prepared to decline her suggestion, he noticed a peculiar glint in her eyes. Suddenly enlightened, Li Hongtu realized the significance of her words. After all, Qin Yuner was a reincarnator, and her counsel could be trusted. Very well, he conceded, feigning reluctance, yet ultimately nodding in agreement. He then turned to Wang Zhuangzhuang beside him and instructed, "Second, summon 6th sister. We must retreat." Wang Zhuangzhuang was utterly astonished by Li Hongtu's actions. Typically, Li Hongtu was the epitome of brotherly loyalty, the last person one would expect to abandon his comrades. Yet now, confronted by a 7th-level beast, the rhinoceros, he decisively chose to forsake his teammates, leaving Wang Zhuangzhuang in disbelief. I thought only I, Wang Zhuangzhuang, would abandon my comrades. I never imagined that you, Li Hongtu, with your prominent brows and bright eyes, could also be so unscrupulous. He mused to himself. Yet he swiftly acquiesced to Li Hongtu and Apos' decision. With someone willing to act as a rearguard, he felt a surge of relief and could hardly refuse. Thus, Wang Zhuangzhuang hastened to Mei Yingying's side and urged, "Sister Lu, we must flee. Someone from the 3rd squad has chosen to stay behind. We should retreat first." Upon hearing this, Mei Yingying's eyes widened in surprise. She evidently had not anticipated that Li Hongtu would allow a teammate to remain. However, given the circumstances, it was indeed prudent for some to stay behind while the others withdrew. Retreat. Mei Yingying hesitated momentarily, but ultimately issued the order to withdraw. Yet, as she observed the 3rd squad's departure, her expression shifted dramatically upon realizing that Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner were the ones left behind. At this point, even if she wished to reconsider, it was too late. Ultimately, Mei Yingying and the members of her 6th advance squad with the assistance of the second and third advanced squads, successfully disengaged from the battle and continued their journey towards the number 7 ruins. Li Gu, you are not usually like this. Why have you suddenly resorted to abandoning your comrades today? Li Hongtu sighed helplessly, murmuring, Sister Lu, you witnessed the situation. Had we not chosen to retreat, all 3 of our squads would have suffered losses, perhaps even severe ones. In such circumstances, certain sacrifices are inevitable. And I made this decision for the benefit of all. Why? Why can't you understand my reasoning? Li Hongtu bore an expression of indignation, appearing almost innocent and wronged. But you can't just send them 2 away. Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner are newcomers. Mei Yingying, however, remained ungrateful and failed to comprehend Li Hongtu's rationale, seething with anger. Li Hongtu's expression hardened slightly as he replied, precisely because they are newcomers. I entrusted them with the rear guard. I would undoubtedly opt to sacrifice the inexperienced rather than the seasoned members. Surely, you would make the same choice. Mei Yingying found herself at a loss for words, for Li Hongtu's decision was indeed defensible, and she could not pinpoint any faults in it, yet she remained discontented. Enough. Enough, Sister Lu. Haven't we already escaped with our lives? As for Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner, surely they are destined to be fortunate. Just as Li Hongtu and Mei Yingying were embroiled in a heated argument, Wang Zhuangzhuang stepped in to mediate. He first comforted Mei Yingying and then addressed Li Hongtu, saying, Old 3, quickly, let us continue towards the number 7 ruins. With that, the members of the 2nd, 3rd, and 6th advanced squads, save for Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner, all moved decisively towards the direction of the number 7 ruins. As for Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner, their actions essentially imply an acceptance of their potential sacrifice. One being a level 6 psychic and the other a level 5, their chances of confronting a level 7 beast, the rhinoceros, and emerging unscathed are exceedingly slim. Moreover, should they survive, they would undoubtedly be grievously injured. Such wounds would render them burdensome in subsequent missions, making their presence more of a hindrance than an asset. In the name of duty and survival, this harsh reality has long been internalized by everyone. Do you have an alternative plan? At that moment, standing directly opposite the formidable level 7 beast, Jiang Feng scrutinized Qin Yuner with evident skepticism. Although he was unaware of Qin Yuner's hidden intentions, he was certain that she was not the type to sacrifice herself to save Mei Yingying, like the great physician Ling Ran. Thus, it was clear that Qin Yuner must possess her own clever strategy. Indeed, a slight smile graced Qin Yuner's lips as she candidly remarked, You must have already noticed that Mei Yingying and her team are the black hands employed by the 9th leader to eliminate us. Therefore, aligning ourselves with the larger group increases our risks. It would be far wiser for us to act independently, ensuring greater safety for ourselves while also shielding the captain, Qin'er, and Yao Niao from potential repercussions. Upon hearing Qin Yuner's words, Jiang Feng nodded in agreement. Taking independent action was indeed more prudent. After all, to eliminate them, it was inevitable that Mei Yingying's group would covertly target Li Hongtu, Shi Qian, and Yao Niao. Detaching from the team was undoubtedly the optimal choice. However, as he gazed at the fearsome level 7 beast before him, he lamented, The idea is sound, and I concur. The timing is also fortuitous, which I agree with as well. But what shall we do about this creature? With our strengths, I fear we may not be able to vanquish it. In the face of the level 7 beast, Jiang Feng felt no assurance in their ability to slay it. Even in the event of a retreat, only Shi Qian held a credible chance of escape. He and Qin Yuner were certainly not capable of such a feat, yet Qin Yuner, exuding confidence, smiled knowingly and replied, Fear not, I have my own ingenious plan. Chapter 49. The secret passage. Jiang Feng was momentarily taken aback. He had nearly forgotten that Qin Yun and Appos was a reincarnator. Since she asserted her confidence, it must indeed be genuine. Thus, Jiang Feng chose to remain silent, standing quietly beside her, awaiting her performance. A resounding roar erupted as the level 7 mutant beast, the rhinoceros, charged towards Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner. With no other humans in its line of sight, they naturally became its sole targets. Thud, thud, thud. The immense bulk of the level 7 mutant rhinoceros caused the ground to tremble as it barreled toward them. Yet, facing such a formidable creature, Qin Yuner maintained an air of calm. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Unfazed, she summoned her powers, her long hair extending and transforming into tendrils that spread across the ground. Tree spike. As the level 7 mutant rhinoceros closed in, Qin Yuner's gaze sharpened, and she murmured softly. Suddenly, the tendrils morphed into spikes, launching themselves towards the underbelly of the beast. Rip. The rhinoceros's supposedly impenetrable hide succumbed effortlessly to her tree spikes, which pierced through with ease. Qin Yuner did not relent. She manipulated the tendrils, causing chaos within the creature's abdomen. Then, with a thud, the level 7 mutant rhinoceros collapsed, its powerful inertia crashing it into several sturdy trees. Is this death? Jiang Feng stood in stunned disbelief. He had witnessed the resilience of the rhinoceros's hide before. Even the level 6 mutated zombies of Mei Yingying's 6th Vanguard Squad struggled to breach it. Yet, Qin Yuner had accomplished it effortlessly. Once the beast lay defeated, Jiang Feng seized the opportunity to examine it closely, quickly noticing a minuscule wound beneath the creature's belly. It was evident that Qin Yuner's tendrils had penetrated this pre-existing injury, ultimately leading to its demise. Moreover, Jiang Feng observed slender worms writhing within the wound, parasitic entities lurking inside the mutant rhinoceros. This realization struck him. The level 7 beast had likely been injured prior, its wound infected by parasites, hindering its recovery and rendering its defenses virtually non-existent. Were it not for Qin Yuner, the Reincarnator, perhaps the 3 Vanguard squads combined, would have struggled to uncover this crucial detail. Do you recognize it? Jiang Feng arched his brow in surprise, glancing at Qin Yuner and Appos. In its prime, this creature had been quite formidable, renowned for its astonishing combat prowess and formidable hide, causing many Vanguard squads to suffer greatly. Due to the wounds on its body and the parasitic infection, it can easily enter a state of rage, significantly enhancing its combat prowess. Even though it is a level 7 beast, it proves to be quite formidable. Fortunately, the captain and the others retreated just in time. Had they confronted it head-on, we would have had no chance of victory and could have faced total annihilation. Years ago, it was a member of an advanced team who, through sheer coincidence, discovered the fatal wound of this level 7 rhinoceros beast, ultimately leading to its demise. I suppose this counts as a fortunate stroke of luck. Qin Yuner smiled slightly as she approached the level 7 rhinoceros. She was well aware that she could not contend with it directly, and neither could Jiang Feng. Even if everyone combined their efforts, victory would still be uncertain. How wonderful it is to be reborn! Jiang Feng could not help but exclaim. With the advantage of the memories from his past life, what appeared to be a deadlock could be transformed into a miraculous opportunity. Not only achieving victory, but also providing a springboard for him and Qin Yuner to separate from the team, a truly splendid outcome. Upon hearing Jiang Feng's musings, Qin Yuner raised an eyebrow, casting him a glance filled with a hint of resentment. Is rebirth truly so wonderful? At times, it indeed is. As in the case of dealing with this level 7 rhinoceros beast, but there are moments when it can be a double-edged sword. Particularly as Qin Yuner is acutely aware of the future implications for her and Jiang Feng's relationship, yet feels utterly helpless in the present. Humph. Men. Qin Yuner gritted her teeth, muttering in frustration. Jiang Feng scratched his head in confusion, unable to comprehend the sudden ire of Qin Yuner. She, in turn, was unwilling to elaborate and instead commanded Jiang Feng, saying, "Remove the rhinoceros horn. It is a treasure worth far more than gold. The rest is of little value." Oh. Jiang Feng, puzzled by Qin Yuner's anger, decided not to press further. After all, a woman's heart is as unfathomable as the depths of the sea. With great effort, Jiang Feng extracted the rhinoceros horn. During this expedition to the 7th relic, even before reaching their destination, their 3rd advanced team had already acquired 2 treasures, a golden gall and a rhinoceros horn. If the scheming Wang Zhuang were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly be devastated. What shall we do next? After securing the rhinoceros horn, Jiang Feng turned to Qin Yuner with a serious expression, having separated from the team. They were bound to act independently. How they would proceed depended on the arrangements of the reborn Qin Yuner. With narrowed eyes and a confident smile, Qin Yuner declared, "Let us take a different route and infiltrate the core area of the 7th relic before the captain and the others. In doing so, we can not only evade the various beasts along the way, but also scour for all valuable treasures ahead of time." As a reborn individual, Qin Yuner had previously ventured into the 7th relic several times. Her knowledge of the relic was unparalleled, and she was aware of a secret passage that could lead directly to the core area, making the journey shorter and safer. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He greatly appreciated Qin Yuner's suggestion. "I will heed your advice." Without hesitation, Jiang Feng chose to follow Qin Yuner's lead, gathering all the treasures from the number 7 ruins into the provisions of their 3rd advanced team. As long as they did not report it, the treasures would belong to them. Regarding Li Hongtu, Shi Qian, and Niao Niao, as long as they remained with the main group without suffering any casualties, it would be considered a resounding victory. The task of treasure hunting was best entrusted to Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner. Let us set off. Qin Yuner wasted no time. She immediately determined the direction and, recalling the route from her memory, began towards the hidden passage leading to the number 7 ruins. Amidst the eerie sounds of the beast forest, Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner navigated their way until, under Qin Yuner's guidance, they arrived at the entrance of a dilapidated subway track in an abandoned city. Although the subway system had long fallen into disrepair and no longer operated, the chilling winds that swept through still sent shivers down one's spine. Are you certain it's safe in there? Jiang Feng scrutinized the vacant subway tunnel with skepticism, an unsettling feeling stirring within him. Qin Yuner smiled confidently and replied, "Of course it's safe. I and Appos V traversed this path several times in my previous life, and it was always secure." With that, Qin Yun and Appos boldly stepped into the neglected subway tunnel. Despite his inner trepidation, Jiang Feng steeled himself and followed her into the darkness. Chapter 50. The second phase commences to the left. Keep up. Qin Yuner walked ahead, softly urging Jiang Feng to stay close, ensuring he did not lag behind. As she had noted, she was quite familiar with the underground urban transit tunnel, effortlessly discerning directions at the subway intersections to avoid getting lost. Jiang Feng followed closely behind, remaining vigilant. He wielded a hefty hammer, his watchful gaze scanning the dim recesses of the tunnel, on guard against any sudden appearance of aberrant beasts. However, after traversing this distance, Jiang Feng's apocalyptic system detected only minor Class 3 aberrant creatures, posing no significant threat. Gradually, he began to feel that the underground tunnel was devoid of danger. Suddenly, a chime echoed in Jiang Feng's mind from his apocalyptic system, but then, there was silence. What is going on? Jiang Feng squinted, scrutinizing his surroundings. Although the ambience was rather dark, he could still make out the general layout after becoming accustomed to it. Yet, despite his careful investigation, he found nothing amiss. Simultaneously, the system panel revealed no data, as if the sound had emerged from thin air without reason or consequence. Am I just being overly anxious? Jiang Feng furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself. Unable to conceive a more suitable explanation, he suspected it was merely a figment of his imagination. Jiang Feng, hurry up, we're almost there. At that moment, Qin Yun and Appos, ahead of him, softly reminded him. Just then, a seemingly antiquated electronic component on the tunnel wall illuminated unexpectedly. Jiang Feng, human, level 5. Ability, execution, instantly eliminate an enemy with vitality below 100. Vitality, 443. Kill count, 17. A cascade of information appeared on the aged electronic screen, followed by a flickering progress bar. Jiang Feng, trailing Qin Yuner, had already reached the exit of the underground tunnel, blissfully unaware of the peculiar activation behind him. Be cautious as we exit. This opening is located beneath a large shopping mall. This mall is at the heart of the number 7 ruins, housing numerous treasures, especially a certain enigmatic artifact. However, the shopping mall is home to many aberrant beasts. Should we disturb them, they will awaken. Fortunately, the beasts within this mall are nocturnal, and since it is daytime, as long as we do not rouse them, we will remain safe. Before exiting the underground tunnel, Qin Yun and Appos deliberately urged Jiang Feng to keep close and maintain silence. Unlike the underground tunnel, which harbored only low-level minor aberrant creatures posing no threat, the mall was filled with formidable large nocturnal beasts. During the day, these nocturnal beasts slumber. Yet once awakened, their combat prowess is formidable. Jiang Feng nodded heavily, indicating his understanding. He vowed to cooperate wholeheartedly with Qin Yuner, ensuring no errors would arise. Unfortunately, Jiang Feng found himself enamored with Niao Niao. Contemplating this, Qin Yuner's expression darkened instantaneously, leaving Jiang Feng perplexed. Unable to discern how he had offended her to elicit such an erratic emotional response. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner tiptoed out of the underground tunnel, treading cautiously to avoid making excessive noise. Hiss. As they emerged from the tunnel, Jiang Feng could not suppress a gasp, despite Qin Yun and Appos, Appos, as prior warning. He was still taken aback. Level 8 beasts? Fortunately, they are nocturnal. Otherwise, we would be obliterated upon exposure. In the face of such overwhelming levels, the weak had no chance to resist. Are there more? Just as Jiang Feng attempted to steady himself, he turned to discover a dozen nocturnal beasts lurking near the tunnel's exit. These creatures ranged from level 6 to level 8, and should they all awaken, Neither he nor Qin Yuner would stand a chance against them. Suddenly, Jiang Feng felt Qin Yuner poke his arm. He turned to see her gesturing, instructing him on how to proceed. Jiang Feng observed intently, nodding in acknowledgement, and then cautiously followed her lead, carefully navigating their path. At this moment, the formidable nature of Qin Yun and Apos, as a reincarnate, became evident. She moved through the expansive shopping mall with ease, effortlessly evading any beast and steering clear of objects that might produce noise. Simultaneously, she seemed to possess an innate understanding of which items were treasures and which were mere refuse. Jiang Feng, in contrast, held on to her every movement with trepidation, his eyes brimming with envy. Indeed, a reincarnate, her ability to select targets is astoundingly precise. Jiang Feng could not help but exclaim. The advantage of her memories was glaringly apparent. Amidst a plethora of items, she would choose one that appeared inconspicuous and then resolutely move on to the next. Had an ordinary person ventured here, they would likely have to inspect every item before discerning the valuable from the worthless. Eventually, Qin Yun and Apos are halted beside the remains of several early fallen abilities users. At this moment, those who had perished had long since decomposed into a pile of bones. Yet the fractured remains bore testament to their fierce struggles in their final moments. Qin Yuner first bowed respectfully to the skeletal remains of the early abilities users before meticulously extracting their equipment. The gear on these individuals was the paramount objective of Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner on this expedition. Observing her actions, Jiang Feng mimicked her gesture of respect and then opened a sack, beginning to fill it with the weapons and gear left behind by the fallen abilities users. Finally, after gathering the crucial and useful equipment, Qin Yuner fixed her gaze upon a standing skeleton, forever frozen in death. The skeletal remains were adorned with tattered equipment. The weapons shattered beyond recognition, yet the wrist guards remained intact. Qin Yuner delicately removed the guards and turned to fasten them onto Jiang Feng's wrist, raising her hand to indicate that he could depart. They had successfully collected all the treasures they intended to take. As for the remaining items, either their quality was subpar or their effectiveness lacking, rendering them of little value. Furthermore, carrying excess would only encumber their movements. Excessive greed could lead to demise. Moderation is the path of the wise. Shortly after Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner departed, a group arrived at the entrance of the expansive mall. The very team that had split up to pursue their objectives. At this moment, Mei Yingying's expression remained somber as she surveyed the large mall before her and coldly commanded. Enter. Chapter 51. Fallen Wu De, Wu Er, stay behind and hold them off. Not long after Mei Yingying led the 2nd, 3rd, and 6th advanced teams into the sprawling shopping mall, chaos erupted as they began to flee. Behind them surged a horde of terrifying nocturnal beasts. Upon hearing Mei Yingying's command, the brothers Wu De and Wu Er did not hesitate for a moment. They immediately turned and charged toward the menacing creatures. However, despite their commendable combat prowess and the terrifying regenerative capabilities bestowed by the mutated zombies, they were swiftly overwhelmed in an instant by the sheer number of nocturnal beasts. Fortunately, this brief respite allowed Mei Yingying and her team to escape the large mall. Thank goodness there were nocturnal beasts. Otherwise, we would all be finished here. Wang Zhuangzhuang remarked as he wiped the sweat from his brow, reflecting on their narrow escape. Mei Yingying cast a cold glance at Wang Zhuangzhuang but refrained from speaking. Moments earlier, when the nocturnal beasts were stirred, Wang Zhuangzhuang had been the first to flee, and in terms of danger, any individual present was 1,000-fold more at risk than he was. It was regrettable that they still lost 2 lives. Li Hongtu gazed mournfully at the mall, where Wu De and Wu Er had already been consumed by the nocturnal beasts. He sighed, fully aware that Mei Yingying and her 6th advanced team had been dispatched specifically to confront Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner. Yet, Wu De and Wu Er had sacrificed themselves to protect their comrades. In life, one must clearly distinguish between gratitude and resentment. Indeed, Wang Zhuangzhuang interjected. It seems Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner from your 3rd advanced team are likely facing dire circumstances as well. They Haven and Apos, caught up with us for quite some time, and they may well be gone. He continued, moreover, our mission has yielded disappointingly little. It hardly seems worth the effort. Wang Zhuangzhuang glanced at the spoils of the 2nd advanced team, his tone laced with reproach. Although the 3 advanced teams had collaborated in their mission, such joint endeavors were prearranged, either to share the rewards equally or for each team to keep their respective gains. This time, however, the arrangement dictated that the spoils belonged to each team individually. During their time in the Beast Forest, Wang Zhuang's second advance team had only salvaged the remains of beasts left by Mei Yingying's sixth advance team. Upon entering the number 7 ruins, they had garnered merely some everyday items and a scant few pieces of subpar equipment. As for the third and sixth advance teams, their haul from the null 7 ruins was similarly unimpressive, even less valuable than that of Wang Zhuang's team. In contrast, Li Hongtu and his third advance team had managed to acquire a golden gallbladder in the Beast Forest, which was a significant find and made their efforts worthwhile. The other 2 advance teams had essentially labored in vain, particularly Mei Yingying's sixth advance team, which suffered both losses and failure. Mei Yingying's expression darkened as she expressed her dissatisfaction. This operation yielded little of significance, a fact she could overlook. The loss of 2 team members was also bearable. However, the disappearance of Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner was a matter she could not disregard. The primary objective of this endeavor had already failed for Mei Yingying midway through. With a resigned sigh, he addressed Li Hongtu, urging, "Hurry along, third brother, lest sixth sister becomes upset." Upon finishing his words, Wang Zhuang led his second advance team back home. After everyone had departed, the last to remain were Li Hongtu, Shi Qian, and Niao Niao. Shi Qian glanced at the large shopping mall teeming with nocturnal beasts, voicing his concern. "Captain, do you think Xiao Feng and Yuner will succeed?" It was clear that even if the entire third advance team were deployed, they would stand no chance against those creatures. "Indeed, it is best if they return safely," Shi Qian murmured, emphasizing that the well-being of individuals was of utmost importance over any treasures. "Let us not lag behind and raise suspicions among the others," Li Hongtu remarked, leading Shi Qian and Niao Niao to follow suit. As they departed, Niao Niao cast a melancholic glance at the chaos of nocturnal beasts within the shopping mall, her eyes reflecting a sense of anticipation that starkly contrasted with the despondence of Li Hongtu and Shi Qian. "Perhaps they have already succeeded," Niao Niao whispered softly, hastening to catch up with the main group. Mei Yingying and her comrades exhibited formidable prowess, sweeping through the forest of beasts with ease. What? The joint forces of the second, third, and sixth advance teams suffered the loss of 4 members? Their exploration of the number 7 relic yielded almost no results? Aside from the gold gallbladder acquired by the third advance team, did they not labor in vain? Such misfortune was truly remarkable. At the registration office of Alliance District 11, many observed the dejected members of the 3 joint teams, whispering amongst themselves. This operation, which appeared to be a powerful alliance, had resulted in a shocking disappointment. It could not be labeled a catastrophic defeat, but rather a tragic calamity, given the current outcome. Even the acquisition of a gold gallbladder by the third advance team was entirely unacceptable, especially considering the sacrifice of 2 of the Alliance's strongest newcomers, Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner. Jiang Feng is dead? This is indeed monumental news. Yusha Chuan at the registration office mumbled, his eyes gleaming with delight. Had it not been for Li Hongtu, Shi Qian, and Niao Niao's presence at the office, he would have leaped up in celebration. To him, Jiang Feng, who had previously betrayed him, was finally receiving his due comeuppance. Brother Feng is dead? Yin Xiaobang, also working at the registration office, learned of the demise of Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner. With a somber expression, he murmured, his downcast eyes betraying an unclear turmoil. "Captain, what of Xiao Feng and Yuner?" This meant that Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner had indeed encountered peril. "Do not rush. Let us wait a moment longer." Li Hongtu took a deep breath, signaling to Shi Qian not to panic. Yet, he too was enveloped in a profound sense of anxiety. His fists were clenched tightly, and his eyes betrayed a flicker of unease. On ordinary days, Niao Niao, with her melancholic demeanor, gave no hint of inner turmoil, but at this moment, she too was consumed by restlessness. In her sorrowful gaze, tears were beginning to well up, and amp, Oppos, could it be that I was mistaken? And amp, Oppos, and amp, Oppos, Jiang Feng, are you well? And amp, Oppos, and amp, Oppos, you must return safely. Although Niao Niao was not one for eloquence, she had always been aware of Jiang Feng's affection for her, previously indifferent to this knowledge. She now found herself unexpectedly concerned for his well-being. Chapter 52. Return. The atmosphere at the registration desk was rather peculiar when a member of the patrol team rushed in, breathless and flustered. His urgent shout instantly galvanized everyone present. Thus far, the second, third, and sixth reconnaissance teams had suffered a total of 4 casualties. However, the true focus of concern lay solely on the return of the esteemed alliance's most formidable newcomers, Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner. The patrol officer murmured, panting. Moreover, When Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner returned, he bore a hefty sack on his back, evidently filled with spoils of war. Not only had they survived, but they also returned with a significant bounty, surpassing even the main forces in their accomplishments. What? Truly deserving of their title as the strongest newcomers. They had managed to survive against a level 7 beast, the rhinoceros. Extraordinary, simply extraordinary. This time, it seemed no one would dare to question their status as the strongest newcomers any longer. Genius, indeed, is favored by fortune. Mei Yingying stood amidst the crowd, and her previously somber expression finally showed a hint of change. A flicker of emotion danced in her tranquil eyes as the corners of her mouth lifted slightly, revealing a faint, cold smile, as she murmured softly, "It is not necessarily a bad thing." In the crowd, Shi Qian muttered excitedly, fearful that Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner might encounter some misfortune. After all, few could earn his recognition, and both Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner were among them. Furthermore, they had officially joined the organization. Their potential sacrifice would be a tremendous loss. Did I not say? Patience is key. Their strength is beyond doubt. Li Hongtu smiled faintly, exuding an air of confidence. Yet, only he knew the cold sweat trickling down his back. His body had been taut with tension moments before. Niao Niao, with her previously dark demeanor, now sparkled with light in her eyes. She exhaled a breath of relief, finally at ease. Yin Xiaoping, currently working at the registration desk, felt momentarily dazed upon hearing of Jiang Feng's return, soon followed by a gentle smile. Surviving was indeed a good thing. Yu Shanchuan, however, who had just relished a moment of joy, quickly fell back into despair. He could not accept it. He struggled to calm his tumultuous emotions. Yin Xiaoping furrowed his brow, glancing at the dejected Yu Shanchuan, murmuring, "You deserve to be the laughingstock of the Alliance's recruitment." Yu Shanchuan, upon hearing Yin Xiaopeng's words, was infuriated to the point of nearly leaping. Yin Xiaopeng's words struck deep. To this day, Yu Shanchuan was dubbed the disgrace of the Alliance's recruitment, as he, a capable offensive ability user, was relegated to the logistics department. Humph. Yin Xiaopeng scoffed disdainfully, choosing not to engage further with Yu Shanchuan. Though his relationship with Jiang Feng could not be described as particularly close, he was well aware of the distinction between camaraderie and animosity, especially in his dealings with Yu Shanchuan. Thud, thud, thud. Under the watchful gaze of everyone at the registry, Jiang Feng and Qin Yun and Amp, Oppos, finally made their slow approach, their presence captivating the attention of all. At this moment, Qin Yun and Amp, Oppos, led the way, her face adorned with a serene smile, exuding an air of tranquility. As a reincarnator, she had witnessed various grand spectacles. Thus, the attention of the multitude was a trivial matter for her. Following closely behind her was Jiang Feng, burdened with a large sack upon his back. A sense of joy radiated from him, for their recent endeavor had yielded abundant rewards. Upon reaching Li Hongtu, Qin Yun and Oppos, expressed her heartfelt apologies. Li Hongtu laughed heartily. His spirits lifted at the sight of Qin Yuner and Jiang Feng returning safely. Nothing could surpass his joy. As for the spoils Jiang Feng carried, he no longer concerned himself with them. "Little Feng, you had me worried sick," Shi Qian exclaimed, swiftly advancing toward Jiang Feng and delivering 2 hearty punches to his chest. Yet, ultimately, they had been a moment too late. Shi Qian shot Jiang Feng an exasperated glance, then threw an arm around his shoulder, saying, "We're brothers. Why dwell on such matters?" Jiang Feng smiled gently, warmth spreading within him. He could sense the genuine concern from both Li Hongtu and Shi Qian for his well-being. Even Niao Niao, usually melancholic, regarded him with a gaze that differed from her usual demeanor. "Niao Niao, are you worried about me too?" Jiang Feng asked, a playful smile gracing his lips as he looked at her. This scene rendered the members of the 6th Advanced Team momentarily speechless. It was indeed the first time Niao Niao displayed any semblance of shyness, prompting thoughts that she might harbor special feelings for Jiang Feng. "Bro, impressive," Shi Qian remarked, giving Jiang Feng a light shove, admiration evident on his face. To elicit shyness from Niao Niao was no small feat. Li Hongtu observed Niao Niao, then glanced at Qin Yuner, swallowing nervously and daring not to utter a word. He cast a complex look at Jiang Feng, who seemed to be the center of this unexpected turn of events. Meanwhile, Qin Yuner was momentarily taken aback by Niao Niao's bashful demeanor. This was a scenario that had never unfolded in her previous life. As a reincarnator, it struck her that the narrative was veering away from her memories. For a fleeting moment, Qin Yuner found herself at a loss. Chapter 53. Harvest. What is this all about? Then what am I? Who is the true third party? Qin Yuner was utterly bewildered, feeling as though her mind was inadequate to comprehend the situation. In her past life, she and Jiang Feng were a couple, albeit their emotional journey was fraught with challenges. Ultimately, they found their way back to each other, having endured life and death, deeply cherishing one another. Even now, Qin Yuner harbored a sharp tongue, yet a tender heart, towards Jiang Feng. As for Niao Niao, although Jiang Feng initially had affections for her, she remained indifferent, leading to no outcome between them. However, the circumstances had shifted. Niao Niao, who should have felt nothing for Jiang Feng, was inexplicably shy and displayed signs of affection. How could she tolerate this? If this trend continued, Qin Yuner feared she would witness Jiang Feng and Niao Niao becoming an inseparable pair. Humph. Men. Fuming. Qin Yuner stomped her foot and approached Jiang Feng, exclaiming, "Stop the nonsense and quickly exchange the spoils for points." At that moment, Qin Yuner was genuinely angry. She was incensed that Jiang Feng was not a reincarnator and that he had no recollection of their past life. She was frustrated that, in this new life, Jiang Feng still favored Niao Niao first. Was Niao Niao's melancholic and protective aura truly that captivating? She was vexed that when she returned to life, she had hesitated. Had she acted decisively that night, the current awkwardness could have been avoided. Now, torn between her man and her sister, this reincarnator found herself utterly at a loss. Exchange points, just exchange points. Why are you pulling my ear? Jiang Feng yelped, as Qin Yuner expertly tugged at his ear, leading him toward the registration desk. Jiang Feng was perplexed. His ears were his most sensitive area. And how had Qin Yun and Appos managed to seize that vulnerability? Even if she was a reincarnator, such intimate knowledge should not have been within her grasp. How strange. Lost in thought, Jiang Feng's musings quickly faded upon reaching the counter, where he encountered familiar faces, Yushan Kun and Yin Xiaopeng. Little Peng, what are you doing here? Jiang Feng murmured in disbelief. He distinctly recalled Yin Xiaopeng joining the logistics team of the 2nd Advanced Squad. How had he suddenly found himself working at the registration desk? Yin Xiaopeng awkwardly scratched his head and replied with a wry smile. During a recent field operation, I got injured, which led to our team and Appos as failure. I left the squad, and thankfully, Captain Wang was kind enough to transfer me to the registration desk. Yin Xiaopeng glanced gratefully at Wang Zhuang in the distance. His emotions clearly visible, though perhaps not entirely sincere. However, upon hearing this, Jiang Feng furrowed his brow. Was the logistics team accompanying the combat squad on field operations? What sort of arrangement was this? Knowing that the logistics team consisted of ordinary individuals, why would they undertake field tasks, inviting trouble upon themselves? It was akin to their current exploration of the number 7 ruins, where neither the 2nd nor 6th advanced squads included logistic personnel, as they were deemed burdensome. However, Jiang Feng soon realized the nature of the situation, an attempt at probing. Clearly, before confirming that he and Qin Yuner were the culprits responsible for the death of Jardi, there had been a comprehensive assessment, which undoubtedly included Yin Xiaopeng and, naturally, Qi Qi. Now that Yin Xiaopeng had been reassigned to the registration office, it was likely that Qi Qi was no longer part of the 5th advanced team. Indeed, before those in power, our fates can be manipulated at will. Jiang Feng mused inwardly, reflecting on the atrocious extent of the Alliance's leadership's authority to control the lives of others for their own ends. Yin Xiaopeng was engaged in idle chatter, but it was still working hours. After exchanging a few words with him, Jiang Feng noticed that Yu Shanchuan, who was in a foul mood, could no longer tolerate the conversation and was clearly intent on making Jiang Feng's experience less pleasant. Jiang Feng raised his eyebrows slightly and turned to Yu Shanchuan with a beaming smile, saying, "Very well, then you shall assist me with the registration." As he spoke, he deliberately retrieved the spoils from the sack and laid them before Yu Shanchuan. Yu Shanchuan's lips quivered, caught between rage and the inability to express it. A rhinoceros horn from a level 7 beast? To his astonishment, the first trophy Jiang Feng unveiled left him utterly flabbergasted. He had initially thought that Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner had narrowly escaped the pursuit of the level 7 beast, but it now appeared that they had instead slain it. What? Could it be that they actually killed that level 7 rhinoceros? How could a level 6 and a level 5 accomplish such a feat? When the rhinoceros horn was revealed, everyone present was taken aback. After all, given Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner's combat prowess, it was seemingly impossible for them to have defeated a level 7 beast. Even a prodigy would struggle to achieve such a feat upon seeing the horn. Mei Yingying's expression became slightly unnatural, as if she had an inkling of the truth. Meanwhile, Wang Zhuang displayed an expression of envy, while Li Hongtu, Shi Qian, and Niao Niao wore looks of astonished acceptance. Don't just stand there, continue with the registration. Jiang Feng urged Yu Shanchuan. who was momentarily lost in thought over the rhinoceros horn and proceeded to extract more treasures from the sack. A level 3 battle axe? Level 5 armor? Were these rare materials? As Jiang Feng continued to unveil one treasure after another, Yu Shanshuan was left utterly dumbfounded. Each item Jiang Feng produced could be considered priceless, with an exceptionally high point value. Some of the spoils could rival the total points earned by a standard team over an entire year. This spectacle left the others equally astonished, their faces reflecting shock and envy. Wang Zhuang, in particular, was nearly drooling with envy, as each of Jiang Feng's treasures made him feel that the expedition to the number 7 ruins was well worth it. Regrettably, he had not secured a single item. While Jiang Feng had amassed an impressive bounty, Mei Yingying furrowed her brow increasingly deeper. For the spoils extracted by Jiang Feng indicated that he and Qin Yuner must have ventured into the heart of the number 7 relic. Yet, Mei Yingying distinctly recalled that it was teeming with nocturnal beasts, which even she had to cautiously avoid. How could Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner have accomplished such a feat? Li Hongtu, Shi Qian, and Niao Niao, all part of the same team, were equally astonished. They had speculated that if Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner returned, they would undoubtedly bring back some treasures. However, they could never have anticipated the sheer magnitude of their acquisitions. Shaiya, could you calculate the total points? After Jiang Feng unveiled a plethora of spoils, he gazed at Yu Shanshuan with a grin. At that moment, Yu Shanshuan was so overwhelmed that he barely registered Jiang Feng's playful moniker. He stared blankly at the digits on the machine, murmuring to himself, units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000, 100,000, million. After a thorough examination, Yu Shanshuan's expression grew even more dazed, leading him to question whether he had miscalculated. Thus, he checked once more, but the result remained unchanged. Finally, Yu Shanshuan confirmed the total points Jiang Feng and the others had redeemed, an astonishing 5,300,000. Chapter 54. Dividing the spoils. As the crowd gathered, the moment they heard Yu Shanshuan announce the staggering figure of 530,000 points, their expressions subtly shifted. To acquire such an astonishing amount of points from a single field mission was a feat unattainable for any squad other than the Alliance's Special Task Force. The Special Task Force held the highest rank within the Alliance, standing in stark contrast to regular combat teams. Yet, here was Jiang Feng and his 3rd Advanced Team, achieving results that rivaled those of the elite. Gulp. Wang Zhuang, upon hearing the reported figure, couldn't suppress a swallow of envy. He felt a sincere admiration blooming within him. Mei Yingying, a companion on this mission, exhibited little outward change. Her desire for points did not match Wang Zhuang's fervor. Instead, her curiosity grew about how Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner managed such a feat. Xiao Feng and Yuner are truly remarkable. Li Hongtu, the team leader, was unable to contain his excitement. Divided among them, the 530,000 points equated to over 106,000 for each member. While this sum might seem trivial to the upper echelons of the Alliance or the prominent families, for those on the lower rungs, it was akin to astronomical figures. There were countless aspirations that Li Hongtu and his team once deemed unattainable, now within their grasp. Am I becoming a millionaire in points? Niao Niao remained composed, yet her gaze towards Jiang Feng brimmed with admiration and approval. As a reincarnator, Qin Yuner was indifferent to points, but upon noticing Niao Niao's look at Jiang Feng, she couldn't help but sigh. Women. The spoils Jiang Feng had collected were meticulously chosen by both him and Qin Yuner. These items were either of high quality, of no use to their team, or on the verge of obsolescence. In essence, while these items appeared to hold substantial value, none were genuinely beneficial to the 3rd Advanced Team. Is it truly 530,000 points already? Let us end it here. The remaining spoils shall be retained for our 3rd Advanced Team's use, Jiang Feng declared, quietly stowing away the bag. Although the treasures within appeared to dwindle, none among them were fools. What remained was undoubtedly of great worth. Thus, the actual gains from their mission far exceeded the 530,000 points. Terrifying. Enviable. I wish to join the 3rd Advanced Team. Me too. Countless onlookers drooled with envy as Jiang Feng's 3rd Advanced Team basked in the limelight. Yu Shanshuan, watching Jiang Feng and Appo's flourishing success, felt a mix of frustration and helplessness. Despite his jealousy and inner turmoil, he could only grit his teeth and silently transfer 106,000 points to Jiang Feng's account. A total of 5,300,000 points have been accumulated. In accordance with the principle of equitable distribution among your 3rd Advanced Team, an additional 106,000 points have been credited to your card. Please verify the amount. Yu Shan, begrudgingly, handed over the points card to Jiang Feng, wishing fervently that it were his own. Alas, it was merely a fleeting thought. Thank you. Jiang Feng tucked the points card away and turned to Yin Xiaopeng beside him, saying, we should gather sometime. Absolutely, Brother Feng. Yin Xiaopeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Now that Jiang Feng was considerably affluent, his enthusiasm was only heightened. Subsequently, Jiang Feng and his third advance team departed amidst the envious gazes of the crowd. Captain, these 2 pieces of equipment are for you. Qianer, these 2 pieces are perfectly suited to you. Niao Niao, these 2 pieces were specifically prepared for you. Upon returning to the base, Qin Yuner began distributing the spoils of war. As a reborn individual, she was acutely aware of which equipment from the No. 7 ruins would best serve their team members. What she allocated was not only the most suitable but also of the finest quality. However, when it came to Niao Niao, Qin Yuner's emotions fluctuated slightly. After all, given the current circumstances, it seemed her closest sister from her previous life harbored some interest in her man. What are you showing off for? Which young girl could withstand your allure? You truly are a source of concern. If it were any other girl developing feelings for Jiang Feng, Qin Yuner would hardly pay it any mind. But Niao Niao was different. In both her past life and this one, Jiang Feng had first taken a liking to her. Even amongst sisters, vigilance was necessary. Moreover, compared to Niao Niao, Qin Yuner felt she held no particular advantage in terms of looks or figure. While she was undeniably beautiful, so too was Niao Niao. Furthermore, Niao Niao's melancholic aura only added to her charm. Humph. Man, this is yours. Qin Yuner, visibly irked, thrust a piece of soft armor into Jiang Feng's hands. Her expression seething with frustration, as if she might devour him whole. Hiss. Jiang Feng, taken aback by Qin Yuner and Appos' fierce demeanor, couldn't help but gasp. He pondered how he had offended her, yet wondered why her gaze towards him was filled with such ire. Is she experiencing mood swings? ISN and Appos, is that a bit premature? Jiang Feng was perplexed, unable to fathom the thoughts swirling in Qin Yuner's mind. However, upon examining the attributes of the soft armor, he suddenly looked up at her with gratitude. For indeed, Qin Yuner was genuinely considering his needs. The 2 pieces of equipment she had procured for him were remarkably fitting and extraordinary. The first piece of equipment Qin Yuner provided Jiang Feng was the wrist guard he had donned during his time in the No. 7 ruins. Its effect was quite singular. Yet for Jiang Feng, it was nothing short of a divine artifact. The wrist guard enhanced the user's real-time physical capabilities tenfold, although the actual physical limit remained unchanged. The exponential increase in real-time capabilities was indeed astounding. Consider this. Jiang Feng currently possesses a stamina level exceeding 400. Under normal circumstances, he would only be able to unleash 2 fully explosive martial arts techniques in rapid succession. However, with the enhancement provided by the strength wristbands, Jiang Feng can execute the explosive technique a staggering 20 times consecutively. Such formidable offensive power would undoubtedly lead to the immediate demise of a level 7 ability user. Li Hong too, even while he is fully on guard during the initial wave of attacks. Moreover, Jiang Feng benefits from a system bug that allows for instantaneous stamina recovery, rendering him even more formidable in combat. As for the soft armor, it is a level 7 defensive suit capable of withstanding a full force strike from a level 7 ability user. With this armor, Jiang Feng can replace his level 3 blood armor, ensuring that he remains shielded from lethal threats during the most critical moments of stamina recovery in high-level battles. It is evident that Qin Yuner is entirely devoted to considering Jiang Feng's needs, demonstrating an understanding that surpasses even his own awareness of his requirements. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the base as the members of the 3rd Reconnaissance Team were dividing their spoils. The unexpected sound caused an immediate tension among them. It is well known that the 3rd Reconnaissance Team has amassed significant rewards, and it is only natural for envy to arise in others. Although they are situated in the core area of the Alliance, there can be no absolute guarantee against potential acts of robbery. Chapter 55. The Mo-Gene Special Operations Team. I shall answer the door. Remain vigilant. Li Hongtu adjusted his expression and cast a glance at the resounding base gate before he approached it with measured steps. Concurrently, he cautioned Jiang Feng and the others to maintain a heightened state of alert. Should any complications arise, they must show no mercy. After all, this was the heart of the Alliance, and if individuals with nefarious intentions sought to seize their treasures, escalating the situation would inevitably summon reinforcements. Should they endure for just a moment longer? Understood. Jiang Feng and his companions nodded, fully prepared for battle. Previously, their 3rd Advanced Team had demonstrated commendable combat prowess. And now, equipped with gear acquired from the seventh ruins, their strength had ascended to even greater heights. Observing that everyone was adequately prepared, Li Hongtu finally stepped forward to the base gate, gradually opening it to reveal the unexpected visitor. "Who are you?" Li Hongtu inquired, gazing at the familiar yet unfamiliar visage before him, struggling to recall where their paths had crossed. Opposite him stood a sturdy man with a resolute countenance, sporting a cropped hairstyle and a robust physique. The man surveyed Li Hongtu and the ever-watchful members of the third advanced team with a smile and introduced himself. "I am Zhang Gongchang, the captain of the Mo Jin Special Operations Team." Mo Jin Special Operations Team? Zhang Gongchang. Li Hongtu was momentarily taken aback, the recognition dawning upon him as he recalled their previous encounter. Indeed, he had once crossed paths with Zhang Gongchang during a special operation of the Alliance. That particular mission had seen the full mobilization of combat teams from District 11 to confront a minor beast tide. Li Hongtu hazily remembered that at that time, Zhang Gongchang was a level 9 ability user of exceptional prowess, leading the Mo Jin Special Operations Team into the fray and vanquishing a level 9 beast with remarkable skill. Unquestionably, Zhang Gongchang stood as the most formidable ability user Li Hongtu had ever encountered, unmatched to date. With a gulp, Li Hongtu felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, his eyes betraying a flicker of astonishment. Why would someone of Zhang Gongchang's stature and prowess deign to visit their third advanced team, even though they had unearthed numerous treasures during their exploration of the seventh ruins? Such spoils would be trifling in comparison to someone of Zhang Gongchang's caliber, hardly worthy of his attention. The equipment they had acquired paled in significance. It was beyond the reach of a level 9 ability user. "Captain Zhang, please come in." Li Hongtu steadied his composure and warmly gestured for Zhang Gongchang to enter the base, faced with a level 9 ability user. The third advanced team stood no chance of resistance, thus it was far wiser to approach with candor rather than suspicion, which might yield a more favorable outcome. At Li Hongtu's behest, Shi Qian, Niao Niao, and Qin Yuner all lowered their guard, yet Jiang Feng remained steadfastly vigilant, his watchful eyes betraying no intention of relaxation. In the eyes of others, Zhang Gongchang is perceived as a level 9 supernatural being, a true powerhouse. However, in Jiang Feng's perspective, Zhang Gongchang embodies a terrifying mutated zombie. Specifically, a level 9 mutated zombie, and Oppos, Zhang Gongchang, zombie, level 9. Abilities, metamorphosis, the body can undergo any transformation, exhibiting remarkable resilience. Physical capabilities. 999, sin value, 12345. And Oppos, terrifying, utterly horrifying. Jiang Feng's body trembles uncontrollably, not from anxiety, but from an instinctual fear. After all, Jiang Feng is merely a level 5 supernatural being, and facing a level 9 mutated zombie is tantamount to being instantaneously obliterated. Moreover, as the captain of the Mo Jin Special Operations Team, Zhang Gongchang possesses extraordinary combat prowess and abilities. Not just Jiang Feng, but the entire third advanced team would likely falter under the weight of his presence. This illustrates the overwhelming oppression that top-tier powerhouses exert over mid-level supernatural beings. Do not be afraid. I harbor no ill intentions. Zhang Gongchang, following Li Hongtu, entered the base of the third advanced team. Upon encountering Jiang Feng, who was visibly on guard and trembling slightly, he mistook Jiang Feng's apprehension for nervousness. Thus, he attempted to reassure Jiang Feng. Unbeknownst to him, it was fear that had gripped Jiang Feng, a primal instinct responding to danger. Jiang Feng remained speechless. He was not anxious at all. His body, however, acted beyond his control. He wished to appear composed, yet found it impossible. After all, this was his first encounter with such a fearsome, mutated zombie, which was entirely understandable. "Stop trembling. Just stop." Jiang Feng silently screamed in frustration, striving to quell his body's involuntary reactions. At last, with sheer force of will, he managed to still his trembling form, appearing more like an ordinary person. If he continued to shake, it would inevitably raise Zhang Gongchang and Oppos' suspicions. Li Hongtu, casting a wary glance at Jiang Feng, understood that Jiang Feng was not one to shy away from challenges. Even if he felt nervous upon meeting such a formidable figure as Zhang Gongchang, it would not last for long. Simultaneously, Li Hongtu recalled that Jiang Feng might possess a third ability, which allowed him to probe into the depths of his opponents. Thus, he surmised that Jiang Feng had likely uncovered something alarming. With this thought in mind, Li Hongtu promptly decided to divert the conversation, inquiring, "Captain Zhang, may I ask the reason for your unexpected visit to our third advanced team?" Li Hongtu was perplexed as to why the captain of the special operations team would choose to pay a late-night visit to them. Oh, Li Hongtu was taken aback, realizing that as a mere level 7 supernatural being and the captain of the 3rd advanced team, he held no merit that would warrant a request from Zhang Gongchang. Zhang Gongchang chuckled and continued. I have taken an interest in one of your team members and would like to request that Captain Li allow him to join our Mo-Gene Special Operations team. What? Zhang Gongchang's words not only astonished Li Hongtu, but also left Jiang Feng and the others equally taken aback. The Special Operations team of the Alliance comprised almost exclusively of level 9 supernatural beings, whereas their 3rd reconnaissance squad had Li Hongtu as their strongest member, a mere level 7 supernatural being. Thus, what qualifications did they possess to join the Mo-Gene Special Operations team? Li Hongtu's expression shifted slightly. Since Zhang Gongchang had made such a statement, it was evident he had taken an interest in someone other than himself. Reluctant to directly undermine Zhang Gongchang's authority, Li Hongtu could only muster an awkward smile and say, Captain Zhang, it is indeed an honor for my team members to be regarded by you. However, what? Zhang Gongchang and Appo's countenance remained unchanged, still bearing a subtle smile, yet his gaze grew increasingly frigid. As a level 9 supernatural being and the captain of the Mo-Gene Special Operations team, if Li Hongtu were to reject his request, it would be a significant affront to him. Realizing that Zhang Gongchang was somewhat displeased, Li Hongtu quickly adopted a conciliatory tone, stating, it is ultimately their freedom to choose. As long as they are willing to accompany Captain Zhang, I will certainly not obstruct them. However, if they are unwilling, I cannot compel them, wouldn't you agree? Chapter 56. A passionate soul. Li Hongtu found himself unable to directly refuse Zhang Gongchang's request, thus he entrusted the decision to the invited members of his team. Regardless of who Zhang Gongchang had set his sights on, if they were willing to depart, there was little he could do. Conversely, those who wished to remain would leave Zhang Gongchang with no grounds for objection. With a faint smile, Li Hongtu inquired, I wonder which member of my 3rd advanced team has caught Captain Zhang's eye? As Li Hongtu's words echoed, Jiang Feng, Shi Qian, Niao Niao, and Qin Yuner all held their breath, for this was an opportunity from the esteemed Mo-Gene Special Operations team. Although the Mo-Gene Special Operations team was not the most formidable among the 11 districts of the Alliance, being accepted into such a unit was akin to reaching the pinnacle of success, marking a significant step into the upper echelons of the Alliance. Such an opportunity was not easily afforded to the average individual. However, the tension among Jiang Feng and his companions stemmed not from a desire to be chosen, but rather from the fear of being selected. As none of them wished to leave the 3rd advanced team, Zhang Gongchang's gaze roamed before finally resting upon Jiang Feng. A subtle smile graced his lips as he remarked softly, I see great potential in young friend Jiang Feng, and thus I would like to extend an invitation for him to join our Mo-Gene Special Operations team. Jiang Feng, might I inquire about your interest? Rest assured, I am aware that your current level is not particularly high, but should you choose to join us, you will reap all the benefits of being part of the Special Operations team without the burden of executing missions, allowing you to focus solely on your personal development. Would you be willing? Zhang Gongchang presented a highly tempting proposition, one that any ordinary person would readily accept. Jiang Feng? He chose Xiao Feng? Jiang Feng. How will you decide? Upon realizing that Zhang Gongchang was attempting to recruit Jiang Feng, Li Hongtu, Shi Qian, Niao Niao, and Qin Yuner felt a shift in their expressions, their anxiety palpable. Li Hongtu, Shi Qian, and Niao Niao had forged a deep bond through their long partnership, and they would not easily choose to part ways. As for Qin Yuner, as a reincarnated individual, she too held profound feelings for the 3rd advanced team and would not consider leaving. Only Jiang Feng, despite his willingness to join the organization, had been with the 3rd advanced team for a relatively short period, and his attachment was not as profound. If he were to depart for the sake of his future, it would be understandably difficult for anyone to contest that choice. Oh, may I inquire as to why? Zhang Gongchang furrowed his brow, looking at Jiang Feng with a hint of confusion. He believed that the conditions he offered were quite favorable. Yet they failed to sway Jiang Feng, which struck him as perplexing. Observing Zhang Gongchang's expression, it was clear that unless Jiang Feng offered a reasonable explanation, he would not relent. Jiang Feng raised his brow slightly, and then, with a smile, replied, Because. Because of what? Zhang Gongchang inquired, his impatience creeping in. Jiang Feng shyly glanced at Niao Niao before softly stating, Because there is someone I hold dear in the 3rd advanced team. Following Jiang Feng and Appo's gaze, Zhang Gongchang turned to look at Niao Niao. As he beheld the ethereal beauty and melancholic aura of Niao Niao, a sudden understanding washed over Jiang Feng. At this youthful age, filled with vigor, it was only natural for him to be drawn to a girl of such a wistful disposition. Zhang Gongchang sighed silently, murmuring, "I never imagined you to be such a romantic." Deep down, Zhang Gongchang realized that the only way to entice Jiang Feng away was to recruit Niao Niao into the Mo Jin Special Operations Team. However, the authority granted to him by Brother Guo allowed him to recruit only Jiang Feng. Thus, with a resigned smile, Zhang Gongchang said, "Jiang Feng, should you ever find yourself disheartened in matters of the heart, you are always welcome to join our Mo Jin Special Operations Team." With that, he departed in disappointment. Once Zhang Gongchang left, Jiang Feng finally exhaled, relieved to have narrowly escaped an ordeal. The weight on his heart had finally lifted. If he had accepted the invitation from a level 9 mutated zombie, he would have truly been a fool. "Xiao Feng, my good brother, I knew you would leave." Shi Qian excitedly rushed over and embraced Jiang Feng's shoulders, laughing joyfully. Although Jiang Feng had spent little time with the 3rd Vanguard team, their interactions had been pleasant, and their camaraderie was strong enough to resist the allure of the Special Operations Team. Jiang Feng's decision to remain indicated that he genuinely considered the 3rd Vanguard team his family. Feeling somewhat awkward, Jiang Feng scratched his head. He was reluctant to leave. Yet his primary concern was Zhang Gongchang's ulterior motives. "Qianer, it's not that I can't bear to part with you." Jiang Feng chuckled, savoring the feeling of staying with his brothers and sisters. "Can't bear to part with me?" Shi Qian raised an eyebrow, teasingly smirking. "You must be reluctant about some other people." He longed for home, for family. After Shi Qian departed, Jiang Feng felt even more embarrassed. He truly admired Niao Niao, especially her protective melancholic charm, yet he was not ready to openly declare his feelings. Men. At that moment, Qin Yuner shot a furious glare at Jiang Feng before storming upstairs. While she was pleased with Jiang Feng's choice to stay, his near confession regarding Niao Niao shattered her heart. "What is it about me that falls short? Is Niao Niao truly that remarkable? You scoundrel! Why did you provoke me in your past life if you cherish Niao Niao so much?" Qin Yuner hurried upstairs, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She was not the gentle type, nor did she possess the wistful charm that inspired protectiveness like Niao Niao. Rather, she was somewhat assertive, a strong-willed woman. Yet, the connection she shared with Jiang Feng in their previous life was undeniably genuine. Now, Qin Yuner regretted not being forthright with Jiang Feng upon her rebirth, wishing she had revealed everything about their past together. Now she found herself at a loss for words, fearing that mentioning their previous life might be ill-timed. After Qin Yun and Apos, departed, Niao Niao and Apos' expression shifted repeatedly. Although Niao Niao was not particularly eloquent, her emotions were profound, and she could discern many subtleties. Deep down, Niao Niao understood that Qin Yun harbored feelings for Jiang Feng. They had already become good friends. Normally, when a sister has affections, Niao Niao would be expected to willingly step aside. Yet, for reasons unknown, the moment Jiang Feng uttered those words, a spark of desire flickered within her. She found herself reluctant to relinquish her feelings for Jiang Feng. Could it be that I have developed feelings for him? Chapter 57. The experimental subject with a sudden realization. Niao Niao found herself grappling with the unsettling notion that she might have developed feelings for Jiang Feng. Her heart raced, caught off guard by this inexplicable emotion that had taken root within her. Casting a glance at the retreating Qin Yuner and then at the bewildered Jiang Feng, Niao Niao sighed in resignation and hurried after Qin Yuner. Yet, as she passed Jiang Feng, she could not resist stealing another look at him. From the moment Jiang Feng first joined the 3rd Advance Team, Niao Niao had noticed the distinct glimmer in his eyes whenever they met. However, at that time, she had dismissed it, harboring no affection for him, nor could she have imagined that she would ever come to like him. As time unfolded, Jiang Feng's remarkable qualities began to shine ever brighter, akin to a brilliant light, a prodigy emerging from obscurity. The brilliance of a genius is always captivating. And unbeknownst to her, Niao Niao found herself irresistibly drawn to his radiance. Perhaps this was the very reason for her burgeoning feelings. Now, faced with a choice between her sister and the one she harbored feelings for, Niao Niao felt utterly lost. What is happening to me? She pondered, astonished that she, with her past experiences, could possibly develop an affection for a boy. Thud, thud, thud. With that, Qin Yuner and Niao Niao departed in succession, leaving Jiang Feng in a state of confusion and uncertainty. "Xiao Feng, you are so foolish," Li Hongtu remarked as he approached, gently patting Jiang Feng's shoulder, a sigh escaping his lips. As someone who had traversed similar paths, Li Hongtu understood the situation all too well, yet some matters were beyond his intervention. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, relationships had grown wary and distant. Yet the fervor and sincerity that Qin Yuner displayed towards Jiang Feng were unlike anything Li Hongtu had ever witnessed. Conversely, Jiang Feng's feelings for Niao Niao blended infatuation with a physical attraction, while Niao Niao, perhaps unwittingly, began to open her heart. Has our spirited adventure turned into a tale of heartache? Li Hongtu shook his head in disbelief as he too departed the base. With ample points at his disposal, he was now free to pursue endeavors he had previously deemed impossible. It was time for him to attend to his own affairs, leaving the complexities of Jiang Feng, Qin Yuner, and Niao Niao's entanglements to resolve on their own. Matters of the heart are not for outsiders to meddle in. Heartache? Jiang Feng furrowed his brow in confusion after Li Hongtu's departure, murmuring in puzzlement. Before the apocalypse, he had no experience in romance, and during those tumultuous years, he had been overly cautious and guarded towards everyone. However, since joining the Third Advance Team, he gradually began to lower his defenses, learning to embrace those around him. Although he kept his own secrets close to his heart, he was still willing to step forward and protect any member of the Third Advance Team if the situation called for it. The members of the Third Advance Team have never pried too deeply into Jiang Feng and Apos' secrets, granting him ample space for security. This reflects a process of mutual respect and acceptance. It is within this context that Jiang Feng began to harbor feelings for Niao Niao. As for Qin Yuner, an enigmatic woman of striking beauty who possesses a keen understanding of herself, at times even more so than Jiang Feng, this very awareness leaves Jiang Feng feeling exposed, prompting him to guard himself against her. Consequently, he remains indifferent to her affections. Of course, his ineptitude in matters of love also plays a role. He resolves to dismiss such thoughts. After all, they are in an unprecedented crisis, beset by beasts and zombies. The paramount concern is to enhance one's strength. Romantic entanglements, whether present or absent, are of little consequence and not worth pursuing. In his dreams, Jiang Feng strives to chase after Qin Yuner but finds it impossible to reach her. Ultimately, he does catch up, yet upon her turning, he is met with a visage reminiscent of a delicate pear blossom, drenched in rain. That night, Jiang Feng's sleep is restless. At the base of the Mo-Jin Special Operations Team in Alliance District 11, Zhang Gaochang stands respectfully at the door, observing a figure bustling about in the laboratory. This figure is the true master of the Mo-Jin Special Operations Team, Guojing and Apos. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupts from the laboratory, followed by a thick cloud of smoke, amidst which Guojing and Apos can be heard cursing vehemently. Damn it, failed again. As Guojinger emerges from the laboratory, covered in dust, he turns his attention to Zhang Gaochang and inquires, "What is the situation? Have you completed the task I assigned?" Zhang Gaochang shakes his head, responding with resignation. Guogu, Jiang Feng refuses to leave the Third Advance Team, so upon hearing this, Guojing and Apos raises a hand, signaling Zhang Gaochang to refrain from further explanation. If he chooses not to leave, let it be. To resist the allure of joining the Special Operations Team indicates remarkable mental fortitude, aligning with my expectations. After speaking, Guojing and Apos removes his lab coat and muses. What are your thoughts on him? Is he a suitable subject for experimentation? Zhang Gaochang straightens his expression before replying. I believe he is quite suitable. Guojinger prompts, elaborate. Zhang Gaochang explains, Jiang Feng is instinctively wary of me. It is not a deliberate wariness, but rather an innate caution. Guojing and Apos acknowledges. A strong instinctual awareness and clear self-recognition indeed make him an apt candidate for experimentation. Zhang Gaochang then suggests, how about I secretly bring him here? Guojing waves his hand dismissively. No need. He is still too weak. Let him continue to grow. Such a promising prospect would be a shame to squander. However, Zhang Gaochang cautiously interjects, but Guogu, as far as I know, the ninth leader seems intent on killing him. It appears that he has slain Jiadye. If we act too late, it may lead to dire consequences. Zhang Gaochang carefully reminds Guojinger. They may wait, but the ninth leader may not be so patient. Upon hearing this, Guojing narrowed his eyes and spoke ominously. Is it that madwoman again? Had I known, I would never have given her the strongest serum back then. At this moment, Guojing had tidied himself up and turned to Zhang Gaochang, declaring, I shall personally confront that madwoman and ensure she does not interfere with my endeavors. Meanwhile, arrange for someone to discreetly protect Jiang Feng, preventing that lunatic from gaining the upper hand. I fear she may feign compliance while secretly plotting against me. Guo Jing appeared to be quite familiar with the ninth leader of the Qipao-clad beauties, even understanding her subtle intentions. Yes, I will attend to it immediately. Zhang Gongchang responded and swiftly departed. As for Guo Jing, he quietly made his way downstairs and entered a rare supercar, unique even among the entire Alliance's District 11. Had Jiang Feng been present at that moment, he would have instantly recognized this supercar as the very one he had encountered with Shi Qian on the official roads. Notorious for its arrogance and flamboyance. Chapter 58. Warning, let him go? Why should I spare him? In that dimly lit room, the enchanting woman clad in a Qipao, the ninth leader of the Alliance District 11, glared fiercely at Guo Jing, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She could not comprehend why Guo Jing would choose to protect Jiang Feng, nor was she inclined to do so. Guo, you must provide me with a satisfactory reason today. Or else, Jiang Feng will surely perish. I assure you, even if Jesus himself were to intervene, he could not save him. The ninth leader's face was etched with murderous intent, her emotions teetering on the brink of explosion. Guo Jing, seated on the sofa, raised an eyebrow slightly, his cold gaze sweeping over the oncoming storm that was the ninth leader. After a moment, he spoke with deliberate calmness, because he is my most favorite subject for experimentation. Subject for experimentation? The ninth leader murmured in disbelief, utterly astonished that Guo Jing had set his sights on Jiang Feng. Yet, she remained unwilling to relinquish her intent to eliminate him, and thus coldly inquired, why? Why must it be him? Guo Jing, evidently growing impatient, wore a grave expression. Yet he suppressed his rising ire and patiently explained, because Jiang Feng and Apos' unique abilities allow for remarkable recovery, making him ideal for my latest serum. Furthermore, his innate physical resilience and mental fortitude ensure that he will not succumb to the serum's trials and perish on the spot. If he can endure this experiment, he will become my most perfect subject to date and, consequently, the most formidable individual in Alliance District 11. Guo Jing spoke with palpable excitement. In his eyes, the ninth leader was nothing short of a lunatic, yet to others, he too was perceived as a madman. As the ninth leader observed Guo Jing's fervent demeanor, she quickly realized the seriousness of his intentions. With a clenched jaw, she begrudgingly conceded, very well, I promise not to harm him. For now. Excellent. You are quite understanding. Guo Jing's lips curled into a faint smile as he stood to leave. However, should you jeopardize my plans, the supply of serum will cease entirely. With that, he laughed heartily, stepping out of the shadowy room. In that moment, Guo Jing appeared far more sinister than the ninth leader. Damn it. After Guo Jing had departed, the ninth leader ground her teeth in frustration, murmuring to the dark recesses of the room, for now, we abandon the pursuit of Jiang Feng. Yes, leader. From the dim corner, a figure cloaked in black emerged once more, their voice maintaining the same hoarse quality, indistinguishable in gender. Initially, it was thought that the captivating beauty in the Qipao, the ninth leader, would relent. However, in the next moment, she spoke again. Yet, while Guo Xiao merely instructed me not to lay a hand on Jiang Feng, he did not prohibit me from targeting those around him. You, go eliminate Jiang Feng and Apos, as friends, the remaining members of the third advanced team. I wish to make Jiang Feng experience the anguish of losing loved ones. The Qipao beauty uttered these words with an almost frenzied intensity, resolute in her determination not to let this matter rest. Understood, I shall take care of it immediately. The figure in the black robe responded, then slowly retreated into the shadows, vanishing from sight. Dear, rest assured, I shall one day avenge you. The ninth leader of the Qipao murmured ominously, and with a sharp crack, she crushed the wine glass in her hand. The shattered glass shards pierced her palm, mingling the crimson liquid from the cup with her own blood, staining her hand a striking red, a sight both haunting and tragic. Upon arriving home, Yu Ganang eagerly rushed over, warmly greeting Shi Qian. Yu Ganang had long considered Shi Qian family. Did you listen to your mother and grandmother? Shi Qian asked with a gentle smile, affectionately ruffling Yu Ganang and Apos' hair. Yes. Yu Ganang nodded earnestly, affirming his compliance. Although Yuapa had lost her son, Shi Qian and Apos' presence filled the void left by him, restoring warmth to the household. Yuapa now regarded Shi Qian as her own son. Good, Appa. Shi Qian replied with a faint smile, settling beside her. At that moment, Xiao Chui emerged from the kitchen, carrying freshly prepared dishes. Since Xiao Chui had fully embraced Shi Qian, and given that he was a member of the third advanced team with substantial contributions, the family's living conditions had markedly improved. Energy bars were a thing of the past. They now enjoyed a considerably comfortable life. Xiao Chui placed the dishes on the table, casting a shy glance at Shi Qian. He said nothing, merely observing her quietly. Yet, their eyes conveyed profound affection, a palpable tension, and a surging undercurrent of desire. "Try this," Xiao Chui said softly, as she seated herself across from Shi Qian. Just as Shi Qian lifted his chopsticks, preparing to eat, his expression suddenly shifted. With a swift motion, he drew the long sword from his waist and brandished it before Xiao Chui. Xiao Chui's expression changed slightly, startled by Shi Qian's sudden action. In the next instant, a metallic clang rang out as a slender flying needle landed on the dining table. "What is this?" Xiao Chui paused, quickly realizing the imminent danger. Shi Qian glanced at the needle, then urgently instructed, "Xiao Chui, take Gondang and Appa and hide. The one approaching harbors ill intentions." With that, Shi Qian raised his sword and slowly stood, his gaze fixed intently on the dimly lit corridor outside. "Understood." Xiao Chui, feeling the urgency of the situation, promptly ushered Yu Gondang and Yu Appa into the inner room. All three were mere ordinary individuals. Should they remain, they would only hinder Shi Qian and distract him from his confrontation. To allow Shi Qian to confront the adversary with unwavering focus, their departure was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. Yet, Xiao Chui was engulfed in astonishment. This was the Alliance community. How could anyone possess the audacity to commit murder within its confines? At that moment, a hoarse voice echoed from the dimly lit corridor outside. "How intriguing. You managed to deflect my flying needle. However, in the end, you shall still meet your demise." Chapter 59, a familiar tone with a piercing gaze. Shi Qian fixated on the dimly lit corridor devoid of any presence, a faint, icy smirk gracing his lips as he spoke. "There is no need for theatrics. I shall end your life." Unexpectedly, his words seemed to strike a chord of amusement within the shadows, provoking a raucous laughter from the unseen adversary. "In my life? By what means? You cannot even discern my location. What right have you to threaten me?" The figure lurking in the shadows regarded Shi Qian with palpable disdain. "Who says I cannot discern?" Shi Qian's eyes narrowed, and in an instant, he surged into the murky corridor, his sword slicing through the air as it thrust violently towards the empty recess. A sickening thud echoed as the blade pierced flesh, crimson blood trickling down the length of Shi Qian and Appa's sword. You? The voice from the darkness was laced with disbelief. Attempting to flee? Shi Qian chuckled derisively, darting once more into the void. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of metal clashing reverberated through the air, accompanied by a hoarse, incredulous roar. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. By what means did you discover me? How could you match my speed?" The shadowed figure, cornered and enraged, howled in fury, unwilling to accept the reality of his oversight. Had he approached the encounter with more vigilance, he would have never allowed Shi Qian the opportunity to inflict such a wound. Regrettably, his initial arrogance had left him grievously injured, dangerously close to a fatal blow. Now, the prospect of assassinating Shi Qian was overshadowed by the question of his own survival. Unfazed by the lurking threat, Shi Qian continued his relentless pursuit, his heart swelling with a mixture of sentiment and gratitude. Adorning both ears were exquisite ornaments known as wind whisper, capable of transmitting every sound through the air, amplifying its intensity. With this remarkable equipment, Shi Qian, the swiftest member of the third advance team tasked with reconnaissance, felt invincible, as no rustle of wind could escape his keen perception. Ironically, Shi Qian's inaugural use of the wind whisper was not upon the battlefield, but within the confines of the Alliance community, though the enemy concealed themselves in darkness. The slightest utterance, breath, or heartbeat was easily detected by Shi Qian's acute senses. To close the distance on his shadowy foe, Shi Qian relied on another piece of equipment. The speed boots, which granted him a momentary surge in velocity, rendering escape futile for his adversary. "Were you not just brimming with arrogance? Why the sudden silence? Are you not proud? I preferred your earlier defiance." Shi Qian laughed unabashedly as he relentlessly pursued the assassin hidden in the shadows. "Shi Qian, you, wait for me." At that moment, the assassin lurking in the shadows uttered a chilling remark, before swiftly leaping from the building and vanishing completely into the darkness. Although Shi Qian could still discern the direction of the foe and Appa's escape through the sound of rushing wind, his enhanced boots had already expired, rendering him unable to pursue. He stood there, staring blankly into the abyss, murmuring to himself. That emphasis seems somewhat familiar. Despite the voice still being hoarse and indistinguishable in gender, Shi Qian felt an unsettling familiarity in the tone, as if he had heard it somewhere before, though he could not recall where. Never mind. As long as I find someone with an injury to their left shoulder, that person will be the assassin, Shi Qian asserted confidently. for the previous strike had aimed for the opponent's heart but had merely been evaded. However, having escaped a fatal blow, the assailant must still be gravely wounded. The Alliance's District 11 was not vast. Unless the perpetrator remained hidden until fully healed, their identity would inevitably be uncovered. The ability to blend into darkness was indeed formidable. Shi Qian murmured, though he remained oblivious to the assassin and Apos' motives for targeting him. He recognized the perilous nature of their abilities. Moreover, the audacity of this despicable individual to directly threaten Xiao Chui was utterly disgraceful and detestable. Yet now was not the time for lamentation. It was imperative to escort Xiao Chui, Yu Gandang, and Yu Apo to reside in the heart of the Alliance. There, one would find constant patrolling squads, ensuring a far greater degree of safety than the periphery of the Alliance community. Thud, thud, thud. This was their first experience with an assassination attempt, and it occurred within the Alliance community. Brother Qian, this is the Alliance community. Why would they dare? Xiao Chui looked at Shi Qian in confusion. Shi Qian smiled wryly at her, sighing as he replied, Xiao Chui, you are still too naive. The Alliance community is not as secure as you imagine. Upon hearing Shi Qian's words, Xiao Chui realized why. Whenever she inadvertently provoked someone, Shi Qian would vigilantly guard the corner of the staircase day and night. It became clear that, in places unseen by ordinary eyes, the Alliance community was fraught with danger. Noticing Xiao Chui's concern, Shi Qian smiled reassuringly, do not fear. While the periphery of the Alliance community may be unsafe, the heart of the Alliance is quite secure. Just gather your essentials, and I will take you all to live in the core area. What? Shi Qian's words left Xiao Chui utterly astonished. Move to the core of the Alliance? Us. Not only Xiao Chui, but Yu Gandang and Yu Apo were equally taken aback. The core area of the Alliance demanded exorbitant points for any accommodation, accessible only to those of noble lineage or high rank. For ordinary folks like Xiao Chui and her companions, such aspirations were merely fanciful dreams, utterly unattainable. Shi Qian smiled gently, stating, yes, indeed, it is you. I will procure a residence for you. Our family shall reside in the heart of the Alliance from now on. However, Qian and Apos, where could we possibly have so many points? Xiao Chui anxiously glanced at Shi Qian. Shi Qian, unfazed, produced his points card and, with a sense of pride, declared, thanks to Brother Xiaofeng and Yuner, during this 7th relic exploration mission, each of us has received 1,000,000 points. Acquiring a property in the core area is more than sufficient. 1,000,000 points? Upon hearing that Shi Qian possessed such a sum, Xiao Chui, Yu Gandang, and Granny Yu were all left dumbfounded. For ordinary individuals, earning points is a mere fantasy. Even for combat teams, points are not easily acquired. 1,000,000 points represent an astronomical figure for the vast majority of the Alliance's populace. Xiao Chui exclaimed, Qianer, is this true? Am I not dreaming? Shi Qian replied, of course it's true. Xiao Chui asked, could you let me check it first? Shi Qian responded, certainly. Xiao Chui, in disbelief, exclaimed, there really are 1,000,000 points. Qianer, given our situation, does this not resemble a scenario where a domineering CEO falls for a divorced woman with children who is also experiencing menopause? Shi Qian retorted, what on earth are you watching all the time? Chapter 60, the great event 3 days hence on this night. The members of the 3rd Advance Team found little peace. Jiang Feng was plagued by bizarre and nonsensical dreams, all stemming from the inexplicable actions of Qin Yuner and Niao Niao. Niao Niao had intended to seek out Qin Yuner to clarify matters. Yet Qin Yuner had resolutely shut her door, refusing to meet anyone. Thus, throughout the night, the melancholic Niao Niao could not find sleep, grappling with her feelings for both Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner, only to arrive at no conclusion. Ultimately, Niao Niao surrendered, deciding to let fate take its course. As for Qin Yuner, she spent the night striving to forget Jiang Feng, attempting to start anew, but alas, she found herself incapable of such a feat. When the sun rose and a new day dawned, Qin Yun and Apos silently exited her room, her gaze imbued with unwavering determination. She had made a decision. She would contend with Niao Niao unconditionally. She refused to believe that she could not win Jiang Feng's heart in this lifetime. Meanwhile, Shi Qian had endured a bewildering assassination attempt and subsequently arranged for Xiao Chui and her family to be settled in the core area of the Alliance, not far from their 3rd Advance Team's base. This night had drained Shi Qian considerably. Creak. Qin Yuner pushed open her door and stepped out, her expression resolute, devoid of any lingering hurt or hesitation. Creak. At the same time, the door to Niao Niao's room swung open, revealing Niao Niao, who bore dark circles under her eyes. As she slowly emerged, Her gaze immediately fell upon Qin Yun and Appos, though still tinged with sorrow. Niao Niao and Appos' eyes no longer reflected the guilt and unease of the previous day. Qin Yun and Appos offered a faint smile to Niao Niao, gracefully linking her arm with hers, as if nothing had transpired the day before. Qin Yun and Appos softly murmured, Niao Niao. No matter what happens, we are sisters. Indeed. Niao Niao affirmed with a firm nod, aligning with Qin Yun and Appos, and Appos' sentiment. Yet, as the conversation turned, Qin Yun and Appos declared, Jiang Feng. I will not concede. He is, after all, my man. But you need not cede to me. Let us rely on our own merits. Whoever can be with Jiang Feng shall see their fate unfold. Agreed. Niao Niao nodded once more, still in accord with Qin Yun's notion. However, the once silent and pensive Niao Niao suddenly looked up at Qin Yun and murmured, what if he finds himself attracted to both of us and wishes to embrace us both? Would you be willing to share the title of his woman with me? Qin Yun was taken aback, not anticipating such bold thoughts from the seemingly gentle Niao Niao. After a moment of contemplation, she softly replied, I would not be willing. Niao Niao smiled slightly and responded, neither would I. In fact, I would slay him. Qin Yun felt a jolt of shock at Niao Niao's words, staring blankly at her. Niao Niao's gaze was resolute, appearing far from jesting. I too shall do the same. If he dares to play both sides, I will not hesitate to end him. Qin Yun smiled and reached a consensus with Niao Niao. A sneeze escaped Jiang Feng, who had just awoken and was groggily stepping out of his room downstairs. Confusion clouded his mind, as he could not fathom why an inexplicable chill crept along his back. Am I being targeted by nefarious individuals? Jiang Feng silently pondered. After a night of contemplation, he resolved that a man should prioritize his career, especially with formidable adversaries looming. The fabled ninth leader was ever poised to take his life. He had no time for romance. Women only hinder the speed of my endeavors. A man must place his career above all else. Strength is the singular pursuit that should occupy my thoughts. Jiang Feng's gaze was unwavering, dismissing any notions of pain literature. His focus was solely on becoming stronger, and ever stronger. Awake at last. At that moment, Shi Qian strolled in from the base entrance, a cheerful smile gracing his face as he looked up at Jiang Feng downstairs, along with Qin Yun and Niao Niao above. Jiang Feng approached Shi Qian to exchange greetings, while Qin Yun and Niao Niao descended the stairs arm in arm. Brother Qian, what brings you here so early? Shi Qian sighed helplessly, murmuring, I was ambushed last night and helped Xiao Chui and the others relocate near the base, hence my early arrival. What? Shi Qian's words caused Jiang Feng, Niao Niao, and Qin Yun to suddenly change expressions. After all, they shared a bond as teammates, and Shi Qian and Appos' brush with assassination was a matter of great concern. Noticing their tense demeanor, Shi Qian offered a reassuring smile and said, It's nothing serious, yesterday. He then recounted the events of the previous night, detailing the lurking assassin in the shadows and the move to the core of the alliance, leaving no detail unmentioned. Upon concluding his tale, Jiang Feng, Niao Niao, and Qin Yun wore grim expressions. The presence of a hidden assassin was particularly troubling. Jiang Feng's heart raced as a name surfaced in his mind, someone who possessed the second ability to conceal themselves within darkness. Just then, Li Hongtu emerged from his room, freshly dressed, though the bandage on his left shoulder was conspicuously noticeable. Well, everyone seems quite energetic today. Li Hongtu smiled gently, his gaze calm as he surveyed the group. However, upon seeing the bandage on Li Hongtu and Appos' shoulder, Jiang Feng, Shi Qian, Niao Niao, and Qin Yun's expressions shifted dramatically, especially Shi Qian, who swiftly approached Li Hongtu. Without a word, Shi Qian tore off the bandage from Li Hongtu and Appos' shoulder, meticulously inspecting the injury. Qian, what are you doing? I just rewrapped it. Li Hongtu was startled by Shi Qian's sudden action, bewildered by his friend's urgency. Not a sword wound, but an abrasion? Shi Qian observed the scrape on Li Hongtu's shoulder, his taut nerves finally beginning to relax. What happened to your sword wound? Li Hongtu inquired, perplexed. Shi Qian glanced at Li Hongtu before elucidating. Last night, I encountered an assassin who I managed to injure in the left shoulder. Li Hongtu's expression shifted slightly, and he responded, An assassin? Please elaborate. Subsequently, Shi Qian recounted the events once more. Upon hearing, Li Hongtu could not help but murmur, An assassin capable of concealing themselves in darkness possesses a rather terrifying ability. An unseen enemy is indeed the most fearsome adversary. Fortunately, Shi Qian currently possesses the Wind Whisper equipment. Otherwise, The members of the third advance team would be left in a state of unrest by this shadowy assailant. Shi Qian was now quite curious about what Li Hongtu had been engaged in the previous night that left his left shoulder so battered. Upon hearing Shi Qian's words, Li Hongtu's lips curled into a subtle smile, and he feigned an air of mystery as he addressed the group, saying, "I am preparing for a significant undertaking, soon. You shall hear the news." Jiang Feng, Shi Qian, Niao Niao, and Qin Yuner all regarded Li Hongtu with a mix of suspicion and intrigue. For something to be deemed a major event by Li Hongtu, it must be extraordinary. However, they could not fathom the nature of this event. And Li Hongtu had no intention of providing further clarification, merely informing them that in 3 days, the Alliance's District 11 would undoubtedly be the stage for a momentous occurrence. Chapter 61. The Thug. Over the course of 3 days, the members of Jiang Feng's third advance team diligently engaged in rigorous training, acclimating themselves to their new equipment. Each of them, including Li Hongtu, Shi Qian, and Niao Niao, demonstrated remarkable improvements in their abilities. As for Qin Yun and Apos, the reincarnated individual, her enhancements were evident to the naked eye. However, the most astonishing augmentation in combat prowess within the third advance team belonged to Jiang Feng. With the enhancement of his power gauntlets, Jiang Feng now resembled a divine being, unstoppable and invincible. Even Li Hongtu, a level 7 ability user, could barely withstand a single round of Jiang Feng's ferocious assaults, let alone attempt a second strike utilizing his system's instantaneous recovery exploit. Consequently, the initial combat training for the third advance team evolved into a collaborative effort where Li Hongtu, Shi Qian, Niao Niao, and Qin Yun and Apos are united against Jiang Feng. With the aid of his power gauntlets and level 7 defensive armor, Jiang Feng adeptly navigated the onslaught from the four. How can he be so terrifying? Li Hongtu wiped the sweat from his brow. As the strongest defender among the four, he absorbed the brunt of Jiang Feng's attacks and was most acutely aware of Jiang Feng's formidable nature. It was hard to fathom that Jiang Feng was merely at level 5. Shi Qian was starting to pant, although his speed was exceptional. Against Jiang Feng's level 7 defensive armor, he found himself at a complete loss for a moment. Any blow from Jiang Feng could be fatal, necessitating an extraordinary level of caution on Shi Qian's part. In the crowd, Niao Niao appeared particularly disheartened. The mist she now conjured not only obscured vision but also influenced hearing and scent. Yet, even in such conditions, Jiang Feng could accurately pinpoint everyone's location and launch surprise attacks. This rendered Niao Niao all but ineffective, prompting her to question her own existence. In truth, it was not that Niao Niao's mist was ineffective. Rather, Jiang Feng possessed an apocalyptic system that enabled him to precisely track their positions using system information. As long as the distance was sufficiently close, no one could evade the system and Apos' detection. In my past life, he was terrifyingly strong without any powers. Now, with abilities, he is simply monstrous. He truly deserves to be my man. Qin Yuner. Qin Yuner gazed at Jiang Feng with sparkling eyes. She alone was fully aware of Jiang Feng's combat prowess in their previous life, and in this incarnation, his displayed strength surpassed all expectations. It is no exaggeration to say that if Jiang Feng's current combat capability continues to grow, the heights he could achieve are beyond anyone's prediction. Even if he cannot attain invincibility, he could undoubtedly become a formidable force. Delightful. Again, for Jiang Feng, the training over the past 3 days had been immensely satisfying. With the support of the level 7 defensive armor, he could expend his stamina freely. Even without the tenfold strength enhancement of the power gauntlets, he remained extraordinarily fierce. Once he donned the power gauntlets, he became akin to a wakened lion, utterly unassailable. At this moment, Jiang Feng could only utter one phrase: "Who else is there?" In today's world, to challenge Jiang Feng in dire straits, one requires a more formidable opponent, despite Jiang Feng currently being only at level 5. No more, no more. I'm exhausted, Li Hongtu exclaimed, waving his hand, drenched in sweat. He had already depleted his stamina, and even his robust defense could not withstand the relentless Jiang Feng. It was simply too arduous for him. I won't play anymore. You're too monstrous for me to handle, he added. Although Shi Qian was the one Jiang Feng had pursued the least, he remained in constant motion, leaving his legs weak with fatigue. We need a break, he declared. Humph. Men. Qin Yuner felt a twinge of displeasure at Jiang Feng's display of bravado. Yet she found solace in the fact that Niao Niao seemed indifferent to Jiang Feng's antics. Jiang Feng awkwardly scratched his head. He had not even exerted himself fully. Yet all 4 of his teammates were utterly worn out. Nevertheless, it was a positive sign, proving that he had indeed grown significantly stronger. Suddenly, As the third advance team took a moment to rest, an urgent alarm blared, and the community's loudspeaker broadcast an emergency call. Emergency! Emergency! A riot is occurring at the Alliance government building. All combat teams, please proceed immediately to suppress the rioters. The emergency call from the Alliance District 11 headquarters resonated, and the members of the third advance team turned their gaze toward Li Hongtu. This, perhaps, was the significant event Li Hongtu had alluded to that would unfold in 3 days. Li Hongtu nodded, acknowledging his connection to the matter, then glanced at Jiang Feng, Shi Qian, Niao Niao, and Qin Yuner, stating, "Everyone, prepare yourselves. We must head to the Alliance government building at once." Yes, Jiang Feng and his 3 companions responded, equipping themselves and hastening toward the Alliance government building. However, upon their arrival, they were taken aback to discover that the so-called rioters were predominantly ordinary citizens, with only a small number being disabled superhumans. These individuals were either family members of combat teams or injured personnel from prior battles. The combined combat capability of these people would scarcely rival that of any fighting squad. To label them as rioters was utterly absurd. What is happening? Jiang Feng, Shi Qian, Niao Niao, and Qin Yuner stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the gathering outside the Alliance government building. Alliance government, return our hard-earned money. Alliance government, fulfill your promises. Alliance government, you are ungrateful. The crowd surrounding the building erupted in a chorus of furious shouts. Their demands were straightforward. They sought the Alliance government to honor its previous commitments by providing adequate compensation and living allowances for injured combat personnel and their families. The reparations for those who had sacrificed their lives in battle were woefully inadequate compared to what the Alliance had initially promised. And the situation was even graver for the disabled veterans. This was evident from the plight of Xiao Chui and Appos, as family. Everyone contributes to the Alliance, yet in the end, they find themselves without a satisfactory resolution. Conversely, the scions of affluent families, those privileged offspring within the upper echelons of the Alliance, remain comfortably ensconced away from the front lines, living lives of ease, heights unattainable for those struggling at the bottom. Initially, such injustices could be tolerated, but now, incited by some and led by others, a collective protest has erupted. Captain, what are your intentions? Jiang Feng, Shi Qian, Niao Niao, and Qin Yuner gazed at Li Hongtu with expressions of confusion, aware that the turmoil was undoubtedly being stirred by his influence. Yet, they could not fathom his motives for such actions. Li Hongtu smiled faintly and spoke. There are 2 points to consider. Firstly, to speak out for our fallen brothers, seeking the compensation their families rightfully deserve. Secondly, to draw out the 9th leader. I have gathered intelligence on her approximate whereabouts within the organization, and this upheaval provides the perfect opportunity to force her hand. The 9th leader is not only our sworn enemy from our past, but also a formidable foe to Xiao Feng and Yuner. We must compel her to face us. To bring this matter to a close, a resolute determination glimmered in Li Hongtu's eyes. He was intent on altering the dynamics of the hidden conflict, determined to unmask the 9th leader and seize the opportunity to eliminate their sworn adversary. Chapter 62. Is it her? Jiang Feng, Shi Qian, Niao Niao, and Qin Yuner stared blankly at Li Hongtu, utterly astonished that he had, unbeknownst to them, orchestrated this intricate scheme specifically targeting the 9th leader. Upon learning of Li Hongtu's plan, the 4 were filled with fervor. After all, as archenemies, it was imperative to unearth and eliminate the opponent as swiftly as possible, leaving no opportunity for the 9th leader to strike from the shadows. Captain, what sacrifices have you made for this move? Shi Qian mused, observing the throngs gathered before the Alliance government building. Gathering such a multitude was no trivial feat, achievable merely through persuasive words or appeals to reason. Li Hongtu chuckled wryly, shaking the points card in his hand, and replied, all of it. Gasp. His words elicited a collective intake of breath from Jiang Feng, Shi Qian, Niao Niao, and Qin Yuner. To expend over 1,000,000 points was a testament to Li Hongtu's ruthlessness, not only towards others but also towards himself. Yet, Jiang Feng voiced his skepticism. But Captain, can these people truly breach the defenses and force the 9th leader out? Indeed, the families of the fallen and the disabled veterans hardly possessed combat prowess, making it difficult to contend with the members of the combat teams. Li Hongtu clapped Jiang Feng on the shoulder, saying, you have only recently joined the combat team and are unaware of the dynamics at play. While these individuals may lack strength, every member of the combat teams understands the concept of shared grief. The benefits they fight for today are precisely what they will enjoy in the future. No one is foolish enough to act recklessly. Any harm caused to anyone here would turn them into enemies of all combat team members. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng nodded in sudden understanding. Being young and inexperienced, he had yet to grasp the weight of sacrifice among the combat team members. Having joined the 3rd Forward Team only recently and spending most of his time in training without profound experiences in the field. However, Li Hongtu's insight illuminated the situation for him. Gradually, an increasing number of combat teams gathered before the Alliance government building, yet most merely put on a show, with no one genuinely intending to thwart the demonstrators. Of course, there were exceptions, such as a reckless member from the 2nd Forward Team, who shouted angrily at a woman whose husband had perished, even pushing her. Wang Zhuang, having encountered foolishness before, had never witnessed such sheer stupidity, unable to discern friend from foe in the chaotic atmosphere. Despite being the son of one of the 8 leaders of Alliance District 11, Wang Zhuang's father was a man of integrity, advocating for the fair treatment of these families and veterans. Thus, Wang Zhuang empathized deeply with their plight. It is unfortunate that Wang Zhuang's team comprises some dull individuals who, in their ignorance, believe they are undertaking a righteous endeavor. Captain, why is this happening? Am I not executing the mission assigned by the Alliance? Where have I gone astray? Queried the bald-headed team member, his expression one of utter confusion as he gazed at Wang Zhuang. With a roll of his eyes, Wang Zhuang found it futile to attempt an explanation to someone of such limited intellect. Get lost, he retorted, dismissing the bald-headed member with disdain. Left with no choice, the bald-headed individual departed begrudgingly, yet the repercussions of his actions were dire, inciting the ire of the masses. You dare to strike us? We have fought for the Alliance, shed blood for it, and this is how we are treated? A voice thundered amidst the crowd, revealing itself to belong to the disabled Kiki. At this moment, an opportunity to advocate for their rights had finally emerged, and Kiki was not one to relent. Fight back. Stand up for our rightful entitlements. As the crowd's anger reached a boiling point, ignited by the bald-headed member's actions, it erupted forth. Moreover, within the throng were individuals like Kiki, who had long harbored resentment and were prepared for a desperate confrontation. With a resounding rallying cry, those seeking justice surged forward, breaching the defenses of the combat team and flooding into the Alliance government building. Concurrently, a contingent of disabled veterans charged towards a smaller building adjacent to the government structure. However, before this smaller edifice stood the 6th Vanguard team, led by Mei Yingying. At this juncture, the 6th Vanguard team had completed their personnel reinforcements and remained steadfast, comprising 4 formidable level 6 ability users, all of whom were adept in offensive capabilities, along with Mei Yingying. Under Jiang Feng and Appo's apocalyptic system perception, it became evident that aside from Mei Yingying, the other 4 were all members of the undead. Though the 6th Vanguard team refrained from engaging the masses for fear of provoking their wrath, they were resolute in preventing anyone from entering the smaller building. Not letting us in? There must be secrets within. Could it be that the compensation promised to us is concealed there? Urged one of the disabled veterans. Undeterred as they pressed forward. Charge. The individuals blocked outside were relentless, pushing forward with determination. In no time, the overwhelming tide of people breached the defenses of Mei Yingying's 6th Vanguard team, allowing the crowd to invade the smaller building. Success. Li Hongtu observed this scene from a distance, a faint smile gracing his lips, for that building was the destination he had orchestrated this operation to reach. Jiang Feng, Shi Qian, Niao, and Qin Yuner all shared a glimmer of anticipation on their faces. The whereabouts of the 9th leader would soon be unveiled. However, as Jiang Feng witnessed the throng jostling past Mei Yingying, he noticed a subtle shift in her demeanor as she instinctively shielded her left shoulder with her hand. A sinking feeling gripped his heart, as if he had come to a realization. Could it be her? Jiang Feng had not forgotten the assassin who could conceal himself in darkness, as mentioned by Shi Qian. Interestingly, Mei Yingying's second ability allowed her to blend into the shadows. Yet, there was one thing Jiang Feng could not comprehend. Why would Mei Yingying, a human, submit to the leadership of the 9th leader, who had lost so much? Was there an unspoken reason behind her actions, or was it a matter of willing submission? Regardless of the motive, Jiang Feng realized that he must approach her with utmost caution. Qianer, I believe I have found the assassin from that night. Jiang Feng whispered to Shi Qian beside him. Oh? Shi Qian's eyes sparkled with interest as he followed Jiang Feng's gaze, quickly identifying Mei Yingying in the crowd. Clutching her left shoulder. Is it her? Shi Qian's expression shifted slightly, as if he began to understand yet remained perplexed. If Mei Yingying was indeed following the 9th leader's orders, then her targets should have been Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner, not him and the entire Xiao Chui family. However, In any case, the familiar tone of the shadowy figure from that night finally matched the master today. Xiaofeng, there is something I would like to ask of you, Shi Qian murmured softly. Jiang Feng's eyes lit up as he instantly grasped Shi Qian's intention. He was not one to shy away from a decisive action. With a slight smile directed at Shi Qian, he replied, I am at your service, whenever you call. Chapter 63, The Leaders' Conference Chief, Trouble. Those people, those rioters have stormed in. At this moment, in the conference room on the top floor of the Alliance government building, the 8 highest leaders of District 11 convened. A guard rushed in, visibly flustered, to report the situation outside. An elderly man seated in the prominent position cast a dark glance at the guard and coldly commanded, hold them off. Do not allow them to reach the top floor. His words carried an undeniable authority, sending chills down the guard's spine and eliciting beads of cold sweat. Yet, the guard could only muster a firm response. Yes, I shall not fail in my duty. With that, he hurriedly exited. Once the guard had departed, the elderly man slowly rose and approached the window, surveying the disobedient combat team below. He sneered, what a bunch of useless fools, they cannot even stop a mob. What purpose do they serve? Chief Guo, your words are somewhat excessive. A leader with a resolute and upright demeanor unreservedly pointed out the inappropriateness of Chief Guo's remarks. Chief Wang, his face clouded with displeasure, interjected, those citizens merely seek to claim the benefits that rightfully belong to them. What wrong have they committed? Where does the term mob even arise from? As for the combat teams, their original purpose was to combat the aberrant beasts. How can you expect them to turn their weapons on their own people? I believe you should heed my counsel. We must adequately compensate those who have sacrificed, those who are disabled, and those who have shed blood for the Alliance. In doing so, we can rally more of the populace and inspire our fighters to valiantly defend our community, achieving multiple benefits. Chief Wang was the father of Wang Zhuangzhuang, a man of integrity who consistently felt that the Alliance and AMP's compensation for fallen fighters was insufficient and that the support for disabled veterans was far too meager. Regrettably, although there were ostensibly 8 leaders in District 11, in reality, there were 9, each with their own vested interests, reluctant to sacrifice their own benefits to aid those deemed no longer useful. Brother Wang, your assertion is flawed. In truth, it is we, the strong, who protect the weak. It is not the weak who safeguard our Alliance community. Chief Guo scoffed dismissively and continued, without them, the Alliance community would still endure, but without us, it would cease to exist. That is the reality. Soon, the other leaders echoed Chief Guo's sentiments. Our resources in District 11 are limited. If we allocate more to them, what shall become of us? What about our kin? Indeed, who among you is willing to sacrifice the interests of your own people for those lowly individuals? We have not denied them opportunities. If they were to join the Special Operations Team, the rewards would be substantial, and they would not need to fear for their survival. Their inability to thrive stems primarily from their own shortcomings. How can we be blamed for that? The leaders of Alliance District 11 do not attribute the misfortunes of those whose families have sacrificed or who suffer from disabilities to their own shortcomings. Rather, they believe that these individuals lack sufficient effort. Had they exerted themselves more diligently, their circumstances would not be so dire. The expression on Chief Wang's face turned pale with indignation. Indeed, resources within Alliance District 11 are finite, if more are allocated to the common populace. It is inevitable that the resources available to the elite and prominent families will proportionately diminish. However, Chief Wang disagreed with the prevailing sentiment among his peers. The Alliance community thrives on the symbiotic relationship between the strong and the weak. Without the strong, the weak would struggle to survive, yet without the weak, how could the strong indulge in their lavish lifestyles? To regard the weak as mere disposable refuse is fundamentally misguided. Regrettably, no one was willing to listen or entertain his perspective. I propose that we continue to impose stringent measures on these rabble, compelling them to recognize the disparity in their own capabilities, which will subsequently render them more compliant, Chief Guo remarked with a cold smile. Then turned to the other 7 leaders present. I have expressed my opinion. Who is in favor, and who is opposed? As the highest-ranking leader among the 9 in Alliance District 11, Chief Guo's proposals were always the first to be voted upon. Soon, the 8 leaders in the conference room cast their votes, 5 in favor, 1 opposed, and 2 abstained. The results were clear. Let us proceed as I have suggested. Chief Guo surveyed the voting outcome and calmly commanded, bring forth the Special Operations Team. Ensure that these unruly elements are thoroughly suppressed. Understood. Chief Wang, observing the unfolding situation, could only sigh in resignation. He was alone and powerless to act. The outcome of this insurrection had long been predetermined, with the special operations team deployed. Who among the ordinary citizens could withstand their might? Even the average members of combat teams would have to yield. After all, the special operations team consisted entirely of level 9 ability users, far beyond the capacity of any ordinary combat unit to contend with. Just as Chief Guo issued the order for the special operations team to mobilize, a resounding explosion erupted from a small building adjacent to the Alliance District 11 government complex. Moments later, several figures were hurled from the upper floors by a tremendous force. Thud! The individuals landed on the ground, all spitting blood and wearing expressions of sheer terror. At that moment, a striking woman emerged from the window above. Dressed in a crimson qipao, her beauty was undeniable. Yet her demeanor radiated an aura of lethal intent and disdain. Suddenly, she paused, her expression darkening as she gazed into the distance, precisely in the direction where Jiang Feng stood. Humph! The qipao-clad beauty uttered not a word, merely casting a cold snort in Jiang Feng's direction. However, the murderous intent emanating from her, even at such a distance, sent chills down Jiang Feng's spine, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. Until the moment the elegant woman in the Cheongsam fully turned and entered the room, Jiang Feng's body instinctively trembled, finally coming to a halt. She must be the 9th leader, right? Jiang Feng inhaled deeply, casting a silent glance at Qin Yuner beside him. Indeed, it is she. Qin Yuner coldly fixed her gaze on the woman in the Cheongsam and slowly began to speak. As a reincarnator, she would never forget the 9th leader, who had devoured numerous members of combat teams beneath the onslaught of beasts, treating them as mere fodder to enhance her own prowess. Their 3rd advanced team was but one among many victims. The corner of Jiang Feng's mouth twitched slightly as he murmured gravely, "If it is her, then we may find it impossible to seek revenge." Although he had only caught a distant glimpse moments ago, Jiang Feng's apocalyptic system astutely captured the attributes of the 9th leader, and the information regarding her capabilities filled him with an overwhelming sense of despair. Chapter 64, Justice and the Law of Kings Y. When Jiang Feng revealed that their 3rd advanced team was unable to exact revenge on the alluring 9th leader in a Cheongsam, Li Hongtu, Shi Qian, Niao Niao, and Qin Yuner were all taken aback. Indeed, after a moment of silence, Jiang Feng despondently murmured, "She is level 10. Gasped. "What? Level 10? This is truly terrifying." Jiang Feng's words caused Li Hongtu, Shi Qian, Niao Niao, and Qin Yuner to collectively draw a sharp breath. This was their first encounter with a level 10 powerhouse. Even the reborn Qin Yuner had never anticipated that the 9th leader, who had drained them of their blood in their previous life, was actually a level 10 being. Although Qin Yuner had been devising various plans since her rebirth, strategizing around the equipment in the 7th relic, she believed that their enhanced strength, Jiang Feng and Appo's awakened abilities, combined with the support of equipment, would surely give them a fighting chance against the 9th leader in a Cheongsam. Yet, who could have imagined that the 9th leader would be a level 10 powerhouse? Such a formidable adversary was far beyond their capacity to confront. As for Jiang Feng's assessment, Li Hongtu, Shi Qian, Niao Niao, and Qin Yuner harbored no doubts. They had long suspected that Jiang Feng might possess a 3rd ability, one that allowed him to detect the levels and powers of others. Thus, now, they felt the same sense of helplessness as Jiang Feng. Facing a level 10 powerhouse, they stood no chance of victory. Everything would have to be contemplated at length. Li Hongtu furrowed his brow, murmuring solemnly. As the captain of the 3rd advanced team, he bore the responsibility for the well-being of his comrades. If they could eliminate the 9th leader in a Cheongsam, it would be ideal. Not only would they avenge themselves, but they would also ensure the safety of Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner. However, if they could not defeat the 9th leader, every additional day that Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner lingered in Alliance District 11 would pose a significant danger. Jiang Feng, Shi Qian, Niao Niao, and Qin Yuner wore somber expressions, remaining silent, each lost in their thoughts. Perhaps they were all intimidated by the level 10 ability of the 9th leader in a Cheongsam. Bang! Just as the members of the 3rd advanced team fell into contemplation, a sudden uproar erupted from the government building in Alliance District 11. Immediately, a figure was kicked out. With a chilling warning echoing, 16 special task forces surged forth from the government building. Among them was Zhang Gachang, who had previously invited Jiang Feng to their base. The emergence of over 100 level 9 ability users brought an overwhelming aura of menace, leaving everyone gasping for breath. Truly terrifying. For ordinary people, it felt as if they had stepped into the depths of a hellish abyss. Amidst the crowd, Chi-Chi, missing an arm, emerged, shouting in indignation. Having tasted the life of the elite, Chi-Chi could not return to the mundane existence of an ordinary person. Hero, do you even deserve that title? Your bloodshed for the Alliance is utterly insignificant. Bereft of the protection of the strong, you are not even afforded the opportunity to bleed. You are merely fit to be a meal for the beasts. Zhang Ganchang gazed with a grim countenance at Chi-Chi, who had recklessly charged before him, shouting defiantly. Gulp. Chi-Chi, unaccustomed to being confronted by a level 9 superhuman, felt her heart leap into her throat. To kill me? By what right? I am a member of the Alliance, not. Bang! Before Chi-Chi could finish her protest, Zhang Ganchang suddenly struck, delivering a powerful kick to her chest that sent her flying. Almost instantaneously, Chi-Chi and Appo's ribs shattered. And from a distance, one could clearly see her chest caving inwards. This kick from Zhang Ganchang sealed Chi-Chi's fate without a shadow of a doubt. The commotion. Zhang Ganchang nonchalantly glanced at Chi-Chi as she plummeted to the ground, lifeless, as though he had merely performed a trivial act. The sudden violence incited an uproar among the citizens of Alliance District 11. They were astonished that someone would dare to commit murder in public. Do you truly have the audacity to kill? Is there no law to uphold? Those who had come to seek just compensation were instantly enraged, charging at the Special Operations Team, shouting and demanding an explanation. Unfortunately, they were met with indifference, only to witness raised weapons and unleashed powers. The members of the Special Operations Team demonstrated through their actions that should anyone dare to take a single step forward, they would be met with indiscriminate brutality. In the presence of these level 9 superhumans, ordinary citizens, as well as disabled veterans of battle, stood as mere lambs awaiting slaughter. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the exterior of the Alliance government building in an instant. Those who had come to advocate for their rights fell utterly silent. Beneath the weight of tyranny, they had no hope of securing fairness. What laws, what justice, were merely the hollow gestures of the powerful. If the strong are willing to offer, then the weak may receive, but if they refuse, the weak are deemed unworthy. This encapsulates the lamentable state of our world today. Remember this, it is not you who safeguard the Alliance, but rather the Alliance that protects you. Without you, District 11 would remain as it is, yet without our leaders. Without us, it would be reduced to ashes. Zhang Ganchang proclaimed with haughty pride as he stood before the crowd. In the eyes of these powerful beings, they believed themselves to be the guardians of all within District 11, viewing the weak, the ordinary, as mere dependents unworthy of negotiating terms with them. Silence, profound and absolute. The discontented, faced with overwhelming power, chose to acquiesce, silently turning away, as if the preceding events had never transpired. As for Chi-Chi, who had just been mercilessly kicked to death by Zhang Ganchang, everyone seemed to overlook her demise, devoid of any empathy or sorrow. There was only indifference and disregard. Observing the helpless departure of the people, the members of the 3rd Advance Team fell into deep contemplation. Is this truly the Alliance community they wished to protect? Is this the outcome they envisioned? This stood in stark contrast to their ideals and aspirations, a chasm of unattainable distance. Thud, thud, thud. At that moment, the previously arrogant Zhang Ganchang approached Jiang Feng, a slight smile gracing his lips as he spoke. Jiang Feng, do you have any intention of joining my Mo-Gene Special Operations Team? Only by aligning with us can you truly ascend to the pinnacle of Alliance District 11 and be recognized as a person of genuine significance. Otherwise, you are no different from those insignificant pests and vermin. As he spoke, Zhang Ganchang gestured dismissively towards the crowd that had dispersed like a rabble. Chapter 65. The decision to depart. Although Captain Zhang Ganchang exhibited a demeanor of cold indifference toward others, he extended an unusual warmth toward Jiang Feng. Despite Jiang Feng being the lowest-ranked member of the 3rd Expeditionary Team, Zhang only invited him, neglecting the others. However, in the face of Zhang's cordiality, Jiang Feng remained notably aloof. He harbored no desire to become a mere executioner for the leaders, nor did he wish to embody the ruthlessness of someone like Zhang Ganchang. It is worth noting that Zhang Ganchang was not entirely human. Rather, he had transformed into a mutated zombie. This phenomenon was not unique to Zhang. Upon a cursory glance at the 16 Special Operations Team members, Jiang Feng utilized the Apocalypse System's identification feature to assess their attributes, discovering that over half of them were zombies. Of the true humans, only a mere 20% were level 9 ability users. It appeared that the upper echelons of Alliance District 11 had not merely succumbed to corruption, rather, they had largely been overtaken by zombies. One could only ponder whether Alliance District 11 was truly a community of humanity or a stronghold for mutated zombies. Captain Zhang, I am not yet inclined to join the Special Operations Team. There are still matters I cannot set aside, Jiang Feng replied with a faint smile, graciously declining Zhang Gongchang and Apos' goodwill. Despite his intense anger over Zhang's prior actions against Qi, he dared not display it. After all, one must bow their head beneath the eaves. In the presence of a level 9 powerhouse, Jiang Feng had to maintain an attitude of utmost caution. Ah, youth. Zhang Gongchang sighed resignedly, choosing not to press further. He presumed Jiang Feng's reluctance stemmed from lingering feelings for Niao Niao. In any case, Brother Gua and Guijinger were in no rush. The 9th leader had been warned and dared not act against Jiang Feng hastily. Thus, Jiang Feng had ample time to grow, without the need for urgency. Whenever you have made your decision, feel free to visit me at the Alliance Government Building. I will always welcome your joining. With that, Zhang Gongchang extended a final olive branch before reluctantly departing. As he watched Zhang Gongchang's retreating figure, Jiang Feng's gaze remained remarkably tranquil. It was evident from his expression that he would never join the Imogen Special Operations Team. Nor did he wish to set foot in the Alliance Government Building. He felt that this place was too tainted. Li Hongtu wore a stern expression, harboring no fondness for Zhang Gongchang or the leaders of Alliance District 11. However, as a level 7 defensive type, he found himself powerless to alter the reality he faced. Regardless of his dissatisfaction, today's events have profoundly impacted them, nearly overturning their worldview. Within the base of the 3rd Expeditionary Team, Li Hongtu, Jiang Feng, Shi Qian, Niao Niao, and Qin Yuner gathered, their expressions grave. Today had originally been a meticulously planned operation by Li Hongtu, aimed at securing sufficient benefits for their fallen brothers and retired comrades, while also uncovering the whereabouts of the 9th leader. Yet the ultimate outcome was nothing short of chaos. The actions taken to secure interests were forcefully suppressed, and the formidable strength of the 9th leader left the 3rd Expeditionary Team daunted. This time, they truly grasped the essence of despair. Considering the terrifying combat prowess of the 9th leader at level 10, I believe we should abandon our plans for revenge. Li Hongtu raised his head and, casting a calm glance at Jiang Feng and the others, spoke with serenity. Jiang Feng, Shi Qian, Niao Niao, and Qin Yuner, though unwilling, had to concede that with their current capabilities, they were utterly unfit to confront the 9th leader. Therefore, they had no choice but to forego their vengeance. Jiang Feng and his companions nodded in tacit agreement with Li Hongtu's decision. Then, Li Hongtu continued, since we cannot seek revenge against the 9th leader, it follows that Xiaofeng and Yuner are in peril. Hence, I propose that Xiaofeng and Yuner consider departing from Alliance District 11 and relocating to other communities within the Alliance. Although migrating from one community to another is fraught with danger, it is certainly preferable to remaining here, under the constant scrutiny of a level 10 powerhouse. After careful consideration, Li Hongtu believed that Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner's departure from Alliance District 11 was indeed the safest course of action. Both Jiang Feng and Qin Yuner had contemplated this matter. They understood that their fates were inexorably linked to the death of Jiade, marking them as thorns in the 9th leader and Apos' side. Remaining in Alliance District 11 was akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. Leaving might be the wisest choice. Even though migrating to another Alliance community posed its own risks, it was certainly better than waiting for death. I wish to go to Alliance District 14. Would you accompany me? Qin Yuner pondered briefly, then recalled a community not too distant and relatively safe along the way, Alliance District 14. I would. Jiang Feng answered without hesitation. Although he sometimes felt discomfort by how well Qin Yuner understood him, it was undeniable that her intentions were pure and heartfelt. Jiang Feng was willing to trust her. Men, Qin Yuner, pleased by Jiang Feng and Apos' immediate acquiescence, felt a surge of joy, though her expression bore a hint of disdain. Finally, she had the opportunity to elicit those 3 words from Jiang Feng. I am willing. Meanwhile, Niao Niao observed the scene quietly, feeling a twinge of unease in her heart. She had indeed come to terms with the notion that matters of the heart should flow naturally, yet she still wished to make a small claim. After all, it was rare for her to feel even a flicker of affection for a boy. May I join you? Niao Niao spoke softly, her voice laced with shyness, a touch of awkwardness, and an innate melancholy that made her hard to refuse. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng's eyes brightened instantly, and he responded, of course. There is nothing worthwhile in Alliance District 11, and having company as we leave would be all the more pleasant. Qinyan and Apos, her smiled as she gazed at Niao Niao, gently holding her hand and saying, of course, we are the best of sisters. Although Qin Yuner harbored feelings for Jiang Feng and was aware that he favored Niao Niao, she would never forget that she and Niao Niao were the closest of friends. Men may come and go, but the bond of sisterhood is irreplaceable. Thank you. Niao Niao softly replied, her heart warmed by Qin Yuner's affirmation. Since you all are leaving, why not include me as well? At that moment, Li Hongtu chuckled, expressing his desire to join Jiang Feng and the others in their migration to Alliance District 14. Having grown disillusioned with the upper echelons of Alliance District 11, he too wished to depart. That would be splendid. Jiang Feng, Niao Niao, and Qin Yuner rejoiced at Li Hongtu's willingness to accompany them. The prospect of the third advanced team leaving together was undoubtedly a fortuitous development. However, as the final member of the third advanced team, Shi Qian broke the silence after a brief pause and stated, I'm sorry, but I do not intend to leave. Chapter 66, Departure. Qian and Amp, Oppos. Are you not leaving? Upon hearing Shi Qian and Amp, Oppos' declaration of his intention to remain, Li Hongtu and Amp, Oppos' expression shifted slightly. Though he refrained from excessive persuasion, he understood that Shi Qian had those he could not bear to part with in Alliance District 11. Shi Qian offered a bittersweet smile and addressed Li Hongtu, Jiang Feng, Niao Niao, and Qin Yuner, saying, Of course, I wish to leave with all of you, but I have Xiao Chui, I have Xiao Dangdang, I have Granny Yu. I cannot abandon them. Without me, their lives in Alliance District 11 would be exceedingly difficult, and as ordinary individuals, they cannot traverse the beast forest for long distances. Therefore, I must remain. I hope you all understand and do not resent me. Shi Qian had his own burdens. He had people he was attached to, and thus, he could not simply depart. Li Hongtu gently patted Shi Qian's shoulder and replied, I understand. And I believe everyone else will too. Jiang Feng smiled softly, stepping forward to pull out his points card, transferring all his points to Shi Qian. Xia Feng, what are you doing? Shi Qian was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Jiang Feng in confusion. Brother Qian and Amp, Oppos. I am about to leave. What use do I have for these points? Leaving them with you will ensure that Xiao Chui and the others can live a more comfortable life. Even if you do not undertake field work, you can still enjoy a peaceful existence. Isn't that preferable? Shi Qian felt his eyes moisten and his nose tinged with warmth. To have a brother like Jiang Feng in this lifetime was a blessing he felt grateful for. Brother Qianer, I will give you mine too. Qin Yuner and Niao Niao stepped forward in turn, transferring their points to Shi Qian. Without reliable companions after their departure, the risks Shi Qian would face during field missions would increase significantly. However, with adequate points, he could forego fieldwork altogether, opting for lighter tasks or even volunteering in the logistics department. After all, with sufficient points, he could lead a life akin to that of the second generation. Though these points would not compare to theirs, living a life of peace was more than enough. Thank you, Shi Qian managed to say, his voice choked with emotion. We're all brothers and sisters here. There's no need for formality. Li Hongtu laughed heartily, adding, Qianer, I have no points to offer you, but I wish you and Xiao Chui a harmonious and sweet life together. Captain, look at what you're saying. Shi Qian chuckled and shot Li Hongtu a playful glare, gradually returning to his usual calm demeanor. Li Hongtu surveyed the group before continuing, since we have decided to leave. Let us prepare promptly. I plan to take on a field mission tomorrow, and during that time, we shall depart from Alliance District 11 and head to Alliance District 14. As delay may lead to unforeseen complications. As for our whereabouts and fate, Qianer, you may tell them we all perished. After all, the higher-ups in the Alliance are indifferent, and no one should question it. Li Hongtu, being a seasoned veteran, swiftly concocted a plan to escape from the Alliance's District 11. Shi Qian nodded heavily and assured, Captain, rest assured, I know what to do. Jiang Feng, Niao Niao, and Qin Yuner also silently nodded in agreement, harboring no objections to Li Hongtu and Oppos' scheme. Within the familiar confines of the government building in District 11, the same laboratory buzzed with activity as Guijinger recognized the bustling figures. Boom! Another explosion erupted, followed by Guijinger's curses as his experiment met yet another failure. Clearing the smoke with a gentle wave of his hand, Guijinger stepped out of the laboratory, lowered his mask, and calmly regarded Zhang Gongchang, inquiring, Are you certain that Jiang Feng intends to flee from Alliance District 11? Thoughtfully stroking his chin, Guijinger murmured, Such a promising experimental subject daring to escape prematurely. This simply cannot be permitted. If he manages to flee, who knows when the next perfect subject will present itself. Guijing and Oppos was reluctant to see Jiang Feng evade capture, for suitable subjects were a rare find in his pursuits. After a moment of contemplation, he reached a resolution. When do they plan to leave? Tomorrow. They intend to undertake an external mission and seize that opportunity to escape from the Alliance community, Zhang Gaochang reported earnestly. He had dispatched comrades to covertly protect Jiang Feng, yet a 9th-level expert could easily discern all activities within the base of the 3rd Advanced Team, which had gone unnoticed by them. Thus, the plan of Jiang Feng and his companions, seemingly clandestine, had already been exposed. Guojinger murmured, in that case, you shall visit the base of the 3rd Advanced Team tomorrow morning and bring every member of their team. All of them. Zhang Gaochang and Apos' eyes brightened, instantly grasping Guojinger's intention. If the goal was merely to capture Jiang Feng, they could have done so discreetly. However, the directive to apprehend the entire 3rd Advanced Team clearly indicated a desire to convert them all into experimental subjects. Indeed, I shall prepare at once, Zhang Gaochang responded, promptly setting about his task. He had long been displeased with Jiang Feng's repeated rejections of his invitations, yet without Guojinger's command, he had refrained from taking action. Now, with the explicit order from Guojinger, he would show no mercy. As Zhang Gaochang departed, Guojinger stood in place, murmuring, while the others may lack a certain quality, experimenting with some volatile substances on them could still yield acceptable results. With a sinister smile, he turned and re-entered his laboratory. The following day, the members of the 3rd Advanced Team rose early. Are we all prepared? Li Hongtu inquired, his gaze resolute. Captain, we are ready. This would mark the final operation for their team, and everyone was particularly earnest. Let us depart. Li Hongtu nodded, clearly pleased with everyone's spirited demeanor, and then boldly strode toward the entrance of the base. Creak. Li Hongtu raised his hand to open the massive door, only to find himself momentarily stunned. Behind him, Jiang Feng and the others were equally taken aback, for they discovered that, at some unknown point, a formidable special operations team had gathered at the entrance of their 3rd Forward Team's base. Captain Zhang, you all came? Li Hongtu's expression shifted slightly, as a hint of realization dawned upon him. Before them stood none other than the MOGene Special Operations Team, led by Captain Zhang Gaochang, uniformly composed of 9th-level experts. They emanated an unparalleled sense of pressure towards the members of the 3rd Forward Team. With a calm smile, Zhang Gaochang surveyed Li Hongtu and the others behind him, casually remarking, if we hadn't come, wouldn't you have slipped away? Chapter 67. The source of the zombies escaped? Zhang Gaochang's words suddenly left Li Hongtu and his companions momentarily stunned, for they instantly realized that their plan to flee had been exposed. Who could have anticipated that before they even commenced their actions, they had already met with utter failure? Captain Zhang, how did you come to know? Li Hongtu's expression shifted dramatically as he gazed incredulously at Zhang Gaochang. At that moment, the 3rd Advanced Team was united in their animosity toward the enemy, firmly bonded in their resolve, and it was inconceivable that they would betray their comrades. Thus, the means by which Zhang Gaochang had uncovered the 3rd Advanced Team's escape plan was rather intriguing. Zhang Gaochang sneered disdainfully, casting a haughty glance at Li Hongtu as he spoke. Originally, Brother Guo instructed me to secretly protect Jiang Feng, but unexpectedly, we have reaped an unforeseen reward. So, do not blame me. You can only curse your ill fortune. In the face of absolute power, your trivial schemes are merely child's play. I advise you to surrender and accept your fate. Zhang Gaochang's gaze was filled with arrogance, exhibiting no regard for Li Hongtu and his companions. After all, the disparity in levels was too vast, and disdain was only natural. The weight of Zhang Gaochang's words caused Li Hongtu and his companions' hearts to sink. They had never anticipated that Zhang Gaochang would place such significance on Jiang Feng. Now that their escape plan had been revealed, they would likely have no choice but to charge forward regardless. However, as this thought flickered through Li Hongtu and his companions' minds, Zhang Gaochang issued his command, capture them. He proclaimed arrogantly, instructing his elite team of the Ink Gold Special Operations Unit. The members of the Ink Gold Special Operations Unit exchanged glances before collectively fixing their gaze on Li Hongtu and his companions. In this tense moment, if they did not flee, they would lose their opportunity forever. In an instant, Jiang Feng, Shi Qian, Niao Niao, and Qin Yuner understood the urgency and dashed desperately toward the base and Apos' exit. Unfortunately, bang, 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 just a few steps into their escape, Li Hongtu and his companions were swiftly rendered unconscious. In the face of overwhelming power, they had no chance to resist. After all, the highest level among the 3rd Advanced Team was merely level 7, whereas every member of the Inc. Gold Special Operations Unit was uniformly at level 9. Such a disparity in strength was insurmountable by any strategy. Even Shi Qian, renowned for his speed, had no hope of evading capture. Ridiculous. Zhang Gongchang looked down with contempt at the fallen Li Hongtu, Jiang Feng, Shi Qian, Niao Niao, and Qin Yuner, his expression one of utter disdain. In Zhang Gongchang's eyes, they were no different from ants. Though the level difference between Li Hongtu and Zhang Gongchang was a mere 2 ranks, the reality was that the higher the level, the greater the disparity. The gap between levels 7 and 9 was far more significant than that between levels 1 and 7. Thus, the complete capture of the 3rd Advanced Team had been predetermined from the moment the Inc. Gold Special Operations Unit set their plan in motion. Zhang Gongchang glanced at his team members and spoke nonchalantly. In his view, his special task force, the Inc. Gold Team, was no different from a group that had just gone out to hunt a warren of rabbits. Yes, Captain. As Jiang Feng slowly regained consciousness from his stupor, he discovered himself bound to a steel chair, restrained by steel cables as thick as his thumb. The surrounding environment was shrouded in darkness, infused with a dampness that suggested he was in some sort of basement, devoid of light. Where is this? Jiang Feng furrowed his brow slightly. Unfamiliar with this place and oblivious to its precise location. What troubled him most, however, was not his own predicament, but the whereabouts of Li Hongtu, Shi Qian, Jiao Niao, and Qin Yuner, who were conspicuously absent. Jiang Feng was deeply concerned for their safety. Determined, Jiang Feng gritted his teeth and attempted to free himself from the steel cables. But despite his exertions, his efforts proved futile. Power wristbands. Clenching his jaw, he activated the tenfold enhancement of his power wristbands, yet still found himself at an impasse. As he struggled, the cables remained immovable, as if they were impervious to his efforts. Stop resisting. These cables are custom-made for level 10 powerhouses. As a mere level 5 ability user, even if you deplete your entire energy, escaping is beyond your reach. Just as Jiang Feng endeavored to break free, a cold, mocking voice resonated in the room. Moments later, he beheld Guo Jing and Appos, clad in a white lab coat, approaching with a smile, wielding a colossal syringe filled with a luminescent concoction. It's you? Jiang Feng's heart jolted. Although he had never exchanged words directly with Guo Jing, he could scarcely forget witnessing him flaunting his arrogance while speeding away in a luxury car, reveling in his status among the crowd. Thus, Jiang Feng held a faint recollection of him. Have you heard my story? Guo Jing momentarily faltered, a hint of surprise flickering across his face. Despite his haughty demeanor, he never mingled with the common populace or lower-tier ability users. No, but I have seen you, the arrogant scion, Jiang Feng coldly retorted. Having long regarded Guo Jing as nothing more than a privileged heir from a prominent family. A scion? Guo Jing chuckled at Jiang Feng's assessment. On the surface, he indeed appeared to be a quintessential heir, yet those who truly understood the dynamics of the Alliance's 11th district recognized the extent of Guo Jing's influence. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that without Guo Jing, his father, Chief Guo, would not have attained his current standing. Moreover, a significant portion of the upper echelon in the 11th district of the Alliance comprised individuals cultivated by Guo Jing and Appos, through zombie serum. In reality, Guo Jing and Appos, was the true mastermind behind the Alliance and Appos' 11th district, a fact that remained obscured from the general populace, including low-tier combatants like Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng, you underestimate me far too much. If I were merely a second-generation heir, the existence of Alliance District 11 would be unwarranted. Guo Jing sneered contemptuously, in his eyes. He was the deity who forged Alliance District 11, while others were merely his vassals. Jiang Feng furrowed his brow, studying Guo Jing and Appos, with a look of perplexity. Upon Guo Jing and Appos' appearance before him, Jiang Feng had already utilized the attribute detection capability of the mode system to examine Guo Jing and Appos' basic attributes. A zombie. Simply a minor undead creature, one that had yet to awaken any extraordinary abilities, and was an ordinary mutated zombie. Under normal circumstances, Guo Jing might not even rival the sister-in-law you that Jiang Feng had previously vanquished. How could such a person dare to utter such bold claims? Jiang Feng found himself momentarily bewildered. What Jiang Feng was unaware of, however, was that the mutated zombies of Alliance District 11 fundamentally originated from Guo Jing's zombie serum evolution. It can be said that Guo Jing is the progenitor of the mutated zombies within Alliance District 11. Calling him the ancestor of zombies would not be an exaggeration. Merely through bloodline suppression, Guo could effortlessly dominate all mutated zombies in Alliance District 11. This was the foundation of Guo arrogance and arrogance. Chapter 68. Zombie Serum. Regardless of the arrogant demeanor displayed by Guo Jiang Feng remained wholly skeptical. He firmly believed that a mere ordinary zombie could not possibly possess significant power. In Jiang Feng's eyes, Guo relied solely on familial influence, with no merit of his own. Perceiving Jiang Feng's prejudice, Guo shook his head in silent resignation, a rueful smile gracing his lips as he languidly remarked, "If you choose not to believe me, I cannot change that. However, once I administer the serum into your body, and you undergo mutation into a zombie, you shall comprehend my words. At that moment, you too shall become my devout follower." With a sinister smile, Guo raised his hand, poised to inject the phosphorescent liquid from the syringe into Jiang Feng's body. "Stop." Jiang Feng's expression twisted into one of rage upon realizing Guo intent to transform him into a zombie. He was resolute in his refusal. The horrifying visage of a mutated zombie sent chills down his spine. He feared that becoming such a creature would drive him to madness. "You refuse?" Guo, taken aback by Jiang Feng's vehement rejection, replied with a hint of exasperation, "You must understand, the serum I am about to inject is the culmination of my arduous research. Should you successfully absorb it, you would become the mightiest being in Alliance Zone 11. Do you have any idea how many covet this serum? Do you realize how many envy your position? Why do you fail to appreciate your own fortune?" With a resigned sigh, Guo continued, "However, I am not one to force a reluctant individual. If you are unwilling, I shall refrain from injecting you for the moment. Your companions remain imprisoned next door. I shall first administer the experimental serums to them. It would be a shame to let these few test subjects go to waste. I can always return to you later." With a slight smile, Guo began to rise, ready to venture to the adjoining room. "Captain, Jianer, Niao, you know?" Jiang Feng's countenance shifted abruptly upon hearing Guo words. He would not allow Guo to harm Li Hongtu and the others. Absolutely not. "Stay right there." Jiang Feng gritted his teeth, his gaze resolute as he addressed Guo. "Do not harm them. If there is any conflict, let it be directed at me." In his determination to protect Qin Yan and the others, Jiang Feng willingly chose to sacrifice himself. The current situation was dire for him and his companions. Every soul saved was a victory, and he resolved to fight for their safety, with a glint of cunning satisfaction in his eyes. Guo turned to Jiang Feng and inquired, "Have you come to a decision?" Jiang Feng clenched his jaw in frustration, retorting, "I have decided." Guo, with a jovial smile, raised the syringe and approached Jiang Feng, stating, "I am not coercing you. This is entirely voluntary on your part." Jiang Feng rolled his eyes in silence, muttering inwardly, "Shameless." Guo forcefully plunged the syringe into Jiang Feng's arm, and with a gentle push, injected the luminous serum entirely into his body. Soon, Jiang Feng's physique began to react. The serum, seemingly endowed with a consciousness of its own, surged through his bloodstream, fervently racing toward various parts of his body. Concurrently, this fluorescent serum exhibited immense destructive power, instantly shattering Jiang Feng's cellular structure while simultaneously possessing a terrifying regenerative capability, reconstructing the obliterated cells in the blink of an eye. However, during this cycle of destruction and reconstruction, Jiang Feng's cells were incessantly fortified, and the excruciating pain rendered him utterly intolerant. Jiang Feng cried out in anguish. As the serum shattered and rebuilt his cells, his physical stamina rapidly diminished, depleting him in an instant. At this juncture, the energy restoration glitch of the Apocalypse system began to take effect. Consequently, this inadvertently aided the serum in further transforming Jiang Feng's body, intensifying his suffering. Thus, his cries grew increasingly heartrending. Yet, observing Jiang Feng's torment, Guo wore an expression of exhilaration, gazing at him as if he were a masterpiece, with anticipation gleaming in his eyes. He relished the prospect of witnessing the emergence of his creation. Jiang Feng's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. He had not anticipated Guo grotesque nature. Bound by steel cables, he found himself utterly helpless. Ding. System alert. Host detected suffering from zombie infection. Body undergoing zombification. Ding. System alert. System antivirus initiated. Please wait. Suddenly, 2 system alert sounds echoed in Jiang Feng's mind, indicating that his Apocalypse system had commenced the eradication of the zombie virus. Instantly, he felt a chilling presence within his body, and his increasingly unruly mind gradually regained its composure, although the transformation process continued unabated. Guijinger, who had been patiently awaiting Jiang Feng's zombification, now looked at him in confusion. By the usual timeline, Jiang Feng should have already lost his humanity. Why was he still human? Why could his zombie lineage not sense Jiang Feng and Apos as transformation? It was perplexing that he could resist the infection of the zombie serum. Guijing and Apos surveyed Jiang Feng in disbelief. This was an unprecedented occurrence for him. Humph. You wish to turn me into a zombie? Dream on. Although Jiang Feng's body was in torment, his mind remained lucid, and leveraging the effectiveness of the apocalypse system, he began to provoke Guijinger. Alas, Guijinger remained impervious to his taunts. Guijinger gazed at Jiang Feng with a smile, unhurriedly stating, "Do not rush. The injection of this batch of serum has only just begun. I find it hard to believe that you can withstand the infection from 4 vials of zombie serum." 4 vials? Jiang Feng's expression stiffened slightly. The agony from a single vial had already left him in torment. The prospect of enduring 3 more was daunting. He questioned whether the apocalypse system could withstand it, fearing that his very psyche might not endure the strain. Take your time to savor this batch of serum. Its after effects are particularly potent. Otherwise, I would not hold you in such high regard, Guijinger remarked with a significant glance at Jiang Feng. This latest and most formidable zombie serum not only demanded considerable physical stamina for bodily modification but also possessed a terrifying quality. Its effects would intensify over time. This was why Guijingo assessed the strength of will and mental fortitude when selecting experimental subjects. Jiang Feng was valued for his remarkable physical recovery, unwavering determination, and robust mental constitution. Just as Jiang Feng prepared to retort, the serum coursed through his body, unleashing an overwhelming wave of pain that surged to his mind. He cried out in anguish once more before succumbing to unconsciousness. Even after Jiang Feng fell into darkness, the enhancement and modification of his physical form continued unabated. The battle between the system and Apos' antivirus measures and the zombie virus had officially commenced. Whether Jiang Feng would ultimately mutate into a zombie remained uncertain. Guijingo, observing the unconscious Jiang Feng, murmured calmly, "Take your time to enjoy this. This is merely the beginning." Chapter 69 Decision. A sudden, anguished wail echoed through the dim corridor, emanating from Jiang Feng. Nearby, Li Hongtu, Shi Qian, Niao Niao, and Qin Yuner, who were confined in adjacent cells, instantly awoke from their slumber. Upon regaining consciousness, they discovered themselves imprisoned in a dark, windowless chamber, each confined to their own individual cell. Like Jiang Feng, they too were bound to an iron chair, secured with unyielding steel cords. Jiang Feng, Qin Yuner, upon awakening, could still hear his agonized cries. With a furrowed brow, she scanned her surroundings, realizing that, as a reincarnator, she was unaware of such a place within Alliance District 11. Unable to break free, Qin Yuner's thoughts were consumed by an urgent desire to escape and rescue Jiang Feng, rendering her indifferent to her own predicament. Despite her fervent efforts, she found herself powerless against the steel bindings, reduced to a futile struggle in the iron chair. "Jiang Feng, do not despair. I shall come to your aid, I promise," Qin Yuner murmured, her eyes reddened with tears. In her memories as a reincarnator, she recalled that Jiang Feng had never cried out in such torment. Even when teetering on the brink of death, she understood that his current situation must be dire indeed. Regrettably, at merely level 6, and lacking the strength of a combat-oriented ability user, she was equally incapable of severing the steel cords. "Break. Why won't you break?" Qin Yuner cried in desperation, beads of sweat forming on her brow, the cords chafing her skin until it bled. Yet, she paid no heed to her wounds. Her sole focus was on freeing herself to save Jiang Feng. But no matter her efforts, she remained utterly powerless. Drip, drip. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she lamented her helplessness, plagued by fears for Jiang Feng's safety. After all, from Zhang Gongchang's words, it was evident that their true target had always been Jiang Feng. Silence? Suddenly, Jiang Feng's cries ceased, and rather than feel relieved, Qin Yuner was engulfed by a deeper sense of dread. This could signify that he had met with misfortune, that he was. No. Qin Yuner screamed and roared in anguish. She had fought hard to return to life, and she had strived to reach this point with the members of the 3rd Advance Team. She refused to accept that everything would end here. With determination igniting in her crimson eyes, she resolved to take drastic measures. "If necessary, I shall begin anew," she whispered through gritted teeth. During her time at the ruins of Number 7, Qin Yuner had carefully selected her equipment, one of which was a crucial item, the time pendant adorning her left ear. In her analysis, this pendant was the key to her reincarnation, In her previous life, it was stained with blood, ultimately allowing her to return once more. Regrettably, Qin Yuner finds herself bound, unable to reach the time earrings, which fills her with an acute sense of urgency, yet she remains powerless. Nevertheless, she has mentally prepared herself. Should the opportunity arise to touch the time earrings, she would unhesitatingly choose to sacrifice herself for rebirth. Although she harbors uncertainty about whether the time earrings can indeed facilitate a second rebirth, she is willing to take that chance for Jiang Feng, even if it means death. Li Hongtu, confined in the adjacent cell, hears Jiang Feng's anguished cries. Like Qin Yuner, he is ensnared by steel ropes, unable to break free. Despite his relentless efforts, which have drawn blood, he refuses to accept that this is the end. Stone Qian, equipped with Wind Whisper, possesses the keenest hearing among them and has overheard the conversation between Jiang Feng and Gui Jing'er, heightening his concern. After all, Jiang Feng is enduring the torment of the zombie serum at every moment. Yet, Stone Qian is equally incapable of extricating himself from his bindings. In the furthest chamber, Niao Niao, imprisoned within, hears Jiang Feng and Apos, as pain cries, though they reach her in a distorted manner due to the structure of the underground prison. Nevertheless, she is certain that the cries belong to Jiang Feng. Clenching her fists, she remains composed, fully aware that her previous attempts to escape have been futile. As she listens to the intermittent wails, her heart tightens involuntarily. In the past, she thought she would never fall for anyone again. But that fleeting moment of palpitations has revealed to her that she may have genuinely developed feelings for Jiang Feng. Do not fear. If you perish, I shall not live on alone. A faint smile flickers in Niao Niao and Apos' melancholic eyes as she seems to convey this message to Jiang Feng across the lengthy underground passage. Once, she nearly lost her life due to love. Now, she willingly embraces the prospect of dying for it. In the building adjacent to the Alliance District 11 government office, within a dim room, the ninth leader, a beauty in a qipao, has abandoned all pretense of elegance. Holding a goblet, she voraciously consumes blood. Her gaze, dark and menacing, shifts toward a shadow in the corner as she inquires, "Have Jiang Feng and the others vanished completely? Are you certain?" "Indeed, leader. I have verified that they are nowhere to be found in District 11, nor have they left the community." The disappearance of a combat squad without explanation is utterly bewildering. Moreover, the third advance team had taken on today's external task, making their disappearance all the more implausible. Nowhere at all? Could it be? The ninth leader's face darkens as she ponders, seemingly struck by a sudden realization. Subsequently, her gaze sharpened as she directed her attention toward the shadow in the corner, saying, "You, infiltrate the adjacent government building and investigate the basement. Jiang Feng and his companions may be imprisoned there." Just next door? The shadow was momentarily taken aback by the words of the elegant woman in the Cheongsam, never having fathomed that Jiang Feng and his associates were so close. At the same time, the shadow felt a surge of apprehension, for she too was unaware of the concealed chamber beneath the government building next door. However, given that it was a hidden chamber, it posed no challenge for her. Her extraordinary abilities allowed her to infiltrate undetected with ease. "Leader, what shall we do if we find Jiang Feng and his companions?" The shadow inquired softly. The leader, her eyes glinting with a chilling resolve, murmured, "Since this is his territory, Jiang Feng and Apos' demise cannot be attributed to me. Therefore, you shall eliminate Jiang Feng and his companions without hesitation." The woman in the Cheongsam spoke through gritted teeth, her animosity toward Jiang Feng unwavering. "Understood," the shadow replied, and then, under the hopeful gaze of the Cheongsam-clad leader, she gradually melded into the darkness, ultimately vanishing from sight. Chapter 70. The Godmother. As time ticked by, Jiang Feng, who had been imprisoned in the dim underground chamber, finally stirred from his prolonged unconsciousness. The initial dose of the zombie serum had rendered him comatose for a full 7 hours. However, upon awakening, he was relieved to discover that he had not succumbed to the transformation into a zombie. The virus eradication capabilities of the Apocalypse system had ultimately triumphed over the zombie virus infection. Simultaneously, Jiang Feng was astonished to find that his physical form had undergone an unprecedented enhancement, although his level remained at a mere 5. His physical capacity had surged from over 400 to more than 500, marking a significant increase in his physical limits. Now, his physical prowess could rival that of zombies and mutated beasts of the same level. Among humans, Jiang Feng now stood as a paragon of physical capability. "You have finally awakened?" A familiar voice suddenly resonated from a shadowy corner, belonging to none other than Gui Jing'er. He approached Jiang Feng with measured steps, his eyes brimming with astonishment and delight. He had never anticipated that Jiang Feng could withstand the infection from the most potent serum he had developed while retaining his human rationality. Truly, you are the most suitable subject I have deemed worthy. Your resilience surpasses my expectations. You have indeed endured the serum infection. Remarkable, exceedingly remarkable. Guojinger praised. Then, with a sinister glint in his eyes, he leaned closer and remarked, I wonder, how many more doses of the zombie serum you can endure? Could it be that you can withstand 4? As he spoke, Guojing and Apos produced 2 more vials of the zombie serum. This time, without a hint of hesitation, he injected both vials directly into Jiang Feng's body, leaving only the final vial for contingencies. I will never allow you to have your way. Jiang Feng gritted his teeth, his gaze resolute. Faced with the 2 vials of serum forcibly injected into him, he had no option but to endure and persevere. Fortunately, with the virus eradication mechanism of the Apocalypse system on his side, he knew that without it, he would likely succumb to even a single vial of the serum. Guojinger, unfazed by Jiang Feng's defiance, merely smiled slightly and said, Then let us await the outcome. With that, he departed slowly under Jiang Feng's furious gaze. You are. Jiang Feng attempted to voice his thoughts, but the agonizing process of the zombie serum once again ravaged his body, prompting him to cry out in pain. However, having previously endured the torment of the serum, he had developed a formidable immunity to the agony of cellular decay and reconstitution. Though he held in suffering for a while, he did not faint. Instead, as time progressed, he began to acclimate to the ordeal. Eventually, beads of sweat dripped from his forehead, yet he gritted his teeth, refraining from uttering another sound or showing any signs of losing consciousness. It's almost over, just a little longer. At this moment, Jiang Feng's eyes were bloodshot, and his muscles were suffused with a crimson hue. The fluorescent serum coursed through his body, enhancing his physical capabilities at an astonishing rate. As his physical strength escalated, so too did his power, subtly augmenting under the influence of his strength-enhancing wristbands. Now, Jiang Feng and Apos' strength had far surpassed that of a typical level 10 ability user. Moreover, he had recently attempted, discreetly, to free himself from the steel ropes binding him, which were as thick as his thumb, and he was tantalizingly close to success. Keep pushing. Hold on. The captain and the others are waiting for me. Jiang Feng resolutely chanted within his heart, acutely aware that the fate of their 3rd advance team rested solely in his hands. After all, the others lacked any extraordinary encounters that might allow them to escape the terrifying steel restraints. Even Qin Yuner, a reincarnated individual, was merely a controller-type ability user, lacking in raw strength. If Jiang Feng could not break free from his shackles, the others stood no chance whatsoever. Thus, the lives of everyone hinged entirely on him. Come to think of it, I truly owe my gratitude to Guojinger. Jiang Feng squinted, musing internally. It was the transformation brought about by the zombie serum that afforded him the opportunity to escape the steel bindings. Otherwise, despair would have been their only companion. Suddenly, as Jiang Feng silently endured the agonizing transformation wrought by the zombie serum, an individual's information unexpectedly appeared on the Apocalypse system panel. Mei Yingying? Indeed. Mei Yingying's attribute information emerged on Jiang Feng's panel. A killer concealed in the shadows, her presence aligned perfectly with the earlier description provided by Shi Qian. Jiang Feng had harbored suspicions about Mei Yingying during the uprising incident, particularly noting her left shoulder wound. Her sudden appearance now validated his doubts. The one who had assassinated Shi Qian and Xiao Chui's family was none other than Mei Yingying, a dark operative under the command of the 9th leader. Captain Mei, your presence here cannot be merely coincidental. Are you here to eliminate us on behalf of the 9th leader? Abruptly, Jiang Feng addressed the dark expanse before him. Thud. At that moment, Mei Yingying, who had been utilizing her abilities to conceal herself in the shadows, froze, eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at Jiang Feng. That night, Shi Qian had been able to detect her presence in the darkness. Now, Jiang Feng could as well? What sort of peculiar individuals comprised the 3rd advance team? Her second ability was reputed to be invincible in Alliance District 11, yet against the members of the 3rd advance team, she found herself at a disadvantage at every turn. Mei Yingying's silhouette gradually emerged from the shadows, her expression a mixture of confusion and curiosity as she regarded Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng was equally perplexed. While it was understandable for zombies to exhibit loyalty to their kind, it was far more difficult to comprehend why a human would exhibit fidelity to a zombie. Moreover, Mei Yingying was a formidable human ability user in her own right. Most importantly, Mei Yingying's second ability could undoubtedly elevate her to the ranks of unparalleled experts. Even if she chose not to remain in Alliance District 11, she could effortlessly journey to other Alliance communities. There was no need to cling to a single tree for sustenance. Therefore, Jiang Feng found it difficult to comprehend Mei Yingying's decision to serve as a subordinate to the ninth leader and speculated that there might be deeper motives at play. Listening to Jiang Feng's words, a slight smile, tinged with a chilling disdain, crept across Mei Yingying's lips as she slowly replied, "What of zombies? What of humans? My Aunt Apos, Godmother Aunt Apos, has saved my life. I, Mei Yingying, am not one to forget such kindness." Godmother? Jiang Feng was momentarily taken aback by Mei Yingying and Apos' declaration. He distinctly remembered that during the uprising, the ninth leader appeared remarkably youthful, perhaps even younger than Mei Yingying herself. Oh, how could she possibly be her godmother? Of course, there existed the possibility that the ninth leader's aberrant zombie abilities allowed her to maintain her youthful visage. Mei Yingying paid no heed to Jiang Feng's astonishment and calmly continued. "Initially, my godmother had no interest in you, yet you chose to kill her only son. Though Xiaodi may be a disappointing child, he is nonetheless her flesh and blood. You have wounded her heart, and for that, you shall pay with your lives. I have come this time to eliminate you on behalf of my godmother." As she spoke, Mei Yingying drew a slender, obsidian sword from her waist, her eyes brimming with lethal intent. Chapter 71 The True Thud. 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 Mei Yingying strode toward Jiang Feng, her slender black sword slowly aimed at him. As the architect of Jayad's demise, Jiang Feng undoubtedly deserved to be the first to perish, and his death should not come too easily. Otherwise, it would not be vengeance at all. The notion of Jiang Feng suffering profoundly before his end was the singular desire that consumed Mei Yingying. Clunk. As Mei Yingying approached, Jiang Feng displayed no hint of fear. Instead, he gritted his teeth, striving to maintain his composure for just a moment longer. With his physical endurance bolstered by the strength of his wristbands, he was on the brink of breaking free from his restraints. Just a fraction more was needed. Thus, he disregarded the agony of the serum infection, hastily accelerating the flow of blood within him to hasten the absorption of the zombie serum's power. However, this reckless act only intensified his suffering. Jiang Feng gritted his teeth, ultimately unable to suppress a cry of pain. Just as Mei Yingying was poised to strike, she suddenly noticed Jiang Feng's eyes ablaze with crimson, his muscles rotting yet regenerating, and the phosphorescent serum coursing through his veins. In an instant, comprehension dawned upon her. "Is this the zombie serum?" Mei Yingying's eyes sparkled as she beamed at Jiang Feng, inquiring, "You must be feeling quite tormented right now, am I correct?" Although not a zombie herself, Mei Yingying was well acquainted with the ninth leader, a zombie, and her entire team was composed of the undead. She had witnessed firsthand the harrowing process of human beings succumbing to the zombie serum infection and fully understood its horrific nature, the unbearable torment it entailed. Countless individuals had succumbed to the agony and ultimately lost consciousness. "Didn't you want to kill me? Why not act swiftly? I can barely hold on any longer. You would be doing me a favor by liberating me." Jiang Feng, eyes ablaze, silently gazed at Mei Yingying. A flicker of cold amusement crossed his gaze as a cunning plan took shape in his mind. "Ha, liberate you? How naive." Mei Yingying regarded him with disdain, her expression dripping with scorn as she slowly articulated, "My adoptive mother mentioned that the process of zombie serum infection is the most excruciating experience, akin to being reborn, surpassing any form of torture in its torment. Thus, when administering the zombie serum, one must be securely bound to prevent escape due to the agony, ultimately opting for self-destruction. I had initially intended to torment you further, but it seems unnecessary now, for no matter how I torment you, it pales in comparison to the suffering brought on by the zombie serum infection." With that, Mei Yingying raised her black slender sword and disappeared once more into the shadows. Turning to approach the concealed chamber housing the other members of the third reconnaissance team, Jiang Feng watched her depart, a faint smile flickering in his eyes. His scheme had succeeded. "Foolish woman," Jiang Feng muttered to himself, inhaling deeply as he endeavored to assimilate the last remnants of the zombie serum and Apos' power. "Almost there. Just wait for me a little longer." Jiang Feng turned his head to glance at the adjacent passage, gritting his teeth as he endured the agony induced by the zombie serum. "Who is there? Come out." At that moment, Shi Qian suddenly raised his brow, fixating on a specific point in the dark corridor, speaking with a venomous tone. Just moments ago, through his equipment foaming, Shi Qian had detected a familiar silhouette, the very individual who had attempted to assassinate him that fateful day. Indeed, You can hear my footsteps." From the depths of the shadowy passage came a scornful laugh, followed by the emergence of Mei Yingying, cloaked in black. Since the members of the 3rd Vanguard team were destined to perish, she saw no need to conceal herself before the dead. "Is it truly you?" A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Shi Qian's eyes. During the revolt, Jiang Feng had warned him that Mei Yingying might be the one sent to eliminate him. Yet, at that time, certainty eluded him. Now, however, he could finally ascertain the truth. Shi Qian, perplexed, gazed at Mei Yingying and inquired, "Captain Mei, although I, Shi Qian, am of ordinary character, I believe I have never wronged you. Why then, do you seek my demise?" Shi Qian's icy stare bore into Mei Yingying, eager for an explanation. With a disdainful smirk, Mei Yingying replied nonchalantly, "You have indeed not offended me, but Jiang Feng killed my stepmother and Appo's son, and thus, your entire 3rd Vanguard team shall be implicated and must perish." At that moment, Li Hongtu, imprisoned in the adjacent cell, spoke up. Initially, Lin Hu had risked certain death to warn the 3rd Vanguard team, and thereafter, no further news of Lin Hu had surfaced. The official announcement from the Alliance stated that Lin Hu had tragically fallen into the river and succumbed to the jaws of aberrant fish. Yet such an excuse was hardly credible to Li Hongtu and his comrades. Regrettably, they could neither investigate nor dare to dig deeper into Lin Hu's death. They only knew it was linked to the 9th leader, and that was all. "Lin Hu, you say?" Mei Yingying paused momentarily, then turned her gaze toward Li Hongtu. A cold smile gracing her lips. "He was slain by my hand. I still vividly recall the incredulous look he cast upon me in his final moments. It was simply delightful. I yearned to kill him again." Mei Yingying's smile resembled that of a demon. "You." Li Hongtu's eyes burned crimson as he glared fiercely at Mei Yingying. Their organization had invested tremendous effort to combat the injustices of the Alliance's 11th District. Lin Hu, a covert informant embedded within enemy ranks, had sacrificed even more. Yet, far too often, the members of their organization perished quietly, their deaths seeming wholly undeserved. "Brotherly, do not be agitated. Shortly, I'll be the first to send you down to meet him. How does that sound? Does my sister not feel for you?" Mei Yingying offered a slight smile, then, brandishing her slender black sword, she leisurely approached Li Hongtu's cell. "Mei Yingying, halt. If you intend to kill, take me first." As Mei Yingying prepared to strike at Li Hongtu, Shi Qian panicked and urgently called out, imploring her to spare him and take his life instead. On the other side of the prison, Qin Yuner overheard everything. She boldly declared, "Mei Yingying, among the two who killed Jia Di, besides Jiang Feng, the other is me. If you dare, go ahead and kill me." Upon hearing this, Mei Yingying furrowed her brows, her gaze suddenly turning fierce. "There is another one?" She sheathed her slender sword, pivoting to approach the room where Qin Yun and Appo's resided. "Sixth sister, if you have grievances, direct them at me and spare Yun and Appo's Li Hongtu and Shi Qian, witnessing Mei Yingying's intent to strike Qin Yuner, panicked and urged her to turn her blade towards them instead. Unfortunately, Mei Yingying paid them no heed and approached Qin Yuner directly. Compared to Li Hongtu and Shi Qian, the one she yearned to eliminate most was Qin Yuner. "Is Xiao Di's death related to you?" Mei Yingying's eyes glinted with icy resolve as she fixed her stare on Qin Yuner. "Indeed. Very well. You possess courage." Mei Yingying grinned chillingly, then addressed Qin Yun and Appo's. "In that case, you shall die first." As she spoke, she raised her black slender sword, lunging towards Qin Yun and Appo's forehead. Observing the blade aimed at her, a reluctant smile crept across Qin Yun and Appo's lips. After all, she was a reborn individual, destined to defy fate. Yet, it seemed that nothing had truly changed. Unwilling to meet her end in such a manner, she found herself lacking alternative choices. What left her feeling anxious was the time earring. Would it grant her another chance at rebirth? If so, everything could begin anew. If not, she might have to depart this world, burdened by unfulfilled regrets. Chapter 72. A Hammer Strike. Face Your Demise. In a fleeting moment, Mei Yingying's slender sword was poised at the center of Qin Yuner's brow. Life and death hinged upon that instant. Suddenly, at this critical juncture, an exhilarating voice rang out. Jiang Feng strolled forward, swinging a small hammer with a swift motion, hurling it towards Mei Yingying. "What?" Mei Yingying, taken aback by Jiang Feng's furious roar, found herself momentarily stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief. After all, Jiang Feng had not only been injected with the zombie serum but was also bound tightly with steel cables, seemingly without a chance of escape. Yet, he stood before her, compelling her to accept the reality. Realizing the urgency, Mei Yingying quickly lifted her black slender sword to intercept Jiang Feng and Amp Appo's hammer. Bang! The hammer, imbued with terrifying force, crashed down upon Mei Yingying's sword. In the next heartbeat, with a resounding crack, her sword shattered, and the hammer pierced her left shoulder. The sheer inertia sent Mei Yingying flying backward, crashing against the wall with a thunderous impact. How is this possible? Bewildered, Mei Yingying stared at the broken sword in her hand, then at the hammer embedded in her shoulder, her mind reeling. Although she was a woman, she was a level 6 ability user, expected to surpass Jiang Feng, a level 5, in all aspects. Yet, the power behind Jiang Feng's hammer was so overwhelming that she found herself utterly defenseless. She felt as if she might lose her mind. Indeed, the quintuple strength enhancement is quite effective. A faint smile graced Jiang Feng's lips. After undergoing the transformation from 3 doses of zombie serum, his physical prowess soared to an astonishing 818, a figure surpassing many level 8 ability users, comparable to level 8 mutated zombies or beasts. With the quintuple enhancement from his strength gauntlets, his physical limit surged to an astounding 4090. In this state, Jiang Feng's capabilities dwarfed those of even level 10 masters. While the quintuple enhancement had a limited duration, it rendered him effortlessly superior against Mei Yingying, a mere level 6. As Jiang Feng approached, witnessing Mei Yingying pinned against the wall, Qin Yuner, the resilient woman, could no longer hold back her tears. Jiang Feng appeared like a divine savior, rescuing her from the clutches of death, granting her a second chance at life. I'm sorry I'm late. Jiang Feng hurried to Qin Yuner, his heart filled with emotion. With the aid of the quintuple strength from his gauntlets, he forcefully ripped apart the steel cables binding her. These cables were indeed formidable. Not even level 10 masters could break free, and even when Jiang Feng's strength was below 4,000, he was powerless against them. Only by surpassing the daunting threshold of 4,000 could one strive to sever the ties. As Jiang Feng broke the steel ropes binding Qin Yuner, she instinctively embraced him with fervor. Indeed, her affections for Jiang Feng remained unparalleled. For a moment, Jiang Feng was taken aback, not anticipating such a sudden display of affection from her. Typically, Qin Yuner did not exhibit such warmth towards him. I should probably go rescue the captain and the others first. Jiang Feng, oblivious to Qin Yuner's feelings, remained a romantic novice, utterly unaware of the subtleties of a woman and Amp Appo's heart. Men. Qin Yun and Amp Appo's rolled her eyes in exasperation, silently mocking Jiang Feng for his lack of romantic sensibility. However, given the dire circumstances, it was imperative to prioritize the rescue of everyone and devise a means of escape. Matters of the heart could wait for another day. Watching Jiang Feng hasten to liberate Li Hongtu and the others, a gentle smile graced Qin Yuner's lips as she murmured to herself, "You are destined to be my man." With that thought lingering, her gaze shifted to Mei Yingying, who was gravely injured. The blow from Jiang Feng had pierced her left shoulder, rendering her combat ineffective. Unlike a zombie, Mei Yingying lacked any regenerative abilities, and her condition was perilously close to death. Unless she injected herself with the zombie serum, transforming into one of them, there remained a slim chance for survival. Without hesitation, Qin Yuner employed her powers, using vine tendrils to bind Mei Yingying securely. "Xiao Feng, are you all right?" In the adjacent cell, Li Hongtu gazed at Jiang Feng with astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had presumed Jiang Feng would succumb to the agonizing cries echoing from the depths of despair. Yet here he stood, remarkably unharmed. Moreover, Jiang Feng appeared robust, exuding an inexplicable aura of dominance. "Rest assured, Captain, I'm perfectly fine." Jiang Feng chuckled nonchalantly. Yet, only he understood that without the apocalyptic system, he would have undoubtedly transformed into a zombie by now. However, such confessions would remain unspoken. With a swift motion, Jiang Feng severed the steel ropes binding Li Hongtu. Li Hongtu was momentarily taken aback. This is possible? Having witnessed much in his lifetime, he comprehended the terrifying nature of the thick steel ropes. The sheer force required to snap such bindings spoke volumes of Jiang Feng's terrifying strength. Gulp. Li Hongtu could not help but swallow hard, his eyes filled with trepidation as he regarded Jiang Feng. His growth had surpassed all expectations. Subsequently, Jiang Feng proceeded to the next cell, effortlessly severing the ropes binding Shiqian. Like Li Hongtu, Shiqian stood in stunned silence, nearly questioning the reality of his circumstances. The steel rope, as thick as a thumb, was a force that even a level 10 warrior could not sever. Yet, Jiang Feng managed to resolve it in such a manner? with each agonizing wail that echoed from him. Niao Niao found herself unable to bear the weight of anguish any longer, ultimately succumbing to a state of disoriented trance. Niao Niao, are you all right? Please don't panic. I will come to your rescue immediately. Jiang Feng rushed to her side, swiftly tearing apart the steel rope that bound her. Niao Niao, have I perished? Have I died alongside you? She murmured, gently lifting her hand to cradle Jiang Feng and Apos' face, her eyes brimming with tears. What nonsense are you speaking? I am perfectly fine. And so are you. How could I ever bear to let you perish? Jiang Feng replied with a smile, tenderly patting her head. It was only when Niao Niao felt the warmth of Jiang Feng's genuine touch that she realized she was indeed alive, and that the Jiang Feng before her was not a mere specter, but a tangible presence. Overwhelmed, Niao Niao could no longer contain her emotions and burst into tears, collapsing into Jiang Feng's embrace. It had been far too long since she had felt such profound sorrow, and too long since she had desired to weep. Jiang Feng, momentarily taken aback by her embrace, could only gently soothe her by patting her back, reassuring her, "Do not fear. I am here with you." At that moment, Shi Qian leaned in, his gaze fixed upon Jiang Feng and Niao Niao, and with a smile, he said, "Little Feng, it is not my intention to dampen the mood. But the enemy approaches." Equipped with the wind echo, Shi Qian was able to hear the enemy's footsteps before anyone else. Chapter 73. Confronting the level 9 master. The sudden appearance of Shi Qian left Jiang Feng and Niao Niao momentarily stunned, particularly Niao Niao, whose usually composed countenance was suddenly tinged with a blush. Niao Niao, feeling shy, hastily extricated herself from Jiang Feng and Apos' embrace, her timid gaze flickering. Unable to meet his eyes directly, Jiang Feng, equally embarrassed, scratched his head. The previous experience had been rather delightful, yet the enemy had arrived. Let us go take a look. Jiang Feng's expression darkened slightly as he turned and followed Shi Qian towards the staircase leading to the underground chamber. Currently, the effects of his power wristband were still active, allowing him to hold on for a while longer. Even if he encountered a formidable opponent, he felt he had the right to fight. However, once the enhancement faded, Jiang Feng would find himself plunged into a prolonged period of exhaustion. Thus, time was of the essence, and there could be no delays. Niao Niao, let us move. Shi Qian called out to Niao Niao, quickening his pace to catch up with Jiang Feng. Their third advanced team functioned as a cohesive unit. No one would be left behind, and any challenges would be faced together. Niao Niao nodded silently and hurried to follow. Are they all here? At that moment, at the staircase to the underground chamber, Li Hongtu and Qin Yun'er were cautiously on guard. The sound of footsteps echoed continuously in the stairwell. The enemy had truly arrived. Upon Jiang Feng, Shi Qian, and Niao Niao's arrival, the members of the third advanced team instinctively assumed their battle positions, their synergy having reached a level that required no verbal communication. Thud, thud, thud. Just then, the footsteps in the stairwell quickened, and in the next moment, the members of the Mo Jin Special Operations Team, led by Zhang Gaozhang, appeared at the staircase entrance in unison. You managed to break free? Zhang Gaozhang was taken aback upon seeing Jiang Feng and the others freed from their restraints. After all, the strength of those steel ropes was such that even he could not escape them, let alone the lower-ranked ability users of the third advanced team. Zhang Gaozhang tilted his head and glanced at Mei Yingying, who was embedded in the wall by a hammer not far away. A sudden unease gripped him. Did Mei Yingying set them free? That shouldn't be the case. If it were Mei Yingying, she wouldn't be injured. Zhang Gaozhang felt a jolt of apprehension, unable to fathom what exactly had transpired within the underground chamber. However, at that moment, regardless of what had occurred inside, he was resolute in ensuring that none of Jiang Feng's third advanced team would escape. As for Mei Yingying, her fate was of no concern to him. He was directly under orders from Guo Jing, while Mei Yingying was under the command of the ninth leader. Their paths never crossed, and neither would care for the other's survival. This is bad. They are all level 9 masters. Li Hongtu's expression darkened as he observed the hurriedly approaching Zhang Gaozhang and his team, his countenance increasingly grim. A level 9 expert was beyond their capability to contend with. And now 5 had arrived, rendering them utterly powerless. Was there truly no escape? Was there no choice but to fight with abandon? Li Hongtu furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself, as the current predicament left them virtually devoid of options. Upon seeing the arrival of the specially designated Black Gold unit led by Zhang Gaozhang, Shi Qian, Niao Niao, and Qin Yun'er's expression stiffened in shock. They were well aware of their own combat prowess. Engaging a level 9 powerhouse was a futile endeavor, with not even a glimmer of hope for victory. At that moment, among the members of the third advance team, only Jiang Feng managed to maintain a semblance of composure. He remained silent, drawing forth the heavy hammer embedded in Mei Yingying's left shoulder. While others had no strength to fight back, he possessed it. With a thud, as Jiang Feng extracted the hammer from Mei Yingying's shoulder, her body uncontrollably fell to the ground. At that moment, Mei Yingying's complexion was already ashen, her breaths shallow and labored. She was indeed on the brink of death. Struggling to lift her head, she cast a disbelieving glance at Jiang Feng. Unable to fathom that her demise would come at his hands, an acceptance she found unbearable. Alas, she lacked the strength to utter a word. Her gaze fixated on Jiang Feng as he approached Zhang Gaochang. Hammer in hand. Could it be that he intends to confront Captain Zhang to the death? The sight of Jiang Feng's unwavering strides left Mei Yingying in shock once more. A level 5 ability user daring to provoke a level 9 powerhouse was utterly inconceivable. Yet, before the eyes of all, Jiang Feng boldly approached Zhang Gaochang. A confident smile gracing his lips as he declared, "Let us dispense with the pleasantries and engage directly." Though Jiang Feng spoke with bravado, deep within, he was acutely aware of his own circumstances. The effects of the power-enhancing wristbands were nearing their end, leaving him no time to waste. It was not mere bravado that compelled him to seek a swift resolution. However, Jiang Feng's audacity momentarily stunned Zhang Gaochang, who found himself uncertain whether Jiang Feng's bravado stemmed from desperation or some ulterior motive. Yet, before Zhang Gaochang could contemplate further, Jiang Feng swung the hammer with great force, striking toward him. With unrestrained ferocity, Jiang Feng unleashed a powerful blow, unrelenting in his assault. "Humph! You think to intimidate me? I refuse to believe that a mere level 5 ability user can pose a threat." Zhang Gaochang scoffed derisively at Jiang Feng, his thoughts consumed with the notion that, in the face of absolute power, all cunning schemes were but paper tigers. Could a lowly level 5 ability user truly overturn the odds? Thus, Zhang Gaochang, caught off guard, braced himself to face Jiang Feng head-on. Bang! Crack! Boom! Zhang Gaochang had just engaged in combat with Jiang Feng when his expression abruptly shifted to one of disbelief. He stared incredulously at Jiang Feng, questioning whether the figure before him was truly human or rather a monstrous entity. The sheer might of Jiang Feng's hammer strike was utterly terrifying. So much so that even a formidable expert of the 9th level like Zhang Gaochang found himself utterly defenseless. Under the overwhelming force of Jiang Feng and Appo's hammer, Zhang Gaochang was sent hurtling backward, embedding himself into the wall in a manner more tragic than Mei Yingying's. The scene of Zhang Gaochang being driven into the wall by Jiang Feng's strike caused all present to gasp in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief as they beheld Jiang Feng, as if he were a creature of legend. Even Li Hongtu, Shi Qian, Niao Niao, and Qin Yun'er could scarcely fathom that such a blow could have been delivered by Jiang Feng. Particularly for Qin Yun'er, a reincarnated soul, Jiang Feng now felt foreign to her. Her memories from her past life seemed utterly ineffective in the face of his overwhelming presence. After sending Zhang Gaochang flying, Jiang Feng slowly lifted the hammer, a cold smile gracing his lips as he addressed Zhang Gaochang. "How is that? Quite the force, wouldn't you agree? Care for another strike?" Chapter 74. The onslaught of beasts. Jiang Feng gazed at Zhang Gaochang with an almost arrogant intensity. His aura was formidable, instilling a sense of dread in those who beheld him. After all, as a level 5 ability user, the power Jiang Feng unleashed was terrifying, enough to raise the hairs on one's neck. However, only Jiang Feng understood that he was merely a facade of strength at present. That recent strike had utilized the full extent of his power-enhancing wrist guards, releasing every ounce of energy he had in a fleeting moment. He had anticipated that this would decisively vanquish Zhang Gaochang, yet he was astonished to find that the vitality of a level 9 mutated zombie was astonishingly resilient. Zhang Gaochang did not perish as Jiang Feng had presumed. "You are indeed formidable. Truly worthy of being brothered," was favorite experiment. A smirk graced Zhang Gaochang's lips as he gradually extricated himself from the wall. Subsequently, his severely deformed body began to mend itself little by little. Showcasing the terrifying nature of mutated zombies, they would not succumb until their physical stamina was entirely depleted. Zhang Gaochang advanced step by step towards Jiang Feng. Yet in this moment, he bore an added sense of trepidation and caution in the face of Jiang Feng, as the principal party involved. Zhang Gaochang comprehended all too well just how fearsome Jiang Feng's previous blow had been. His stamina had nearly been drained by a third in an instant. By this reckoning, it would take but 3 strikes from Jiang Feng to assuredly dispatch him. It was precisely this inner fear that restrained Zhang Gaochang from recklessly attacking Jiang Feng. Instead, he opted for distant taunts. Jiang Feng, your current prowess is surely the result of the zombie serum injected by Brother Gua, is it not? While I am uncertain why you have not mutated into a zombie, you must now grasp the potency of the zombie serum. If you willingly accept its infection, you could become even stronger than you are now. Potentially the mightiest within Alliance District 11. Moreover, once you become a zombie, you shall possess an immortal form akin to mine, and you could further enhance your strength. Join me in the glorious evolution of humanity. To become a zombie is to embrace the true future of mankind. Zhang Gongchang resembled a madman, fervently extolling the virtues and wonders of becoming a zombie. Alas, he was mistaken. Jiang Feng would remain unyielding. Jiang Feng was acutely aware that becoming a zombie would render him a slave to Brother Gua, subjected to the oppressive forces of the zombie serum, reduced to serving others. Such a fate was unacceptable to him. Furthermore, he could not bear the thought of a decaying zombie visage. Spare me your empty rhetoric. Today, you will either release us, or I shall shatter you to pieces and escape with the captain and the others. The choice is yours. Jiang Feng's gaze was dark and resolute as he fixed his eyes on Zhang Gongchang. He understood that he was at the end of his tether. Yet he knew he could not show weakness or falter, otherwise they would all perish or, at the very least, become zombies. You are utterly obstinate. Zhang Gongchang seethed, his teeth clenched in frustration at Jiang Feng and Apos' unwavering resolve. However, when he glanced at Jiang Feng, he hesitated to take any rash actions. For he had no desire to perish, nor to be struck again by Jiang Feng and Apos' terrifying might. Until Zhang Gongchang comprehended the source of Jiang Feng and Apos' formidable power, he preferred to maintain a defensive stance rather than initiate an attack. Thus, the two sides found themselves in a simple stalemate. As time passed, Zhang Gongchang began to realize something. If Jiang Feng could indeed unleash that overwhelming strength continuously, he would not be content with mere stalemate but would instead take the initiative to strike. The fact that Jiang Feng remained passive indicated that his fearsome power could only be wielded once. With this revelation, a broad smile crept upon Zhang Gongchang's lips. It was as if he had uncovered a secret of Jiang Feng and Apos', and he proclaimed with pride, Jiang Feng, if I am not mistaken, you should no longer be able to summon that immense power. Am I right? If that is the case, then you must surrender. With that, Zhang Gongchang gestured grandly, leading his team closer to Jiang Feng. Earlier, they had feared Jiang Feng. Now, stripped of that threat, Li Hongtu, Shi Qian, Niao Niao, and Qin Yuner posed no real danger. Jiang Feng stood there, his expression dark, having intended to buy some time for his stamina to recover. Yet, it seemed his plan had come to naught. There was no alternative. After the augmentation from the power wristbands, Jiang Feng would need to endure a prolonged period of exhaustion to regain that quintuple strength. Xiaofeng, do not fear, we will buy you time. In this critical moment, Li Hongtu stepped forward. He took a stride to stand before Jiang Feng, offering him a reassuring glance. The current battle strategy of their third advanced team had long since transformed into one where, in Jiang Feng's moment of fatigue, others would assist him through the darkest hour. Now, Li Hongtu was prepared to make another attempt. However, this time, he faced the formidable Zhang Gongchang, a level 9 mutated zombie, capable of crushing him effortlessly. Yet, Li Hongtu felt not the slightest trace of fear. And I shall join too. I can help you hold on for a moment longer. Shi Qian, Niao Niao, and Qin Yuner stepped forward as well, all willing to risk their lives to afford Jiang Feng some precious time. Even if only Jiang Feng were to escape, it was far better than everyone succumbing here. Captain, everyone. Jiang Feng looked at Li Hongtu, Shi Qian, Niao Niao, and Qin Yuner standing before him, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. His stamina, bolstered by 3 vials of zombie serum, was already formidable, yet the price of that strength was a prolonged dark hour. Jiang Feng yearned to rush forward and share the burden, but alas, he could barely manage holding the hammer. Humph, you overestimate yourselves. Zhang Gongchang dismissed Li Hongtu and the others with contempt, having no need to concern himself with their fates. For Guojinger, the most vital concern is Jiang Feng. The others are merely dispensable subjects of experimentation. Therefore, Zhang Gongchang believes that as long as he can protect Jiang Feng, that will suffice. As for the others, their fate is of no consequence. Zhang Gongchang did not command his team to halt their advance, but instead continued toward the third vanguard squad led by Jiang Feng. This time, they were determined to act decisively. Just as Zhang Gongchang and his elite team were poised to strike down Li Hongtu and his companions, A piercing alarm suddenly echoed throughout the government building of Alliance Zone 11. What is this? A grave situation. Zhang Gaochang and Amp, Apos, S expression shifted slightly. And he could no longer afford to focus on Jiang Feng and the others. He immediately called to his team, exclaiming, "Quickly, follow me to protect Brother Gua." As their serum originated from Guojinger, they instinctively chose to safeguard him in times of peril. Understood, Captain. The members of the elite team acted without hesitation, rushing outside. The individuals, including Jiang Feng, who were on the brink of confrontation, were entirely disregarded. On this, Jiang Feng scratched his head in confusion, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Having lived on the outskirts of Alliance Zone 11, he was unfamiliar with the nature of such alarms. At that moment, Li Hongtu, standing beside Jiang Feng, furrowed his brow and murmured, "It's a beast tide." This alarm signals the impending onslaught of the beast tide. Chapter 75, Choices and Sacrifices, the Beast Tide? Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng was momentarily taken aback. The term and Apos, beast tide and Apos, was synonymous with calamity during the era of the Ability Alliance. Its significance was universally acknowledged. The beast tide referred to the collective surge of monstrous creatures from the beast forest, relentlessly advancing towards the human alliance and Apos, as stronghold, resulting in indiscriminate slaughter. With their overwhelming numbers and many formidable beasts, such an event posed an existential threat to any human community. The ruins of Site Number 7, which Jiang Feng and his companions had previously explored, had collapsed entirely under the onslaught of a beast tide. A beast tide? How could this be? Qin Yuner, a reincarnated individual, was equally shocked and found it difficult to accept. In her memories, the beast tide was not supposed to occur for another 14 years. How could it manifest now? This was a stark deviation from Qin Yuner's recollections. She could not have been mistaken, for in her past life, their third advance team had perished amidst a beast tide. Of course, they did not fall to the beasts themselves, but rather to the blade of the ninth leader. Captain, if this beast tide coincides with the one from my memories, then District 11 of the Alliance may face annihilation. Qin Yuner regarded Li Hongtu with a grave expression, vividly recalling the sheer terror of the beast tide from her previous existence. It seemed they had no choice but to depart. Li Hongtu wore a solemn expression. They had already resolved to leave, and the impending terror of the beast tide only solidified their decision to abandon District 11 of the Alliance. Xiao Chui, dare to act. Granny. At this moment, Shi Qian grew anxious, for the arrival of the beast tide surely placed Xiao Chui and the others in peril. With this thought, Shi Qian resolved to venture out, but was promptly restrained by Li Hongtu. "Qian, are you mad? Going out now would be tantamount to seeking death." Li Hongtu stopped Shi Qian, unwilling to see his brother leap into the fire. Against the beast tide, they were essentially mere cannon fodder. Yet, Shi Qian could not disregard his concerns. "Captain, I cannot abandon Xiao Chui and the others. Even if it means death, I shall face it alongside them." His gaze was resolute, devoid of impulsiveness. "However, at this juncture, we may not even manage to escape the government building." Li Hongtu sighed helplessly. Understanding Shi Qian's anguish, yet acknowledging that their strength was little more than a decoration within the government building, teeming with level 9 powerhouses. Breaking through? An impossibility. "Captain, my stamina has fully recovered. I can lead the charge." At this moment, Jiang Feng had finally emerged from the depths of exhaustion. His stamina restored to its peak. With over 800 points of stamina, combined with the quintuple strength enhancement from his power wristbands, Jiang Feng felt confident that none could impede his advance should he choose to break free. "Captain." Shi Qian cast a tense glance at Li Hongtu, realizing that the decision to act rested solely on his words. After much hesitation, Li Hongtu ultimately raised his head, addressing the members of the third advance team, wishing to bestow upon them the power of choice. With a resolute nod, Jiang Feng affirmed his determination, followed closely by Niao Niao and Qin Yuner, who also nodded with unwavering resolve. They were not individuals who feared death. For the sake of Shi Qian, they were prepared to fight with all their might. Li Hongtu, witnessing the steadfastness of the group, nodded in agreement and declared, "Very well, let us make our stand." He then firmly clasped Jiang Feng and Amp, Apos, as shoulder and remarked, "Xiao Feng, this time, it all rests on you." Jiang Feng smiled faintly, gradually lifting the hefty hammer, and boldly proclaimed, "I dare say, within Alliance District 11, no one can withstand the full force of my strike." With that, he led the charge up the staircase towards the outside. Clatter. Following closely, Li Hongtu, Shi Qian, Niao Niao, and Qin Yun and Amp, Apos, hastened after him. "Wait for me, and me too." after Jiang Feng and the others departed. Only the barely conscious Mei Yingying remained in the dim underground chamber. Struggling, she attempted to call out to Jiang Feng and his companions, yet her feeble voice went unheard. Mei Yingying weakly crawled toward the staircase, blood staining the floor beneath her, yet she paid it no heed. She could sense her consciousness fading, her vitality dwindling. She truly felt on the brink of collapse. No, I refuse to accept this fate. Determined not to succumb easily, Mei Yingying gritted her teeth, summoning her indomitable will in a desperate search for a path to survival. Alas, there seemed to be none left. Just as despair enveloped her, a flicker of movement caught her eye. On the adjacent table lay the final vial of zombie serum, originally intended for Jiang Feng. After a brief hesitation, she mustered her strength, rose unsteadily, seized the serum, and injected it directly into her own body. As the serum coursed through her veins, Mei Yingying felt a surge of agony, as if she were being scorched by hellfire, her body teetering on the edge of collapse. In a moment of desperation, she discarded the remaining 3/4 of the serum, awaiting the inevitable effects of the infection in silence. Mei Yingying was oblivious to how Jiang Feng had endured the infection of 3 vials of the zombie serum, yet she understood that if she could withstand it, she would survive. Even if it meant transforming into a zombie, it was far better than succumbing to death. Crackling and popping, slowly, her body began to decay, only to experience moments of recovery. Ultimately, Mei Yingying could not escape the infection. She gradually morphed into a zombie. Yet, amidst her transformation, she felt a thrill as her wounds began to heal, revitalizing her sense of life. I have finally survived, she thought. Jiang Feng, our vendetta is far from over. One day, I shall exact my revenge. Through gritted teeth, Mei Yingying uttered these words, gradually acclimating to her newfound, aberrant zombie form. The beast tied. The beast tied. Quickly, take cover. At this very moment, within the confines of Alliance District 11, the entire community is engulfed in chaos. With the anguished cries of the populace echoing in every corner and desperate figures fleeing in all directions. Simultaneously, wave after wave of monstrous hordes begins to surge into Alliance District 11. The patrolling units and defense teams are utterly powerless to halt the onslaught. Under the relentless tide of beasts, the defenses of Alliance District 11 resemble nothing more than fragile paper, utterly ineffective. In the government building of Alliance District 11, a particularly somber atmosphere prevails, for it appears that the very core of this beastly tide is aimed directly at the government edifice. What shall we do? Leader Guo murmurs darkly. Our initial intent in sheltering these ordinary citizens was to provide a momentary buffer against the beast tide. Yet we find that the tide is barreling straight towards us. Should we stand our ground, or abandon District 11 altogether? In the face of this terrifying onslaught, the thoughts of these alliance leaders are not centered on safeguarding the populace or confronting the monstrous tide head-on, but rather on weighing their options. Ultimately, they ponder whether the losses incurred in resisting the beast tide would outweigh the consequences of forsaking Alliance District 11. In their eyes, only self-interest prevails, devoid of any sense of camaraderie. Chapter 76. Father and Son Abandon Not. When Chief Guo proposed to forsake Alliance District 11, Chief Wang immediately rose in opposition. With a solemn expression, he gazed at Chief Guo and stated with righteous conviction, "We cannot abandon Alliance District 11. If we, the elite forces, forsake it, what will become of the ordinary populace? Without us, without the primary strength, those common people will be left to face the beast tide alone. They are human too. They have contributed to the Alliance and are our comrades. We cannot cast them aside. Therefore, I propose that we steadfastly defend Alliance District 11. Although the scale of this beast tide is indeed terrifying, as long as we unite in purpose, there remains a glimmer of hope." Chief Wang fervently urged the others, fully aware that among the leaders of Alliance District 11, he had the fewest allies. Yet, in response to Chief Wang and Appo's heartfelt plea, the other leaders displayed a striking indifference. Even those who had previously been willing to form alliances with Chief Wang chose silence. For they all understood that the target of this beast tide was the Alliance government building, and should they choose to defend Alliance District 11, the losses would be tremendous. Indeed, they could even meet their demise in this onslaught. "Everyone, let us take a chance. I believe there will be a way forward." At this moment, Chief Guo spoke again. "Old Wang, our Alliance District 11 has always been democratic. If you wish to stay, then you may remain. Others who wish to stay may do so as well. However, if anyone wishes to leave, I hope you will not obstruct them." Chief Guo seemed to have already made up his mind, having resolved to act according to individual will. After all, one cannot impose upon others, can one? He looked at Chief Wang with a half-smile, awaiting his response. Upon hearing this, Chief Wang, with a sense of helplessness, gritted his teeth. Given the circumstances, he had no alternative. Thus, Chief Wang reluctantly nodded and said, "Very well. Since it has come to this, those who wish to leave may do so, and those who wish to stay may defend. We shall not interfere with one another. We all have our special task forces, so let each fight their own battle." Excellent. Chief Guo had been awaiting Chief Wang's agreement. A slight smile of triumph graced his lips as he spoke. "I shall be departing. Anyone who wishes to leave may join me." Upon finishing, Chief Guo rose first, calling upon his special task force to prepare for the exodus from Alliance District 11. The other 6 leaders hesitated briefly, exchanging glances before ultimately disregarding any semblance of decorum, rising in unison. "I'm leaving. So am I." "Me too." In a swift turn of events, the upper echelons of Alliance District 11 were left with but one leader, Chief Wang, as all the others chose to withdraw. Leader Wang gazed at the desolate conference room, a sigh escaping his lips, his face etched with a bittersweet smile. He murmured to himself, "Have they all forgotten how I ascended from the depths? Have they forgotten the sacrifices made by the ordinary citizens during the establishment of Alliance District 11? Have they forgotten the original terms of our agreement?" Leader Wang felt a profound sense of helplessness, yet he was powerless to change the situation. "Leader, what shall we do next?" Behind him stood Wang Zhongyi, the captain of his special operations team, his expression grave as he awaited orders. After a brief moment of contemplation, Leader Wang spoke softly. "Zhongyi, inform the brothers that those willing to stay and fight should remain, while those wishing to leave may go with Leader Guo. We shall not force them." "Leader." Wang Zhongyi and Apos' voice trembled slightly. They were already short-handed, and allowing members to leave would exacerbate their predicament. Yet, Leader Wang waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Each person has their own aspirations. We cannot compel them to march to their deaths alongside us. One must not be overly selfish in life." The loyalty of his followers was unwavering, ready to lay down their lives at his command. However, Leader Wang and Apos' integrity and compassion often proved to be his greatest burdens. After a moment and Apos' hesitation, Wang Zhongyi turned and left. Watching his subordinate and Apos' retreating figure, Leader Wang sighed deeply. He rose slowly and gazed out the window at the relentless tide of beasts surging toward Alliance District 11, his expression resolute. "If necessary, I shall break the seal," he murmured, as if he had arrived at a momentous decision. Suddenly, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed from outside, and with a resounding crash, the conference room door swung open. Panting heavily, Wang Zhuang rushed in. Upon entering the conference room and seeing it empty save for his father, he was momentarily taken aback before erupting in fury. "Wang Yuquan, where are the others? With the imminent threat looming over Alliance District 11, where are your fellow leaders? Where is your special operations team? Why have they not engaged? Do you intend to watch as the ordinary citizens perish?" Wang Zhuang shouted passionately, directly addressing his father without regard for his authority. Leader Wang Yuquan offered a wry smile, observing the stubbornness of his son, and replied slowly, "The others have chosen to flee. My special operations team is currently regrouping and will soon be ready for battle." Fled? Wang Zhuang was momentarily stunned, his lips quivering in disbelief. Then, with a surge of indignation, he shouted, "On what grounds do they escape? Over these years since the establishment of Alliance District 11, how many benefits have they reaped? Can they simply take everything and leave without a trace? Have they no shame?" Although Wang Zhuang is indeed a person who places great importance on benefits, he adheres to his own principles and maintains his own boundaries. Leader Wang Yuan smiled faintly, gazing calmly at Wang Zhuang and spoke, "Zhuang, they have departed. Is this not the opportune moment to realize your ambition of overthrowing the privileged system of Alliance District 11? Had they remained, your strength alone would have been insufficient. Even if you were to secretly amass power under my name, ultimately, in the face of overwhelming might, you would find yourself powerless. Now that these treacherous scoundrels are gone, is it not the perfect time to pursue your ideals? Furthermore, you need no longer wear a mask." Upon hearing Leader Wang Youquan's words, Wang Zhuang was momentarily taken aback. He stared at Wang Yuquan, his eyes filled with disbelief and astonishment. Wang Zhuang had assumed that his covert efforts to develop a resistance under the guise of his father's name were shrouded in secrecy. Little did he know that his father, Wang Yuquan, was already aware of everything. Moreover, it appeared that Wang Yuquan wholeheartedly supported him. Wang Zhuang gazed blankly at Wang Yuquan and murmured, "Father, you know everything?" Wang Yuquan smiled gently and replied calmly, "You have done well. This is how the son of Wang Yuan should behave. With that, Wang Yuan stepped forward, lightly patting Wang Zhuangzhuang on the shoulder, and said, "Come. Let us strive once more for your ideals." With tears welling in his eyes, Wang Zhuangzhuang asked, "Father, are you not afraid in the face of the beast tide?" Wang Yuquan replied, "Yes, I am terrified." Wang Zhuangzhuang pressed further, "Then why do you appear so composed?" Wang Yuquan responded, "It is an act." Chapter 77. Enemies and Loyalty, How are things? How many brothers are willing to stay? Wang Yuan stepped out of the conference room, accompanied by Captain Wang Zhuangzhuang of the 2nd Advance Team. He gazed at Wang Zhengyi, inquiring how many of his subordinates were still willing to defend Alliance District 11. "Chief, all the brothers have chosen to stay," Wang Zhengyi declared with fervor. These individuals had all benefited from Wang Yuquan and Apos' kindness, and given his integrity as a leader, they were willing to follow him into battle. Even though the decision to remain in Alliance District 11 seemed perilous, no one flinched or chose to flee. Excellent. Wang Yuquan felt a swell of emotion as he noticed the unwavering resolve of his subordinates to stand firm. "Zhuangzhuang, gather your team. We shall confront the beast tide together." "Yes, father." Wang Zhuangzhuang, now filled with greater respect for his father, left the government building of Alliance District 11 alongside him, organizing personnel to face the impending threat. As Wang Yuquan and his group departed, the leaders and special operations team members who were gathering personnel to escape the district displayed disdain and contempt. "Fools! Knowing death awaits, they still choose to stay." Chief Guo scoffed, turning to Zhang Gongchang beside him. "Bring Jinger, we shall leave officially. As for my experimental subjects, I shall abandon them. As long as we have the mountains, we need not worry about firewood. It is better than dying here." Zhang Gongchang and the Imogene Special Operations Team then rushed into the adjacent room, taking Guo Jing'o along as they exited the district. However, Guo Jinger was unwilling to relinquish her experiment, particularly Jiang Feng, the most suitable subject she had ever encountered. "I will not leave. I must wait until Jiang Feng's experiment concludes. He is the perfect subject. I cannot abandon him." Guo Jinger struggled fiercely, attempting to break free from the protection of the Imogene Special Operations Team, making a dash for the underground chamber. Yet, having received Chief Guo's orders, Zhang Gongchang could not allow Guo Jing'o to act recklessly, not to mention that Jiang Feng had already escaped the bonds of his restraints, even if he had not. Transforming Jiang Feng into a zombie would not be an instantaneous endeavor given his resilience. However, the beast tide was upon them. Nearly reaching the government building of Alliance District 11 in the blink of an eye, they could not afford to waste a single moment. "Well, let us go? There will surely be other opportunities," Zhang Gongchang urged. But Guo Jing and Apos, unwilling to relent, roared defiantly, "Nonsense. After waiting so many years for this perfect experimental subject, how can I simply give up?" Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, monstrous beasts broke through the defenses, charging towards the government building of Alliance District 11. The Special Operations Team members stationed outside the government building were diligently engaged in their struggle, observing the situation. Zhang Gongchang refrained from providing explanations and instructed the members of the Imogene Special Operations Team to carry Guo Jing'o away without hesitation. "Brother Guo, there is no time to waste," he commanded with a wave of his hand. "Let us move, follow the main force." "Understood." The members of the Imogene Special Operations Team responded in unison, swiftly aligning themselves with a breakout squad comprised of the Alliance leaders and elite operatives, charging towards the exterior of the government building in Zone 11 of the Alliance. "Let me go? Let me go?" Guo Jing and Apos protested vigorously, yet regrettably. No one paid him any heed. "Is that Jiang Feng?" Just as Guo Jinger and his entourage were about to burst forth from the government building, he caught a glimpse of Jiang Feng and his companions emerging from the underground chamber. He hasn't mutated into a zombie yet. The 3 vials of zombie serum Haven tea altered him. He is simply perfect. He is the new humanity I have been seeking. Guo Jing and Apos murmured with excitement, urgently imploring those around him to release their hold and pursue Jiang Feng. Even in flight, Guo Jing'o was determined to take Jiang Feng with him. However, the members of the Imogene Special Operations Team remained resolutely indifferent to his pleas. Their lack of response was not due to disinterest or unwillingness to assist Guo Jinger. Rather, they were all too aware of Jiang Feng's terrifying explosive power. To impede Jiang Feng would undoubtedly yield dire consequences. A single blow from him could render them utterly incapacitated, and even with the formidable regenerative abilities of the mutated zombies, they would still expend a significant portion of their stamina, an untenable risk during their escape. Thus, The members of the Mo Gene Special Operations Team chose to feign deafness to Guijinger's words. Charging forth from the government building in Zone 11 amidst his fury and frustration. Have they left? Upon exiting the underground chamber, Jiang Feng noticed Guijinger being forcibly taken away. He was somewhat taken aback, questioning why they disregarded Guijinger's commands, especially considering Guijinger was the source of the zombie outbreak in Zone 11. Moreover, what could have prompted such haste? Suddenly, a tremendous crash resonated through the air, causing Jiang Feng to turn in astonishment just in time to witness a monstrous beast being kicked across the room by a level 9 operative of the Special Operations Team, shattering the doors of the government building and landing in the hall. The beast, despite being a level 7 creature, met a gruesome end. Jiang Feng stood momentarily stunned, his gaze shifting outside, and he gasped in shock. The beast tide has arrived? The thought struck him with disbelief. He had not anticipated the onslaught to be so imminent and direct. Already, monstrous creatures had breached the government building of Zone 11, the very heart of the Alliance. The presence of these beasts here underscored the gravity of the current predicament. Quickly, rush out. If we are trapped inside the government building, we shall have no chance of escaping alive. Li Hongtu, with his wealth of combat experience, made an immediate judgment. Before the government building, there might still be an opportunity to flee, but once ensnared within its confines, should we be surrounded by the monstrous beasts, all hope for survival would be extinguished. I will carve a path. Jiang Feng responded with a resolute nod, leading the charge at the forefront of the group. With strength comparable to that of an 8th-level beast, he tore through the enemy lines and fought his way out. The members of the 3rd Advance Team, following closely behind Jiang Feng, were astonished by the sheer power he displayed with every movement. Though Jiang Feng was merely 5th level, the might he exhibited was on par with that of an 8th-level beast, showing no signs of weakness in their fierce confrontation. Is the zombie serum truly this formidable? Li Hongtu, Shi Qian, Niao Niao, and Qin Yuner pondered silently. After undergoing the transformative effects of 3 doses of the zombie serum, Jiang Feng could no longer be assessed by the standards of an ordinary human. Just as Jiang Feng and his companions broke free from the government building in Alliance District 11, an enraged voice echoed through the air. They turned to see the 9th leader, a striking woman in a Cheongsam, whose eyes blazed with fury. Blood from the monstrous beasts stained her hands, a testament to her relentless fury. Yet, at that moment, the Cheongsam-clad 9th leader paid no heed to the remaining beasts or the swiftly departing leaders. Her gaze was fixated intently upon Jiang Feng. She was determined to exact revenge for Jiadi. Chapter 78. The First Clash. The 9th leader, clad in a chi pao, regarded Jiang Feng with astonishment, utterly surprised that Mei Anying, whom she had dispatched to eliminate him, had failed. Just moments earlier, she had witnessed Jiang Feng, with a mere swing of his hammer, send a level 7 beast flying through the air. Jiang Feng was only at level 5. How could he have vanquished such a formidable foe with a single strike? The 9th leader swiftly recognized that Jiang Feng had become increasingly formidable. However, she was unwilling to let him escape unscathed. In the midst of the current chaos, she sought to capitalize on the tumult to eliminate him entirely, avenging her son. Jiadi, Jiang Feng, I shall slay you. The 9th leader fixed her piercing gaze upon him before abandoning her pursuit of the fleeing ranks, directing her full attention towards Jiang Feng. Previously, due to Guijing and Appo's warning, she had refrained from taking action against him. After all, the undead, required regular doses of zombie serum from Guijing and Appo's to maintain their undead forms. Yet, with Guijing and Appo's now preoccupied with her own survival, who would care about whether Jiang Feng was slain by her hand? Thus, the moment to strike had arrived. With a fierce determination, the 9th leader lunged towards Jiang Feng. In response, he remained unflustered. His physical prowess had reached terrifying heights, bolstered by the strength-enhancing wristbands he wore, giving him a chance to contend with the 9th leader. Moreover, Jiang Feng and the 9th leader were sworn enemies, destined to settle their scores eventually. You all go ahead and assist Qin'er in protecting Xiao Chui's family. As for the 9th leader, leave her to me, Jiang Feng declared, maintaining his composure in the face of the approaching threat. However, concern lingered in the hearts of his companions. Li Hongtu felt apprehensive. After all, the 9th leader was among the most formidable powers in Alliance Zone 11, while Jiang Feng was merely at level 5, potentially unable to withstand her. Brother Xiaofeng, I am swift. I will go save Xiao Chui and the others myself. Shi Qian expressed, his worry for Jiang Feng evident. If Li Hongtu, Niao Niao, and Qin Yuner remained, They would at least provide substantial support to Jiang Feng. I will stay to assist you, Jiang Feng, Qin Yuner proclaimed earnestly, expressing her willingness to face the danger alongside him. I shall too. Niao Niao, who had seldom spoken, now expressed her resolute intent to stand with Jiang Feng. Yet, in the face of their concern and goodwill, Jiang Feng remained steadfast. Everyone, she is a level 10 powerhouse. Do you truly believe that adding a few more individuals would significantly increase our odds? Jiang Feng did not mock the intentions of Li Hongtu, Shi Qian, Niao Niao, or Qin Yuner, but he understood that, in the presence of overwhelming power, the efforts of the weak seemed utterly insignificant. To achieve victory, one must possess sufficient strength. And clearly, Li Hongtu and the others lacked the capability to confront the ninth leader. Even a mere encounter could lead to their immediate demise. The words of Jiang Feng rendered Li Hongtu and his companions momentarily speechless. They were acutely aware that Jiang Feng spoke the truth. Their presence would serve no purpose in the battle against the ninth leader. In fact, their involvement might even hinder Jiang Feng. The disparity in strength between them and the ninth leader was insurmountable. Only Jiang Feng, a mere level 5 member of their third advanced team, possessed the capability to confront the ninth leader. The fact that Jiang Feng could free himself from steel bonds that even level 10 warriors could not escape clearly qualified him to challenge such formidable foes. For the others, perhaps departure was the wisest choice. Take care, Xiaofeng. Li Hongtu contemplated briefly before readily agreeing with Jiang Feng's proposal. He then urged Jiang Feng, if you find yourself at a disadvantage, do not persist recklessly. Preserving your life is paramount. We cannot remain in Area 11. We can proceed with our previous plan. Understood. Jiang Feng nodded, grasping Li Hongtu's implication. He could indeed retreat while evading the pursuit of the ninth leader. Making his way to the previously arranged rendezvous in Alliance Area 14. Everyone, follow me. Li Hongtu's gaze was resolute as he regarded Shi Qian, Niao Niao, and Qin Yuner. He recognized that they were reluctant to abandon their course so easily, but the current circumstances left them no alternative. More importantly, the ninth leader was steadily repelling the beasts that obstructed his path and was rapidly closing in on them. Any further hesitation might render their escape impossible. Qin Yuner, with tears brimming in her eyes, recalled how Jiang Feng had once stood in front of her, risking his life to save her. Even though she ultimately fell to the ninth leader's blade. Yet, at this moment, she felt powerless to act. As a reincarnated individual, she was consumed by guilt and regret. She loathed her own ineptitude and questioned why the beast tide had struck so suddenly. Had it arrived as it did in her previous life, 14 years later, she would not find herself in such a dire predicament. Take care. Though reluctant to part from Jiang Feng, she was even less willing to become a burden to him. Niao Niao gazed at Jiang Feng, her melancholic eyes reflecting a profound sense of loss and heartache. This was the first time Jiang Feng had witnessed such intense emotional turmoil from her since their acquaintance. With deep affection, Niao Niao looked at Jiang Feng and softly urged, "You must survive." Jiang Feng smiled at the members of the third advanced team, waving his hand reassuringly. Rest assured, I, Jiang Feng, shall not perish so easily. With that, he gestured for Li Hongtu to lead the others away. As he watched the third advanced team grow increasingly distant, weaving through the tide of beasts, a weight lifted from Jiang Feng's heart. His objective was now clear, to eliminate the elegant, chi pao-clad ninth leader. Turning his gaze resolutely towards the swiftly approaching ninth leader, a faint smile graced his lips. It was time to bring matters to a close. At this moment, the enchanting beauty in a chi pao, the ninth leader, finally cleared the obstacles before her and stood face to face with Jiang Feng. Her eyes brimmed with murderous intent as she raised her hand, ready to strike at Jiang Feng's crown. Jiang Feng, prepare to meet your demise. I shall ensure that D and Oppos accompanies you to the grave. In the face of the ninth leader's overwhelming hostility, Jiang Feng remained remarkably composed. He leisurely lifted his mighty hammer, his gaze resolute and unwavering. With the strength of a level 5, he dared to confront a level 10 powerhouse, engaging in an audacious endeavor that no one had ever attempted before. Double the power. Chaotic strikes. A full-force blow. Jiang Feng unleashed his utmost strength against the level 10 mutated zombie, the ninth leader, holding nothing back. With a resounding crash, Jiang Feng delivered a fierce blow that sent the ninth leader flying, even shattering her arm in the process. A staggering force of over 4,000 vitality points erupted. A force that even a level 10 warrior could scarcely withstand. The ninth leader fell to the ground, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at Jiang Feng. Blood spilling from her mouth, questioning whether she was caught in a hallucination. How could it be that she, a level 10 warrior, was sent flying by this mere level 5 ability user? Is there any justice left in the world? Is there any law to uphold? Yet, without granting the cheap Ha beauty any respite, Jiang Feng swung his hammer once more, leaping into the air to strike at the 9th leader again. Jiang Feng's resolve to kill was unyielding. Chapter 79, Shock. What have I just witnessed? At that moment, Wang Zhongyi, who was engaged in combat with the beasts, suddenly froze, his face a mask of disbelief as he gazed towards Jiang Feng and the 9th leader. Simultaneously, Leader Wang Yuquan seemed to sense something amiss, his expression equally bewildered as he turned his attention to Jiang Feng and the 9th leader. Leader, did you also see that? Wang Zhongyi stammered, his lips trembling, for he could scarcely believe the scene he had just beheld. Wang Yuquan, with a similarly nuanced expression, nodded numbly and replied, "Indeed, it is utterly astonishing, truly unfathomable, almost superhuman." Both Wang Yuquan and Wang Zhongyi, being experts of the 9th level, possessed keen perception. They had acutely sensed something during the clash between Jiang Feng and the 9th leader, and they had caught the entire exchange out of the corner of their eyes. What is happening? Is there a problem? At this moment, Wang Zhuang, who was also resisting the beast tide, approached with an expression of doubt. He found it perplexing that, amidst such dire circumstances, his father, Wang Yuquan, and Wang Zhongyi were engrossed in a discussion about such bizarre matters. Gulp. Wang Zhongyi swallowed hard, then shakily raised his hand, pointing to the distance where Jiang Feng stood alongside the 9th leader, who lay on the ground, spitting blood. He spoke, just now. That strongest newcomer of the alliance, Jiang Feng, struck the 9th leader and sent him flying. What? Upon hearing Wang Zhongyi's words, Wang Zhuang jumped as if someone had stepped on his tail. As the son of Wang Yuquan, he was well aware of the presence of the hidden expert, the 9th leader, within the alliance and Oppo's District 11. Yet, precisely because of this knowledge, he found it hard to fathom Wang Zhongyi and Oppo's claims. Are you joking? The 9th leader is a level 10 powerhouse. What is Jiang Feng? A mere 5th level ability user, inferior even to me. How could he possibly send the 9th leader flying? Wang Zhuang dismissed Wang Zhongyi's assertion, doubting whether he had experienced an illusion. Wang Zhongyi resolutely shook his head, stating, "Young master, I cannot be mistaken," and the leader saw it too. Seeing Wang Zhongyi's unwavering conviction, Wang Zhuang felt a wave of confusion wash over him. He turned to look at his father, Wang Yuan, who silently nodded in affirmation of Wang Zhongyi's words. No way. Is this even possible? At this point, Wang Zhuang no longer doubted the truth of the matter. For his father, Wang Yuquan, was a man of utmost integrity and would never lie. Gulp. At that moment, Wang Zhuang could not help but swallow again. He had never anticipated that Jiang Feng could be so formidable. For a 5th level ability user to strike down a level 10 expert like the 9th leader was nothing short of miraculous. Look at that hammer. At this moment, Jiang Feng had leapt before the 9th leader, a stunning beauty clad in a cheap how. With a vigorous bound, he swung down a heavy hammer before the leader could fully recover. Thud. The chilling sound of iron striking flesh echoed as the hammer struck the 9th leader's face, driving her head deep into the unforgiving concrete below. Hiss. Witnessing this, Wang Zhuang gasped in astonishment. Jiang Feng's ferocity surpassed anything he had previously imagined. Why? Why is this happening? Wang Zhongyi, however, wore a perplexed expression, unable to comprehend Jiang Feng's actions. In this dire moment of a beast-tide assault, when everyone was striving to combat the threat, was it not folly to engage in such internal conflict? As Wang Zhongyi prepared to confront Jiang Feng about his brutal attack on the 9th leader, Wang Yuquan restrained him, having sensed that the 9th leader was not yet deceased. Leader, what are you doing? Wang Zhongyi looked at Wang Yuquan in confusion, unable to grasp his reasoning. Wang Yuquan remained silent, merely glancing towards the fallen leader with a grave tone. Look. Wang Zhongyi paused, then turned to observe the scene of the 9th leader's apparent demise. In the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically as he murmured in horror, alive. She is alive? The 9th leader is actually a zombie? Jiang Feng's earlier strike had shattered the 9th leader's skull, forcing her true form to emerge as she began to utilize her altered zombie regenerative abilities to mend her fractured head. Simultaneously, her once enchanting beauty was utterly revealed to be a mere facade. The 9th leader, now stripped of her former allure, had transformed into a grotesque figure marred by zombie scars, resembling a decrepit old woman. Wang Yuquan and Wang Zhuang felt a sudden heaviness in their hearts upon witnessing the 9th leader and Oppo's transformation. They had long been aware of the existence of zombies lurking within the Alliance's District 11, but they had not anticipated that even a high-ranking figure like the Ninth Leader was one of them. Unbeknownst to them, the situation was far graver. Many high-ranking officials within the Alliance and Oppo's District 11 were, in fact, mutated zombies derived from Guijing and Oppo's zombie serum, rather than ordinary humans. No wonder. Wang Yuan sighed. Initially hoping to enlist Jiang Feng's extraordinary combat prowess to unite with the Ninth Leader against the Beast Tide. However, it became evident that the animosity between Jiang Feng and the Ninth Leader must be resolved by them alone. I shall kill you. The Ninth Leader, a creature of vanity, would not have chosen the blood sacrifice of a zombie serum otherwise. Through the consumption of vast amounts of blood, she had once maintained her youthful and radiant appearance. With old grievances and fresh enmities, the Ninth Leader would not let Jiang Feng escape unscathed. Yet, in the face of her wrath, Jiang Feng remained unfazed, a faint, indifferent smile gracing his lips. The recent blows had utterly depleted Jiang Feng's stamina. After all, a hammer capable of crushing a level 10 powerhouse was no ordinary tool wielded carelessly. It was a manifestation of sheer, explosive effort. However, following a brief period of recovery, he was on the verge of overcoming the darkest hour of exhaustion. If he could endure just a little longer, he would once again be a formidable contender, ready to confront the Ninth Leader head-on. Kill me? You may not have the opportunity, Jiang Feng scoffed, a provocative smile gracing his lips. The Ninth Leader paused, momentarily perplexed by Jiang Feng's words. Jiang Feng then cast a glance at the surging tide of beasts and remarked with a grin. I believe the likelihood of being devoured by those creatures before you have the chance to slay me is considerably higher. What a pity it is that I cannot serve as your meal and grant you the chance for vengeance against Jadi. It truly is a regrettable fate. You should depart the Alliance's District 11 with this lingering regret. Jiang Feng's deliberate taunts indeed pierced the Ninth Leader, inciting her wrath. No, you cannot fall prey to those beasts. You must become my prey. You must perish by my hand. You will pay for D and Oppo's death. I will not allow you to die easily. I will not grant you the satisfaction. The Ninth Leader exclaimed, nearly driven to madness, before charging directly at Jiang Feng. Yet, in this fervent pursuit, her initial target was not Jiang Feng himself, but rather the beast lunging towards him. Boom, boom, boom. The Ninth Leader, truly a level 10 powerhouse, effortlessly dispatched the beasts that charged at Jiang Feng before finally turning her gaze upon him. At that moment, Jiang Feng wore a broad smile, his eyes sparkling with mirth as he addressed the Ninth Leader. Thank you for your assistance. With that, he swung the heavy hammer in his grasp, bringing it down forcefully towards the Ninth Leader. Behold the hammer. Chapter 80, a shift in the situation shameless. The Ninth Leader realized the moment she saw the hammer that Jiang Feng hurled towards her. It dawned on her that Jiang Feng had been scheming against her, intentionally leading her to combat the alien beasts, thereby granting him a moment to recuperate his energy. After all, his ability to restore stamina was well known. Jiang Feng remained remarkably composed in the face of the Ninth Leader's furious denunciation. With a subtle smile, he nonchalantly remarked, "This is a stratagem. If you do not assist me, then you shall truly be unable to avenge yourself." His disdainful smile betrayed no concern for her wrath. Moreover, his statement held a grain of truth. Without her aid against the alien beasts, the Ninth Leader would be incapable of personally vanquishing Jiang Feng. Thus, confronted with such a dilemma, she was compelled to aid him in fending off the creatures. She had no other recourse. The Ninth Leader seethed with fury. Yet at that moment, Jiang Feng's hammer was already upon her. She had no desire to debate the merits of righteousness or shamelessness. She was left with no choice but to muster all her strength to withstand Jiang Feng's assault. Block it. The Ninth Leader raised her weapon, attempting to shield herself from the impending strike. However, the force behind Jiang Feng's hammer was not easily resisted, even by a level 10 powerhouse. Crack. Boom. In an instant, the Ninth Leader was sent flying, her fate mirroring that of previous encounters. Without hesitation, Jiang Feng surged towards her once more. Die. The hammer in Jiang Feng and Oppo's grasp descended with thunderous ferocity, aimed with no restraint and wielded with its sharp head for maximum devastation. In confronting the formidable level 10 Ninth Leader, Jiang Feng had already begun to exhaust his potential. Crash. The Ninth Leader found herself in a state beyond verbal description beneath the onslaught of Jiang Feng's hammer. Huff, huff, huff. At this juncture, Jiang Feng could not help but breathe heavily. Even with the aid of his power-enhancing wristbands, the rapid depletion of his stamina weighed heavily upon him. Yet he understood that he could not afford to grant the ninth leader any respite, for if she gained the upper hand, only a path to demise awaited him. You scoundrel! Once more, the ninth leader regained her composure, glaring fiercely at Jiang Feng. Then, in a swift motion, she lunged towards him. Just as Jiang Feng found himself at his most vulnerable moment of recovery, with no means of evasion. Roar! However, as the ninth leader charged at Jiang Feng, a horde of level 8 and 9 alien beasts surged madly towards him. This scene was bewildering, not only to the ninth leader, but even to Jiang Feng himself. The ninth leader thought that even if Jiang Feng sought to leverage his own death to compel her to repel the beasts, they possessed their own minds and could not be manipulated by him. However, it appears that the monstrous creatures are possessed, relentlessly advancing towards Jiang Feng. A sense of foreboding gripped Jiang Feng as he vaguely realized that he might be the focal point of this beast tide. He was perplexed by the reason behind this phenomenon, yet he could distinctly sense that the seemingly tumultuous wave of beasts, after breaching layer upon layer of obstacles, ultimately targeted him, rather than the so-called Alliance government building. I truly do not know whether to feel fortunate or mournful. Jiang Feng forced a wry smile, aware that the creatures charging at him could claim his life at any moment, while the ninth leader, under the pressure of the beasts, was compelled to prioritize his own survival. Consequently, a delicate equilibrium emerged on the battlefield. Once Jiang Feng had regained his stamina, he seized the opportunity to strike decisively at the ninth leader before he could react. This cycle of confrontation left onlookers with a sense of dread. Gulp. Wang Zhuangzhuang nervously swallowed, murmuring, "This scene appears so bizarre." Wang Zhongyi nodded, conceding this point. Wang Yuquan squinted, having noticed that Jiang Feng was already drenched in sweat, seemingly at the limits of his endurance. If this continued, even with recovery, Jiang Feng could not possibly triumph over the undead ninth leader. "That young man is in peril," Wang Yuquan muttered, then swiftly dashed forward, intent on assisting Jiang Feng against the ninth leader. At that moment, the ninth leader began to unleash carnage upon the humans of Alliance District 11, consuming their blood to regain strength. Should this persist, if the ninth leader were to overcome Jiang Feng, he might very well turn his wrath upon the remaining humans of Alliance District 11. Moreover, as Jiang Feng appeared to be the epicenter of the beast tide, the simplest solution to quell the beasts was to expel him from Alliance District 11. Thus, Jiang Feng must not perish. He simply cannot die. At least not within the confines of Alliance District 11. Witnessing his father rush to aid Jiang Feng, Wang Zhuangzhuang felt a surge of clarity regarding Wang Youquan's intentions. Unfortunately, he lacked the capability to assist Jiang Feng. Consequently, Wang Zhuangzhuang turned to Wang Zhongyi beside him, urging, "Gather the brothers, we must aid Jiang Feng." Huh? Wang Zhongyi's face was one of confusion and incomprehension. He could not fathom why Wang Zhuangzhuang wished for him to help Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng must not perish here. He seemed to be the crux of this beast tide. Even in death, it must occur outside of Alliance District 11, as he was the key to resolving this crisis. Wang Zhuangzhuang explained, "As for the ninth leader, do you believe she would spare us after slaying Jiang Feng? I fear we would merely become her sustenance for recovery." Upon hearing this, Wang Zhongyi instantly came to a realization, yet he hesitated to act, voicing his concern, "Young master, but what will happen to you if we go?" Wang Zhuangzhuang smiled faintly, and, brimming with confidence, remarked, "Have you not noticed that those formidable beasts are all targeting Jiang Feng? Although this wave of beasts appears perilous, its destructive potential is, in fact, minimal." Wang Zhongyi was momentarily taken aback. It was only at that moment he realized the truth. Indeed, the pressure exerted by this wave of beasts was not as formidable as he had initially thought. Otherwise, he would not have had the time or focus to pay attention to the battle between Jiang Feng and the ninth leader. Now, enlightened by Wang Zhuangzhuang's insight, Wang Zhongyi immediately comprehended the situation. The genuine peril of this beast tide resided solely with Jiang Feng. Understanding this, Wang Zhongyi nodded affirmatively, signaling his comprehension, and then waved his hand, rallying the members of the Special Operations Team to assist Jiang Feng in resisting the ninth leader. "Brothers, follow my lead. Let us aid that lad, Jiang Feng." Yes. Without hesitation, the members of the Special Operations Team surged forward alongside Wang Zhongyi. What began as a struggle between Jiang Feng and the ninth leader gradually transformed into a confrontation between the ninth leader and the beasts, as well as a battle involving Wang Yuquan and others. Jiang Feng was no longer shouldering the burden alone. Chapter 81. Opportunity. Jiang Feng, do you lack strength now? Even if your stamina recovers, you are still helpless, Arin and Apos. To you? This time, You shall surely perish at my hands. The ninth leader, witnessing Jiang Feng drenched in sweat, struggling to maintain his grip on the iron hammer, could not suppress a triumphant laugh. Her long-cherished desire to avenge her son, Jiedia, was finally within reach. Jiang Feng, panting heavily, silently raised his head to meet the gaze of the ninth leader, his heart brimming with despair. For her words rang true. He had indeed reached his limit. I never anticipated the burden of the power gauntlet would be so immense. Am I truly destined to perish here? Jiang Feng murmured bitterly within himself. Despite the apocalyptic system's miraculous stamina recovery mechanism, the overwhelming load of the gauntlet rendered him utterly incapable of enduring any longer. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared before Jiang Feng, intercepting the ninth leader and Apos' strike. The ninth leader was momentarily forced back, her expression a mixture of shock and disbelief as she turned to the newcomer. Wang Yuan, why do you impede me? The ninth leader glared furiously at Wang Yuan. Unable to comprehend his choice to assist Jiang Feng, Wang Yuan, effortlessly dispatching the monstrous beings that surged towards Jiang Feng, regarded the ninth leader with a casual, disdainful smile. Do you take me for a fool? Once this brat is dead, won't your sights be set on us? A jolt of realization coursed through Jiang Feng at Wang Youquan's words, for the outcome he described mirrored the dire situation that Qin Yuner had foretold prior to his rebirth. A mutated zombie that replenishes its stamina by consuming human blood sees humanity as the perfect sustenance. Given the chance, it would naturally resort to rampant slaughter for its own gain. With a chilling laugh, the ninth leader prepared to claim a human life, to quench her thirst for blood and restore her vitality. However, swish, 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 figures emerged in quick succession, encircling the ninth leader, led by Wang Zhongyi. Zombie, you shall not kill again. Wang Zhongyi glared coldly at the ninth leader, commanding his elite task force to ensnare her, denying her any opportunity to slaughter innocents and replenish her strength. You all. The ninth leader was taken aback, never imagining that she would be cornered by Wang Yuan and Wang Zhongyi. Crack. Gritting her teeth in frustration, she retorted. If it weren't for this brat exhausting so much of my stamina earlier, could you possibly restrain me? Wang Yuan laughed heartily, replying. We are merely taking advantage of Jiang Feng's misfortune. What can you do about it? Wang Yuan cared little for the nuances, although he was an upstanding individual. It did not imply he was naive. He fully understood the principle of seizing the opportunity in times of crisis. Now that the ninth leader had suffered substantial stamina depletion from Jiang Feng's relentless attacks, if they did not act now, these level 9 abilities had no chance, nor the qualification to confront the level 10 mutated zombie, the ninth leader. You all, are bastards. You deserve to die. The ninth leader was immediately engulfed in fury, gritting her teeth as she charged recklessly towards Jiang Feng, towards Wang Yuan, and the special operations team led by Wang Zhongyi. Unfortunately, due to her prior severe injuries and significant depletion of stamina, she found herself at a disadvantage against the encirclement of Wang Yuan and his companions. Bang, bang, bang. Time and again, the ninth leader was overwhelmed by Wang Yuan and the others, only to recover her stamina momentarily. Although the attacking power of Wang Youquan's group paled in comparison to the terrifying strength Jiang Feng exhibited with the enhancement of his power wristbands, it was still sufficient to cause considerable distress to the ninth leader. As time wore on, her stamina dwindled, her combat effectiveness diminished, and her injuries worsened. Finally, when her real-time stamina dropped to 90 points, her equipment, the blood armor, erupted into action. Buzz. The level 9 blood armor was instantaneously activated, enveloping the ninth leader in a rich crimson suit of armor. Ding ding ding. At that moment, when Wang Yuan and his companions launched another assault on the ninth leader, they were astonished to discover that they could not inflict even the slightest harm upon her. What? Wang Yuan was momentarily stunned. Did this mean they could not kill the ninth leader? Even Wang Yuan, the leader of Alliance District 11, had never anticipated that the ninth leader possessed such a remarkable piece of equipment as the level 9 blood armor. Leader, what should we do? Wang Zhongyi was equally taken aback. Their attacks were ineffective, leaving them unable to halt the ninth leader's advance. Wang Yuan, maintaining his composure, commanded, first, assist Jiang Feng in fending off the beast tide while simultaneously obstructing the ninth leader's assault. As for the rest, let me handle it. Just as Wang Yuan felt a headache coming on and a sense of helplessness washed over him, a familiar and unwavering voice suddenly resonated behind him. Jiang Feng, you? Although Jiang Feng's stamina had recovered, he still felt somewhat weak due to the immense prior exertion, A frenzied attack akin to before was beyond his current capabilities. After all, Jiang Feng was human, and the limits of his body were finite. Another bout of such reckless aggression could very well lead to his demise. Yet, Jiang Feng smiled faintly, his confidence radiating as he declared, "Give me a chance, let me take her down." His eyes glimmered as they fixated on the ninth leader, whose stamina had plummeted to a mere 90 points. Jiang Feng had refrained from attacking, had not fled, and had quietly awaited this moment. With her stamina below 100, he could activate his level 5 ability, Execution. Under the power of execution, no matter how formidable the level 9 blood armor, it would be rendered inconsequential, a mere facade, utterly incapable of withstanding his assault. This was the astonishing strength of execution, which disregarded all forms of defense, truly a game-changer. Can you really do it? Wang Yuan remained somewhat skeptical. Jiang Feng nodded, his gaze growing increasingly resolute, fervent, and urgent. Upon witnessing this scene, Wang Yuan instantly comprehended that Jiang Feng was not merely speaking in vain. Consequently, he promptly instructed Wang Zhongyi and others to cooperate with Jiang Feng. Wang Yuan commanded, quickly, "Find a way to ensnare the ninth leader and create an opportunity for Jiang Feng." Wang Zhongyi replied, "Leader, is that feasible?" Wang Yuan insisted, "Follow the orders." Wang Zhongyi affirmed, "Yes." Although Wang Zhongyi did not fully grasp the rationale behind Wang Youquan's directive, he was resolute in his commitment to executing it flawlessly. "Brothers, assist Jiang Feng." Yes. The members of the Special Operations Team immediately followed in Jiang Feng and Appo's footsteps, employing every conceivable method to entrap the ninth leader, thereby providing Jiang Feng with a suitable opportunity and angle to strike. With a mighty swing, Jiang Feng raised the small hammer high above his head. This time, he chose not to utilize the power bracers, as it was entirely unnecessary, and he could not afford the energy expenditure they demanded. It was merely a simple, chaotic strike, a commonplace smash directed toward the ninth leader. Chapter 82, The Greater Good. Haha. Surely you do not believe that you can kill me? The ninth leader scoffed as she observed Jiang Feng lunging towards her, his hammer raised high. Her face was adorned with disdain. She even relinquished her defense, allowing Wang Zhongyi and the others to encircle her, facing Jiang Feng's hammer head-on. They trust you, but that is merely a testament to their folly, a desperate choice born of hopelessness. However, surely you cannot be foolish enough to believe you possess the capability to slay me. If that is the case, then you are indeed naive. The ninth leader proclaimed triumphantly, exuding confidence in her level 9 blood armor. Although the blood armor was derived from consuming one's own vitality and was not sustainable for long, she felt assured in confronting Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng regarded the ninth leader's confidence with indifference. While others may doubt him, he harbored an unshakable belief in his own abilities. He understood that what he was about to unleash was his true extraordinary power, execution, ignoring defenses, disregarding recovery, disregarding all an instantaneous strike. Am I too naive? You will discover the truth soon enough. Observe the hammer, zombie. I shall shatter your skull. Jiang Feng raised the hammer high and brought it crashing down. Ding. System notification. Detected enemy's physical energy below 100. Execution ability activated. Buzz. In the next moment, amidst the incredulous gazes of the ninth leader and the astonished looks from Wang Zhongyi and others, Jiang Feng's hammer effortlessly pierced through the level 9 blood armor. Then, bang! The hammer seemed to wield little might, yet it directly obliterated the ninth leader's head, splattering her brain matter, with the hammer embedding itself into her skull. No, it's impossible. The last remnants of the ninth leader's consciousness beheld her shattered head in disbelief, filled with confusion and bewilderment. She could not comprehend how her level 9 blood armor had become so feeble. After all, Jiang Feng's strike was merely a standard blow, devoid of any enhancement. And given his physical state, he could exert no strength. Yet, under such circumstances, Jiang Feng's hammer had still obliterated her head. Leaving the ninth leader questioning how he achieved such a feat, even more terrifying was the ninth leader's dawning realization that her remaining vitality could not restore her shattered head. She could only await her demise. I am so unwilling, the ninth leader murmured in a hoarse voice, her words growing weaker until she ultimately faded, completely extinguished. Gulp. The scene before Wang Zhongyi and the Special Operations Team left them wide-eyed, gazing at Jiang Feng in utter disbelief. They glanced at Jiang Feng, who was gasping for breath and barely able to stand, and then at his trembling arms that could hardly lift the hammer. They began to doubt the magnitude of power behind Jiang Feng and Appo's recent strike, wondering if it was akin to a mere tickle. Yet, on the other hand, The shattered head of the ninth leader unequivocally attested to the formidable strength of Jiang Feng and Apos' blow. Faced with such a contradictory scene, they were left questioning whether they were experiencing an illusion or had grossly underestimated the weight of Jiang Feng's formidable strike. Impressive. Wang Yuquan, maintaining a semblance of composure, squinted as he scrutinized Jiang Feng. A flicker of realization crossed his eyes, and a subtle smile graced his lips as he murmured, "I never expected that the most concealed individual in Alliance District 11 would be you. Heaven help us." Meanwhile, Wang Zhuang, while fending off the beast tide, stole a glance at the struggle between Jiang Feng and the ninth leader. Upon witnessing Jiang Feng's hammer obliterating the ninth leader's head, he was rendered utterly speechless. A level 5 mutant had just crushed the skull of a level 10 powerhouse. Was there any justice left in the world? Was there even a semblance of law? Despite 1,000 doubts swirling in his mind, the undeniable reality before him left no room for disbelief. Huff, huff, huff. As the central figure in this chaos, Jiang Feng was panting heavily, his body pushed to its limits. Sweat dripped incessantly, and he could hardly muster the strength to grip the enormous hammer. Yet, even in such a dire state, Jiang Feng bent down and retrieved a blood-red stone from the ninth leader's waist. This artifact was none other than a level 9 blood armor. The battle had concluded, and treasures could not be forsaken. Ding. System notification. Congratulations to the host for successfully defeating a level 10 zombie and receiving a special reward package. Just as Jiang Feng was securing the core of the level 9 blood armor, the delightful sound of the system notification echoed in his mind once more. This time, due to his extraordinary achievement of defeating a level 10 zombie, the reward package had escalated to a special one. Unfortunately, before Jiang Feng could click to discover the nature of his reward, Wang Yuan swiftly approached him. "Jiang Feng, thank you for eliminating such a tremendous threat. You are a hero in Alliance District 11. We should express our gratitude and allow you to rest. However, there is an urgent matter that requires your attention." Wang Yuquan looked at Jiang Feng with utmost seriousness. In the presence of a hero, the highest honors should be bestowed, but alas, the moment was not opportune. Jiang Feng first stowed the level 9 blood armor and then quietly tucked away the enormous hammer. Taking a deep breath, he turned his gaze towards Wang Yuquan. He now understood Wang Youquan's identity, recognizing him as the upright father of Wang Zhuang. Moreover, while the leaders of Alliance District 11 had chosen to flee, Wang Yuquan had opted to remain. This alone instilled in Jiang Feng a profound admiration for him. Simultaneously, Jiang Feng understood what Wang Yuquan desired of him. It was merely the impending beast tide that evidently targeted him. Although the reasons eluded him, Jiang Feng was acutely aware that if he departed from Alliance District 11 post-haste, the forthcoming beast tide would inevitably engulf the district entirely. Thus, he resolved to leave. Wang, the leader, need not elaborate. Jiang Feng comprehended his intentions and was willing to cooperate. However, the constraints of his current predicament rendered his departure from the Alliance community seemingly unattainable. With a resigned sigh, he acknowledged that despite lacking friends in Alliance District 11, the members of the 3rd Advanced Team and Xiao Chui's family still remained, regardless of the circumstances. Jiang Feng could not bear witness to the annihilation of Alliance District 11. Yet, he found himself utterly exhausted. Wang Yuquan, upon hearing Jiang Feng and Apos' words, felt a wave of emotion. Jiang Feng's awareness of the larger picture deeply moved him. As for facilitating Jiang Feng's exit from Alliance District 11, Wang Yuquan had already devised a plan. "As long as you are willing to leave, that suffices," he stated with a hint of reluctance. "I recognize that this may seem unjust to you, but I must do this for the sake of the residents of the Alliance community. Rest assured, I will not place you in peril. Loyalty, take your special operations team and ensure Jiang Feng's safe passage from the Alliance community. It is imperative that you guarantee his safety until he reaches a secure location, until the beast tide subsides." Wang Yuquan decisively assigned his special operations team to escort Jiang Feng. Wang Zhongyi held Jiang Feng in the highest regard and was wholly committed to this mission. Wang Yuquan nodded affirmatively, gesturing for them to proceed. Subsequently, Wang Zhongyi, along with his special operations team, began their swift journey towards the outskirts of Alliance District 11. Escorting Jiang Feng. Chapter 83. The Horn of Counterattack. Brother Jiang Feng, in which direction do you wish to proceed? Wang Zhongyi, leading his special operations team, escorted Jiang Feng out of the core community zone of Alliance District 11. The next step depended on Jiang Feng's chosen path. Without hesitation, Jiang Feng replied, "Please, Brother Zhongyi, escort me towards Alliance District 14. A jolt of realization struck them. Alliance District 14 was indeed the most accessible community following their departure from District 11. Wang Zhongyi understood Jiang Feng's choice. After all, the circumstances in District 11 were evident prior to the onslaught of the Beast Tide. Even a genius like Jiang Feng received little attention from the Alliance and scarce resources. Moreover, the presence of zombies among the upper echelons of District 11 made it a place where no one wished to linger. Had it not been for Wang Yuquan's desire to protect the ordinary populace of District 11, Wang Zhongyi would have preferred to leave as well. No one could guarantee that those leaders who had previously fled District 11 would not return once the Beast Tide subsided. In this era, strength equated to power. It was the only currency that mattered, rendering notions of justice and fairness mere laughable fables. Brothers, let us advance towards Alliance District 14 and escort Brother Jiang Feng to safety. Wang Zhongyi gathered his resolve and commanded his special operations team. Understood. The team members, filled with admiration for Jiang Feng, willingly pledged their support. Leader Wang still needs us. If you wish to reach District 14, the remaining journey will likely depend on your own strength. Ha ha ha. No need for such modesty. You are now our idol. You are truly remarkable. Wang Zhongyi laughed heartily as he led his team toward Alliance District 14. Indeed, the direction of the Beast Tide had shifted. After Jiang Feng's departure, Wang Yuquan stared in disbelief at the changing course of the Beast Tide pursuing Jiang Feng, his eyes reflecting astonishment and confusion. Jiang Feng's strength had already left Wang Yuquan astounded, but the fact that the Beast Tide seemed to be targeting Jiang Feng perplexed him further. Having experienced multiple Beast Tides, this was the first time he had witnessed one seemingly directed at a specific individual. What kind of enchantment does he possess? Wang Yuan squinted, murmuring to himself, "Father, the Beast Tide is receding." At that moment, Wang Zhuang hurried over, panting heavily, eyes alight with excitement. The retreat of the Beast Tide made an otherwise arduous defense considerably easier. The core of the Beast Tide had shifted direction, significantly alleviating the defensive pressure on Alliance District 11. Currently, the remaining beasts in District 11 were largely of lower rank, posing no lethal threat to the community. Notify all combat teams, counterattack. Yes. Wang Zhuang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Once the counteroffensive mode was activated, the complete subjugation of the Beast Tide would be within reach. However, as he glanced in the direction Jiang Feng had departed, his expression became somewhat intricate. He was not foolish. He understood that the retreat of the Beast Tide was likely connected to Jiang Feng's departure. Who would have thought that the illustrious Alliance District 11 would ultimately require a level 5 supernatural being for salvation, and not just once, but twice? A bitter smile spread across Wang Zhuang's face. Previously, Jiang Feng had vanquished the 9th leader, a level 10 mutated zombie, thereby rescuing Alliance District 11 once. Now, by diverting the Beast Tide, he had achieved a second act of salvation. In retrospect, he should have relinquished the captaincy to him. No. He should have directly recommended him to his father's special operations team. That kid is worthy. Wang Zhuang now regretted his actions during the recruitment process for the Alliance. He believed his initial offer had been insufficiently generous, unaware that no matter how enticing the terms, Jiang Feng would never have chosen him. Jiang Feng's choice would inevitably be the 3rd advance team. Beep, beep, beep. The sound of the counteroffensive horn began to resonate in the skies above Alliance District 11, as the counterattack orders initiated by Wang Zhuang spread like wildfire. The populace, previously engulfed in fear and trepidation, finally glimpsed the dawn of hope. Everyone understood that the sounding of the counteroffensive horn signified the imminent retreat of the Beast Tide and their approaching safety. Kill. Charge. Slay the beasts. Across Alliance District 11, cries reverberated as people surged forward. The combat teams, once weary from defense, now emerged en masse to commence their counterattack. Even certain logistical departments began to organize a counteroffensive against the beasts. In the registration office, a peripheral department within logistics, the lone combat-oriented supernatural being was now proudly and arrogantly directing his colleagues. His lofty gaze swept over everyone, exuding a sense of pride and confidence as if he were destined to be the savior. He proclaimed, "Everyone, heed my command. Fear not. With me, Yu Shanqiu. At the forefront, we are the combat team, and we can repel and even slay the beasts." At this moment, in the registration office, he eagerly seized the opportunity to showcase his abilities. Those who had long felt unfulfilled within the office began to stir at Yu Shanqiu's rallying call. Although none among them were combat-oriented supernatural beings, the presence of a level 4 supernatural being like Yu Shanqiu instilled them with considerable confidence. Let us accompany you. I shall join as well. Onward. One by one, the logistical personnel at the registration office began to stir, following the enthusiastic Yu Shanchuan as he ventured outside. At the rear of the crowd, Yan Xiaoping quietly observed the oblivious Yu Shanchuan, entirely unfazed, while others may have been unaware. Yan Xiaoping distinctly remembered that it was Yu Shanchuan's command during the alliance recruitment that led to the disqualification of his two companions. He held no faith in Yu Shanchuan and Apos' combat leadership skills. Fool you. Dare to trust him? Yan Xiaoping muttered under his breath. Were it Jiang Feng who raised his voice in rallying call, he would undoubtedly follow. But as for Yu Shanchuan, he neither dared nor believed. With a clamor, the makeshift combat team, galvanized by Yu Shanchuan and Apos' leadership, surged forth. Bang! Chapter 84, Homecoming Crash. At this moment, Yu Shanchuan bore grievous wounds upon his body. With his abdomen seemingly pierced by the sharp horn of a beast, blood gushing forth as his intestines spilled out. Such a harrowing injury rendered him lifeless. Yu Shanchuan spat blood, his gaze reluctantly drifting toward the street outside, murmuring, Why? Oh heavens, why have you treated me thus? Why was I met with a level 6 beast the moment I stepped outside? I cannot accept this. I refuse to accept it. Thud. As he struggled to speak, he suddenly seemed to lose all strength, collapsing onto the ground. He had perished at the very moment when he felt invigorated, believing he was on the cusp of reaching the pinnacle of his life. Scary. With a rustle, the matter of battle was best left to the combat team. Indeed. We shall wait with confidence, believing that the skirmish will soon conclude. Humph. I nearly squandered my youth on his folly. In an instant. This group of individuals regained their senses, simultaneously critiquing Yu Shanchuan's actions, deeming him a detriment to both himself and others. Fortunately, they had refrained from rushing out. Otherwise, their fate would not have been much better than Yu Shanchuan's. Yan Xiaoping quietly lingered at the back of the crowd, abstaining from voicing any opinions. To him, living cautiously and learning to align oneself with true strength for protection was the hallmark of wisdom. Failing to discern the genuine strong from the false was a folly. In this era rife with beasts, death would warrant no lament. He pondered where Feng Gu had gone. How wonderful it would be if he were present. Yan Xiaoping murmured, beginning to miss Jiang Feng. The horn of counterattack? At this moment, the members of the third advance team, accompanying Shi Qian to Shaochui's residence, were momentarily taken aback. They had never anticipated that the call for a counteroffensive would arrive so swiftly. Li Hongtu surveyed the surroundings with a calm demeanor, and after a brief pause, he spoke softly. The beast tide has begun to recede, and now truly is the optimal moment for a counterattack. The beast tide has retreated so rapidly? Qin Yuner frowned in confusion. In her previous life, she vividly recalled that the entire Alliance District 11 had been reduced to ruins under the onslaught of the beast tide. Moreover, the intensity and duration of that tide were far beyond what was experienced this time. What could possibly explain this? What has transpired? Qin Yuner found herself at a loss, as this stood in stark contrast to her former memories. I shall investigate. Shi Qian leaped nimbly, swiftly ascending a tall building to observe the situation of the beast tide. Soon after, he descended and, with a puzzled expression, addressed the crowd. The beast tide has not retreated. Rather, it has changed direction. Changed direction? To where? Li Hongtu, Niao Niao, and Qin Yuner felt a sudden pang of unease in their hearts, sensing an ominous premonition. What? Could it be Jiang Feng? How could this happen? In an instant, Li Hongtu, Niao Niao, and Qin Yuner became restless, for they had surmised that this beast tide might be directed at Jiang Feng, as they had previously planned to venture towards Alliance District 14. However, Qin Yuner, unwilling to succumb to despair, inquired, what about the Alliance government building? Has the battle with the ninth leader concluded? She would rather believe that Jiang Feng was engaged in combat with the ninth leader than accept the notion of him being the focal point of this impending beast tide. She understood better than anyone the terrifying aftermath that this tide could unleash. With his head bowed, Shi Qian spoke in a somber tone. There has been no activity at the Alliance government building. The last flicker of hope for Qin Yuner extinguished, confirming her fears that this beast tide was indeed targeting Jiang Feng. Her complexion paled, rendering her almost unsteady on her feet. At that moment, Niao Niao supported Qin Yuner. Her usually melancholic demeanor now brightened with determination. Yuner, this is a positive sign. It at least confirms that Jiang Feng has vanquished the ninth leader, and that he is still alive. A glimmer of realization ignited in Qin Yuner and Apos' eyes. Indeed, this was not entirely bad news. She nodded vigorously, proclaiming, Niao Niao is right. This is a good thing. No. Qin Yuner wholeheartedly agreed with Li Hongtu's assertion that they must not allow Shi Qian to venture out alone. An individual of swift agility was not safe amidst the beast tide. The multitude of ferocious creatures would render mere speed insufficient to evade all attacks. Rather, it was the defenders who stood as the mightiest warriors in such tumult. Shi Qian, sensing the resolute gazes of his companions, understood that he could not evade their intentions and thus steeled himself to continue the journey alongside them. Let us hasten. We must not delay in reuniting with Brother Xiaofeng, he urged, turning to lead the way homeward. Come, keep up. Li Hongtu gestured, swiftly following. Niao Niao and Qin Yuner trailed closely behind. This third advance team, bereft of Jiang Feng, traversed the waning beast tide with a palpable sense of vulnerability. Shi Qian had relocated Xiao Chui's family to the heart of the alliance, where defensive measures were robust and numerous combat squads were stationed, ensuring their safety from peril. Qian and Apos, ergo. Xiao Chui emerged from the room, her eyes red with worry. Since Shi Qian and Apos' disappearance, she had been engulfed in anxiety, and the onset of the beast tide had left her in tears. Seeing Shi Qian return ignited overwhelming joy within her. Uncle Shi Qian. Ugandan also rushed out, excitedly embracing Shi Qian's leg. Uncle Shi Qian, I missed you. Yuapa stood quietly in the room, observing the reunion with a silent tear glistening at the corner of her eye, a rare smile gracing her lips. Shi Qian finally could not hold back his tears. This was the first time he felt the warmth of home since the apocalypse. The sensation of being cared for by someone is truly wonderful. Chapter 85. A Great Harvest Captain. Niao Niao. Yuner, take care. Shi Qian gazed reluctantly at Li Hongtu, Niao Niao, and Qin Yuner. Ultimately, he chose to remain with Xiao Chui's family, staying in Alliance District 11. Qianer, take care. Brother Qianer, take care. Take care. Li Hongtu, Niao Niao. And Qin Yuner looked back at Shi Qian with similar reluctance. They had shared a long history of camaraderie and battle, and the thought of parting filled their hearts with sorrow and reluctance. However, they understood that if Shi Qian were to take Xiao Chui's family to Alliance District 14, given their current strength, it would be nearly impossible to achieve. To put it bluntly, if they ventured forth together, they would likely meet their demise along the way, devoured by the formidable beasts lurking in the beast forest. Thus, bidding farewell became their only viable option. Hurry, Xiaofeng is still waiting for you. He must not come to harm. Shi Qian's thoughts lingered on Jiang Feng, as they were uncertain of what peril awaited him while being pursued by the beast tide. Li Hongtu stepped forward, gently patting Shi Qian's shoulder, a fleeting sadness flickering across his face. Yet, he uttered nothing and turned away, departing directly. Niao Niao and Qin Yuner offered a slight nod to Shi Qian, their own hearts heavy with grief, but they also recognized that the longer they delayed, the greater the danger Jiang Feng would face. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After bidding farewell to Shi Qian, Li Hongtu, Niao Niao, and Qin Yuner hastened swiftly towards Alliance District 14. Xiaofeng, hold on. We are coming to aid you. Li Hongtu's eyes focused intently, silently repeating the words in his heart. Jiang Feng, you must not come to harm. Qin Yuner clenched her fists, unwilling to witness Jiang Feng's downfall, as in her previous life. Jiang Feng, I cannot believe how deeply I worry for you. Niao Niao's eyes, filled with melancholy, reflected her astonishment. She had never anticipated feeling such concern for another. Shi Qian watched the retreating figures of Li Hongtu, Niao Niao, and Qin Yuner, letting out a quiet sigh, murmuring, I wish you a safe journey. Brother Qianer, I am sorry. We have burdened you. At that moment, Xiao Chui approached Shi Qian, her eyes brimming with remorse. To Xiao Chui, it seemed that had it not been for their family, Shi Qian would undoubtedly have followed Li Hongtu to assist Jiang Feng. Yet, due to their presence, Shi Qian had to forsake his brothers. What nonsense! You have not burdened me at all. With you, my life is truly complete. Moreover, I have faith in Brother Xiaofeng. His abilities surpass your imagination. I firmly believe he will be safe. Shi Qian gently embraced Xiao Chui, speaking tenderly. Simultaneously, his gaze drifted towards the horizon, his heart filled with thoughts of Jiang Feng, who continually defied the odds. He was confident that the one who consistently brought surprises would undoubtedly overcome adversity. Brother Xiaofeng? Xiao Chui murmured softly, nestled in Shi Qian's embrace. Her gaze directed toward the Alliance and Apos' District 14. She recalled Jiang Feng, that somewhat naive young man, who was always extolled by Shi Qian whenever he was mentioned. Surely, he must be blessed by the divine. Xiao Chui whispered her silent prayers, hoping for Jiang Feng's success and smooth sailing ahead. At that moment, Jiang Feng, being escorted by Wang Zhongyi and Appo's Special Operations Team toward Alliance District 14, was quietly reflecting on his recent conquest, the defeat of the Level 10 Zombie 9th Leader. Level 1. Skill 1. Stamina Cap 50. New Skill. Divine Speed. This time, the rewards have been abundant. Jiang Feng's face lit up with excitement, for his recent victory had brought significant enhancements to his attributes. Jiang Feng. Human. Level 6. Superpower. Execution. Instantly slay when the enemy's stamina drops below 120. Stamina. 888. Kill count. 16. New skill Divine Speed. Instant release of stamina, maximizing instantaneous speed at peak performance, comparable to the divine. As Jiang Feng gazed at his attribute panel, the smile on his face was becoming increasingly difficult to contain. Now at level 6, with his skill Random Hammer also at level 6 and stamina soaring to 888. He felt emboldened. Even an encounter with an 8-level adversary would not instill fear in him. Yet, the prospect of the new skill, Divine Speed, sent a shiver through him. Could his speed truly rival the divine at its peak? He found it hard to believe. After all, what divine entities existed in this world? Regrettably, Jiang Feng's body had reached its maximum capacity, rendering him incapable of any further exertion. Even though his stamina had returned to its peak state of 888, his body could not bear the burden of any action. Captain, we cannot shake them off. Just as Jiang Feng was contemplating his gains, the members of Wang Zhongyi's Special Operations Team, breathless and battered, hurried to catch up. Tasked with covering the rear, they were now weary and gasping for air, their bodies nearing the brink of collapse. They had not anticipated that their entire team, composed of level 9 operatives, would be pursued so relentlessly by the beast tide. Wang Zhongyi furrowed his brow. He had already sensed that this beast tide was far more ferocious than any they had encountered before. Nevertheless, having promised Wang Yuquan to escort Jiang Feng to safety, he was resolute in fulfilling his duty. Front line to the rear, rear to the front line, brothers in the front. Stand firm against the beast tide, while those at the back escort Jiang Feng. Wang Zhongyi declared, unwavering as he led his comrades in reshaping their formation, continuing to fend off the relentless onslaught of beasts while safeguarding Jiang Feng. Understood. Not a single member of this special operations team voiced dissent. They diligently pursued their mission, embracing their responsibilities without a trace of complaint. In truth, as long as they are willing, as long as they choose to abandon Jiang Feng, they could effortlessly extricate themselves from the onslaught of beasts. With their uniformly high level of 9, departing safely would be far from a challenge. Yet, they are men of loyalty and righteousness, and they would not forsake Jiang Feng. He observed all of this, feeling a profound sense of gratitude. Brother Zhongyi, you can afford to linger as long as you wish. Just hold on a little longer, and my body will recover. Once I am restored, you may leave. Jiang Feng affirmed, his expression steady as he addressed Wang Zhongyi. What nonsense are you speaking, Brother Jiang Feng? We are not the sort to abandon you. Wang Zhongyi retorted, irritation creeping into his voice. He felt that Jiang Feng viewed them as cowardly souls who feared for their lives. Even if it costs us our lives, we will ensure your safe escape from the beast tide. You, a mere level 5 ability user, would be courting death if you acted alone. In Wang Zhongyi's eyes, Jiang Feng's solitary efforts would only lead to his demise. Moreover, you have witnessed my strength. With my utmost effort, I can certainly navigate through the beast tide unscathed. Not to mention, acting alone offers far greater convenience than moving as a group. Jiang Feng spoke with a beaming smile. Now equipped with powerful wrist guards and a stamina limit of 888, he felt that no matter how formidable the adversary, he was now worthy of a fight. Ah, that is indeed true. Wang Zhongyi paused, realizing that Jiang Feng was capable of confronting the terrifying existence of a level 10 mutated zombie alone. Furthermore, Jiang Feng had disregarded the level 9 blood armor, directly slaying the 9th leader. Such prowess was beyond their reach. Very well. We shall depart once your body has fully recovered, Wang Zhongyi declared, continuing to lead his team in fending off the relentless tide of beasts. Yet, the overwhelming surge was more terrifying than any previous beast tide, causing Wang Zhongyi's heart to sink. He was uncertain if he could endure until Jiang Feng was completely restored. Chapter 86. New Skill. Divine Movement. After enduring the relentless onslaught of the beast horde for over half an hour, the Special Operations Team led by Wang Zhongyi finally began to see signs of injury among its members. One of the team members was struck by a monstrous creature. Sent sprawling, his weapon shattered, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, his injuries were not life-threatening. Wang Zhongyi and Appos' expression grew increasingly grim. Ordinarily, a beast horde would subside within approximately half an hour, and typically, such hordes would not feature an overwhelming number of high-level beasts. However, the horde pursuing Jiang Feng showed no signs of retreat, and the creatures leading the charge were of increasingly higher ranks. At that moment, the foremost beasts were predominantly level 9, and Wang Zhongyi had reason to suspect that level 10 beasts might soon emerge. The mere presence of level 9 beasts was already a considerable burden, and level 10 beasts would leave them with no choice but to meet their demise on the spot. At this juncture, Jiang Feng, who had been fervently recuperating, exhaled a thick breath and slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of determination flashing within them. He had finally completed the restoration of his physical capabilities. It must be acknowledged that the burden imposed by the power gauntlets on his body was immense, and it had taken Jiang Feng over half an hour to recover. Wang Zhongyi was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Jiang Feng, utterly exhausted from his battle with the 9th leader, could recover in such a short span of time. Under normal circumstances, recovery from complete exhaustion would take several hours. But Jiang Feng was a remarkable exception. Yet, even with Jiang Feng's unexpected recovery, Wang Zhongyi cast a glance at the relentless pursuit of the nearly all level 9 beasts behind them, still feeling uneasy. "Brother Jiang Feng, can you really manage this?" With a confident smile, Jiang Feng reassured him, "Brother Zhongyi, rest assured, I have everything under control." He continued, "Brother Zhongyi, you and the others should separate from me quickly. I will handle the rest." Wang Zhongyi hesitated momentarily, but upon seeing Jiang Feng's resolute gaze, he ultimately chose to place his trust in him. "Very well, take care," he murmured, waving his hand as he led his battered team away from Jiang Feng. Consequently, the beast horde that had initially pursued both Wang Zhongyi and Jiang Feng shifted its full attention to Jiang Feng alone. For Wang Zhongyi and his remaining team, the high-level beasts seemed to disregard their presence entirely. Climb the trees and see if Brother Jiang Feng can evade the beast horde. Once out of danger, Wang Zhongyi promptly instructed his special operations team to ascend the trees and observe Jiang Feng's situation. Understood. The other team members voiced their agreement without hesitation, swiftly climbing the trees to monitor Jiang Feng's progress. Not leaving? While hastening forward, Jiang Feng naturally noticed Wang Zhongyi and his team perched in the trees, watching him from a distance. Originally, Jiang Feng intended to distance himself before utilizing his skill, transcendent movement, to evade the relentless beast tide trailing behind him. However, it became evident that unless he assured Wang Zhongyi and the others, they would not depart. Thus, Jiang Feng mustered his resolve and, under the watchful gaze of Wang Zhongyi and his companions, activated his newfound skill. For the sake of caution and to conceal his trump card, he refrained from employing the power-enhancing gauntlets, as his body could scarcely endure the strain they imposed. Skill, transcendent movement. With a silent incantation, all his strength coalesced, resulting in a thunderous crack. The next instant, Jiang Feng transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from sight. This spectacle left Wang Zhongyi and his companions, who observed from a distance, utterly astounded, while the pursuing beasts were momentarily stunned. What was that? Was it Jiang Feng's second ability? Such speed. It was astonishing. Wang Zhongyi swallowed hard, incredulous as he fixed his gaze upon the direction Jiang Feng had departed. He yearned to ascertain Jiang Feng's condition, but alas, his speed was so extraordinary that he disappeared from their sight in the blink of an eye. "Captain, I thought Jiang Feng was boasting, but now it seems, alongside him, we 9th level ability users are indeed a burden." The other team members echoed similar sentiments, marveling at Jiang Feng's incredible swiftness, which rendered them, even as 9th level ability users, powerless in comparison. Unless one's ability was speed-oriented, none could hope to rival Jiang Feng's current velocity. Wang Zhongyi chuckled bitterly, shaking his head and reflecting. Who would have imagined that Jiang Feng's second ability was so formidable? They mistakenly perceived Jiang Feng's new skill, transcendent movement, as a second ability. This misunderstanding was forgivable, for they had never witnessed a skill of such extraordinary caliber. Much like the bug mechanism of Jiang Feng's apocalypse system for physical recovery, it would also be mistaken for an ability. Jiang Feng's skill had indeed attained a level of prowess that could rival the abilities of ordinary individuals. The beasts pursuing Jiang Feng possessed a measure of intelligence, particularly the 9th level creatures leading the chase, whose intellect was comparable to that of humans. They too were momentarily stunned by Jiang Feng's sudden burst of speed, having never encountered such an exaggerated velocity. Only those beasts specialized in speed could contend with Jiang Feng. The others could merely eat dust in his wake. Roaring in frustration, the beasts did not relent in their pursuit but instead surged in unison towards the direction Jiang Feng had taken, as if drawn by an irresistible force emanating from him, fueling their relentless chase. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng himself was somewhat bewildered. He had never anticipated that a mere first-level skill, Transcendent Movement, could unleash a speed rivaling that of an 8th-level speed-oriented beast. If the new skill, Divine Movement, were to reach level 6, would it not rival the speed of a level 9 beast? And what if one were to add a pair of strength bracers? Jiang Feng could scarcely fathom the possibilities. However, such formidable abilities undoubtedly come with stringent conditions for their execution. The new skill, Divine Movement, completely drained his stamina in an instant. Were it not for the system's peculiar mechanism that allowed for stamina recovery, he would hesitate to employ it recklessly. To his astonishment, the new skill proved to be so potent that some of the beasts could hardly keep pace. Consequently, eluding them would become a trivial matter. Observing the horde of beasts still quite distant, a confident smile crept upon Jiang Feng's lips. After a brief pause, he utilized the system and Oppo's extraordinary mechanism to endure the darkest moment of exhaustion, restoring his stamina to its peak. As long as he refrained from using the strength bracers, his stamina recovery proceeded as usual, with minimal strain and swift restoration. Skill, Divine Movement. Boom. Jiang Feng silently chanted, transforming once more into a fleeting shadow, dashing forward and instantly widening the gap between himself and the beast horde. The new skill is indeed remarkably effective. Chapter 87, Alliance District 14. Suddenly, the monstrous beasts realized that Jiang Feng had swiftly increased the distance between them, causing them to lose track of his presence entirely. In an instant, the tide of beasts descended into chaos. The creatures roared and howled, their frustration palpable. Yet, bereft of his trace, they could only follow the scent left behind, which significantly diminished their speed. Consequently, the likelihood of them catching up to Jiang Feng dwindled to nearly zero, as the beast tide began to unravel. Teetering on the brink of collapse, Jiang Feng, after several rapid assaults using his new skill, found that the beasts behind him had vanished from his perception. Simultaneously, his new skill had ascended to level 3, enhancing his speed considerably. At last he had escaped. With a deep sigh, Jiang Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead, gasping for breath. Now, he could proceed cautiously and confidently towards Alliance District 14. Is anyone there? Don't be ridiculous. We are deep in the beast forest. How could there possibly be anyone here? Just as Jiang Feng believed he had eluded the beast tide and was finally safe, he suddenly heard the murmur of voices nearby. Following the sound, he was astonished to see an advanced team. This team bore a configuration similar to Jiang Feng's third advanced team, yet their uniforms displayed a notable difference. While Jiang Feng's team sported the number 11, this team's attire was marked with the number 14. An advanced team from Alliance District 14? Jiang Feng's eyelids flickered with surprise. He could scarcely believe his swiftness. Through just a few uses of his new skill, he had reached the very edge of Alliance District 14. Such speed seemed almost surreal. Captain, there is indeed someone. Goodness. Captain, look, he hails from Alliance District 11. As Jiang Feng scrutinized his counterparts, they were equally intent on observing him. They quickly noticed the number 11 emblazoned on his uniform, leaving the advanced team from Alliance District 14 momentarily dumbfounded. Although Alliance District 11 and Alliance District 14 were relatively close in proximity, they were separated by the perilous expanse of the Beast Forest. The notion of safely traversing from Alliance District 11 to Alliance District 14 was dauntingly difficult. The fact that Jiang Feng had accomplished this feat alone rendered it utterly astonishing and hard to believe. Thud, thud, thud. The captain of the advanced team from Alliance District 14 approached Jiang Feng with measured steps, his eyes wide with shock as he scrutinized him. With cautious vigilance, he inquired, "Friend, do you truly come from Alliance District 11? Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng silently nodded in affirmation. It is only reasonable that one would arrive at Alliance District 14 from Alliance District 11. Were it from other Alliance communities, it would be far more terrifying. The captain of the advanced team from Alliance District 14 slightly quivered at the corners of his mouth, becoming more vigilant and cautiously inquired, "My friend, what level are you?" Jiang Feng candidly replied, "Level 6. Such levels can be easily discerned, rendering concealment unnecessary, as it is impossible to hide. This is not a supernatural ability. Precise detection is unfeasible." Level 6? The captain of the advanced team from Alliance District 14 felt a wild flutter in his eyelids. A mere level 6 ability user traversing from Alliance District 11 to Alliance District 14? How utterly insane. How unfathomable. Level 6? Impossible. A level 6 could not possibly navigate the Beast Wilderness. That would be preposterous. Kid, you wouldn't be trying to deceive us, would you? The other members of the advanced team from Alliance District 14 harbored disbelief in Jiang Feng's words, suspecting him of deceit. Moreover, encountering humans outside the Alliance in the Beast Wilderness necessitates caution, as one must be wary of potential intentions. Jiang Feng chuckled awkwardly. Ordinarily, a level 6 ability user indeed lacks the capability to traverse the Beast Wilderness. Even those with speed-type abilities cannot achieve such a feat yet. Jiang Feng was an exception, his strength defying conventional standards. I truly am only level 6. If you doubt me, you may test it, Jiang Feng asserted, fully aware there was no need for concealment. The memory of slaying Jardi in Alliance District 11 remained vivid in his mind. The equipment for level detection need not be overly sophisticated or large. It is entirely feasible to carry it on one's person. My friend, do not fault me for my skepticism. This is the Beast Wilderness, and I must exercise caution. The captain remained quite courteous, lacking any aggressive demeanor. Jiang Feng smiled slightly and replied, I understand. With that, he raised his hand and placed it upon the device. Moments later, the display on the machine suddenly illuminated, clearly indicating level 6. Is it truly level 6? At this moment, not only the captain but also the other team members were left bewildered. How could a level 6 ability user have traversed the Beast Wilderness? However, as the advanced team from Alliance District 14 grappled with shock and confusion, their wariness towards Jiang Feng significantly eased. After all, their team comprised a captain who was a level 7 ability user, 3 level 6 ability users, and 1 level 5 ability user. They perceived their collective strength as more than capable of easily subduing Jiang Feng, posing no threat. My friend, how did you, being only level 6, manage to cross the Beast Wilderness and arrive at the borders of Alliance District 14? The captain inquired with puzzlement. Jiang Feng, maintaining a tranquil expression, responded, I arrived with a special operations team from Alliance District 11. I am not alone. And one of them. Upon hearing this, the captain's brow arched in surprise as he anxiously glanced towards Jiang Feng's rear. The special operations team comprised elite warriors, and their advance unit seemed utterly inadequate in the presence of such prowess. They have not arrived. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Feng spoke. The captain, perplexed, furrowed his brow and inquired why. Jiang Feng murmured, they were halted by the Beast Tide. Beast Tide? At the utterance of those words, the captain and Apos' expression shifted dramatically, a look of shock crossing his face. The occurrence of a Beast Tide spelled disaster for any allied community, necessitating a vast expenditure of manpower and resources to withstand it. Moreover, a failure to fend it off would lead to the complete downfall of the entire allied community. Has your alliance in District 11 faced a Beast Tide? Did you escape from the allied community with the special operations team? Are you the sole survivor to reach our alliance in District 14? The captain pressed on with a series of questions. Jiang Feng nodded, affirming, for the time being, that is indeed the case. We are all friends. We shall take care of you, the captain declared with an unexpected warmth that took Jiang Feng aback. This display of cordiality felt rather unusual. Chapter 88. The newcomer of Alliance District 11 Jiang Feng exhibited a facade of amiability towards the captain of the advanced team from Alliance District 14, yet internally, he remained exceedingly vigilant. Being inherently distrustful, Jiang Feng found it hard to believe the captain's overt warmth and friendliness, especially as they were meeting for the first time. The captain and Apos' assurances, delivered with such enthusiasm, were met with skepticism from Jiang Feng. His discerning gaze also lingered upon the 5th-level ability user within the team. Is it a talent for discerning truth from falsehood? He pondered. Such a peculiar ability. However, it is somewhat astonishing for an advanced team to comprise a non-combatant of this caliber, particularly one that ventures deep into the Beast Forest. While Jiang Feng feigned indifference, his mind was rife with contemplation. A 5th-level ability user specializing in truth discernment was curiously absent from logistical support and instead accompanied the advanced team into the depths of perilous territory. Undoubtedly, Jiang Feng recognized that if this 5th-level ability user had not declared him truthful, the advanced team from Alliance District 14 would have been far more reluctant to accept him. Yet, he was acutely aware that while his words were indeed truthful, he had refrained from revealing the complete reality, leaving the captain to draw his own conclusions. Jiang Feng had adeptly navigated the situation. Should conflict arise, however, he harbored no fear. With his current prowess, dismantling this advanced team would pose little challenge. Despite being merely at level 6, his combat capabilities were comparable to those of an 8th level ability user. Young brother, may I inquire your name? The captain inquired enthusiastically as he led Jiang Feng towards Alliance District 14. Jiang Feng. Yet, a profound sense of unease welled up within Jiang Feng. This group harbors issues, he thought, narrowing his eyes. While maintaining a pleasant smile, his heart brimmed with caution. Were it not for his ignorance of the precise route to Alliance District 14, he would have certainly refrained from proceeding further with such potentially perilous company. Jiang Feng. Ha ha. What a splendid name. The captain, seemingly seeking conversation, continued, Brother Jiang Feng, I am sure Rin Yuan. You may call me Brother Sure. Once you arrive at Alliance District 14, do not hesitate to seek me out should you encounter any difficulties. Jiang Feng responded with a feigned smile. I appreciate it, Brother Sure. Not at all. We are all brothers here. Shi Yuan laughed heartily, leaving Jiang Feng perplexed as to the source of his exuberance or what he found gratifying. In any case, something was amiss. Alliance District 11. Wang Yuquan surveyed the community, which was gradually calming down, yet his countenance revealed little joy. Instead, a subtle perplexity creased his brow. Has the beast tide simply come to an end? Having endured several beast tides, Wang Yuquan possessed a clear understanding of their nature. The beast tide is not always driven by a purpose or a core direction. At times, it merely results from the frenzied rampage of the aberrant beasts. However, there are instances when the beast tide is indeed purposeful, as these creatures, for some reason, become fixated on a particular direction or goal, subsequently triggering the tide. Under such circumstances, once the tide traverses specific areas or reaches its destination, it will naturally dissipate. Yet, regardless of the situation, the passage of the beast tide invariably leaves chaos in its wake, resulting in countless aberrant beasts that inflict immeasurable devastation upon the human alliance community. This time, however, the beast tide arrived swiftly and departed just as rapidly, leaving behind few aberrant beasts within the confines of Alliance District 11. Most of those slain were simply pursuing Jiang Feng, falling to the hands of the combat teams stationed in District 11. Nearly all the aberrant beasts were drawn towards Jiang Feng and subsequently followed him away, allowing Alliance District 11 to regain tranquility in such a short span of time. What is it about that lad that sets him apart? Wang Yuquan pondered, furrowing his brow in confusion. He simply could not comprehend how a mere level 5 Esper could attract a beast tide of such terrifying magnitude. Moreover, he was baffled by the extent of Jiang Feng's allure, which could compel all the beasts to chase after him. Father, this is wonderful. The beast tide has completely receded, and our Alliance District 11 has been preserved. At last, we can reshape the order of District 11 according to our vision. Wang Zhuang murmured excitedly. Presently, there had been minimal casualties within Alliance District 11, and the damage to its infrastructure was also slight, alleviating the burden of reconstruction. Furthermore, with Chief Guo and the other leaders having departed from Alliance District 11 with their special task forces, no one remained to challenge Wang Youquan's authority. Consequently, Wang Yuquan could indeed forge an ideal Alliance District 11, ensuring equality for all and safeguarding the interests of the ordinary populace. Wang Yuquan was acutely aware of this, yet he found no joy in it. Father, what and Apos, s wrong? Wang Zhuang inquired, puzzled by his father and Apos' discontent. With a sigh, Wang Yuquan murmured, the beast tide. As all followed Jiang Feng away. Huh? Wang Zhuang paused, still somewhat perplexed. Wang Yuan lifted his gaze towards the direction of Alliance District 14, softly murmuring. A beast tide of such magnitude, Jiang Feng is likely in grave danger, and Zhongyi and the others may perish within the forest of aberrant beasts. We are safe, but our safety is built upon the sacrifice of Jiang Feng and Zhongyi. I feel a deep sense of guilt. Wang Yuan understood that leading Jiang Feng away from Alliance District 11 to divert the beast tide, thus preserving the district, was the most rational decision. Yet, for Jiang Feng, was this not a form of cruelty? As for Wang Zhongyi and the others, it was also a sacrifice. The excitement on Wang Zhuang's face abruptly faded into silence. He understood that their success was built upon the sacrifices of Jiang Feng and Zhongyi. Change inevitably requires sacrifice, and for them, the sacrifices had been minimized. Father, we must look forward. Wang Zhuang urged Wang Yuquan, taking a deep breath. In contrast, Jiang Feng, a mere level 5 ability user, bore the brunt of it all. However, Wang Yuquan also recognized that some sacrifices are unavoidable, much like Lin Hu, a loyal subordinate who had followed him for long, but ultimately fell while protecting Jiang Feng. Prepare yourselves. We shall reconstruct the Order of Alliance District 11, transforming it into a place where everyone is equal and respected. Wang Yuan suppressed his sorrow, speaking with unwavering determination. One must always look ahead. He still had an unfinished mission. At that moment, deep within the beast forest, Leader Guo and his companions had discovered a relic and temporarily settled there. Safe at last. We are finally safe. The members of the team murmured in excitement. As they had witnessed the terror of the beast tide while fleeing Alliance District 11, they felt incredibly fortunate to have escaped unharmed. What a pity for Alliance District 11. We expended so much effort and painstakingly managed it for so many years, only to see it engulfed by the beast tide. What is there to lament? Being alive is what matters. Indeed, survival is paramount, far better than the fate of those commoners in Alliance District 11, or Leader Wang, who met a tragic end at the jaws of the beasts. The high-ranking members who had fled Alliance District 11 engaged in discussions, all relieved by their choices and mocking Leader Wang's folly. Chapter 89. The schemes of Leader Guo. Fortune smiled upon me. I have emerged alive. As the strongest among us and the leader of the once prestigious Alliance District 11, Leader Guo was heart-brimmed with profound emotions. He had never witnessed such a terrifying and tumultuous tide of beasts. Surviving such a cataclysm could only be deemed a stroke of extraordinary luck. Alas, the demise of Alliance District 11. Leader Guo felt a deep sense of regret over its obliteration, for in that district, he was akin to a sovereign ruler. After years of cultivation, the district had thrived under the support of its ordinary citizens, who led lives steeped in indulgence and dreams. This existence could have spanned 5 years or even 10. In any case, the loss of such a life weighed heavily on Leader Guo's heart. Father, why must you compel me to leave? My most suitable subject for experimentation still resides in Alliance District 11. Guo Jing howled in indignation. While others lamented their narrow escape from the beast tide, Guo Jing and Imp, Oppos, His thoughts remained fixated on Jiang Feng, the most fitting subject he had ever encountered, one he could not bear to forsake. Leader Guo cast an exasperated glance at his son, who was utterly captivated by his experiments. With a sigh, he imparted gently, "Fool. Survival is paramount. Only by living can your experiments continue." Yet, Guo Jing yearned to retort, but was silenced by a raised hand from Leader Guo. "I know what you are thinking. I share your thoughts," Leader Guo stated coldly. He then beckoned for Zhang Gongchang to approach. "Leader." Zhang Gongchang hurried to stand before him, awaiting his command. If Alliance District 11 had truly perished, then so be it. He merely wished to ascertain whether Jiang Feng was still alive. Leader Guo's concern for Alliance District 11 had never waned. Upon hearing his father's words, Guo Jing'o felt his anger dissipate somewhat. However, Zhang Gongchang's heart tightened. He was reluctant to agree, yet he had no choice but to comply. "Yes, leader." After the beast tide, numerous otherworldly creatures would remain at the crucial impact points. In the wake of such a horrifying onslaught, Zhang Gongchang doubted that Alliance District 11 could still exist. It was likely reduced to mere ruins. Nevertheless, he had to heed Leader Guo's orders, even as he sought to delay his return to Alliance District 11. Zhang Gongchang was not foolish. He understood the choices he had to make. In the forest of otherworldly beasts, Li Hongtu, Niao Niao, and Qin Yuner were hastily making their way toward Alliance District 14, perhaps due to the passage of the beast tide. The route from Alliance District 11 to District 14 was eerily devoid of any otherworldly creatures. The entire journey felt remarkably tranquil, akin to a leisurely stroll in a park. Li Hongtu furrowed his brow, his eyes filled with disbelief. Though the beast tide is terrifying and often attracts numerous strange creatures, there are always some that fall behind, and some that choose not to partake in the chaos. However, this time, it seems as though the beast tide possesses a unique enchantment, compelling all creatures to march in unison toward a common destination, with none lagging behind. To describe this phenomenon as unprecedented would be an understatement. What kind of power does Jiang Feng possess? Qin Yuner, as a reincarnated soul, cannot help but feel a profound sense of awe. After all, as a reborn individual, she understands all too well the sheer horror of this beast tide. The fact that such a massive upheaval is solely due to Jiang Feng is utterly bewildering to her. Niao Niao, on the other hand, remained silent, her eyes filled only with urgency and an intense longing to reunite with Jiang Feng. Other matters are far from her mind. The absence of strange creatures is a blessing, allowing them to hasten their pursuit of Jiang Feng. Li Hongtu, gathering his scattered thoughts, straightens his expression and accompanied by Niao Niao and Qin Yuner, continues their journey toward the Alliance Zone 14. Suddenly, as Li Hongtu, Niao Niao, and Qin Yuner draw closer to Alliance Zone 14, the sound of footsteps emerges from the depths of the forest. Stand guard. Li Hongtu's expression shifts slightly. Encountering humans in the heart of this strange creature forest is far more alarming than the beasts themselves. Beasts are driven purely by a desire to consume, while humans hidden within the depths of the forest may harbor intentions far more sinister than mere cannibalism. Swiftly, Li Hongtu, Niao Niao, and Qin Yun and Appos conceal themselves within the nearby underbrush, cautiously prepared for the approaching figures. Soon, a battered team emerges before them. Brother Zhangyi? Li Hongtu exclaims in surprise upon recognizing the newcomer. He never anticipated encountering Wang Zhongyi here. Boldly, Wang Zhongyi also notices Li Hongtu emerging from the thicket. Having been tasked by Wang Yuquan to secretly protect Wang Zhuanzhuang, he is well aware that Li Hongtu is a pivotal figure within Wang Zhuanzhuang's organization. Thus, their paths have crossed, and their bond runs deep. Brother Zhongyi, what brings you here? Li Hongtu inquires, his gaze filled with confusion as he observes the injured Wang Zhongyi and his companions. Ordinarily, this special operations team should be stationed by Wang Youquan's side at all times. Wang Zhongyi glances at Li Hongtu, then surveys Niao Niao and Qin Yun and Appos. And his heart comprehends the purpose of their visit. With a wry smile, he explains, "We are here on the leader and Appos' orders, escorting Brother Jiang Feng away from Alliance Zone 11. As you have witnessed, the situation of the beast tide is dire, and it is all directed toward Brother Jiang Feng. If he does not depart from Alliance Zone 11, the entire area is likely to face total annihilation." Thus, Wang Zhongyi cast a glance at the injuries sustained by himself and his comrades, feeling somewhat embarrassed. They were members of a special operations unit, yet at this moment, they appeared utterly disheveled. The sound of clunk from Wang Zhongyi's words immediately startled Li Hongtu, Niao Niao, and Qin Yuner. They could comprehend the necessity of ensuring Jiang Feng's departure from Alliance District 11. After all, as the focal point of the beast tide, Jiang Feng and Appos' exit was undoubtedly a prudent decision that could ensure the safety of many. However, Wherein and Appos, Wang Zhongyi and his team tasked with safeguarding Jiang Feng? Why were they alone, bereft of Jiang Feng's presence? Moreover, with their severe injuries, could it indicate a failure in their mission? If that were the case, then Jiang Feng would surely be in peril. Brother Zhongyi, where is Brother Xiao Feng? He cannot possibly. Li Hongtu grasped Wang Zhongyi's arm tightly, his eyes betraying an overwhelming sense of anxiety and concern. Niao Niao felt as though the world around her was fading to black, nearly losing consciousness. But fortunately, Qin Yuner was there to support her. Tears glimmered in Qin Yuner's eyes. If anything were to happen to Jiang Feng, she was prepared to shatter her time pendant in hopes of experiencing rebirth once more. Above all, she could not bear the thought of living in a world devoid of Jiang Feng. She yearned for his survival. Chapter 90. The beast tide uprising. Wang Zhongyi stared blankly at the emotionally fluctuating Li Hongtu, Niao Niao, and Qin Yuner, his expression somewhat frozen. With a bitter smile, he shook his head and remarked, "What are you all imagining? With Brother Jiang Feng and Appos' capabilities, even if every member of our special operations team were to perish, he would remain unscathed. What?" Upon hearing Wang Zhongyi and Appos' words, Li Hongtu, Niao Niao, and Qin Yuner all widened their eyes in disbelief, questioning whether they had misheard. Jiang Feng, a level 5 ability user, despite exhibiting extraordinary strength due to the infusion of 2 zombie serums and the enhancement of power bracers, surely could not surpass an entire special operations team in prowess. More importantly, raw strength alone could not ensure survival amidst a beast tide, as it comprised a multitude of high-level mutant beasts capable of overwhelming him. Brother Zhongyi, are you jesting? Li Hongtu felt that Wang Zhongyi's assertion was somewhat farcical. Jesting? Do you truly lack understanding of Brother Jiang Feng's strength? Wang Zhongyi looked perplexed at the trio, then recounted how Jiang Feng had openly vanquished the 9th leader, how he had boldly volunteered to draw the beast tide alone, and how he had vanished into thin air before the watchful eyes of all. Each of these feats was remarkable in its own right, yet Jiang Feng had accomplished them all. I suspect Brother Jiang Feng possesses more than one ability. Although it was indiscernible whether he utilized an ability when defeating the 9th leader, he undoubtedly showcased a second ability when evading the beast tide. Wang Zhongyi exclaimed in astonishment, praising Jiang Feng as the most formidable newcomer since the Alliance's inception. Second ability? Li Hongtu pondered, while Qin Yuner inquired, speed? Niao Niao remained silent, lost in thought. Wang Zhongyi's revelation plunged Li Hongtu, Niao Niao, and Qin Yuner into contemplation. They had long suspected that Jiang Feng possessed multiple abilities. But Wang Zhongyi's words suggested there were even more than they had imagined. The notion of a speed comparable to that of speed-type ability users particularly astounded them, as Jiang Feng had never exhibited such prowess before. Has he awakened a new ability, or has he always kept it hidden? Li Hongtu found himself uncertain about the extent of Jiang Feng's abilities and the number of trump cards he held. Qin Yuner felt as though Jiang Feng had transformed into an entirely different person, his strength reaching a staggering level that left her in awe. Fortunately, Wang Zhongyi's words hinted that Jiang Feng was still alive, which was more than enough consolation. Jiang Feng, how incredibly handsome. The usually melancholic and reticent Niao Niao couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, her astonishment regarding Jiang Feng still growing. Qin Yuner glanced at Niao Niao, whose eyes sparkled with admiration, rolling her eyes in exasperation. Damn Jiang Feng, why is he so handsome? Look at how Niao Niao is utterly entranced. Qin Yuner seethed with frustration. In her previous life, when she was with Jiang Feng, he had not awakened any abilities. However, in this life, Jiang Feng continuously awakened new powers, causing Niao Niao, who had previously shown indifference towards him, to become utterly captivated. Humph. Men. Qin Yuner gritted her teeth in anger. Despite having such a handsome partner, her heart was overwhelmed with irritation. Wang Zhongyi, upon encountering Li Hongtu, finally noticed that Niao Niao and Qin Yuner had calmed down. He smiled and said, "You should continue pursuing the direction of Alliance District 14. It is possible that you may not catch up with Brother Jiang Feng, as his speed is exceptionally swift. Nevertheless, the journey ahead is quite safe. This beast tide is unlike any before. All the mutated creatures are pursuing Brother Jiang Feng, but they certainly cannot catch up. However, you must exercise caution if you approach the beast tide. Once the beast tide loses its target, that is when it becomes truly terrifying. When the beast tide loses its focus, the gathered creatures will descend into chaos, leading to a violent frenzy among them. If Li Hongtu and his companions approach at that moment, it would be akin to courting death." Wang Zhongyi understood that Li Hongtu and his companions were determined to follow in Jiang Feng's footsteps, which he could comprehend. However, if they ventured to Alliance District 14 alongside Jiang Feng, the chances of them reuniting in the future would diminish significantly. After all, traversing between two allied communities is a formidable challenge. Li Hongtu gently patted Wang Zhongyi's shoulder, realizing that this farewell might be their last. Farewell. Farewell. After exchanging heartfelt goodbyes, they parted ways, one heading towards Alliance District 11 and the other towards Alliance District 14. They had once toiled to establish a new order in Alliance District 11, and now, with the opportunity finally at hand, Li Hongtu would be unable to witness it unfold, as he must accompany Jiang Feng to another allied community. After parting from Wang Zhongyi, Li Hongtu, Niao Niao, and Qin Yuner felt a marked improvement in their spirits. Their previous concerns for Jiang Feng's safety had been alleviated. Now, they simply needed to reach Alliance District 14 to reunite with him. Wait, there seems to be a situation ahead. As they walked, Li Hongtu's expression suddenly shifted, prompting him to signal Qin Yuner and Niao Niao to halt. Following his lead, they ascended a nearby large tree. From their elevated position, they observed a multitude of mutated creatures engaged in fierce combat directly before them. A tumultuous beast tide? Li Hongtu's eyes brightened as he realized this chaos was the result of the beast tide losing its target, Jiang Feng. This confirmed that Jiang Feng was indeed safe. However, in the face of such a vast and tumultuous surge of extraordinary beasts, the trio found it nearly impossible to traverse through the chaos. Even attempting to circumvent the turmoil seemed a futile endeavor. Their only recourse was to patiently await the subsiding of the beast tide, allowing the creatures to disperse before they cautiously made their way through. After all, their levels were not particularly high, and their combat prowess was rather limited. Attracting the attention of the beasts would be tantamount to courting death. It appeared they would have to wait for an extended period. Uncertain of when they might reunite with their companion, Jiang Feng, Li Hongtu furrowed his brow, acknowledging that while they were temporarily safe and unlikely to provoke the beasts, the prospect of hastening their rendezvous with Jiang Feng was increasingly unrealistic. Not to worry. I have brought an ample supply of energy bars that should sustain us until the beast tide dissipates, Qin Yuner remarked with a faint smile, producing a considerable quantity of energy bars from her pocket. As long as Jiang Feng remained safe, she felt no psychological burden, and her spirits lifted considerably. Li Hongtu and Niao Niao were taken aback at the sight of the energy bars, enough to last the three of them for half a year. It struck them as odd, Qin Yuno had always expressed disdain for the taste of energy bars, so why would she carry such a hoard? It seemed less like a stockpile for sustenance and more akin to a peculiar obsession. Observing the astonished expressions of Li Hongtu and Niao Niao, Qin Yuno candidly declared, "If you don't want any, that's fine." Just as she began to stow them away, Li Hongtu and Niao Niao swiftly seized handfuls of the energy bars, stuffing them into their pockets. The quantity they gathered would suffice for an entire month. Who says we don't want them? We absolutely must have them. Chapter 91. The Alliance Inspector. Following the cessation of the Beast Tide, Alliance District 11 successfully completed its post-disaster reconstruction under the guidance of Wang Yuquan, alongside a comprehensive institutional reform. The current state of Alliance District 11 is devoid of the so-called high officials and wealthy science. All individuals are entitled to treatment commensurate with their contributions, ensuring that no one possesses privileges. Furthermore, even the ordinary populace enjoys a satisfactory standard of living, with each person harboring hope for the future and a sense of dignity in existence. As the Alliance District 11 flourished, two outsiders appeared on its streets. These individuals were not from the district, and upon their entry, they were promptly noticed by the citizens and patrol teams, who reported their presence to the Special Operations Team, eventually bringing the news to Wang Yuquan. However, upon receiving this information, Wang Yuquan refrained from acting hastily, opting instead to instruct everyone to observe closely while maintaining a safe distance. "Father, who are they? Why are you being so cautious?" Wang Zhuang looked at his father, Wang Yuan, with confusion. Typically, Wang Yuquan is a man of integrity and straightforwardness, not one to exhibit such meticulous caution. Standing atop the government building of Alliance District 11, Wang Yuan silently regarded the two outsiders traversing the main thoroughfare, a faint contemplation etched upon his brow. After a moment of reflection, he spoke slowly. Two individuals dared to venture into the Beast Forest and boldly enter a new community. Do you truly believe they are ordinary people? Wang Zhuang shook his head, aware that they were anything but ordinary, yet apprehensive about their intentions. Wang Yuan continued, observing their attire and demeanor, they bear a resemblance to Alliance Inspectors. Thus, we must exercise caution. Alliance Inspectors? Wang Zhuang's expression shifted dramatically, eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed at the two outsiders on the thoroughfare. Alliance Inspectors are officials appointed directly by the Alliance headquarters, tasked with patrolling communities across the Alliance. Every community falls within their purview. More importantly, it is rumored that these inspectors are all formidable beings of level 10 and above. Once one's level surpasses 10, their abilities evolve, resulting in a significant leap in power. There is a saying, those below level 10 are but ants, referring to these superlative beings. In the presence of such individuals, a peripheral community like Alliance District 11 is indistinguishable from a remote backwater. While there are only two of them, their prowess is sufficient to overwhelm the entirety of Alliance District 11. Shall we go to greet them? Upon learning of their potential status as Alliance Inspectors, Wang Zhuang's demeanor underwent a complete transformation, shifting from skepticism to respectful eagerness to accommodate. Yet, Wang Yuan shook his head and replied, according to Alliance regulations, these inspectors are prohibited from unnecessary interactions with the high-ranking officials of local communities. The duo's actions were a strategic maneuver to mutually restrain one another, thereby preventing the inspectors from establishing their own dominions. Their presence here, it is presumed, is solely for the purpose of investigating the Beast Tide. Once their inquiries conclude, they will naturally depart. Wang Yuan harbors considerable vigilance and caution towards these Alliance Inspectors, seemingly privy to certain undisclosed narratives concerning them. Yes, father. Wang Zhuang dared not exhibit even a hint of negligence. He promptly dispatched individuals to ensure that these outsiders were treated with utmost seriousness. Under no circumstances should anyone deceive or conceal information regarding the Beast Tide. At this very moment, the two outsiders were traversing the official road of Alliance District 11, keenly observing their surroundings while intermittently inquiring about the Beast Tide from passers-by. Before long, they had acquired a comprehensive understanding of the Beast Tide situation in Alliance District 11. The current leadership in this district is indeed astute. Recognizing the necessity of avoiding direct engagement with them, they have instead delegated subordinates to relay information indirectly. Clever, very clever. Among the two inspectors, a middle-aged man with a gleaming bald head spoke with a smile, expressing his satisfaction with Wang Yuquan's arrangements. Indeed, it is quite rare to find such an understanding leader in a remote alliance community, remarked another middle-aged man with a bushy beard, equally cheerful. These two individuals were indeed inspectors dispatched from the Alliance headquarters, although their standing there was not particularly elevated, belonging to the lower echelon. Otherwise, they would not have found themselves relegated to the peripheral communities of the Alliance for inspections. In the course of routine assessments, many high-ranking officials in remote Alliance communities often find themselves at a disadvantage due to their limited insight, necessitating their active presence to clarify their identities and investigate the truth. It is indeed uncommon to encounter someone as perceptive as Wang Yuquan, who comprehends their operational style. Director Zhou, I can't shake the feeling that Alliance District 11 is quite extraordinary, murmured the bald Inspector Chen. Oh, do elaborate, inquired the bearded Inspector Zhou, puzzled as he glanced at Chen. Inspector Chen silently surveyed the surroundings and gradually articulated, Alliance District 11 has just endured a Level 3 beast tide. Yet this marginal community has remarkably accomplished post-disaster reconstruction in such a short span. Don't you find that astonishing? Inspector Zhou nodded in agreement. It is indeed remarkable. Although the core targets of the beast tide did not primarily involve Alliance District 11, achieving this feat indicates that the current leadership here is genuinely talented. Chen continued, moreover, don't you find the reform model currently in place in Alliance District 11 somewhat familiar? Inspector Zhou replied. Could it be? Inspector Chen nodded slightly. Smiling as he said, let us keep our understanding to ourselves. The situation in Alliance District 11 is not perilous for the time being. We shall report truthfully, and next, we must proceed to Alliance District 14 to locate the young man who is the core target of the beast tide. Indeed, we must hurry along. We cannot linger in Alliance District 11 any longer. Officer Zhou immediately concurred. It is uncertain what thoughts crossed their minds upon witnessing the current state of the Alliance's District 11, yet their sentiments towards it grew exceptionally nuanced. With a swift decision, the two inspectors departed upon observing that District 11 had returned to normalcy. They still needed to investigate the core of the recent Level 3 beast tide, Jiangfeng. As they walked, their discussion unfolded. Officer Zhou, how could a mere youth become the central target of a Level 3 beast tide? Who can say? Officer Chen, do you suppose this young man named Jiangfeng possesses some extraordinary bloodline? God only knows. Furthermore, even if he does, is it within the purview of inspectors like us to intervene? Or perhaps, it is better to remain alive. Officer Zhou swallowed nervously, seemingly struck by a realization. He chuckled softly to himself and remarked, Officer Chen, you make a valid point. Let us focus on our duties and refrain from meddling in matters beyond our concern. Officer Chen nodded in agreement, stating, Indeed, we know nothing and merely wish to ascertain the well-being of that young man, Jiangfeng. As for whether he is truly the core target of the Level 3 beast tide, further investigation is necessary. Exactly, further investigation. So, how long should we conduct our inquiry? Naturally, the longer, the better. That makes sense, quite sensible indeed.